Chapter 1 Replication Systems. Pain. Headache. Huge pain. Qin Yang swears that this is definitely the most uncomfortable time to wake up. Opening my eyes, I found myself in what seemed to be a primeval forest, and, in a deep pit. The sound of a shovel shoveling dirt came from his ears, and dirt kept flying in from outside the pit and smashed on him. Is he going to bury himself? Qin Yang's brain crashed, and then, countless memories flooded in. After a while, Qin Yang was quite speechless. It turned out that he had crossed over to a sad outer disciple. Same name and last name, age 16. How sad to ask. The family heirloom jade pendant was snatched away and beaten to death. His grandma's. Qin Yang was about to get up when he turned over, but a ding sounded in his mind. The replication system has been successfully started, and the host is Qin Yang. System? Qin Yang's heart suddenly became hot, and he quickly asked, what function does it have? The copy system can copy all the opponent's abilities, including exercises, martial arts, alchemy skills, even random actions, can be copied. Once copied, the host will master the ability and automatically raise the level to the top level. Copying can go to a big realm, but higher-level replication will not improve the host's realm. To improve the host's realm, you need to copy the 10 exercises and 10 martial arts that meet the current realm. When the conditions are met, you will automatically advance to the next realm. The exercises and martial arts that are copied beyond the level are also counted, but the statistics will not be repeated. It's so strong. Qin Yang became excited. Isn't this the same way as others? The hard work of others, it can be said that they are cultivating for themselves. However, Qin Yang thought of another question and asked, System, if the opponent's proficiency in martial arts is also at the top level, wouldn't it only be a tie? System, mutual generation and mutual restraint exist between all things. There is no absolutely perfect martial arts. As long as you keep copying and mastering all martial arts, you can certainly find a way to crack them. Qin Yang nodded. This is interesting. That's great. I just need to walk into the crowd like this, and I will have the ability of everyone around me. If I walk like this, am I invincible in the world? The system added, you can only copy the opponent's ability. Do you understand the opponent? Not only the deadly enemy, but also the opponent in ordinary contests. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, and before he could speak, the system added, don't take the initiative. As long as I don't do it first, I can do whatever I want, right? Qin Yang asked. That's right. Now Qin Yang is relieved. As long as others start, he can copy the whole set. Seeing that more and more dirt was accumulating on his body, Qin Yang laughed. Now is a great opportunity to practice. Hello, senior brother Sunmu? Qin Yang got up from the pit, still covered in mud. Sunmu was the one who worked hard. He was a disciple of the Qianin sect together with Qin Yang. He had a cultivation base in the late stage of body refining, which was a small realm higher than Qin Yang. Sunmu turned around stiffly, looking at the dead man, staring at him with a bright smile, his scalp tingling instantly. Aren't you dead? Sunmu was so frightened that he couldn't hold the shovel firmly. I died so miserably. Why did you kill me? Qin Yang teased. Sunmu's frightened Putong knelt down on the ground, chanting words in his mouth. There is a debt and a debtor. It was Li Shaoqian who took a fancy to your jade pendant and asked senior brother Zhou to deal with you. I am only responsible for burying the corpse and killing the unjust soul. But don't look for me. Huh? Qin Yang raised his brows. Li Shaoqian was a pretty female disciple among the outer disciples, and Zhou was the more powerful one among the outer disciples. But for a jade pendant, he killed himself? This is too unreasonable, right? It's not that simple. Tell me everything you know. Qin Yang lowered his voice and said gloomily. Sun Mu opened his mouth like a bean and said, actually, it was just a coincidence that I killed you. It turned out that Zhou Shi's grandfather was the elder of the outer sect, who was in charge of the medicine hall, and was responsible for distributing the medicine for the outer disciples every month. The monthly ration for each person is 2 Guyuan pills, but Zhou Shi secretly deducted, each person can only receive 1 Guyuan pill per month. Now that the outer sect great competition is only going to start in a month, everyone is busy cultivating, and more people can't bear the deduction of medicinal pills, so they take Qin Yang to open the knife. Killing chickens to warn monkeys? Coincidence? Qin Yang's anger rose in his eyes, and he sneered, a grandson of an elder, from the outer door, dare to cover the sky with one hand? At the same time, he deliberately moved his steps so that his shadow appeared under Sun Mu's eyes. Sun Mu saw Qin Yang's shadow, and he didn't know that he had been tricked. This Qin Yang was not a ghost at all. Okay, it turns out that you are not dead. Sun Mu's teeth were itchy, he stood up, glared at Qin Yang, and said angrily, if that's the case, then let me send you on the road completely. Your head will be screwed off and you will die without a corpse. Qin Yang said playfully, didn't you say that there is a debt and a debt to the owner? Now you are not afraid of the death of the soul? Looking for death. Sun Mu was embarrassed and angry, and shouted, Tiger Bend Fist. Ding. Copy the opponent's training method, the Tiger Body Refinement Art, and the realm will automatically be upgraded to the perfect body refining realm. Ding. Copy the opponent's basic martial arts, Tiger Run Boxing, and automatically upgrade to the pinnacle. Tiger Bend Fist. Qin Yang also shouted, the same posture, but the power is completely different. Qin Yang is like a real demon tiger, exuding a fierce aura. Sun Mu is simply a tiger cub by comparison. Touch. The two fists collided. Pfft. Sun Mu vomited blood and flew upside down, his wide eyes full of astonishment. His chest was recessed into a terrifying arc, and before he fell to the ground, he died of anger. He didn't understand until he died. This Tiger Bend boxing was rewarded to him by Zhou Shi. How did Qin Yang learn it? Moreover, the proficiency is even higher than senior brother Zhou Shi. One punch to kill? Qin Yang shook his hand, really boring. However, it also verified that the replication system is indeed invincible. Ding. The first time you use the copy system, you will be rewarded with a novice gift pack, which contains the exercise method, Qiankuan Vientian art. What, a novice gift pack? Qin Yang called the system and opened the character panel. Host, Qin Yang. Cultivation, body refinement realm is complete. Gongfa, Qiankuan Wanxiangju. January 10th. Martial arts, Tiger Run Boxing. January 10th. All abilities are at the top level of the current realm, and there is no special mark on the panel. Just what does this 1/10 mean? System, 1 out of 10 is the condition for reaching the level. You can copy 9 more martial arts and 9 more martial arts, and you can level up. So it is. Qin Yang asked, but isn't this exercise a copy of the Tiger Body Refinement Art? What kind of exercise is the Qiankuan Vientian art? System, Qiankuan Wanxiangju is the most powerful method, and it has all the advantages of copying the method. Qin Yang understood, this is simply a practice method that perfectly matches the replication system. Some powerful martial arts require specific exercises to activate, and this Qiankuan Vientian art is tailor-made for this purpose. When the provincials use different martial arts, they have to switch back and forth. With this Qiankuan Vientian art, Qin Yang can even use 2 conflicting martial arts at the same time, which is impossible for anyone in the world. Zhou Shi, Li Xiaoqian. You wait for me. Chapter 2 Hammering the Dog's Head. The Qianning sect is a third-rate sect located in a remote area of the northern plains. There are 3 major mountain peaks under its banner. The main peak, Qianju Peak, is the cultivation place for the sect master, the elders of the inner door, and the disciples of the inner door. Dark Hidden Peak is the cultivation place for the elders and disciples of the discipline hall. Some disciples who have made mistakes will be escorted to the Hidden Peak. Hupao Peak is the place where the elders of the outer sect and the disciples of the outer sect practice. The replication system prevented Qin Yang from taking the initiative, but this was not a problem at all. If Zhou Shi and Li Xiaoqian knew that they had survived, they would have to come to confirm as soon as possible. Leaving Xuanhuan and came to Hupao Peak Medicine Hall. What Qin Yang has to do is to get back his own medicine pill first. If Sun Mu hadn't explained everything, he wouldn't even know that outer disciples could receive 2 Guyuan pills a month. Today is the day for the distribution of the medicinal pills. It was noon, and the medicine hall was very lively. Many people came to collect medicine pills, but everyone's face was sullen, and they dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. In front of the counter, the person in charge of distributing the medicinal pills was a young disciple from the outer sect, Lin Yo. Lin Yo has a good relationship with Zhou Shi, and is one of Zhou Shi's loyal dogs, otherwise he would not have been assigned such a fat errand. At this time, Lin Yo was full of arrogance and contempt, looking at those who still didn't leave after receiving the elixir, and scolded, "I'll get out of here. Don't get in the way of me here. If you want to cultivate, in the outer door competition a month later, I will enter the inner door." Yo! You are so majestic. I'm afraid that I would eat Guyuandan as a jelly bean on weekdays, and I would pile up my confidence abruptly? Qin Yang sneered. There was a sudden silence in the medicine hall. All the outer disciples looked at each other, and finally looked at Qin Yang at the door at the same time. Is this kid crazy? How dare you talk to Lin Yo like that? Even if you put aside the relationship between Zhou Shi, Lin Yo himself is a complete cultivator in the body refining realm. Who is this kid? Lin Yo looked at Qin Yang coldly, without smiling, and said, "What kind of joke is this junior brother playing? Guyuandan only has 1 a month, how can I eat it as a jelly bean?" Seeing Qin Yang's embarrassed appearance, still stained with soil, Lin Yo chuckled lightly. What? The outer sect disciples are all done with the work they are responsible for? Report your name and come to receive your pills for this month. Qin Yang. Qin Yang reported his name. There are many disciples in the outer sect, but no one recognizes them for a while. Here, your medicinal pill. Lin Yo took out a porcelain bottle from his arms, took out a medicinal pill, and directly stretched out his hand, like booger. The medicinal pill rolled to Qin Yang's feet and stopped. When others receive medicinal pills, they are directly accompanied by the porcelain bottle. Lin Yo is humiliating Qin Yang like this. Everyone looked at Qin Yang, wanting to see how he would respond. But no one would have thought that Qin Yang walked over with a smile on his face, without even looking at the medicine pill on the ground. With the first foot, the Guyuandan was smashed to pieces. All the outer sect disciples were suddenly shocked. This is going to be a hit. Some people even gloat over the misfortune, and there is a good show to watch. When he came to the counter, Qin Yang gently stretched out his hand. Please send out the medicinal pills. There was a dangerous light in Lin Yo's eyes. Junior brother, haven't I already given you a medicinal pill? Qin Yang pretended to be at a loss. Is there? Where is it? Lin Yo gritted his teeth angrily, took out a porcelain bottle viciously, slammed it on the table, and threatened in a low voice, "Boy, it seems that you really don't know how good I am. If it weren't for the rules of the sect, private fights were not allowed. I have to take off your legs and make you kneel down and beg for mercy." Haha. Qin Yang curled his lips and said disdainfully, "You have the ability, come now." The body refining realm is only the entry-level realm of monks, tempering the physique and laying a solid foundation. There are not many exercises and few martial arts. Qin Yang, naturally, would not miss such a good opportunity to copy. Hey! Is Qin Yang crazy? Dare to provoke Lin Yo like this? Among the outer disciples, Lin Yo's strength is considered to be the best. Anyone who offends Lin Yo will not end well. Fighting so hard for a solid Xuanhuan? Qin Yang shouldn't be an unknown person. Do you think I really don't dare to shoot? Lin Yo's eyes were like copper bells, and he clenched his fists. I'm afraid that this punch will kill you directly. That's right, you just don't dare to shoot. Qin Yang also stretched out his fist and sneered, to be honest, my punch can smash your dog's head. The sound of gasping for air came one after another, and everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck. Crazy. Good job, someone from the outer disciples should have stood up and resisted. Who, although I don't know you, I support you. The applause was loud, they had already endured enough. Gu Yuandan, early training is extremely important. Those who were unwilling to join forces with Zhou were all deducted from half of their rations. But Zhou dog legs really used Gu Yuandan as jelly beans. A month later, it will be the outer door competition. If you enter the inner door, you will truly embark on the road of cultivation. But how do they compete with Zhou and his dog legs? I didn't hear clearly, what are you talking about? Lin Yo couldn't believe his ears. In terms of strength, although he is Zhou subordinate, he is not a little weaker than Zhou. But where did Qin Yang jump out from? Qin Yang ran. He couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect you to like to hear such words, so I'll say it again. With a light cough, Qin Yang said loudly, my punch can smash your dog's head. The sound spread, very loud. In the medicine hall, there was a lot of laughter. Lin Yo's face was flushed, and his eyes were bloodshot. Okay, it seems that I have to teach you a lesson today. Even if I violated the rules of the sect, I understand that no one dares to report and testify. Barbarian bull fist. Lin Yo threw a punch across the counter, his body also like a barbarian bull, smashing the counter into pieces. It's over. This Lin Yo has lost his mind, and Qin Yang is over. My God, Qin Yang shouldn't be killed on the spot. Ding. The replicating cultivation technique barbarian cow body refinement technique has not exceeded the host's current realm and has not improved. Ding. Copy the martial art Manu fist, and automatically increase the proficiency to reach the pinnacle. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth twitched in satisfaction, and he threw out the same punch, which was also a bull's fist. After a muffled sound, it was followed by a sour click sound. Ah. It hurts. You broke my hand. Lin Yo clutched his unnaturally curved arm and backed up again and again. In the medicine hall, all the outer disciples were shocked. What? Didn't Lin Yo break Qin Yang's arm? No, shouldn't he kill Qin Yang? Lin Yo's realm is a perfect body refining realm, and his martial art Man Yo Quan has been practiced to the point of perfection. This kind of result can be achieved with one punch, this Qin Yang. Everyone couldn't help swallowing saliva, this Qin Yang is too fierce. Impossible. Lin Yo endured the pain and said, how could you be so strong? And the martial arts and skills you used. Who are you? Qin Yang sneered and said, of course I am me, the outer disciple, Qin Yang. Clenching his fists again, Qin Yang said, my fist can smash your dog's head. With a punch, Lin Yo burst into blood in an instant. Forgive your life. Forgive your life. Senior brother, spare your life. I'll get you the medicine pill now. Lin Yo cried bitterly and knelt down to beg for mercy. Qin Yang snorted softly and said, you just said you were going to take off my legs and ask me to kneel down and beg for mercy? Looking at Lin Yo playfully, Qin Yang continued, it's almost the same as what you said now, only a little bit worse. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang punched again, directly breaking Lin Yo's thigh. Lin Yo rolled around in pain. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's not bad now. Good fight. It's long overdue. Happy. Today I can figure out this bad breath in my heart. Lin Yo didn't dare to wait any longer, and hurriedly crawled off the ground under the name of going to get the medicine pill. Along the way, the outer disciples of the medicine hall all spit on it. For a time it was heartwarming. Everyone looked at Qin Yang as if they were a hero. Qin Yang became a little embarrassed, and said loudly, "Don't worry everyone, from today onwards, I see who would dare to deduct pills in private. Don't be afraid, the outer door is not his Zhoushi's outer door, and neither is his grandfather. You're just an elder from the outer sect, how can you cover the sky with only one hand? Yes, as long as everyone unites, why fear him for a week? Why fear him as an outer sect elder? That is, can he still kill us all? We must let the inner sect know about this, and let the outer sect elder directly dismiss him. Maybe he will abolish his cultivation and be expelled from the Qianing sect. Everyone is in the same hatred, and the group is full of voices." Chapter 3 Tit for Tat. While waiting, Qin Yang called out the character panel. Host, Qin Yang. Cultivation, body refinement realm is complete. Gongfa, Qiankuan Wanxiangju. February 10th. Martial arts, Tiger Bend Fist, Bull Fist. February 10th. Qin Yang is very satisfied. If this continues, he will soon be able to advance to the next realm of the body refinement realm, the Qi gathering realm. The most important thing is that once you enter the Qi gathering realm, you can just find an opponent in the Qi gathering realm, and you will be able to improve yourself to the Qi gathering realm. The Qi gathering realm can awaken spiritual thoughts and condense true Qi. At that time, all the martial arts of the yellow rank can be displayed, and even the magic weapon of the yellow rank can be controlled. Stretching his muscles and bones, now only the body refining state is complete, and there is no true Qi in the body. But Qin Yang has been able to feel the benefits of the Qiankuan Gianqian art. Qin Yang felt that his body was as mighty as a tiger and as strong as an ox. Not long after, Lin Yo came back. It's just that he didn't come back alone, which Qin Yang had expected. Lin Yo, Zhou Shi, Li Shaoqian, and several of Zhou Shi's son-in-laws, except Li Shaoqian, are all the most powerful people in the outer sect. In addition, there is an old man, needless to say, he is Zhou Shi's grandfather, the elder of the outer door. In the medicine hall, the outer disciples gradually lost their voices. After all, the prestige of the outer sect elders and Zhou Shi did not deter them for a day or two. Who is it? Dare to run wild in the medicine hall, are you really impatient? Elder Zhou shouted angrily, and the momentum exuded from his body made everyone dare not speak. But this didn't scare Qin Yang. Qin Yang took a step forward and said, "Pill medicine hall," privately deducted the medicine pills from the outer disciples. After being found out, he became angry and broke the rules. "I resisted in self-defense, is it wrong?" "Oh?" Elder Zhou said, "Why did I hear that someone was trying to snatch the medicine pill, but instead hurt people?" As soon as the voice changed, Elder Zhou revealed murderous intent. According to the rules of the sect, you can kill on the spot. All the outer sect disciples were silent and desolate in their hearts. How could they forget that in this outer door, the outer door elder is heaven? The previous courage was swept away, and I could only mourn for Qin Yang in my heart. Joke. Killing on the spot? How can there be such a rule in the sect? Qin Yang was not afraid at all, and said, "Do you eat rice when you think of the precepts of an Yin Peak?" Elder Zhou fell silent, looked directly at Qin Yang, and said in his heart, "I didn't expect that I didn't scare this kid. If you are also an outer disciple, it would not be a big sin to kill him on the spot. But I am an outer sect elder, I must not be outside." Sect disciple shot. Qin Yang felt a little pity in his heart. Elder Zhou was a cultivator of the Qi Si realm, 2 realms higher than himself, so he couldn't replicate his abilities. I didn't expect it to be you. Zhou stared at Qin Yang. He still couldn't believe that the person in his eyes was Qin Yang, who was beaten to death by himself. Are you surprised? Qin Yang chuckled. Zhou asked in a low voice, where's Sun Mu? Qin Yang shrugged and said, I don't know, House Han is so dangerous, maybe it was eaten by monsters? The sect prohibits private fights, but if you are in the back mountain outside the sect, the person who does it will not know it. It seems that I really underestimate you. Zhou snorted coldly. Looking at Qin Yang and Zhou tit for tat, some outer disciple suddenly thought of something. I remembered, this is the Qin Yang that Zhou said. Whoever dares to defy his will end up like Qin Yang. And Qin Yang is definitely not the last one. It's quite scary to say, as if Qin Yang was killed, and we are the next one. It turns out that this Qin Yang is that Qin Yang, and I can't even connect the two of them together. It now seems that the rumor that Zhou sent someone to release is just a joke. Zhou's face became more and more ugly, and Elder Zhou on the side kept winking at him. Lin Yo reminded quietly, this kid is not a waste at all, you picked the wrong person. Shut up. Zhou said angrily, is it your own waste? Lin Yo dared not speak out, so he could only keep his mouth shut. Those who dare to kill me, I want you to die. Although I don't know why you survived, appearing here. Zhou grinned, in this way, I can better achieve my previous goals. If I kill you at this time, wouldn't the effect be better for you? Oh? If you want to kill me, do you dare to do it? Qin Yang laughed. This week, he is the core person who corrupted Gu Yuandan. He may have only practiced one kind of martial arts, but there must be a lot of martial arts. It seems to be developed this time. In the face of provocation, how can Zhou not be angry? At the outer door, he just covered the sky with one hand and walked sideways, but he was ridiculed in public. I propose to you a life and death duel, do you dare to accept it? Zhou said loudly. What? Life and death duel? It seems that Qin Yang will be killed this week. Qin Yang, you must never pick it up, you will die if you pick it up. Zhou has a backer and resources, and the practitioners of the exercises are the best, and there are many martial arts. We can't compare with the outer disciples. The outer sect disciples opened their mouths one after another. Elder Zhou frowned. He didn't expect Qin Yang to be recognized by so many people. Looks like this kid has to get rid of it. In Zhou's opinion, Qin Yang would definitely shirk and escape, and would not dare to accept it. Zhou just wanted to be imposing. Pull back around. Obviously, he miscalculated, this is exactly what Qin Yang wanted. I took it. Qin Yang said flatly, but his heart was full of joy. He can't wait to be as strong as possible this week. Everyone's eyes widened, and even Zhou thought he had heard it wrong. Time, place. Qin Yang asked, because he was afraid that Zhou would go back on it. Zhou laughed loudly, how dare you take it? Very good. I will torture you to the fullest in the duel of life and death, I will smash every inch of your bone, I will. You talk too much nonsense. Qin Yang interrupted in disgust. Zhou continued to take deep breaths to calm himself down, and said angrily, okay, time is bright. Before he could finish speaking, Elder Zhou interrupted, the time is a month later, the outer door competition. The venue is the arena of the main peak Qianzhou Peak's martial arts arena. Grandpa. I can't wait now. Zhou was not happy. Elder Zhou said meaningfully, if you put the time and place at that time, you will definitely attract a lot of attention, and you will enter the inner door in the future. Zhou immediately understood and rejoiced. If he is appreciated by the inner door elders, he will be accepted as a direct disciple. In fact, Elder Zhou has some concerns in his heart. After all, Lin You's cultivation base is clear to him. He can beat Lin You like this, but Qin Yang is unscathed. There must be something wrong. This month, he can also open a small stove for his grandson Zhou to ensure that he is safe, and at the same time, he can show his skills. The time and place were fixed, and Qin Yang was very dissatisfied. He wanted to fight immediately more than Zhou, but it took a whole month to delay. The duel of life and death was settled, and Elder Zhou led Zhou and others to turn around and leave. Wait. Qin Yang stopped. How about the medicine pill? Chapter 4 Alchemy Competition. In the medicine hall, all the outer disciples gasped. You're still thinking about medicine pills when you're about to die? Maybe it's a broken jar, and a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water? Zhou snorted coldly and said, even if I give you all the pills that you have deducted, can you still advance to the Qi-gathering realm? Qin Yang shrugged, I won't bother you if I don't advance, it's just. Word by word, what belongs to me, no one wants to take it away. Give it to him. Elder Zhou gave Qin Yang a deep look and ordered. Lin You hurriedly took out the jade bottle and handed it to Qin Yang. Qin Yang opened the jade bottle and saw that it was full of Guyuandan. At most a dozen of them have been deducted, and there are only a lot more here. My Guyuandan is ready, but what about everyone's? Qin Yang said. Qin Yang, don't go too far. Zhou said fiercely. To make an inch? Are you kidding me? I fight for the benefits that everyone should get. This is also called making an inch? Qin Yang said with a smile. The outer disciples looked at each other with anticipation written on their faces. If their medicinal pills can also be replenished, they will definitely be able to show their talents in the outer door competition a month later. However, the expressions of Elder Zhou and Zhou were obviously not intended to be given. The outer disciples can only look at Qin Yang with hope. Qin Yang will be their life-saving straw. As long as Qin Yang said a few words, their future destiny may be different. Of course Qin Yang would not disappoint everyone. He shook his head and said again and again, it's a pity, in a month, I'm afraid it will be your death. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was at a loss and couldn't understand. Oh? Elder Zhou's eyelids jumped, what do you mean by this? Qin Yang played the taste. The duel of life and death is not a trivial matter, not to mention that it has to be carried out during the grand competition of the outer sect. The elders of the inner sect and even the suzerain may be present, aren't they curious? Speaking of this, Qin Yang paused for a moment and continued, if you let them know about this life and death duel, it's because you refrained from pills, and I stood up to resist. Enough. Elder Zhou shouted angrily and said, reissue everyone's medicinal pills. Great. Qin Yang, you are a hero. You can make Elder Zhou make concessions, you are the first person in the outer door. From now on, I, Zhang Dazhuang, only follow Qin Yang's horse. Qin Yang said one, I will never say two. Me too, me too. Whatever the hearts of the people wanted, the outer disciples were all convinced. Qin Yang can only take care of himself, but he doesn't. In the duel of life and death a month later, the outer disciples hoped that Qin Yang would win. Unfortunately, there is only 1 month left. Someone sighed. Even if Qin Yang dies in battle, I will burn incense for him every year. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines, and he was intoxicated with the praise from everyone just now. How can he burn incense for himself in a blink of an eye? Lin You hesitated at this moment, his eyes dodging. Elder Zhou frowned and said, what are you still doing? Lin You whispered, no, there aren't that many pills anymore. What? Elder Zhou was furious. Have you all eaten all the medicinal pills as jelly beans? Even so, it's time for a pig to advance to the Qi-gathering realm. Lin You timidly said, the excess medicinal herbs have all been sold for exercises and martial arts. Elder Zhou's face darkened. If he didn't make up the pills, things would definitely be exposed in a month. If it can be made up, this matter can be fooled. Elder Zhou took a deep breath and said, everyone's medicinal pills should be registered first, and will be reissued slowly in the future. No. When will it be in the future? Wait until after the outer door competition? Then you should wait to die. Yes, we also urgently need to improve our strength. A day later is a huge loss. It turns out that all of our medicinal herbs have been used by you to exchange for martial arts and martial arts. You are not afraid of being punished by doing this. Qin Yang looked at all this with a smile, and today he will let Elder Zhou spit out all the medicinal pills that he has deducted. The duel of life and death has been decided, and Zhou Shi and others will definitely stop this month. Qin Yang's purpose is to let them not stop and continue to trouble him. Otherwise, how can he continue to copy the exercises and martial arts, and how can he be promoted to the Qi gathering realm? Do you really have to wait a month? Therefore, he has to press forward step by step. If you don't have medicinal pills, you can make medicinal pills. As far as I know, Elder Zhou is an alchemist himself, right? Qin Yang smiled and said, even if there are no finished pills in the medicine hall, there are still a lot of herbs. With the strength of the elders, I'm afraid it won't take a day to supplement the medicine pills of the disciples, right? You want me to make medicine pills for these outer disciples? Are you ordering me? Elder Zhou looked cold. No, the elders have misunderstood. How dare I order the elders? I'm just making suggestions for the elders and pointing the way. Qin Yang Yu said. Elder Zhou was furious, but regretted that the duel of life and death had been postponed until a month later. How good would it be to kill this kid right away? Practice, he will lose all face. If you don't practice, who knows what else Qin Yang can do? I originally thought I could control everything, but because of the little Qin Yang. Dilemma. Anyway, you are also a dying person, why should I care about you? Elder Zhou chuckled and said, it's just that this alchemy is not trivial, even if it is a first-order medicinal pill, Guyu and Dan, refining so many, it is impossible for one day. Finish. Qin Yang blinked and said, is it difficult to make alchemy? Elder Zhou sneered and said, ignorant child, do you understand alchemy? Qin Yang shrugged and said, what's so strange about the first-order pills, I can refine them with my eyes closed. And it's definitely better than yours. What? Qin Yang can also make alchemy? Impossible, although it is true that the first-order medicinal pill refining body can be refined, it only needs to use a special pill furnace. But human energy is limited. At the beginning of cultivation, where will you focus your energy on pill refining? Looking at Qin Yang's cultivation level, if he can make alchemy again, isn't he an evildoer? Elder Zhou laughed as if he had heard a joke. Zhou Shi and the others also laughed and leaned back and forth. Qin Yang, don't flash your tongue when you talk big. Zhou Shi laughed, you are reckless because you only have 1 month to live, so you don't have any scruples? Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, don't judge me with your eyes, I'm not the same as you. Since you are so confident, why don't you compare yourself with me? Elder Zhou said, I have a pill furnace specially used by disciples in the body refining realm, and I also use this kind of pill furnace. Guyuan Dan, how is it? Shameless. Elder Zhou is a cultivator of the Sea of Qi, and his inner Qi is like a sea, and his spiritual sense is also very powerful. And Qin Yang has nothing, so it's more embarrassing than trying a pill? Although they are all made of special pill furnaces, it doesn't make any difference to Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou's expression was also a little unbearable, and he said again, you and I are refining pills at the same time, as long as you can refine them, even if you win. I just don't sleep, I don't eat or drink, and I have to make up everyone's pills. How? It's a deal. Qin Yang laughed. Elder Zhou changed his voice and said, "If you can't make it." Qin Yang said directly, "I don't want my own bottle of Xuanhuan. And the matter of life and death duel will never be related to the deduction of medicinal pills." Okay. Elder Zhou's eyes lit up. Chapter 5 Is Alchemy difficult? The refining materials for the first-order medicinal pill, Xuanhuan, were prepared and placed on the table, 2 copies per person. Even the most advanced alchemist can't guarantee that every potion will be successful. What's more, the pill stove uses a special pill stove. No need for infuriating activation, as long as the spirit stone is installed, it can automatically run. But this is a great test of the monk's control of the heat. Whether there is spirituality will be crucial. This is also the reason why all the outer disciples couldn't help but scold Elder Zhou for being shameless. At the same time, this is also the reason why the disciples in the body refinement realm don't learn alchemy at all. Only in the Qi gathering realm can you awaken your spiritual sense, and starting to learn alchemy early will get twice the result with half the effort. Wouldn't it be better to hurry up to cultivate and make breakthroughs as soon as possible? If you admit defeat now, you won't be too embarrassed. Zhou said disdainfully. Dare to compete with his grandfather in alchemy? Simply ignorant. It's embarrassing, I don't know who it is. Qin Yang laughed. Would you like to prepare a few more materials for you? Again, as long as you can make it once, you will be considered a winner. Elder Zhou was calm, and there was no suspense in this alchemy competition. No, if you are ready, let's start. Qin Yang urged. Everyone was stunned. My God, he's actually waiting for Elder Zhou to be ready? Up to now, he is still so calm, could it be that he is really good at alchemy? If he really knows how to make alchemy, even if the outer sect loses the competition and fails to enter the top 3, he is still qualified enough to join the inner sect. Zhou Cheng angrily said, why should I prepare? Let's get started. After all, Elder Zhou buckled the spirit stone on the special pill furnace, the formation was activated, and the fire of the pill furnace slowly rose. While doing this, Elder Zhou paid attention to Qin Yang. Seeing Qin Yang's movements, his heart suddenly sank. I saw that Qin Yang also started the pill furnace, and his actions were not unfamiliar at all. Our outer disciples don't have much chance to come into contact with the special pill furnace. How can Qin Yang be so skilled? Looking at his actions are very casual, he is exactly the same as Elder Zhou. Is he already skilled enough to be the same as Elder Zhou? Facing the speculations of others, Qin Yang felt happy. In front of the Invincible Copy System, this is not worth mentioning at all. At this time, it's just a copy of the action, what's so strange? What he really wants to do is, the refining is faster than Elder Zhou, and the quality of the medicine pill is better. Waiting quietly for a while, when the pill furnace was heated, Elder Zhou moved and threw the same materials into the pill furnace. Ding! Copy the first-order Xuanhuan refining formula and automatically upgrade it to the perfect formula. Ding! Copy the first-order Xuanhuan refining method and automatically upgrade to the pinnacle. Qin Yang was quite surprised by the 2 prompt sounds, followed by a surprise. The Invincible Copy System will improve the proficiency of refining techniques. Qin Yang has already prepared for this, but the recipe can be optimized? I am afraid that the only fly in the ointment is that copying the formula and techniques will not help to improve the realm. Advanced requirements still need to copy the exercises and martial arts. Qin Yang also moved, and all the same materials were thrown into the pill furnace, and the system copied it, and in the eyes of others, there was not even a blink of an eye. Therefore, the scene is like the inside and outside of a mirror. Qin Yang and Elder Zhou move in synchrony, and they are not bad at all. My God! He really knows how to make alchemy. It looks like it's no worse than Elder Zhou. The outer sect disciple exploded the pot, and his face was full of surprise and surprise. If Qin Yang can win, it will be an epic victory for the outer disciples. Zhou Shi and the others were quite frightened. How could Qin Yang be so evil? Lin Yao snorted and said to himself, "It's not easy to say that this kid is not easy. It's Zhou Shi who picked the wrong target to kill chickens and set an example. I'll see how Zhou Shi will accept it. No, I'm on the side of Zhou Shi." Compared with the onlookers, Elder Zhou couldn't be more calm at this time. It is even said that it has set off a storm. Just now, he was afraid that Qin Yang would still learn by stealing, and deliberately made a slight mistake in the dosage. For himself, he could still refine it into a pill, but for Qin Yang, if he still learned stealthily, he would definitely lose. But the amount Qin Yang used was flawless, not bad at all. The most important thing is that Qin Yang's movements are smooth, and some steps are even ahead of him. How can that be? Elder Zhou's hands couldn't stop trembling. When he saw the dosage of Qin Yang's last few herbs, Elder Zhou calmed down a little, and he was relieved. "Humph, I said that you really know how to make pills, so it turns out that you are just blind. Those herbs are very important, and they can't be worse. I have refined countless pills of this level, and Qin Yang's dosage is doomed to fail." At this point, Elder Zhou no longer cared about Qin Yang, and concentrated on refining his own medicinal pills. After all, he made small moves before, and now he has to concentrate on ending. Everyone held their breaths and waited quietly. Time is passing slowly. After a while, it wasn't just anyone who yelled, "It's done. It's done." Immediately afterwards, the medicine hall became lively. Elder Zhou was taken aback and said angrily, "Cultivation of alchemy is inevitable, why make a fuss? It disturbed my alchemy." Before I finished speaking, I realized that it turned out that the done that others said was not him, but Qin Yang. Qin Yang took the lead in forming a pill, and in the pill furnace lay a crystal clear and milky pill. The fragrance of the medicine is overflowing, and looking at the quality of this medicinal pill, it is so perfect that no one has ever seen such a grade of Xuanhuan. Elder Zhou couldn't help trembling all over. Inadvertently, the last step of alchemy was wrong, and a burnt smell came from his alchemy furnace. Elder Zhou looked at the pill furnace in front of Qin Yang with dull eyes, and repeated inconceivably, "Exquisite, extreme." In the medicine hall, there was an uproar. There are 7 grades of medicinal herbs, and each grade is further divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. Among them, skilled alchemists can refine middle-grade medicine pills. Top-level alchemists can refine high-grade pills. The best quality can be met but not sought. This requires not even just the technique, but the recipe. Fuck. Qin Yang really didn't let me down, I knew he would succeed. Fuck you, when did you say he could do it? You were the one who said burning incense earlier. Qin Yang. You are the best. The body refining realm is complete, refining the first order medicinal herbs, and defeating the elders of the Sea of Qi. This section will eventually be recorded in the history of the sect. A month later, Qin Yang will also win. We have confidence in you. Qin Yang looked at the top-quality Xuanhuan with satisfaction, smacked his lips, and said in his heart, "It's a pity, Xuanhuan can strengthen the body and help with cultivation. But I don't need it at all." Looking at the burnt-smelling pill stove next door, Qin Yang stretched out his hand and fanned in front of his nose, and said with a puzzled face, "Elder Zhou failed to concoct pills? Strange, is pill concocting difficult? Isn't it difficult to make alchemy? My God, is this Qin Yang really a monster? Extreme quality, even the most advanced alchemist in the sect can't make it, right?" When Elder Zhou heard this, he was furious, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out, and his body was shaky. "Grandpa." Zhou Shi's expression changed, and he quickly stepped forward to help. Qin Yang let out a sigh and said slowly, don't forget the previous agreement, you must refine the disciples' medicinal pills without sleep, without eating or drinking. Unfortunately, your level of pill-making is too low. Hearing this sentence, Elder Zhou couldn't bear it any longer. He rolled his eyes and fainted. All the outer sect disciples looked at Qin Yang with enthusiasm. They have witnessed the birth of a miracle. In contrast, they still need to prepare for the outer door competition in a month, and Qin Yang's entry into the inner door is already a certainty. Qin Yang glanced at the audience, and his eyes stayed on Li Xiaoqian, who was also shocked and opened his mouth wide. "Account, it's time to settle, now, it's your turn." Chapter 6, But You Are Not Worthy. As the focus of the audience, who Qin Yang looked at naturally became the focus. This Qin Yang. Could it be that he is interested in Li Xiaoqian? On the bar with Zhou Shi, could it be that the strong man turned into a red face when he was angry? It's human nature to express yourself in front of your loved one. Li Xiaoqian has never received such attention from the public before. At this time, listening to the words of other outer disciples, her whole body is a little fluttering, her legs are weak and she can't stand up. If I can have a generous embrace for myself at this time, it would be perfect. Li Xiaoqian thought. Obviously, this embrace can no longer be Zhou Shi. Li Xiaoqian's charming eyes are full of spring and affection. There are so many disciples in the outer sect, but she is the only one who is favored by Zhou Shi, and she is still very confident in her appearance. Seeing Qin Yang walking slowly step by step, Li Xiaoqian even guessed what the plot would be next. People are not ready yet, you are too direct. Li Xiaoqian pretended to be shy, kneading the corners of her clothes with both hands. Qin Yang's face was stunned, looking at Li Xiaoqian's demeanor, he felt disgusted. Reaching out, he gently spit out 2 words, "Bring it." Li Xiaoqian knew what to bring, so she held the jade pendant hanging around her neck with both hands and pressed it tightly to her chest, and said in a crisp voice, "I really like this jade pendant, and I will definitely treasure it." Qin Yang frowned and was not angry, but Li Xiaoqian spoke again. "I was wrong before, I should have told you directly. It's all your fault. You are so low-key on weekdays. Who would have thought that you would be so powerful?" Li Xiaoqian looked at Qin Yang with a peach color in her eyes. Defeat Lin Yo with 1 punch, surpassing Elder Zhou in alchemy. Such people will definitely be vigorously cultivated in the sect. How can the future be comparable to Zhou Shi? Qin Yang held back his vomit and reiterated, "Bring it." Li Xiaoqian pouted, took off the jade pendant reluctantly, and took it out honestly, with some expectation in her eyes. Qin Yang took the jade pendant and his eyes lit up. It was the first time he had seen this family heirloom jade pendant in his travels to the present. He never expected this jade pendant to be so beautiful. The whole body is flawless, white as crystal, and the hand is gentle. This jade pendant is shaped like a dragon, vivid, and if you have good eyesight, you can see every scale. If it is magnified 100 times or 1,000 times, this is simply a living dragon. The only fly in the ointment, I'm afraid, is the eyes. The eyes are blank and there is no expression. The finishing touch? Qin Yang thought of an idiom and hurriedly shook his head. Such a beautiful jade pendant can't be made indiscriminately. Li Xiaoqian said quietly, "You must be interested in me, and you want to give me the family jade pendant in person, right?" Qin Yang couldn't help laughing, looked at Li Xiaoqian playfully, raised the jade pendant in his hand, and said, "Do you like it?" Li Xiaoqian nodded again and again, excited to be promoted to immortal. In such a large audience, she guessed that Qin Yang was going to woo her, and Li Xiaoqian felt very happy. "If you like it, just say it, why bother?" Qin Yang said again. Li Xiaoqian's face was full of grievances like a little daughter, and she stomped her feet lightly. "I hate it. People didn't know about it before." "Do you really want it?" Qin Yang asked. Li Xiaoqian looked shy, if you're willing to give it to me, I promise you anything. Alas, the heroes from ancient times have been saddened by the beauty pass. It's really enviable, with strength and talent, and now there are beauties too. It's also an outer disciple, how come the gap is so big? Outer sect disciples were envious, jealous, but also convinced. But Qin Yang's voice changed. Li Xiaoqian's heart tightened and she said, I know what you are thinking, but you are not afraid of Zhou at all. You have done this for me, what else is there to do? Speaking of this, Li Xiaoqian has regarded herself as Qin Yang's person, and continued, you have proved yourself and you are worthy of me. After we enter the inner door, this elder Zhou is not worth mentioning at all. Qin Yang couldn't bear it anymore, and said, but, you're not worthy. In the medicine hall, there was silence, and the needles could be heard. As he spoke, Qin Yang wiped the jade pendant on his dirty robe, as if it had been soiled by something disgusting before. This reversal is too powerful. I just said, how could Qin Yang see the plaything from last week? Before, what kind of strong man was angry with his face, and the hero was saddened by the beauty, what did he say? You really slipped faster than anyone else. Li Xiaoqian's face was pale, and she stared at Qin Yang incredulously. Did I hear it wrong? You must be trying to conquer me completely, that's what you said on purpose, right? Bah! Disgusting! Qin Yang broke out and said angrily, what are you? With your beauty, at best, you can only follow Zhou. You like my family heirloom jade pendant, and you can make Zhou Qian in one sentence. Come and snatch it. You are no better than Zhou, you are really a nest of snakes and rats. It's extremely dirty. Well, scolded. We can't get used to this little green tea for a long time. Relying on her own beauty, she is tired of Zhou every day, and she is doing good things to us, and she has done all the bad things on weekdays. That's right. This person has a filth from the depths of his soul, and he is the same outer disciple as him. Shame. Hey. This senior brother, what you said is a bit too much. Didn't you think about Li Xiaoqian before? That's me, can Qin Yang be like me? That's true. The wall is pushed down by everyone, and he doesn't do good things on weekdays, and he has deep grievances. Originally, the outer disciples were worried that Qin Yang might like Li Xiaoqian, but now it seems impossible, who would be merciful? Li Xiaoqian was so ashamed that she could not wait to find a mouse hole to get into. It turns out that all the previous conjectures were all her self-indulgence. Li Xiaoqian trembled, stared at Qin Yang, and said, you really don't mean anything to me? I'll give you one more chance. If you open up and explain everything, I don't have to care about you. Otherwise, you'll never want to chase after you. Qin Yang shook his head speechlessly, this person is really stuck in his own world and can't extricate himself. Stop dreaming, even if you are a maid for me, you are not qualified. Qin Yang said contemptuously. Li Xiaoqian's eyes were red, and she finally thought of Zhou, who was crying at this time. Li Hua ran over with the rain, senior brother, he bullied me. Get the hell out of here. Zhou was so angry that his whole body burned, especially when Li Xiaoqian was about to fall into Qin Yang's arms just now. With such a spontaneity, how could he treat Li Xiaoqian like he did before? While I'm still sensible, you'd better disappear as soon as possible. Zhou hated his teeth. Li Xiaoqian was stunned. In the end, both sides were empty. Where does she have any face left? Embarrassed and ran away. Qin Yang's eyes met Zhou, and there seemed to be a dangerous spark in the air. Qin Yang, we're not done with this. Zhou's voice seemed to come out between his teeth. It's already been a life and death duel, what else do you want to do? Qin Yang smiled with a deep meaning in his eyes. You will definitely die in a month, but before that. Zhou didn't finish his sentence, but he didn't hide his threat. This is exactly what Qin Yang wants. At this time, Qin Yang pretended to be afraid, full of exaggeration. Oh, people are so afraid. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yang couldn't help laughing and walked away. The outer sect disciples also burst into laughter, which is really happy. As soon as they exited the gate of the medicine hall, an outer sect disciple trotted over. Qin Yang, you can make me look good. Huh? Qin Yang was puzzled for a while. He didn't know the person very well, so he didn't know why he was looking for him. The disciple was out of breath, changed his breath, and said, "You took the task of the mission hall to clean the Qianhufeng mountain gate, but you were lazy and slippery, and didn't do any work at all." The deacon of the mission hall was furious, and said, "Who would find you? Just reward you for not doing anything for a month." Ah? Qin Yang was dumbfounded and hurriedly searched for his memory. The task that he received, and the appearance of a black-faced man, appeared in his mind. Damn it. It's over. Qin Yang slapped his forehead abruptly, and hurriedly rushed to the mission hall. Chapter 7. Mission Hall, where missions are issued. In the inner sect disciple quest hall, you can earn quest points by doing quests, which can be directly exchanged for various resources. The task of the outer sect disciple task hall, to put it bluntly, is voluntary labor. The sect provides a training ground and basic resources, and the outer sect disciples need to complete tasks in return. Different from the inner door mission hall task, you can take it if you want, don't take it if you don't want to. The tasks of the outer sect mission hall are either you take it or not. Moreover, if you take it, you must do it, and if you don't do it well, you can't do it. It's impossible to get away with it. The black-faced manager of the mission hall can't rub the sand in his eyes. I'm here. Qin Yang shouted and ran into the mission hall. In the task hall, the outer disciples were handing over tasks, one after another. When they saw Qin Yang, they were all overjoyed. It's a good show to watch now. The main peaks mission is not something that everyone can take over. How dare you not do it? It's really daring. The other tasks are nothing more than cheating and cheating. The task of this main peak is to clean the mountain gate. TSK. This Qin Yang will have to be skinned if he doesn't die today. Qin Yang's scalp was numb after hearing the crowd's comments, mainly because the dark-faced manager left too much psychological shadow on the original owner in his memory. Yo, Master Qin is here? The black-faced steward raised his head and laughed. Sure enough, it's dark enough. Qin Yang heard the Yin and Yang's strange voice, and his back was cold. What do you have to say? The black-faced steward raised Erlang's legs, and he didn't need to be stern. With his black-faced face, who wouldn't panic? That. Qin Yang stroked his thoughts. This black-faced steward usually does things upright. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. In the face of such a person, telling the truth is the best way. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, "It's not that I want to be lazy, it's true that things happen for a reason." The black-faced steward folded his hands and looked like he was listening to the story. Come and listen. The other outer disciples also stopped what they were doing and pricked up their ears. The outer gate mission hall is a place where talents come out in large numbers. If the disciples lied, the mainland secrets of the wandering poets would not be able to catch up. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, "This is a long story. Let's make a long story short." No. You just go ahead and talk, don't worry. The black-faced steward grabbed a handful of melon seeds from nowhere, and the skins of the seeds flew everywhere. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. This black-faced manager is just like this, and the rest of you who are watching the fun also moved to the small bench, which is too much. Then what? I was about to do a mission. Just after getting off Hupao Peak, before reaching Qianzhou Peak, I was ambushed by Zhoushi and others. They killed me, stole my jade pendant, and dragged me to the back mountain to be buried. Everyone listened with relish, and even the black-faced man was very surprised. Why? Because of a jade pendant? The outer disciple asked. Of course not, it's to kill the chickens and warn the monkeys. Qin Yang continued to tell the whole story. When it comes to fighting with Sun Mu, everyone has begun to disbelieve. As for the later battle with Lin Yo in the medicine hall and the competition for alchemy, everyone lost interest. Although what you said seems to be true, it's too ridiculous. You can beat that guy Lin Yo? And a life and death duel? You know how to make alchemy? Did you defeat Elder Zhou? I originally followed the previous line of thinking. It's okay if you say something reliable, but this time it's better. Did you get carried away with the storytelling? The black-faced steward pondered and said, everything you said is reasonably credible. But, you? You can't do it. The black-faced butler shook his head. Qin Yang spread his hands. If you can't do it, you won't know if you ask. There's no need to panic about this. Everyone looked at each other, if this is true. Soon, a new outer disciple came to take over the task, who happened to be someone who had experienced everything in the medicine hall before. Seeing Qin Yang, he hurriedly ran over, praised by both a hero and a big brother, and shouted from the left as a senior brother and a junior brother. How can you tolerate this? The eyes of everyone looking at Qin Yang changed, full of awe. This is the strong respect. Qin Yang was in the outer sect, and he was already considered the strongest among his disciples. The black-faced steward took a deep look at Qin Yang, and suddenly asked, Where's Sun Mu? You only said that you would fight him. Qin Yang smiled lightly. What do you think? Everyone gasped, although Qin Yang didn't admit it directly, so as not to cause trouble. But Sun Mu's fate, who could not have imagined? Well, yes, your reason is established. The black-faced steward nodded. Qin Yang's heart was relieved, and then he raised it again. But that doesn't mean you can go unpunished. The black-faced steward thought for a while, and said, Your previous task was to clean the Qianzhufeng mountain gate, and now you are punished to clean it together with the road of the 1,000 bamboo peaks, from the bottom of the mountain to the mountain gate. It will last a month. What? Qin Yang was stunned and swept from the foot of the mountain to the gate, which would take at least half a day. Hey, poor, in the end, it's still a black face, and it's so ruthless. So the facts tell us that no matter what happens, the mission must be completed. If you die, you must complete the mission before you die. What? Not convinced? The black-faced steward raised his mouth. This is just the punishment you should receive, not one of the daily tasks that outer sect disciples need to complete. In other words, you still need to take tasks every day. Including, today. The black-faced steward looked around, looked at the many outer disciples who had accepted the mission, and said slowly, You don't seem to be used to it? All the outer sect disciples moved in unison, shaking their heads again and again. Why? Qin Yang was furious. If that was the case, where would he have any time for himself? Fortunately, this is me. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even have time to cultivate this month. But this month is crucial. The outer door competition decides everyone's future destiny. Do you have an opinion? The black-faced steward narrowed his eyes. Senior brother Qin Yang, you can't contradict the steward, and contradicting you will only make it worse. Yes, maybe he will punish you later. Several outer disciples whispered. But Qin Yang just refused to accept it. Yes, and it's huge. Qin Yang said word by word. It's over. This black-faced manager doesn't even dare to provoke Elder Zhou. How dare Qin Yang talk to him like that? Elder Zhou has to walk around when he sees this black-faced manager. This black-faced manager is not an ordinary person. It seems that people who have seen Dark Hidden Peak have come here before. They are disciples of the Discipline Hall. They are very respectful to this black-faced manager. The black-faced steward looked at Qin Yang quietly, and said, "What if I tell you the reason and convince you? I'll do it myself. No more complaints." Qin Yang said, "What if I still don't accept it? Then this month, I will help you with your tasks. Including cleaning the mountain gate," said the black-faced steward. My God! The black-faced steward has always only checked the tasks of the disciples. That's not doing any work at all. To say that, it's a lot of money. Disagree. 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 Some disciples from the outer sect coaxed and asked the black-face to do the work, especially cleaning the mountain gate, which was even stranger than a sow climbing a tree. Huh? The black-faced steward glared, and all the disciples quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. "I'm all ears," Qin Yang said. Chapter 8. See you in the mountains. Okay, then I'll tell you. The black-faced steward stood up abruptly, and everyone felt that their eyes were blurred, and they came to Qin Yang in an instant. Qin Yang was startled. This strength seems a bit terrifying. At least Elder Zhou couldn't do such a teleportation. The bone age is 16, the strength of the body is perfect, and the martial arts practice has reached the pinnacle. And he has practiced more than one martial skill. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at the black-faced manager as if looking at a monster, looking at Qin Yang more like seeing a monster. Just looking at it like this, what's the details? Who is this black-faced manager? And that Qin Yang, who has practiced more than one kind of martial arts. He has reached the pinnacle? Isn't that impossible? Isn't martial arts already a genius after being perfected? How could someone have trained martial arts to the pinnacle? Qin Yang's eyelids jumped when he heard it, and he denied it. "I don't understand what you mean." The black-faced butler grinned, his white teeth contrasted sharply with the complexion on his face. "When you practice martial arts to a certain point, you will have a breath when you walk, and you can't hide this kind of breath until you reach the Grandmaster realm. Of. Qin Yang sniffed and smelled his left and right armpits. "Breathe?" The black-faced steward said again, "Don't worry, this kind of breath can only be seen by the master above the realm, and..." The black-faced steward frowned and said, "Don't smell it, it's not a smell." "Oh, so what?" Qin Yang asked. "Do you know what that means?" Qin Yang shook his head. "This means that you are a genius," the black-faced steward said seriously. Qin Yang laughed and said, "That's natural. Young and arrogant is a common problem of every young genius. Without a family, it means that you are free from restraints and scruples. In the outer door of a small sect, you don't have a sense of belonging at all, and you lack correct guidance." The smile on Qin Yang's face stopped and he said stiffly, "Are you saying that I lack discipline? Now or not, but not necessarily in the future." The black-faced steward showed a memory and said, "I have seen too many geniuses go astray, and developed a surly character early." Deficit. It turns out that the black-faced manager is so well-intentioned. He is cultivating Qin Yang. It's a chance to be valued by a black-faced manager. Although I don't know the origin of this black-faced manager. Qin Yang's expression relaxed. It turned out that the black-faced manager was worried about him, but did he need to worry? With your aptitude, no one in this small Qian zone can hold you down. The body refinement stage is only the foundation of cultivation, and there is still a long way to go. Although you and Zhou sure have a life-and-death duel, breaking through the qi gathering state is no longer a matter of practicing hard or not. Awakening spiritual thoughts all depend on chance and talent. I seem to punish you for cleaning the mountain gate, but in fact, I want you to step by step, sharpen your mind, so that you can settle down. Maybe you can break through by sweeping it? The way of cultivation, remember to be impatient. If you don't polish it, no matter how good it is, you can't become a good jade. Like Tang monk chanting scriptures, Qin Yang's brain was about to explode. The outer sect disciples looked at the black-faced steward with admiration on their faces, and what was more, wanted to apprentice on the spot. The black-faced manager looked like he was used to it, and said, "I never accept apprentices, or I have a lot of apprentices." Contradictory words so that everyone can not understand. The black-faced manager didn't explain, he laughed and said, "If you have the ability, we will meet in another place in the future." Another place? The inner door? Shouldn't it? Could it be that the black-faced manager is someone from another sect? If it is, it must be an expert, but why is he in our Qianing sect now? Qin Yang's face was helpless, everyone was convinced, but he still refused. But this dissatisfaction can't be said, and I can't tell others that I came from transmigration, and my Xinqing is already very mature, right? What's more, the image of the black-faced manager has grown taller in everyone's heart, and it has a mysterious color. Qin Yang's mood at this time is like a dumb person eating coptis, and he can't tell if he is suffering. How is it? Are you convinced? The black-faced steward asked. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, but on the surface he could only bow his hands, and reluctantly said, "Take it. To obey is to obey, and if you don't accept it, you don't obey." What do you mean by BA? The black-faced steward frowned. Qin Yang pouted and bit out a word, "Serve." The black-faced manager is still persistent, and he said earnestly, "Don't think that your aptitude is already great, in my opinion, you are still too far behind." Yes, the boy will definitely practice more diligently in the future. Qin Yang said quickly, "Well, since that is the case, then I will take another task today, and I will do it immediately after cleaning the mountain gate." In this mission hall, Qin Yang really doesn't want to stay for a moment, this black-faced manager, he doesn't want to see each other again. After taking a random task of collecting herbs, Qin Yang left directly. The black-faced manager was hesitant to say anything. Originally, he wanted to. But Qin Yang didn't seem to have listened to his words. It seemed that he still had to investigate and test again. Check. Taking out an exquisite jade token, the black-faced steward frowned slightly and took it back. When the sharp-eyed outer disciples saw it, they hurriedly asked, "Steward, what is your jade token? What are you doing to make it?" The black-faced steward waved his hand and said, "When you will reach Qin Yang's level, ask me again. Isn't it that the body refining realm is complete, we can't reach it?" That's right, I am afraid that among us, there are already monks who have completed the cultivation realm. The black-faced steward said, "I'm referring to the practice of martial arts, to the pinnacle." Suddenly, everyone stopped talking. At the foot of Qianhufeng mountain, Qin Yang looked up at the road up the mountain with a broom on his back, his face getting more and more ugly. What's the use of talking so much nonsense? Didn't you change the method to let me work? Qin Yang couldn't help but scolded secretly, and could only clean it step by step. Yo, isn't this Qin Yang, the genius of the outer door? Why, are you still sweeping the stairs? The yin and yang strange voice sounded, it was one of Zhou Shi's dog legs, Zhang Hu. Qin Yang kept moving his hands and said, "Want to fight?" Zhang Hu's face stiffened, and he couldn't help but take a half step back. "It's impossible to fight with you, I'm just here to send a message. If you have something to say, hurry up and let your fart go," Qin Yang said. Zhang Hu's face turned ruthless, but he quickly calmed down and said, "I'll meet you in the mountains tonight at midnight." Qin Yang was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. What? Are you afraid? Zhang Hu recalled the rhetoric you prepared all the way, no matter what, he had to provoke Qin Yang to go there. But at this time only the beginning has been said, and the rest are useless. Don't worry, I will definitely go, but your words are very problematic. What's the problem? The time and place are there, but there are people who are going to do something, you have to explain it? Even if it is a trap, at least you have to show a decent panic, you stupid 8 words, changed ordinary people who are so rude to you? Zhanghu's face was flushed, and he said angrily, as long as you dare to come. How? Kill me? Qin Yang was not afraid at all. He was really looking forward to Zhousher and the doglegs to set a trap for him. If there are a lot of people, it would not be a problem to break through the Qi-gathering realm on the spot. Zhanghu's expression changed, and he smiled strangely. That's not true, this may be a good thing for you. After speaking, Zhanghu turned around and left. Huh? Strange. Qin Yang was confused. He looked back at the unreachable mountain gate, sighed heavily, and could only continue to sweep the floor. Too many things happened today. When Qin Yang finished sweeping the ground, it was already dark. Damn, there is still one task to do, and I have to go to the back mountain. Huh? It's on the way. Qin Yang packed up and walked towards the back mountain. Chapter 9 Beauty Bathing. Black Moonflower? Qin Yang took out the task list and had a headache looking at the name of the herb. Hayuewa, the medicinal materials needed to refine the second-grade medicinal herbs. It grows in the damp shade of the forest and is shaped like a crescent moon. It is named because of the silver glow in the dark, like a small moon. The reason why Qin Yang had a headache was because the Hayuehua said that it was easy to find, and that it was quite difficult to find if it was difficult to find. Looking up at the silver-like moon, Qin Yang sighed. The black moonflower will only emit light in the dark night when you can't reach your fingers. If there is a little light, the whole herb is as dark as mud, and you can't see it if you are blind. The back mountain is so big and the moon is so round, where can I find Hayuewa? By the way, Zhousher's dog-legged only said that we will meet in the back mountain. What's so special? Qin Yang's head is full of black lines, and there is nothing that can go smoothly. Qianyinzong Haushan does not refer to a certain mountain, but a collective name for a mountain range other than the three major mountain peaks. Among the sects, monks often go into the mountains to hunt monsters. Over time, the monsters in the back mountains seem to have been killed, and there are a few of them, all of which are low-level monsters, and they are reserved as a test place for outer disciples. It's too early, look for herbs first. Based on the topography of the back mountain and his memories, and his understanding of the black moonflower, Qin Yang identified several places where the black moonflower might grow. Baiyutan doesn't seem to be within the range of the back mountains, it's already considered the boundary of an Yin peak. Qin Yang hesitated for a while, but decided to go to Baiyutan first. The bright moonlight made Qin Yang's task infinitely more difficult, but it also illuminated the road between the mountains, making the road much easier to walk. Whenever he saw a dark place, Qin Yang hurried over and looked down. There were countless piles of weeds, but the black moonflower did not see a single one. There is Baiyutan in front, I hope there will be there. Thinking of the black face in charge of affairs, Qin Yang has an extremely headache. If the task is not completed, who knows what the guy will talk about. Huh? It smells so good, what does it taste like? Just under a giant tree near Baiyutan Lake, Qin Yang was about to look down, but he smelled a strange fragrance in his nose. It's like a floral scent, but it's refreshing and exciting. Follow the scent to the other side of the giant tree, where a pile of clothes is placed on the stone beside the tree. White veil robe, pink. Women's clothes? A strange color flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and he couldn't help but smell it again, it was really fragrant. There was a faint sound of water flowing in his ears, and Qin Yang's expression was complicated. In the middle of the night, who is taking a bath here? Qin Yang was extremely entangled in his heart, but his legs didn't obey him for a while, and he slowly approached the water pool. I just take a glance, just a glance. Qin Yang persuaded himself, if the other party was an old lady, wouldn't it be a big loss? Another sound of water came, and Qin Yang followed the sound, and this time, he almost glared his eyes out. Like a mermaid, it emerged from the water and slowly walked towards the shore. The curvaceous curves are extremely hot, and the flawless skin can be broken by blowing. The long hair was wet and scattered on the snow-white fragrant shoulders. Qin Yang's heart was pounding, and his whole body was like petrification. He grasped the clothes tightly with both hands. This is the clothes of that exquisite beauty. The scent in his nose was like fire poison, making Qin Yang's blood boil. This is not over yet. The superb beauty did not realize that everything about herself had been exposed to the eyes of the strange man. She turned around and bent over to wash her hair. The clean back is completely exposed, and inside that mysterious curve. Qin Yang took a deep breath and almost suffocated. It's almost 360 degrees without dead ends, to see all. It's over. This girl is so stunning, she's definitely not from the outside world. When she found out that I was peeking, she had to kill me. Qin Yang wanted to leave quickly, but his unsatisfactory legs seemed to be rooted, his eyes were out of control, and he didn't even blink. Perfect profile, looks about my age. Qin Yang hurriedly shook his head, scolding himself for being useless. What was he thinking about? He pinched his thighs hard, but fortunately he finally regained control of his body. Just as he was about to sneak away, a wolf howl came from his ear. Monster! Qin Yang hurriedly bent down and followed the voice. By the side of Baiyutan Lake, a greenwood wolf demon appeared at some point. It's just a low-level monster, equivalent to a human body refining realm. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Then it was brought up again. The stunning girl also found the wolf demon, and immediately rushed over. The graceful snow-white figure fought with the demon wolf, and in a few rounds, the wolf demon was directly killed. Dare to peek at the old lady taking a bath? Kill it first, then come back and peel your skin. Lu Mingyu wrinkled her nose, jumped a few steps, and plunged into the pool again. Qin Yang opened his mouth wide. He was lucky to see such a scenery. But this girl is too sturdy. Qin Yang, who didn't want to die and didn't want to be peeled off, of course he had to quickly apply oil to the soles of his feet. Just as he turned around and wanted to put the clothes back where they were, the crisp silver bell sound came from his ears. Have you seen enough? Lu Mingyu did not know when she had appeared behind Qin Yang. What she never dreamed of was that besides the demon wolf, there was actually a living person peeping. No. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said that. After speaking, he quickly gave himself a mouth and changed his voice. I didn't see it. I don't understand what you said. Don't understand? Lu Mingyu's eyes showed murderous intent, especially her clothes were in the other's arms. Ding. Copy the opponent's practice method Bingxin art, and the opponent's current realm gathers Qi. Higher than the host's rank, the exercises are automatically replicated, but do not improve the host's realm. Ding. Copying the opponent's martial skill Breeze Willow Palm technique, beyond the host's level, the martial skill will be automatically copied, and the proficiency level will be the pinnacle, but it will not improve the host's realm. This is a step-by-step copy. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. In an instant, he felt that his body was incomparably agile, and at the same time he had mastered a palm technique. It's a pity that he was only in the body refinement realm and couldn't have more feelings. No. This is a shot against me. Almost instantly, Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat. The instinct to turn around is to slap the past. The two palms collided, and the stunning girl didn't take a step back, but Qin Yang's entire body moved 3 feet back. Lu Mingyu looked stunned. This guy could actually stop his sneak attack? Qin Yang was also stunned. The other party's clothes, including his daughter's underwear, were all in his arms. At this time, the other party was completely. For a time, Qin Yang forgot his numb hand, his painful arm. Ah! Lu Mingyu obviously realized something, screamed, performed the wind-chasing step, and hit him with another palm. Ding! Copy the opponent's body and martial arts, chasing the wind, and automatically improve to the pinnacle. Reckless fight is inevitable, and the other party is at least in the Qi gathering realm. I didn't expect that I could react with the previous palm, and I didn't use all my strength, but this palm. Qin Yang roared, chasing the wind. Just turn around and run. Running and looking back. In Qin Yang's view, he is only concerned about the other party's movements all the time, for fear that the other party will catch up with him. Well, that's right, just that, no other idea. But from Lu Mingyu's point of view, this little thief is still peeking at him again and again. For a while, I hurried to cover it up, but I covered the top but missed the bottom, and I covered the bottom and the top but. Even if the realm is in the late stage of the qi-gathering realm, the body already has true qi, but it is so obstructive that it can't catch up for a while. Chapter 10, Fragrant War. Beauty, this is just a misunderstanding. Qin Yang shouted loudly, I am a disciple of Qianning sect's outer sect. I have received a task to pick black moonflowers. I didn't know you were bathing here. Lu Mingyu's shy blush died to the roots of her ears, and she scolded, Stop, die. How dare Qin Yang stop? He took out the task list and said, Look, I have a task list here, it's really a misunderstanding. Even if you are the suzerain of Qianning sect today, you can't save you. Lu Mingyu said fiercely. Since I was 10 years old, I didn't even have a mother, but this little thief has seen it all. Only by killing the other party can you keep your innocence. Qin Yang saw that the other party was determined to kill, and he even attacked him before. If it weren't for the system automatically copying the exercises and martial skills, he might have been cold by now. Qin Yang was also angry in his heart. Seeing the other party keep getting closer, Qin Yang said, Isn't it tiring to run like this? There are 2 big lumps on my chest, and I can't see clearly from below anyway. Faster? Lu Mingyu's mind went blank, this little thief actually humiliated himself so much. Seeing the other party slow down, Qin Yang was overjoyed, it really worked. He continued to stimulate, Anyway, I have seen everything about you. I bent down and washed my hair before. TSK, 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 it's so beautiful, the perspective from the back is just so clear. There is also a battle between the naked body and the wolf demon. I am afraid that no one in the world can see such a wonderful scene. Lu Mingyu's expression became sluggish, and then her face was gloomy and cold, like 1,000 years of ice. So you saw everything. Lu Mingyu stopped. Qin Yang also stopped, panting heavily. Without infuriating energy, he ran wildly with his physique, and even the copied wind-chasing steps could not exert the power it should have. Although it was only a short time, it was not light. Indeed, I have seen it all. Do you want to promise me with your body? Qin Yang looked at it unscrupulously, playing with his taste, looking at your appearance and figure, I can barely accept it. Reluctantly? Lu Mingyu gritted her silver teeth, then calmed down again, staring at Qin Yang expressionlessly, You want to provoke me and make me lose my mind. As long as you can insist on running to someone's place, you are safe. Because I have no clothes on, I can't kill everyone I see, right? Qin Yang looked startled, why did the other party suddenly wake up? Bing Xianju. Qin Yang couldn't help but blurt out. Although limited by the realm, the Bingxin art has been copied and mastered by Qin Yang. The function of Bing Xianju is to stay sane at all times. No wonder in such a situation, this stunning girl can still wake up. How do you know the exercises I practice? Lu Mingyu asked in confusion. Qin Yang swallowed and spit, just thinking about how to hold the other party down. Lu Mingyu said, It doesn't matter anyway, you have to die. The breeze blows the willows. Lu Mingyu once again used the Huangjie martial arts. The breeze blows the willows. Qin Yang could only compete with the same martial arts. Compared to that, the tiger fist and bull fist were simply too weak. Although there is no true qi, the power disparity is huge. But Qin Yang's breeze brushing the willows is the pinnacle, and it is impossible for ordinary people to cultivate to the realm. What's more, the breeze brushing Lu Zhang's intention is to overcome rigidity with softness, but at this time it can support it for a while. Why do you know my martial arts? Lu Mingyu wondered again. The two fought each other this time, and the other party actually used the same martial skill to defuse their own moves. Despite the disparity in power, he still has the upper hand. But if the opponent's strength is stronger, this palm has already surpassed himself. This is simply impossible. No. Lu Mingyu shook his head and said, you only have a body refining state, and the breeze brushing the willow palm is a Huang-level martial skill. You can't cultivate it at all, and it's even more impossible to cultivate to such a state. If you know other Huang-level martial arts, you can show them off. Let's see if I can't. Qin Yang said. At the same time, it is a pity in my heart that it is a waste of time to copy more and more. On the panel, the back of the exercises is 3 out of 10, and the back of the martial arts is 4 out of 10. Because of the copying of the Bing Xianju, the martial arts breeze fluttering willow palm and wind chasing step. It's a mystery. Although Lu Mingyu said so, but he had already changed a set of martial arts in his hand, breaking the wind. And pointed like a sword, pointed out. Ding. Copy the opponent's martial arts, breaking the wind finger, and automatically improve to the pinnacle. Martial arts 5 out of 10. The slender jade fingers are slender and white, but at this time they are like 100 refined swords, as fast as thunder. Broken wind finger. Qin Yang followed with a loud roar, pointing out the same finger. Without the infuriating bonus, this finger is 10 times less powerful. But only from the outside, but cannot see any flaws. Lu Mingyu's heart was extremely shaken. If the other party would blow the willow palm with the breeze, it might be a coincidence, but the wind-breaking finger could not be a coincidence. Because this Fengfeng refers to a family martial skill, like the Bingxin art, it is to lay the foundation for higher-level exercises and martial arts later in the practice. So big, so white. Qin Yang sighed and said, put away the wind-breaking fingers, and stepped back again and again, opening the distance. Lu Mingyu's whole body was trembling. If the other party dared to accept the move, he could immediately abolish the other party's fingers. Qin Yang is of course not stupid. With the same martial skills, the opponent's strength is too much, so he can only find excuses to avoid fighting. Give me back the clothes. Lu Mingyu gritted his teeth. I've seen it all anyway, so what else? Qin Yang laughed. Clothes are definitely not repayable. If they are returned, the other party will wear them without any scruples. Now even with the Bingxin art to stabilize her mind, the girl is still a girl, and the shyness of her daughter's family is afraid that she has endured to the limit. As for the other reason for not returning it, cough. You can't run anyway, how long will you last? Lu Mingyu took a deep breath and her figure flashed. A fragrant wind blew, and Lu Mingyu appeared behind Qin Yang. Even if she tried her best to activate Bing Xianju, she couldn't make her face a strange man calmly and naked. Broken wind finger. Lu Mingyu shouted in a low voice. Qin Yang frowned, turned over and patted it with a palm. The breeze blows the willows. As soon as the two sides came into contact, Qin Yang's palm slanted suddenly, like a breeze blowing through a wicker, guiding Lu Mingyu's broken wind to one side. Leverage the strength to fight, 4 or 2 to dial 1,000 pounds. It feels softer and warmer than my dragon-shaped jade pendant. Qin Yang couldn't help but put his hand in front of his nose and took a deep breath, fragrant. Shameless. Rogue. Qin Yang's squinted eyes showed a hint of joy, and he also ran the Bingxin art. Even if he didn't have true qi, he still had reason. Qin Yang has always been sober. What he has to do is to disturb the mind of this stunning girl. Only in this way can he have a chance to escape. It took Lu Mingyu a long time to calm down. If she hadn't had to kill the little thief in front of her, she wouldn't want to stay here any longer. After calming down, Lu Mingyu's heart set off a huge wave. Breaking the wind refers to restraining the breeze from blowing the willow palm, but why is the other party? Lu Mingyu couldn't believe it. How could this be the other way around? The breeze blows the willow palm. Lu Mingyu shot out with one palm. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth were slightly raised, broken wind finger. As soon as he pointed it out, he clicked directly on Lu Mingyu's palm. Lu Mingyu let out a pained cry, retracted her palms, and stepped back. Haha, do you only have so much martial arts? Qin Yang said with a smile. Martial arts are cultivated to the pinnacle, and all the mysteries in them are well understood. As for mutual generation and mutual restraint, fire restrains water, so can't water restrain fire? Lu Mingyu's expression struggled. Originally, her hands were still covering the left and right sides, but at this time, she put down her hands generously. Such a change caught Qin Yang by surprise and was in a state of confusion. Where are you still half awake? Where are you still thinking about finding a chance to escape? His eyes were filled with that perfect body. Wind legs. With a coquettish shout, Lu Mingyu used her chasing steps to speed up, approaching him, turned around, raised her legs, and swept out like a gust of wind. The movement is done in one go, and the flawless curve turns into a fierce gust of wind. Ding! Duplicate the opponent's martial skill, wind leg, and automatically increase it to the pinnacle. Martial arts 6 out of 10. The system saved Qin Yang's life at a critical juncture. Qin Yang used all his strength to shoot with all his strength. The breeze blows the willows. It's just that the wind is too weak, this willow. Once again, he exerted 42,000 pounds, but at this time there was nowhere to call. A mistake with both palms, although the strength of the other party was reduced, but it directly hugged the other party's thighs and his arms. There was a pain in the chest. Qin Yang's instinctive arms exerted force, and just like that, Qin Yang was kicked out, but he was still holding Lu Mingyu's snow-white thigh in his arms. Chapter 11, The Weekly Trap. What? Lu Mingyu never dreamed of such a result. Originally performing this move, it was already a helpless move, breaking through the psychological limit, but this variable made her feel ashamed. Under the trembling of her heart, Lu Mingyu only felt that her whole body was powerless, her strength was exhausted, and there was no pursuit. Fortunately, after the two rolled out, Qin Yang let go, and the clothes that had been used as life-saving straws also fell to the ground. Lu Mingyu took a few deep breaths and said ruthlessly, "I'll come and kill you later." She picked up her clothes and ran away quickly. I saw a bright white shadow, brighter than the moonlight, disappearing into the darkness of the forest. It seems that he is afraid that Qin Yang will run far away when he sees her changing clothes. Qin Yang was stunned, and slapped his forehead suddenly. If I had known this, I would have just returned the clothes to her, so wouldn't I have already escaped? Qin Yang wanted to cry without tears. But, it's worth it. Qin Yang smacked his lips and laughed. When he got up and patted his butt, Qin Yang was about to leave when a group of people approached him. It was Zhou Shi and others. Zhou Shi, Li Shaoqian, Lin Yao, Zhang Hu, besides them, there are 5 others. It turned out that the previous pursuit had already come to the range of the back mountain. I thought you didn't dare to come, but I didn't expect you to arrive. Zhou Shi looked at Qin Yang and smiled coldly. Qin Yang snorted softly and said, I thought you should be busy refining medicine pills with your grandfather, but I didn't expect you to be so leisurely. Speaking of this, Qin Yang had a look of surprise. Oh, I see, your grandfather's level of alchemy is so poor, let alone your grandson? Who do you say is the grandson? Zhou Shi was furious. It's okay not to refine the pill, but it's even more annoyed to mention it. Qin Yang shrugged and said, Aren't you the grandson of Elder Zhou? What? You want to be my grandson? I'm sorry, I don't want you. Zhou Shi's body was tense, and he was about to charge with a fist. Zhang Hu hurriedly stopped and whispered, "Don't forget we have a plan." Only then did Zhou Shi calm down, and Jia Jia looked at Qin Yang with a weird smile. Qin Yang raised his brows and looked at the other party. Except for Li Xiaoqian's sad expression, everyone else's expression was full of lewdness. "Give it to me," Zhou Shi ordered. Apart from him and Li Xiaoqian, the remaining 7 people will directly surround Qin Yang. Chasing the wind. Qin Yang stepped back again and again, not giving them a chance to surround him at all. After only taking a few steps back, he stopped. "If you are surrounded, you should be surrounded. The direction behind is the direction Lu Mingyu just walked in." "How many people are you?" "Haha." Qin Yang laughed. He had just finished fighting with Lu Mingyu. "Let's go together," Qin Yang said. The breeze brushing the willows, breaking the wind fingers, and the gust of wind legs, which of these martial arts is not a level higher than the tiger rushing fist and the wild ox fist? "Do you think I brought so many people to beat you?" Zhou Shi smiled strangely and said, "Murder and punish you, I want to humiliate you completely. When I really kill you, it will be a month later." "Oh?" Qin Yang looked around with interest. "To tell you the truth, you are not my opponent when you play together." "You want to humiliate me? Is it possible?" Lin Yao stared at Qin Yang with a face full of dissatisfaction. He had wooden sticks tied to his legs and hands. He obviously couldn't afford high-level healing pills. At this time, he said viciously, "Your strength is really strong, you really want to fight, we do." "Lin Yao." Zhou Shi glared, "Don't grow his prestige." Li Newton paused for a while, and he lost to Qin Yang with one move. This is naturally not a compliment, and continued, "I just want to see how you suffer today." Qin Yang was unmoved, all he was worried about from beginning to end was Lu Mingyu. "Let's start the show." Zhou Shi ordered again, and everyone took out a jade bottle and slammed it on the ground. For a time, the red powder floated in the sky and spread out, like the air that ignited the space. The smell is a bit pungent and fishy, and when you smell it, your blood boils. "This is..." Qin Yang's pupils shrank. Zhou Shi and the others laughed. Li Xiaoqian's face was even more ugly, as if she was about to cry, only she covered her mouth and nose hard. Zhou Shi laughed loudly, "I surrounded you, just to be afraid that you would run away." "That's right, this is fire snake pollen. Fire snake flower, a flower that grows in some kind of demon snake's lair. What does it do? Aphrodisiac. Its medicinal effect is extremely strong, and its original effect was also used on the monsters, causing the monsters to rage violently. Once inhaled, you must find the opposite sex for yin-yang intercourse within an hour, otherwise, your blood will boil and die, or you will lose that ability forever, and your body will be weak for life. This fire snake pollen is prohibited, and it is strictly forbidden to use it on the human race. For a cultivator, if he misses the hour, even if he saves his life, his cultivation will be abolished. Ice hard art. Qin Yang's eyes were still awake, covering his mouth and nose to avoid inhaling more fire snake pollen, but it was too late. He never thought that the other party would be able to get this banned drug. "You really went to great lengths to humiliate me." Qin Yang's eyes showed murderous intent. "Aren't you also poisoned?" "Haha, we have an antidote here." Zhou Shi laughed, and all the younger brothers also laughed wildly. Li Xiaoqian's face was pale, and there was no need to guess her fate. "Offending me will not end well, let alone betrayal." Zhou Shiji smiled strangely. "If you want to stay in the Qianin sect and continue to follow me, this is the only way to go." Looking at Qin Yang, Zhou Shi said slowly, "Unfortunately, Li Xiaoqian has a choice, but you don't have a choice. I'm going to make you go crazy and torture you." Speaking of this, Zhou Shi smiled even more. "You can only watch us detoxify, but you can only bear it for life." If you can survive, the outer door competition in a month's time will be a life and death duel. Your death is even worse. If you can't survive? It can only be that you ate the flamingo, by mistake, and forcibly treated Li Xiaoqian wrongly. We found out and stopped you. Qin Yang's eyes were full of cold light. It's quite thoughtful. Without true qi, the fire snake flower venom in the body cannot be suppressed at all, and staying rational at this time will only make it more painful. Boss, quickly detoxify, let's take care of Qin Yang first. A younger brother said, as if a flame was already burning in his eyes. These little brothers have long coveted Li Xiaoqian, not only who came up with this idea, which not only satisfied themselves, but also solved the hatred in Zhou Shi's heart. Li Xiaoqian had been appointed, and she closed her eyes in pain as she watched Zhou Shi keep undressing and slowly approaching her. You guys seem to have forgotten one thing. Qin Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Shi frowned, what's the matter? Qin Yang opened his eyes abruptly, and the divine light in his eyes flashed, all of you together, you are no match for me. After all, Qin Yang took a sharp step forward, only one step. Lin Yo and the others took a few steps back in fright, especially Lin Yo, who was inconvenient in his hands and feet, and shouted loudly, come on together. Beat him down first. Chapter 12 Repaying himself with his way. Lin Yo was really frightened, but the others hadn't fought against Qin Yang. They didn't know how powerful Qin Yang was, so they rushed over one by one shouting. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth twitched slightly, and he only took a step forward. In fact, he has already made preparations, even if he is fighting hard not to copy their martial arts and martial skills, he has to fight. Ding. Copy the exercise method, the monkey refinement technique. Exercise 4/10. Ding. Copying the martial art spirit monkey fist will automatically increase your proficiency to the pinnacle. Martial arts 7 out of 10. Ding. Duplicating the maniac python body refinement technique. Exercise 5/10. Ding. Almost instantly, the martial skill was copied to 10 out of 10, which has reached the advanced condition. There is even more than that. Although the martial arts are mastered by Qin Yang, they are no longer helpful to the advanced level. The exercise method was also copied to September 10th, and only one exercise method was needed to advance. 1, 2, 6. Except for Lin Yo, who had already copied the exercises, and Zhou Shi and Li Xiaoqian, who had not shot, there were exactly 6 people who shot. There's still one exercise left. Qin Yang looked around the audience. Li Xiaoqian obviously didn't know how to do it, so it was only Zhou Shi. You are really proud. Corruption and deduction of medicinal pills have allowed you all to learn different exercises and martial arts. Qin Yang laughed. I want to see if you are as powerful as Lin Yo said. Zhang Hu shouted, and rushed over first, with a monkey fist, a despicable monkey picking peaches. Bah! Qin Yang felt disgusted, he wouldn't use this kind of move, he turned around and threw one leg over, furious leg. It is to copy Lu Mingyu's legs. Zhang Hu was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. What a powerful force. Zhang Hu's eyes widened, his shoulders aching. If it weren't for the others joining forces to cover up, they would be useless here. Looking at the word tiger in your name, it's not tiger fist that you practice? Qin Yang was amused. Humph, this is just to hide people's eyes and ears, and make people hard to guard against. Zhang Hu said. Then why did you get beaten down by me? Qin Yang shook his head, used his chasing steps to step back, and got out of the battle circle of several people. Dare to perform leg tricks in front of me, Li Jin? It's a joke, crazy python legs. One of Zhou Shi's younger brothers roared and flew over and kicked him. Power starts from the ground, you have to have the strength to make a move in midair. Qin Yang also kicked over, directly kicking Li Jin upside down from the air. Ling Crane Palm. The white crane has bright wings. Ling Crane Palm. The white crane has bright wings. It was the same move, exactly the same. Qin Yang performed it more delicately. With a faster speed, a more precise angle, and a stronger force, he slapped the opponent in the face. The opponent who hits directly is like a spinning top, and he can't tell the difference between east, west, north, and south. Facing the siege of 6 people, Qin Yang seemed to be at ease. There is no way to perform a fatal blow on a single enemy, but one person can suppress the other 6. It is completely supported by Li Jin and other 6 people. Moreover, all of the opponent's tricks are displayed, and they are even better at the same trick. It doesn't matter, everyone, don't panic, as long as the toxicity in his body occurs, it will naturally mess up the rules. Lin Yao shouted from the side. Bah! Standing and talking doesn't hurt his back. He's poisoned in his body, don't we? Li Jin took time to roar. Lin Yao was helpless, he had already thought of quitting, but Zhou Shi didn't say anything. How could he just let himself go? He was inconvenient in his hands and feet, and it was inconvenient for him to go forward to fight, and it seemed extremely embarrassing to just look at him like this. A bunch of trash. Zhou Shi was also very shocked at this time, not only because of Qin Yang's strength, but also because of Qin Yang's martial arts. Even if a person is a genius, it is impossible to study so many martial arts at the same time, and each martial skill has been practiced to this level. With Zhou Shi's eyesight, how can he see that Qin Yang's martial arts are all at the peak? It is precisely because the return to the original after reaching the peak, it is more difficult for people to discover. No wonder you have the confidence to take on my life and death battle, so it is. Zhou Shi narrowed his eyes, how could he have time to detoxify at this time? If you delay any longer, your little brothers will be defeated. A bunch of trash, look at me. Zhou Shi shouted and rushed over. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and he said with some hope, I hope you are not cultivating the tiger body refinement art. Although these people have different martial arts and skills, Qin Yang is still a little worried. Ding. Copy the opponent's method, the rock body refining art. Exercise 10/10. So far, the copy of the exercises has also reached the advanced quantity requirements. Panel, host Qin Yang. Cultivation, body refinement realm is complete. Exercise, Xuanhuan Wanxiangju, 10/10. Martial arts, Tiger Fist, Bull Fist, Spirit Monkey Fist. The breeze blows the willow palm, the wind breaking finger. October 10th. Meet the advanced requirements, the host is advanced. As the system alerts, the panel refreshes. Host, Qin Yang. Cultivation, early stage of Qi gathering realm. Gongfa, Qiankuan Wanxiangju. 0 out of 10. Martial arts, breezy willow palm, wind-breaking fingers, gusty legs, wind-chasing step. 0 out of 10. The panel no longer records low-level weapons. After the refresh, Qin Yang's aura suddenly changed. A warm current flows through the body, slowly roaming the whole body. The explosive power increase made Qin Yang's eyes flash. If you have true qi, you will also have spiritual thoughts. I also have a clearer understanding of the Bingxin art and the exercises that copy Lu Mingyu. Strong, really strong. Compared with the previous body refining realm, it is a qualitative change. The only pity is that the step-by-step copy does not repeat the calculation, that is to say, if you want to be promoted to the Qi Gathering realm, you have to fight with a Qi Gathering realm cultivator and copy the other party's exercises. If you want to advance to the next realm, Qi Hai, you still need to copy 10 exercises and 10 martial arts. How dare you lose your mind? Kaishan Fist. Zhou Shi shouted loudly and came to his face, punching out a fist, with a faint layer of stone skin on his fist. Ding. Copy the opponent's martial arts, Xuanhuan, and automatically upgrade to the pinnacle. Huh? Qin Yang was stunned for a while. This week, he was actually practicing Huangjie martial arts? Is this your confidence? Qin Yang laughed and punched Kaishan fist. However, Qin Yang's fist is like a rock, while Zhou fist is like mud. Crack. Crisp sound again and again, starting from Zhou fist, the bones cracked inch by inch, and it broke all the way to the chest. For a time, the flesh and blood flew, and it was horrible to see. Senbai's bones pierced through flesh and blood, revealing hideously. Puff. Zhou eyes were about to split, and he flew out backwards, spitting out blood. No. Impossible. You only need to know their martial arts, but my grandfather has worked hard to find this Kaishan fist, and it is impossible for non-inner disciples to come into contact with it, you. Qin Yang chuckled, have you heard such a sentence? What? Return to him in his own way. Qin Yang looked around like a god of war. Don't ask me why I am, you just need to know, you will, and I will only be stronger. Chapter 13. Zhou was really scared. This Qin Yang was like a devil, and the power of the punch just now didn't look like a body training realm at all. You broke through? Zhou was shocked. Zhang Hu and the others looked at each other, their hearts suddenly tense. You know you're afraid now? Qin Yang chuckled. Zhou gritted his teeth and said, let's go together, even if he has just broken through, there is nothing to be afraid of. Speaking of this, Zhou quickly took out the medicinal pill and swallowed a large amount. You hold on, I'll detoxify first. I don't want to beat him, just hold on. Zhou repeatedly instructed, struggling to get up from the ground, and before he could wipe the blood stains on the corners of his mouth, he pulled Li Xiaoqian and clenched the dark place. Li Xiaoqian turned her head 3 times a step at a time, not daring to resist, but there was a gleam in her eyes, and she secretly said in her heart, if he can win, it would be great. Zhang Hu and the others cursed inwardly, but there was nothing they could do. Right now, it's the only way to do it. You couldn't beat me just now, how dare you continue fighting now? Qin Yang's tone was low, exuding a heavy icy cold. You are just Zhou's son-in-law, I don't need to kill you. But if you are still obsessed. What are you talking about? Brothers, come on. Lin Yo also participated in the battle, caring that he was wounded at this time. As Zhou said, as long as they hold Qin Yang, they will win. However, they can take turns to detoxify. After an hour, Qin Yang's poisonousness erupts. In severe cases, he will die suddenly, and in light cases, his blood will burn to a deficit. At that time, let alone continue fighting, I am afraid that I will not be able to stand firm. There was murderous intent in Qin Yang's eyes, and he had no intention of keeping his hands. At the same time, Qin Yang also felt the strangeness in his body. Fire snake flower venom seems to grow violently because of the infuriating energy generated in his body. If it goes on like this, it will not take an hour at all, and it will explode completely. He must fight fast. Moreover, with the awakening of spiritual sense, he has a deeper perception of the toxicity of the fire snake flower venom, which is simply worse. Running the ice hard art, there was a hint of coldness in the infuriating energy, which made Qin Yang feel better. Barbarian fist. Lin Yo had already rushed over. Follow him with his own way. Qin Yang used the same boxing technique. In different realms, the proficiency of martial arts is also very different, and there is no need to use high-level exercises. Bull fist, as powerful as a bull. Flexibility is its biggest drawback. However, the Man-Yo fist that Qin Yang displayed was extremely flexible. This time, he didn't fight against it at all. It was a flexible dislocation and slammed into Lin Yo's face. For a time, as Qin Yang said before, the skull was cracked like a hammer blow to the opponent's head, and he was killed on the spot. The death was extremely tragic. Crazy python legs. Li Jin learned to be obedient, and this time he didn't make a move in midair. But how can his speed be compared to Qin Yang? Wild python leg. With just one kick, it directly hit the opponent's heart, breaking countless ribs, flying upside down in midair before landing, and died of anger. Ling crane palm. Qin Yang's 5 fingers close together, like a crane's beak, directly hit the opponent's temple. In an instant, half of the opponent's skull shattered, and one eyeball popped out. Bloody and terrifying. You. The rest of Zhang Hu and the others were completely frightened. Zhang Hu shivered and said, You are so vicious. Use such vicious martial arts. Qin Yang's face was expressionless, but he was actually running the ice-hard art to stabilize his mind, and said, The martial arts are not at fault, it's just that my power is too strong. As for the vicious heart? Qin Yang's eyes were full of coldness. You want to kill me. Later, I gave you a chance. You can't blame me. How could Zhang Hu dare to fight again? They all fled. Wind-chasing steps. Wind-breaking fingers. Qin Yang chased after them, killing them one by one. The means are ruthless and decisive, and extremely violent. In the darkness of the woods, Li Xiaoqian screamed and screamed. Qin Yang followed the voice and saw that Li Xiaoqian's clothes had been torn to pieces, unable to hide the wonderful spring. I'm not done yet, what's the hurry? Qin Yang is holding on? Don't let him run away. Zhou didn't look back and said a word. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Qin Yang said coldly. Zhou movements were stagnant, and the evil flame in his eyes was replaced by fear. He turned around and saw Qin Yang, who was like a devil. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, the bright moonlight was obscured, and the woods were gloomy. In the depths of the shadow, a crescent-like color lit up, which was the black moonflower. Brighter than the black moonflower, it is Qin Yang's eyes full of murderous intent. No, it's impossible. Zhou voice was shaking, his body was limp, he couldn't stand up. He could only keep crawling back. Qin Yang did not come close, 1 step, 2 steps. As if stepping on Zhou's heart, every step made him tremble. You can't kill me. You and I have a life and death duel. Before the duel begins, no one can kill the other party, otherwise it will violate the rules. Not to mention that the sects are not allowed, even the world's righteous path will not allow you. Zhou shouted, and at this time he was almost spitting out the bile he had been frightened. Qin Yang stopped and frowned. Life and death. The duel is indeed as Zhou said, once it is established, it will be divided between life and death when the duel comes. This is also a protection for the weaker party. However, in the exchange of strengths and weaknesses, no one except Qin Yang himself regarded him as a strong party. Seeing that he had a way to survive, Zhou continued to shout, Everyone knows about the duel between you and me. If you kill me, let alone my grandfather, even the sect can't get around you. Qin Yang looked at Zhou quietly, the practice method being Xianju was struggling to contend with the heat generated by the fire snake flower venom. His thoughts gradually became messy, but he still retained a trace of sobriety. You are lucky, go away. Qin Yang said quietly. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, and wanted to pull Li Xiaoqian, who was disheveled, to leave together, but Qin Yang glared at him and fled alone in fright. Li Xiaoqian looked at Qin Yang with complicated eyes. Never thought that Qin Yang would be so powerful. Thinking that the other party was poisoned by fire snake flower poison, without covering the key parts of his body, he stood up leisurely, facing Qin Yang, and closed his eyes gently. After waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Li Xiaoqian opened her eyes. Where is Qin Yang? Are you disgusting me? Li Xiaoqian's eyes suddenly turned red, and for some reason, a sense of grievance filled her heart, and she smiled bitterly. Everything started because of me. I took a fancy to his family heirloom jade pendant. In the forest, Qin Yang was running fast. He wanted to leave this place quickly. The first place that came to his mind was Baiyutan. Only by running the Bingxin art in Baiyutan can the fire snake flower venom in the body be suppressed. At this point, Qin Yang felt very fortunate in his heart. This Bingxin art is extraordinary. If he changed other exercises, he would probably only be able to do that. It's not dead. I really underestimated you. The light voice sounded, with a lot of surprise and cold murderous intent. Chapter 14 Dragon-Shaped Jade Pendant. Qin Yang's face darkened. Oops, I said I forgot something important. I have been running the Bingxin art to fight the fire snake flower poison, and such a terrible thing has been forgotten. However, at this time, he is not the same as before. Qin Yang looked aside, and Lu Mingyu, who was already dressed, stood there quietly. I couldn't help but think about it in my heart, and the evil fire that I managed to suppress was like a volcano about to erupt. Qin Yang's body was flushed red, sweating profusely, and there was even a trace of blood in the sweat in his heart. This is already a harbinger of impending poisoning. If the whole body is not sweating, but blood is steaming out, then it will be too late. Qin Yang was panting heavily, pushing Bing Xianju with all his strength. The heart is as clear as ice, the way of heaven is ruthless. What he didn't notice was that the bloody sweat beads that had oozing out of his chest had soaked in the dragon-shaped jade pendant that was handed down from his family. As soon as they touched it, the blood was completely absorbed by the dragon-shaped jade pendant. The lifelike dragon's eyes were only blank. At this time a demonic red appeared and came alive. Even rolled his eyes. Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang gloatingly, playing with his taste. I have seen everything before. You are poisoned by fire snake flower poison, right? Now that you know, you should understand that it is very dangerous for you to appear in front of me at this moment. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and endured. Very dangerous? Why is it dangerous? Lu Mingyu disagreed. Qin Yang said angrily, you'd better leave now, while I'm still sensible. Also, I didn't deliberately peep at you taking a bath. Why did you force me to die? When it comes to taking a bath, Qin Yang's heart is even more difficult to control. Lu Mingyu's complexion also changed, her voice stiffened, and she said, forcing each other through hardships? It's really kind-hearted to be treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Qin Yang's heart swayed. Does she want to detoxify me? Quickly shaking his head, Qin Yang smiled bitterly. The fire snake flower poison is extraordinary, and at this moment, every thought of his own was thinking in that direction. Lu Mingyu also realized that her words were inappropriate. Her pretty face blushed, and she hurriedly said, although I want you to die, I can't bear you to die so miserably. The reason why I stayed was to save the outsider girl. Disciple. Since you managed to get out of trouble, and you didn't treat her. Speaking of this, Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang with admiration. This person is not bad, but unfortunately, he sees things he shouldn't see. So I decided to give you a treat. Lu Mingyu said. Hee, you couldn't kill me before, but now you can? Qin Yang's face was hideous, and he disappeared in a flash. He can't hold back anymore. Lu Mingyu was in a hurry. It was because. Is it because I don't have clothes on and it's inconvenient? Qin Yang shook his head, and his tone became provocative. Lu Mingyu gritted her teeth with hatred. You are courting death. After that, he stepped on the wind-chasing step and rushed over. Let you see the true power of the wind leg. A gust of wind roared, and a strong sense of oppression struck. The legs are like the wind, but the murderous intent is heavy. The breeze blows the willows. Qin Yang performed this trick again, to defuse the gust of wind. Lu Mingyu only found it ridiculous. I won't let you hug my leg again this time. That can only be because I don't want to hug it. Qin Yang laughed, made a mistake with both palms, hugged Lu Mingyu's thigh, twisted his waist, and threw Lu Mingyu out. In midair, Lu Mingyu was terrified, but in just a moment, this kid's strength is so strong? No, it's not just power, it turns out that this breeze can still be used like this? His mighty gusty legs, like a breeze, could be pulled out so easily? Let me tell you, what is a real gust of wind? Qin Yang let out a low drink, and also stepped on the wind-chasing step to accelerate his figure. For a time, Qin Yang's figure became ethereal and irregular. Lu Mingyu's eyes widened. This is exactly the same as what Teacher Wu did. This kid actually cultivated martial arts to such a state? Could it be that this kid is the person Wu teacher fancy? Lu Mingyu was confused and realized an important issue. This kid is no longer at the perfect body refining realm, but at the early stage of qi gathering realm. Before the legs arrive, the strong wind arrives first. Lu Mingyu was in midair, like leaves in the wind. What a genius she is, she runs the Bingxin art to stabilize her mind, and she displays the breeze. Follow him with his own way? It's a pity that you don't have enough heat. You can't follow me. Qin Yang shook his head secretly and threw his leg directly on the opponent's palms. Lu Mingyu's hands were numb, and she couldn't do what Qin Yang did. Behind my back, when? Lu Mingyu's body tightened, and she turned around quickly, only to find that Qin Yang's gesture of breaking the wind stopped. I actually lost? Lu Mingyu couldn't believe that he was defeated by the boy in front of him in a split second. It wasn't that Qin Yang didn't want to take action, but the poison in his body began to erupt, and his true qi suddenly became disordered. If you forcibly cast the wind-breaking finger, the infuriating energy will be difficult to control. Lu Mingyu also saw the reason for the other party's stop. With a frosty face, if the previous scene hadn't happened, we might be friends. After a pause, Lu Mingyu said, you should give up, let me give you a good time. Avoid suffering. You should understand that even if you can survive by luck, it is better to live than die. With that exercise, you can't get through it at all. Fire snake flower poison, TSK, 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 it's interesting. A voice suddenly appeared in Qin Yang's heart. Who? Who is speaking in my heart? Qin Yang was taken aback, could it be my inner demon? Don't lie to yourself, even if you get through it, you won't be able to get up in your life. Damn, what kind of inner demon is this? Qin Yang was a little crazy. There is the best antidote in front of you, don't hesitate, go. 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 Shut up. Qin Yang yelled in his heart. After being silent for a while, the voice was full of vicissitudes. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Qin family have been reduced to such a degree that it would be such a method of death, and it would be impossible to end. It's a pity, the 8 Shinto clans. The sound gradually faded until it disappeared completely. Qin Yang called again and again, but there was no response. On the jade pendant on his chest, Long Yu's demonic eyes gradually extinguished. Looking at Qin Yang's struggle, Lu Mingyu said, it seems that you are ready. Since that is the case, then I will fulfill you sooner. After all, a note of Pafong pointed over and directly touched Qin Yang's chest. Qin Yang was so angry that he didn't dare to run, he retreated again and again. Where can he escape? With a pointer on the dragon jade on the chest, the huge force almost pressed the dragon jade into the chest. The skin on the chest was wrinkled, and the blood was already surging. At this time it gurgled out and was absorbed by Longyu. The demon eyes lit up again, this time even more vivid. Come on. The previous voice rang again. Chapter 15 Long Way. Pfft. Qin Yang spat out a mouthful of old blood. It wasn't because of Lu Mingyu's beating, nor because of the rush of blood in his body, but because of that voice. A mouthful of blood spit out, but Qin Yang felt a little more comfortable. What Shinto 8 clan? Qin Yang asked in his heart. What nonsense, hurry up. If you don't, there's nothing left. The voice was even more urgent than Qin Yang. It seems that you are really lucky enough to escape once. Lu Mingyu was deeply surprised. It seemed that something on the boy's body blocked his blow. The next blow, however, was not so lucky. Broken wind finger. Lu Mingyu shouted and attacked again. The voice sounded angrily, if it's before I'm awakened, I'll be the last. But this uncle has been awakened, but I can't let the last blood of the Qin family disappear in front of my eyes. Long way. A majestic shout came, as if it came from outside Jiuxiao, and it seemed to be close to the ear. What? Qin Yang was stunned. He was about to continue to fight against Lu Mingyu, but Lu Mingyu suddenly lost his mind in front of him. Lu Mingyu only felt that she saw a terrifying picture, as if an ancient beast was staring at him through Qin Yang's eyes. For a moment, he seemed to be in a desolate ancient times, with corpses everywhere, blood flowing into rivers, and in a blink of an eye it was desolate again, and it was as silent as death. A great coercion swept over, as if the heaven and the earth were reunited. A strong sense of oppression squeezed the tiny her and couldn't move, and then her mind went blank. Lu Mingyu lost consciousness while running, and fell into Qin Yang's arms. This. Qin Yang was completely stupid. The nephrite jade was full of fragrance in his arms, his restless heart was beating violently, and his blood boiled instantly. Hey, you know what to do with the rest. The voice disappeared again, and no matter how Qin Yang called, there was no response. Qin Yang held his breath, but the seductive fragrance in his arms made him fascinated. This is true of the effect of the fire snake venom, but it cannot deny the peerless charm of the beautiful woman in her arms. Looking at Lu Mingyu so closely, Qin Yang was stunned. A series of incidents followed, and the best time to suppress the fire snake venom had already passed. At this moment, the fire snake venom had erupted. With the Bingxin art, Qin Yang is still awake, but he can no longer control himself. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, full of tight clothes, Qin Yang only had one thought in his heart, to restore it to its original appearance. Fuck. Qin Yang tore it with force, and the clothes on Lu Mingyu's body were torn open directly. Boom. Thunder roared, followed by pouring rain. Qin Yang looked at the other party's bright lips and kissed it fiercely. In Baiyutan, the rain had stopped for some time, and the moon showed its bright face again. By the pool, Qin Yang looked at the girl lying quietly beside him who had not woken up yet. The wet marks on the girl's face were not sure whether it was rain or tears. The girl was wearing Qin Yang's clothes, and her original clothes had long since been broken into pieces. Who are you? Qin Yang asked. I am Shenlong Jade, one of the secret keys of the gods, a super god-level magic weapon. The voice was extremely proud. Super god level? What level is it? Shenlongjiu was speechless. Don't worry about it. Do you know who you are? Qin Yang was taken aback. I am who I am. How can I not know who I am? Do you know the 8 Shinto clans? Qin Yang shook his head. Sigh, sad, sigh, pitiful. Believe it or not, I threw you away. Qin Yang said angrily. Don't. After finally waking up, if he was thrown away, wouldn't he fall asleep again? Shenlongjiu paused for a while, and then slowly arrived. The continent of the sky is boundless, with hundreds of thousands of secret realms. Say the point. Above the secret realm, there is also the realm of the gods. Entering it, you can achieve the realm of creation. Can it be more powerful than God Emperor Realm? Nonsense. God Emperor Realm is the top of the sky continent, and God Realm is a higher plane. What do you think? Shenlongjiu said. Shenlongjiu said again, if you want to enter the realm of the gods, you must collect the 8 secret keys of the gods. Each secret key of the gods is a super god-level magic weapon, which is in the hands of the 8 families. And the Qin family is your kid's family. It is also one of them. This is the 8th clan of Shinto. My background is so powerful? Qin Yang couldn't believe it. Shenlongjia laughed dryly, and then said, 10,000 years ago, the world changed greatly. Say the point. The Qin family was destroyed, you are the only bloodline. Ah? What's going on? Qin Yang was taken aback. It's you who told me to talk about the main point. Shenlongjia said. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. You should start from the beginning, I will listen patiently. Just as Shenlongjia was about to speak, he suddenly stopped and changed his words. Your strength is too low now, knowing too much is not good. It's my fault, just say it. Qin Yang pleaded. Shenlongjia made up his mind and said, you just need to know that you have more than you can imagine. The enemy of the elephant, hurry up and improve your strength. Cut, beyond imagination? At most, it's God Emperor realm. Qin Yang disagreed. Shenlongjia said in surprise, at most, that's it? Your kid is really crazy. This is not madness, this is confidence. Qin Yang laughed. With an invincible copy system, why is he afraid? What about the God Emperor realm? Sooner or later, he will be defeated by himself. What happened to the previous Long Wei? Qin Yang asked. Shenlongjia proudly said, of course it is the ability of this uncle. What about Long Wei? Qin Yang asked again. Shenlongjia suddenly lost his voice, and after a while he said firmly, Long Wei is enough. For the rest, you need to cultivate to the realm of the king to activate my true power. Qin Yang pouted, with a look of disgust. What supernatural magic weapon? In the end, it's still useless. Cultivation to the realm of God King? At that level, what kind of bullshit magic weapon do you need? Seemingly knowing what Qin Yang was thinking, Shenlongjia argued, in the future, you will know how strong I am. As the saying goes, one trick can be eaten all over the sky. A single dragon might not only be used to fight enemies, but also monsters. By the way, I have to remind you of something. Shenlongjia said. What? The current communication between you and me depends entirely on your own spiritual thoughts. In other words, it consumes your spiritual thoughts. And you can also use Long Wei directly, you only need the spiritual thoughts to communicate with me, and it will also consume the spiritual thoughts. Qin Yang was perplexed, but suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion from the depths of his soul, his eyelids began to not obey, and he was a little heavy. You did that kind of thing to that chick just now. I advise you to hurry up and hide. Before he finished listening, Qin Yang tilted his head and fell down. Spiritual mind overdrawn, fainted. At this moment, Lu Mingyu's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 16 Wu Heitian of the Sky Academy. The pain of tearing all over, like a delicate flower that has experienced the devastation of violent wind and rain. It's just that the dark clouds in the sky are gone, and the bright moon is exposed, but what about her? Her eyes were slightly red, and her eyes were sparkling, she couldn't believe that all this would happen to her. Ice Heart Art. The movement of the exercises couldn't hold back her collapsed mood at this time, and she tightened the clothes that were covering her body, but the smell was his. Slowly getting up, Lu Mingyu found that the man was sleeping soundly beside him. Tingdi stood up abruptly, anger and hatred coexisted in Lu Mingyu's eyes. Kill. Kill. Lu Mingyu gritted her silver teeth and raised her hand. It would be great if time could go back one day. For some reason, the various experiences of this night appeared in my mind. After using Long Wei this time, I'm afraid I'm going to fall asleep again. Why is this uncle so miserable? Why did I forget to tell that kid that I need his blood to wake me up? Shenlongjia was a little helpless, but at this time his attention was all on Lu Mingyu. As long as Lu Mingyu dared to make a move, he could only use Long Wei to stun her again. As for who wakes up first, that can only be left to fate. What's wrong with me? Why can't I put my hand down? Lu Mingyu's hand that was stretched out in the air trembled, but it never fell. Didn't I always want to kill him? Lu Mingyu once suspected that the being Xianju had failed, or was this what he really thought in his heart? Impossible. Impossible. Lu Mingyu shook his head violently, and mobilized his true qi again, but he couldn't make a move. After a while, Lu Mingyu took a deep look at Qin Yang and turned to leave. It seems that this uncle doesn't have to fall asleep anymore, digging a trough. Shenlongjia looked at Lu Mingyu's figure, and just breathed a sigh of relief, when a stone the size of a human head flew over. The stone hit Qin Yang's head, and it shattered into several pieces. Fortunately, the accurate head was not enough, and Qin Yang was unscathed. This scene frightened Shenlongjiu. Long way is useless to stone. Ah. Comfortable. When Qin Yang woke up, it was already bright. I stretched out and yawned, but suddenly thought of what happened yesterday, and almost didn't blink. Qin Yang couldn't help shivering as he looked at the stones that were broken into pieces the size of a human head. Soon, he laughed. You're still laughing? The Qin family's blood is almost broken by you. Shenlongjiu said angrily. Qin Yang grinned and said, if you want to kill, but don't kill, why bother? What makes Qin Yang more concerned is why the other party is entangled. Stop dreaming. Looking at her appearance, you even have the heart to eat you alive. Shenlongjiu said contemptuously. Qin Yang shrugged, as if he didn't hear it. All the way back to Hupao Peak, returned to his residence, changed into clean clothes, and walked to the mission hall. Along the way, the outer disciples I met were all chattering, and they all greeted Qin Yang kindly. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. An outer sect disciple replied, I saw you in the mission hall yesterday and took over the mission to pick black moonflowers in the back mountain. Can you go? Qin Yang patted his forehead. Yesterday, before the heavy rain fell, he did see a lot of black moonflowers, but at that time, where would he be able to pick them? Seeing Qin Yang's appearance, the outer disciple got it wrong and heaved a sigh of relief, saying, fortunately you didn't go, there were monsters in the back mountain last night, and a lot of outer disciples died. It is said that Zhoushi's doglegs, they were all eaten by monsters overnight. Huh? Monster? Qin Yang was taken aback. The outer sect disciple said again, the black-faced steward went to investigate, you are really lucky. And the task hall has suspended tasks for 3 days, which is equivalent to all of us taking a vacation. So good? Qin Yang was happy. Immediately afterwards, the outer sect disciple said again, we have a holiday, but you have to continue the task of sweeping the mountain gate. Qin Yang's head was suddenly full of black lines. Well, at least he doesn't have to do other tasks anymore. At the foot of Qianzhufeng Mountain, Qin Yang was thinking about things while cleaning along the stone steps. I killed people, so why do they say they were eaten by monsters? The black-faced manager went to investigate, as if something really happened. At this time, the voice of conversation came from the corner of the mountain road. Did you kill people? It was the voice of the black-faced steward. No. Lu Mingyu answered. But some people died under the finger of the wind. Really not. Even if it is, it doesn't matter. The corpses were indeed eaten by monsters. I just found some clues from some wreckage. There are really monsters? It seems that the tide of monsters is coming. Qin Yang stood at the corner and listened, but he was even more confused. Monster tide? What monster tide? Shenlongjia said in Qin Yang's heart at this time, starting 1,000 years ago, the tide of monsters every 100 years lasts for 10 years. Qin Yang quietly waited for the follow-up, but the story came to an abrupt end. Then what? Qin Yang asked. You know too much, it's not good. Qin Yang's teeth are itchy, and he can't wait to take out the dragon jade and throw it on the ground. Why are you this? The voice of the black-faced steward came to him. He and Lu Mingyu turned the corner, only to find Qin Yang standing here with a broom eavesdropping. Didn't you punish me for cleaning the mountain gate for a month? Qin Yang waved his broom and looked at Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu was struck by lightning, but she did not expect to see Qin Yang here. She didn't know how to react at this moment, and finally she remained silent, as if she didn't know Qin Yang, as if nothing happened last night. You two know each other? The black-faced steward looked at Lu Mingyu and Qin Yang in surprise. I know. Qin Yang nodded. I don't know. Lu Mingyu directly denied. The two spoke in unison, but gave different answers. Interesting. The black-faced steward pointed to Qin Yang, and said, This is the boy from the outer door that I mentioned, and his talent is not bad. Before he finished speaking, the black-faced butler widened his eyes, stared at Qin Yang, and said incredulously, Did you break through? When? Last night. Qin Yang replied. Speaking of last night, Lu Mingyu's body trembled involuntarily. The black-faced steward laughed and said, Okay, this is decent. Come on, let me introduce, this is Lu Mingyu, who may be your senior sister in the future. Qin Yang omits the word, maybe, cups his hands, and says, I'm younger than me, so let's call it a junior girl, it's a good junior girl. Wait, junior sister? Qin Yang frowned, shouldn't it be called junior sister? The black-faced steward snorted lightly and said, Do you think we are really from the Chenin sect? For this small sect, the sect master is in the master realm, and the inner sect's big disciple is also in the Qi realm. Elder. There is a natural arrogance in the words, as if there is a lot of origin. Then you? Qin Yang asked. Listen, I'm Wu Heitian, the teacher of Songqiong Academy. The black-faced steward said proudly. Wu Heitian waited for a long time, but did not wait for Qin Yang's admiration. Qin Yang just looked at Wu Heitian in a daze, and silently spit out 3 words, then what? Wu Hei was in a hurry, and immediately relieved, yes, in a place like this, where birds don't shit, Mo Lu is not a sect. You are still an outer disciple, and it is normal to be ignorant. This month, you have to clean the mountain gate, because during this period, there will be many guests. Wu Heitian said. After all, go down the mountain with Lu Mingyu. You just left? Qin Yang asked. Lu Mingyu's whole body suddenly tensed up, not daring to look back. Instead, Wu Heitian squinted and turned around, Are you talking to me? Qin Yang shook his head again and again. Wu Heitian looked at Lu Mingyu strangely and asked, He's calling you? Lu Mingyu bit her lip and walked down the mountain quickly, No, I don't know him. You must be too heartless, last night we still. Before he finished speaking, Lu Mingyu rushed over like a gust of wind and directly covered Qin Yang's mouth. The familiar aroma made Qin Yang intoxicated again. He wanted to say something, and moved his lips, as if kissing Lu Mingyu's slender hand. As if struck by lightning, Lu Mingyu scolded, Shameless. It seems that you really know each other. Wu Heitian was thoughtful, last night? Could it have something to do with the dead outer disciples? Shaking his head, he still has a lot of things to do, but after a few insignificant people died, he was too lazy to bother. You don't have to send me, and handle your affairs well. Although you have improved your cultivation, it is not enough to get a better ranking in the subsequent rankings. Wu Heitian gave an order and went down the mountain alone. Chapter 17 Destined. Do you have to force me to kill you? Lu Mingyu gritted his teeth. Qin Yang's face was innocent, and he pointed at his mouth. Lu Mingyu snorted and quickly let go. You can't kill me. Qin Yang spread his hands. Lu Mingyu was about to cry, What the hell are you thinking? Can't you let me go? Can't you just pretend that nothing happened? Looking at Lu Mingyu's pear blossom with rain, Qin Yang felt uncomfortable. It has happened, and no one can change it. Qin Yang said sternly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry? Can I be innocent by saying sorry? Lu Mingyu's tense nerves collapsed, covering her mouth and crying bitterly. But he didn't want to make a sound, and tried his best to endure. After all, she was just a young girl, and after experiencing such a big thing, she didn't know what to do at all. Qin Yang said, if you marry me, won't you be innocent? Lu Mingyu stayed for a while. Qin Yang continued, which girl doesn't marry? Is it wrong to marry someone? Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang quietly, but cried even more fiercely. Qin Yang was speechless. Am I that bad? Between us, it's impossible. Besides, I won't marry you. Lu Mingyu wiped her tears and said with determination, when I find that person, I will die. At that time, I'll take you to the funeral. Qin Yang opened his mouth wide. Don't, it's better to be together after death, it's better to be together now. Speaking of this, Qin Yang said again, which person are you looking for? I will kill him directly, so that you will never find him. Lu Mingyu said, one of the 8 Shinto clans that destroyed the family thousands of years ago, the descendant of the Qin family. Go and find it. Qin Yang was completely dumbfounded. Does this sound familiar? It's you who I'm looking for. Shen Longjie said, she may also be one of the 8 Shinto clans, you must not reveal your identity. Qin Yang didn't listen at all, and pointed at himself repeatedly, I'm the person you're looking for. What are you looking for me for? I'm going. Shen Longjie scolded loudly, you stinky boy. It's not clear whether you are an enemy or a friend, you just. You? Although your surname is Qin, it is absolutely impossible to be you. Lu Mingyu said. Why can't it be me? Qin Yang wondered. The descendants of the Qin family, the Sanqian Academy, and other people from the 8 Shinto clans have been searching for 1,000 years, but so far they have failed. Then how are you sure you can find it? If he really exists, he will definitely appear in this wave of monsters. What if it doesn't show up? That's the next wave of monsters. The next 100 years? Lu Mingyu stared at Qin Yang fiercely, and said, if he doesn't appear in this wave of monsters, I will die. And you? Qin Yang has one head and too big, how to prove that I am me is a problem. You haven't said it yet, why are you looking for him? Qin Yang asked. The 8 Shinto clans are married to each other. Sure enough, it's destiny. Qin Yang sighed. What did you say? Lu Mingyu asked. Qin Yang shook his head and looked at Lu Mingyu's eyes changed. It turned out that this was supposed to be his daughter-in-law. In an instant, the mentality also changed. Lu Mingyu thought that Qin Yang's eyes had another meaning, and the tears that he finally held back burst into his eyes. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, how could I be ashamed to the family? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, don't worry, no. If the descendants of the Qin family appear, it must be me. If it is not me, it will not appear. Lu Mingyu shook her head and said, you still give up on me. Even if the descendants of the Qin family don't show up, the family will not agree to let me marry you. I'll let them agree. Qin Yang said earnestly, word by word. Lu Mingyu's eyes gradually became ruthless, and Qin Yang was taken aback for a moment. You. Bing Xianju broke through? Qin Yang blurted out. The Bingxin art has been cultivated to the peak, and the cultivation base has also been improved to the perfection of qi gathering. And this means that running the Bingxin art will no longer be emotional, and will be under an absolute sense of reason. In this case, Qin Yang was poisoned by the fire snake flower poison, and when the poison broke out, it all had an effect. However, at that time, copying the ice heart art was a step-by-step copy, and breaking through the realm after that was only the initial stage of the current qi gathering realm. The heart is as clear as ice, and the way of heaven is ruthless. Do you need to run the Bingxin art just to face me? Qin Yang said softly. Why do you know so much about Bingxin art? After a pause, Lu Mingyu said coldly, but it doesn't matter anymore. It really doesn't matter? Qin Yang smiled wryly, if you really did it, I wouldn't be here now. Why didn't you kill me when I fainted? Lu Mingyu choked for a while. This was also a question she couldn't understand. At first, it was just a misunderstanding. Then, I was poisoned by fire snake venom. After that, I warned you to leave, but you didn't leave. As for the dragon power displayed by Shenlongjiu, Qin Yang did not mention it. It seems to be a coincidence, and it's not all my fault, so you. I can't bear it, it's just that it happens when it happens, and it's destined anyway, it's just the difference between sooner and later. Mentioning fate again, Lu Mingyu asked, coldly, what is destined? You are destined to be my daughter-in-law, you can't run away. Qin Yang said. Lu Mingyu took a deep breath and said, if you don't run now, I will die with you now. But if I run away, if you really find the descendants of the Qin family, how can you go to Xuanhuan with me? The scene fell silent. Shenlongjiu was stunned, and complained, what the hell is going on with you? What are you going to die together and go to Xuanhuan together, is this one thing or two things? Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh. Then you will follow me. As soon as I find the descendants of the Qin family, I will kill you immediately. Lu Mingyu said. Okay. It's a deal. Qin Yang was instantly happy and said, even if you can't beat me then. Of course, you may not be able to beat me now. Qin Yang let out a ha-ha, and continued, if you find the descendants of the Qin family, and you want me to die, as long as you say a word, I will die immediately. Lu Mingyu's eyes trembled, looking at Qin Yang's firm expression, her heart became even more chaotic. Junior sister Lu? That's great, you are here. A voice came, and there was diligence and joy. Brother Meng? Lu Mingyu scratched her head and wiped the marks on her face. A young man ran over and saw Qin Yang, frowning with a look of contempt. Outer disciples don't work hard, what are they doing? Go and continue cleaning. Qin Yang pouted, who are you? The young man was stunned for a moment, and then became furious, I am the eldest disciple of the Qianning sect's inner sect, Meng Gaofei. The attitude of the little outer sect disciple is so irritating and lacking in discipline. Chapter 18, The Great Disciple of the Inner Sect. Hey, I'm so violent. Qin Yang rolled up his sleeves, but it was just a complete qi gathering, what's the arrogance? From Wu Heitian's mouth, I heard that Qianning sect is no more than the corner of Beiyuan, and the overall strength is not enough to see. Qin Yang has long had the idea of going to the Sky College. This bird sect, I still don't serve it. What? You still want to do it? What a joke. This senior brother has no time to fix you. Go away. Qin Yang was stunned, isn't this a great opportunity for him to improve his strength? You can't take the initiative. After Meng Gaofei finished speaking, he took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom, licked his face, and said to Lu Mingyu, Junior sister, this is the second-order medicinal herb Zhuyan Dan that I personally refined for you, and the Qing Dan is a middle grade. A smug look on his face. The quality of the mediocre quality, I'm too embarrassed to take it out for shame. Qin Yang chuckled. Meng Gaofei said angrily, you are an outer sect disciple who knows a shit. Although this Zhuyan pill is only a second-order medicinal pill, it is more complicated to refine than a third-order medicinal pill. It's still a mere middle grade? You outside sect elders can't even make it. Come out with such quality. Elder Zhou? Qin Yang suddenly laughed, his level of alchemy is not as good as mine, how could you compare to him? Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang with a strange look, this goddamn kid can still concoct alchemy? Meng Gaofei has always been paying attention to Lu Mingyu, and he has a plan in his heart. It's time to show off his alchemy skills in front of the beauty. Meng Gaofei looked at Qin Yang playfully and said, "Oh? Since you are more powerful than Elder Zhou, are you able to make alchemy?" "Of course," Qin Yang said. "This Zhuyandan seems to be a good thing. It is better to copy this alchemy formula first." Meng Gaofei said, "You are just an outer disciple, and your strength is too poor. At most, you can refine the first-order medicinal pill, Guyuandan. How about we compare the refining of this Guyuandan?" Qin Yang shook his head. Meng Gaofei was only able to gather qi and was in a perfect state, and he actually laughed at his own cultivation base for being too low. Guyuandan? What's the point of refining Guyuandan? Better than refining Zhuyandan, Qin Yang said. Meng Gaofei looked startled, a little clueless. This Guyuandan was refined a dozen times in a row, and he finally succeeded once. Seeing Lu Mingyu beside him, Meng Gaofei thought of something and suddenly laughed. "You have such a big voice. If you want to show off, you should also weigh your strength. Zhangko is Zhuyandan, and the hospitalization order is a second-order medicinal pill. Don't even think about it if you don't have a qi-gathering realm," Meng Gaofei said disdainfully. "Unfortunately, it's just at the beginning of qi-gathering realm." Qin Yang shrugged. Meng Gaofei narrowed his eyes, breaking through the qi-gathering realm to enter the inner door without having to participate in the outer door competition. He underestimated this kid. However, he didn't think that Qin Yang would refine Zhuyandan. He was just talking big in front of Lu Mingyu. "But I am not very skilled, so I am sure that the other party can't refine it, but if I can't refine it, wouldn't it be a shame? Afraid?" Qin Yang looked at Meng Gaofei's silence, and said, "What inner sect disciple, a second-tier middle-grade medicinal pill, TSK, 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 I can't make such a rubbish medicinal pill." "What did you say?" Meng Gaofei was furious. "Okay, then I'll compare you to refining the second-order medicinal pill Zhuyandan. If you can only speak big words, be careful that I won't spare you." Lu Mingyu frowned, looked at Qin Yang, and said, "You only broke through the qi-gathering realm yesterday, so why bring shame on yourself? This Zhuyandan is a second-order medicinal pill, and it has not gone through hundreds of experiments at all. It is impossible to master the know-how. Even if it is successfully refined, it does not work every time." Lu Mingyu didn't understand why Qin Yang had to compete with Meng Gaofei, but she was sure that Qin Yang had never refined Zhuyandan once, and compared with Meng Gaofei, he would definitely lose. Qin Yang stared at Lu Mingyu seriously. Lu Mingyu didn't dare to look at each other, and took a half step back. "You should learn one thing," Qin Yang said. "What's the matter?" Lu Mingyu asked. "Learn to trust me," Qin Yang said solemnly. Lu Mingyu turned her head away. "Bah. Now that a decision has been made, whether or not the descendants of the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans can be found, they will all perish with this kid, and feel much more relaxed." Seeing that Lu Mingyu did not strongly reject him, Qin Yang was happy. That's a big improvement. The two directly regarded Meng Gaofei as heir, and Meng Gaofei became angry on the spot. The two actually knew each other. This stimulated Meng Gaofei even more. "Let's go, let's compare and test the pills now. If you can't make it, I will abolish your cultivation as a big disciple and expel you from Qianinzong," Meng Gaofei said fiercely. "It's really majestic." Qin Yang shook his head again and again. "It seems that from the outer door to the inner door, everyone has the same temperament. The frog at the bottom of the well still thinks he owns the world? You don't know what a genius is, right?" Qin Yang pouted. The three went to the Neiman medicine hall together, and the smell of gunpowder was full of gunpowder along the way. Compared with the outer door, the inner door looks much deserted. Some inner disciples encountered along the way all greeted Meng Gaofei respectfully. Meng Gaofei walked the whole road with his face raised. He was so arrogant. Lu Mingyu didn't know why she came with her, but she was very curious, where did Qin Yang's confidence come from? And the existence of Lu Mingyu made Meng Gaofei even more ecstatic, and advertised that he was going to have an alchemy competition with Qin Yang along the way. Everyone who heard the news was stunned. The faster the news spread, the more inner disciples who were watching the excitement gathered. That's him? Qin Yang, a disciple of the outer sect? He actually wants to compete with the senior brother in the refining of second-order medicinal pills or Zhuyandan. I don't know how high the sky is. The senior brother is not only a high-level cultivation base, but also a genius in alchemy. The sect master favors him, and the future is even more promising. Look at junior sister Lu. Although it is rumored that he is from a big place, isn't he following behind senior brother Meng? I think junior sister Lu and senior brother Meng are a match made in heaven. Hearing the inner disciple's comments, Qin Yang was so angry that he was about to explode. This is simply a group of frogs in the bottom of the well. Meng Gaofei's cultivation is also considered high? Still an alchemy genius? What a joke. Moreover, Lu Mingyu is his own, and no one wants to take it away. Thinking of this, Qin Yang took a step behind and walked side by side with Lu Mingyu. Meng Gaofei's eyes flashed a wicked look, and he secretly said in his heart, boy, after the alchemy test, I want you to look good. In the medicine hall, the inner door Elder Zhang was wondering why it was so lively here all of a sudden. After understanding the reason, he burst out laughing. Where did it come from? Where do you go back? Can you just waste my medicinal materials? Elder Zhang waved his hand. Elder Zhang, I hope you will give me a face, I must have a test with Qin Yang today. Meng Gaofei cupped his hands. Elder Zhang hesitated for a while, sighed, and said, oh, that's all, if you want to make a fool of yourself, you can do as you like. However, each person only has 3 materials, and there can be no more. It's not easy to refine this Zhuyan pill, the required materials are not cheap. Meng Gaofei walked in and whispered, Elder Zhang, 3 copies may not be enough. Elder Zhang glanced at Meng Gaofei, knowing what level this kid was, gritted his teeth painfully, and said, okay, each person has 10 pieces of Zhuyandan's materials. 10 copies? It's more than enough to make 10 pills in a row. Is it necessary to refine 10 pills in a row? Qin Yang laughed when he saw it, and said loudly, is it possible that someone can refine Zhuyan pill only once with 10 copies? Chapter 19. The inner door medicine hall was full of uproar. Elder Zhang laughed dumbly, and the inner disciples were even more embarrassed. He's really an ignorant kid, will he be able to concoct alchemy? Even if Elder Zhang makes a shot, at most 2 materials will succeed once, and he still only needs 1 material? Elder Zhang regretted his promise to Meng Gaofei. Why should such a boy really compete? Meng Gaofei laughed, not knowing alchemy is just right, everyone just needs to watch their own performances. Qin Yang, you. Lu Mingyu was suddenly a little worried, but stopped quickly. It's good to be embarrassed, she should be happy. Can. Meng Gaofei saw the look on Lu Mingyu's face, his face became gloomy, and he said loudly, today, I will compare with Qin Yang to test pills. If he loses, I will abolish his cultivation and expel him from Qianin Zone. Elder Zhang was taken aback, you guys are. It turns out that these 2 have grievances, no wonder they came to compete. As I said, just throw this Qin Yang out, why bother? A disciple from the outer sect, he thought he was amazing as soon as he was promoted to the Qi-gathering realm, but he didn't know that there are days outside the sky, and there are people outside people. What if you lose? Qin Yang said coldly. How could I possibly lose? Meng Gaofei laughed. It is natural to show your fullness in front of beautiful women, and immediately said, since you asked, then I will tell you. If I lose, you are the inner disciple. In the medicine hall, other inner disciples whispered. Even if Meng Gaofei loses, it will not be Qin Yang's turn to be the inner disciple. Qin Yang himself was not happy, and immediately said, "No, if I win and you lose, I only have one request." "What request?" Meng Gaofei asked, curiously. "Don't pester Lu Mingyu like a fly. Wherever she is in the future, go as far as you want." Qin Yang's words were sonorous. Meng Gaofei widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. The other inner disciples looked at each other and laughed. "Qin Yang, you young toad want to eat swan meat. Is the name of junior sister Lu worthy of your name? Junior sister Lu can only be senior brother Meng's, do you dare to think?" Meng Gaofei could not wait to abolish Qin Yang's cultivation level immediately, and immediately said, "Let's start the competition." Lu Mingyu's face showed disgust, but it was not aimed at Qin Yang, but at other people. In comparison, Qin Yang's talk of marrying himself is not so excessive. It turns out, Lu Mingyu's heart was a little complicated. He tried alchemy with Meng Gaofei for me. The table is set up, and 2 pill furnaces and 10 materials each are ready. Meng Gaofei was a little nervous, not because of the competition with Qin Yang, but because of whether he could make it successfully. It is best to refine it in the first furnace, so that other inner disciples will worship him even more. At that time, Lu Mingyu can also see his strength. Let Lu Mingyu know that she has the qualifications to pursue her. Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, and waited quietly. He didn't know any of the materials on the table, he was just complaining. What was Meng Gaofei thinking about? "Don't hurry to start. Aren't you going to compete with me? Let's start." Qin Yang couldn't help urging. Meng Gaofei snorted coldly and said, "Why didn't you start? I'm afraid you didn't want to learn on the spot, right?" Qin Yang shrugged and didn't speak. "But I said in my heart, nonsense, how can I copy if you don't do it?" Elder Zhang interjected at this time, "Alchemy is not so simple, it is impossible to steal it on the spot." Lu Mingyu glanced at Qin Yang with deep meaning, remembered the martial arts displayed by the other party, and then looked at Qin Yang's confident expression. Could it be that he? In the mountains and forests, Qin Yang returned to him in his own way and killed Zhang Hu and others. Not only that, his own wind-chasing steps, wind-breaking fingers, and gusty legs. Qin Yang's performance is stronger than himself. Moreover, Wu Heitian did not teach Qin Yang these martial arts. Thinking of this, Lu Mingyu looked forward to Qin Yang's next performance. "Come on." Qin Yang frowned and said, "I'll give you a chance to refine it. After the refining is successful, you can shirk your distractions and make excuses." "Haha, I see how arrogant you can be," Meng Gaofei said disdainfully, and at the same time began to refine it. Ding. Copy the formula of the second-order elixirs, and automatically upgrade to the perfect formula. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and he was about to start, but found that the ingredients in the perfect formula did not match the prepared ones. Ganoderma lucidum? No, throw it away. Ice crystal flour? No, throw it away. There are as many as 20 kinds of Xuanhuan materials, and as Qin Yang started to choose, he threw 7 or 8 kinds directly. Elder Zhang was trembling with anger, and wanted to yell at Qin Yang, but he was afraid that Meng Gaofei would be distracted, so he could only look at Qin Yang with murderous eyes. "Bring me a white hibiscus. And blood vine grass. And also." Scattered and scattered, I asked for more than a dozen materials. At first, Elder Zhang didn't bother to pay attention to it at all. It can be seen that after Qin Yang said all the herbs, he said the same as the truth, and he prepared the materials with suspicion. "The materials you mentioned are better than the original." "The materials are a lot more expensive, you better not talk nonsense, or I have to peel your skin." Elder Zhang stared. Qin Yang didn't bother to pay attention to it at all. The materials were ready, and he started refining directly. The movements are extremely skilled. How can you look like someone who can't make alchemy? Seeing that the materials were thrown into the pill furnace by Qin Yang, Elder Zhang's face twitched. At this moment, he prayed in his heart that Meng Gaofei's first material would be successful, otherwise, he would have to prepare another for this kid. Yes, Elder Zhang did not believe that Qin Yang could refine it successfully. Not only did he not believe it, but the inner disciples also didn't believe it. Faking it. He must be faking it. We'll see what happens when he fails. No, if senior brother Meng also fails, that's not okay. This kid must not be allowed to pass the test like this. Only Lu Mingyu's eyes showed a look of surprise. There are better Zhuyandan formulas in the clan, and several of them are exactly what Qin Yang just asked for. Time passed slowly, and Meng Gaofei's face showed a look of joy. He was already 70 to 80% sure that he would become a pill. It's only the most important step, this time it will be done. Meng Gaofei got up cautiously, and after a while, he shouted, "It's done. It's done. Open pill furnace, second order, yen pill, top grade. Top grade. Top grade." Meng Gaofei danced excitedly, took it out quickly, and shook it in front of Lu Mingyu's eyes. "Did you see it? I'm an alchemy genius." Meng Gaofei looked around and said in surprise, "What's wrong with you? Could it be that I succeeded once and refined the top grade, which surprised you?" Elder Zhang, including everyone, was stunned, and his mouth was wide enough to hold a large amount of Zhuyandan at the same time. "Excellent quality," Elder Zhang murmured. Meng Gaofei was stunned for a moment, then looked humble, and smiled. "Elder Zhang, don't blindly praise me. The best quality medicinal pills are all accompanied by abnormal shapes, either the medicinal fragrance is overflowing, or the medicinal qi will be produced. I'm just top-notch." After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, and turned his head to look at Qin Yang's pill stove with a stiff neck. In the pill stove, the fog that pervades is not pill qi, or what? No. Impossible. The medicinal pill in Meng Gaofei's hand fell to the ground. Chapter 20 Bandit Den. Hey, I have really gained my knowledge again. Shouldn't the medicinal pills be of the best quality after being made? I really don't know how you made the top grade and middle grade medicinal pills. Alchemy genius? Ridiculous. Qin Yang shook his head, looking puzzled. My God, is this Qin Yang a demon? Alchemy only produces the best quality? I'm afraid this time is a coincidence, right? To even say such a thing, it's humiliating all the alchemists. Meng Gaofei shook his head violently and shouted again and again, "Impossible, he cheated. He doesn't even know how to make alchemy, how could he make the second-order top-grade Zhuyandan? He must have secretly changed the elixirs." Qin Yang sighed and said, "Pills can be replaced, but what about the elixirs produced at the beginning of the pill? You can change it for me to see? What's more, the eyes of the masses are sharp, so many people are watching." After a pause, Qin Yang said again, "Since you lose, you should be willing to admit defeat. From now on, where Lu Mingyu is there, go as far as you can." Meng Gaofei's face was ashen, and he was extremely embarrassed. This should have been his own performance, and he had performed exceptionally well, but this result. He couldn't accept it. He actually made it. Lu Mingyu's eyes were full of shock, and Dan became the best. What this means, people in the small sect may not know, but it is also in the big family. Or in the Sky College, it will definitely become the focus of everyone. And it will attract top alchemists to scramble for apprentices. Wait. Lu Mingyu frowned. Zhuyandan, does it have the best quality? Every medicine has a formula. It is not only the alchemy technique that limits the quality of medicinal pills, but the formula is also extremely important. Whether it is a second-order Zhuyandan or a higher-level Zhuyandan, there is simply no formula that can make the best quality. Lu Mingyu stared blankly at the pill stove in front of Qin Yang, and it was messy for a while. Qin Yang took out the medicinal pill, directly, walked to Lu Mingyu, and gently handed it over. Huh? You want to give it to me? Lu Mingyu asked. Qin Yang chuckled and said, of course, could it be that I am an old man eating this Xuanhuan? At the moment, he began to introduce, second-order top-grade Xuanhuan. The formula has been improved, not only can it maintain youth forever, but also has many other functions. In the medicine hall, some female disciples' eyes were about to turn into rabbits, and they couldn't help themselves when they looked at the top-grade Xuanhuan. The eyes looking at Qin Yang are full of little stars. It would be great if someone could refine the top-grade Xuanhuan for me. This is the inner thought of those female disciples. What other functions? Lu Mingyu didn't speak, but female disciples asked one after another. Qin Yang explained, this second-order top-grade Xuanhuan has better medicinal effects than ordinary Xuanhuan. In addition, it can nourish qi, nourish yin, and whiten the skin. As soon as the name came down, all the female disciples fell directly. Even Lu Mingyu was moved. Take the medicinal pill. While the medicinal qi has not dissipated, the effect will be better. Qin Yang said. Ah. I'm going crazy. A female disciple burst into tears. It's not just the top-grade Xuanhuan, but also the top-grade Xuanhuan that has just been refined, and the Dan qi has not yet dissipated. Another female disciple burst into tears. I don't want it. Lu Mingyu resolutely said, just as he was about to run the Bingxin art to compete with his own instincts. Qin Yang suddenly came close to him, and his body almost touched him. Broken wind finger. Qin Yang pointed at Lu Mingyu's dantian, causing Lu Mingyu's true qi to suddenly become messy. Just controlled the strength and did not hurt Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu was horrified. How can you use the advanced martial arts of the Windbreaker? Advanced martial arts? Qin Yang was stunned. He didn't know what advanced martial arts were, but after he had cultivated his Feng finger to the top, he always felt that it was just laying the foundation for a certain martial arts. Anyway, you and I are going to die together, so why do you always run the ice heart art? This technique is very good for combat, but if you keep running it all the time, wouldn't you become an Iceman? Qin Yang leaned into Lu Mingyu's ear and whispered again, don't you want to keep your youthful side and die brightly? Hot air blew into his ears, and Lu Mingyu trembled slightly. A touch of blush dyed the roots of the ears, and dyed the neck like a swan. The movements of the two were extremely intimate, and they were almost sticking together, and everyone in the audience was stunned for a while. Open your mouth, ah! Qin Yang ordered. Lu Mingyu wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Yang stuffed the medicinal pill in and put away the wind-breaking finger at the same time. Fast fortune, digestive power. Qin Yang said, this top-grade Xuanhuan has no side effects, one a day in the future. Hiss. In the medicine hall, there was a voice that sucked in cold air. Many young disciples had fainted on the spot. Lu Mingyu wanted to spit out the medicinal pill, but after hearing this, she couldn't hold back her fright and swallowed it. Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang's eyes seriously. As Qin Yang said, we are going to die together anyway, so what are you afraid of? Run the infuriating energy at the moment to digest the medicinal power. Originally, she was beautiful, but after eating this top-quality Xuanhuan, her skin became more supple, smooth, crystal clear, and graceful, like a fairy. Qin Yang took a deep breath. The seductive body fragrance is like a fairy. Mangaofei finally endured to the limit. The goddess who he thought was the thing in his bag, actually snuggled up in Qin Yang's arms. At least it seemed so to him. And the two are so intimate, they have been communicating in a low voice. More importantly, why Qin Yang can refine the best Xuanhuan, why? The previous bet has long been forgotten, and the only thing he wants to do at this time is to kill Qin Yang. As long as Qin Yang is dead, everything will return to the past. He is still the shining alchemy genius. Lu Mingyu still belongs to him. Qin Yang, die. Meng Gaofei stretched out his hand like claws and grabbed it. In his opinion, this claw will directly break Qin Yang's neck. Ah! Be careful. Lu Mingyu saw this scene, and Qin Yang just turned her back to Meng Gaofei. She couldn't help but push Qin Yang away for some reason. Ding! Copying the Falcon technique, the host's cultivation base is improved to the perfect Qi gathering realm. Exercise 1/10. Ding! Copy the martial art Falcon Claw, and the proficiency will automatically increase to the pinnacle. Martial arts 1 out of 10. Despicable. Since I lost the alchemy competition, I don't have any demeanor. Is this really our respected senior brother? Infuriated and even attacked, we really misunderstood him before. The inner sect disciples glared angrily. The system reminded Qin Yang that Qin Yang wanted to fight back, but Lu Mingyu pushed him away, and Lu Mingyu himself met Meng Gaofei. Qin Yang was happy. Does this mean breaking the wind? Lu Mingyu pointed out, and at the same time as he cracked the falcon's claws, Meng Gaofei's hand was aching with the powerful force. Meng Gaofei's face turned gloomy. This is our Qianing sect's business, don't interfere. Lu Mingyu just wanted to scold Meng Gaofei for being mean, but stopped. She doesn't care whether this is a matter of Qianing sect or not. She is very confused at this time, thinking about why she instinctively rescued Qin Yang. Is it because of the medicinal pill he gave? Is it because of me? Qin Yang didn't want this Meng Gaofei to continue pestering me? Lu Mingyu shook his head and said to himself in his heart, it's because he can only die in my hands. Yes, that's right. If I want to kill him, I will kill him. It's not your turn. Lu Mingyu figured it out, her beautiful eyes flashing cold and sharp. Qin Yang's face turned black, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. This is indeed an internal matter of our Qianing sect. Elder Zhang stood up, his aura bursting out. Meng Gaofei said in a low voice, Elder Zhang, you hold Lu Mingyu down, and I will personally kill Qin Yang. Elder Zhang shook his head and said, he can't die now. Meng Gaofei was startled. Elder Zhang added, at least wait for him to hand over the formula just now, as well as the refining method. At this time Elder Zhang felt extremely regretful. If he had known that this kid had such skills, he would have written down the medicinal herbs just now. Meng Gaofei laughed and said, yes, it should be. Qin Yang watched the two of them sing together and smiled. Have you discussed it? Xianingzong, what a joke. I think this is a den of bandits. Tell me, who will come first? Chapter 21 Live Teaching. Facing Elder Zhang and Meng Gaofei, Qin Yang looked calm. Elder Zhang is only at the early stage of the Qi realm. Although he has crossed a large realm, he is not much stronger than the Qi gathering realm. From the Qi gathering realm to the Qi realm, it is not an earth-shaking change. The Qi gathering realm awakens spiritual thoughts and condenses true Qi. The Qi realm is just as true as the Qi. It's just a difference in infuriating energy. The important thing is that if there is Qi in emptiness, can it be fully exerted? Good boy, he is very arrogant. Elder Zhang stared at Qin Yang, then looked at the surrounding inner disciples, and said loudly, Qin Yang stole the Zoman second-order top-grade Zhuyandan formula, and now the matter is exposed. I defined the formula for the sect, clean up the portal. So Qin Yang's formula was stolen from the sect? No wonder he, an outer sect disciple, was able to refine a top-grade medicine pill. This formula must be very precious, right? So, senior brother Meng probably found out the clue long ago, so he deliberately competed with Qin Yang, and the purpose was to expose Qin Yang? It turns out that we all misunderstood senior brother Meng. Senior brother Meng is sorry. Senior brother Meng was overjoyed. He didn't expect things to take such a turn. He coughed lightly and said, I don't blame you, brothers and sisters, everyone has been deceived at times. He also specifically looked at Lu Mingyu, as if there was something in his words. Senior brother Meng continued, since the truth has been revealed, as a senior brother, it is of course up to me to do things like clearing the door. Lu Mingyu was stunned, this little sect is so ridiculous? The elders of the inner sect are jealous of the virtuous, the elders of the inner sect are insatiable greed, and the disciples of the inner sect are ignorant. How could the formula of this top-grade Zhuyan Dan be stolen from this thousand-hidden sect? Not to mention Qianinzong, there is not even Sky Academy. Qin Yang, hurry up and hand over the formula. Maybe I can just abolish your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Otherwise, you will surely die today. Senior brother Meng said loudly. Hand over the recipe. Hand over the recipe. Among the outer disciples, there is such a shameless scum as Qin Yang, which is a shame for our Qianin sect. Hurry up and hand over the formula. From now on, we will also have the best Zhuyan Dan to use. A female disciple from the inner sect said fiercely. Qin Yang looked around, licked his ears, and laughed softly. Lu Mingyu was completely at a loss, why did he all point at Qin Yang all of a sudden? And at this time, Qin Yang actually laughed? Qin Yang said flatly, I'm still saying that, who will go first? Lu Mingyu took a deep breath, is this Qin Yang going to challenge the entire inner door alone? It seems that I can only beat you down first. Meng Gaofei narrowed his eyes and used the yellow-level martial skill, Falcon Claws again. Lu Mingyu wanted to take another shot, but Elder Zhang blocked her. Qin Yang looked at Lu Mingyu and said with a smile, didn't I tell you, you have to learn to trust me. After all, he used the same claw, his fingers like steel, and the other claw clasped Meng Gaofei's wrist. Meng Gaofei was shocked, isn't this his own martial arts? This claw is enough to break his wrist directly. Qin Yang didn't do this, but just threw Meng Gaofei out. Meng Gaofei stared at his wrist, a few blue and purple fingerprints were clear and terrifying. It's here again. Lu Mingyu was shocked, and he returned to him in the same way. And who is stronger or weaker, decide between the top and the bottom. At the same time, Lu Mingyu was very puzzled. Why did Qin Yang keep his hand just now? Qin Yang opened his mouth slowly and said, Bao Feng means you have cultivated to the point of perfection, right? Are you stuck in a bottleneck? Lu Mingyu was taken aback and nodded. Qin Yang added, if you want to cultivate to the peak, it is no longer about the technique of exertion and timing, but the meaning of breaking the wind. After thinking about it, Qin Yang said, you can treat the object you want to attack as the wind, and what you have to do is to break the wind. Lu Mingyu's heart changed secretly, is this teaching herself? Damn. You underestimate me too. Meng Gaofei roared and grabbed him again. Just now Qin Yang used the same trick as himself, which made him realize something, and he used it on the spot. Qin Yang only thought it was a little funny, and told Lu Mingyu, look out, this is how the puffing finger is used. A point out, bland. It is not even different from what Lu Mingyu performed before. Meng Gaofei changed the trajectory with one claw, trying to hold Qin Yang's wrist, but all changes were under Qin Yang's control. He was beaten again, but Meng Gaofei was not as lucky this time as when Lu Mingyu was beaten before. Meng Gaofei only felt a numbness in the palm of his hand. He thought that Qin Yang was not strong enough, but he was suddenly shocked to find that his true chi could not reach his hand. Immediately afterwards, the heart-piercing pain spread to the entire palm, and at this moment, all the meridians on the hand were broken. The hand is abolished, and it is completely abandoned, and there is no possibility of recovery. Ah! Meng Gaofei roared in pain, with blue veins on his forehead, his face extremely hideous. Lu Mingyu's eyes widened, what did you just do? Thinking back on everything just now, he suddenly thought of what Wu Heitian said. For a powerful family, all martial arts are gradually developed. Don't think that you have reached a certain level of cultivation. In the world, it is enough to rewash and cultivate more advanced martial arts. That's a big mistake. The reason why the 8 Shinto clans are strong is because every step they take is a strong foundation. Just like the advanced martial arts in your family, the yellow rank breaking wind finger, cultivated to the peak of Mahayana, is directly the entrance to the Xian rank pulse firing finger. This is infinitely more powerful than directly cultivating the firing pulse finger, because the foundation is extremely solid. Impossible, are you really an evildoer? Lu Mingyu seems to have known Qin Yang for the first time. Can the world be so talented? This cracked vein finger, I can't even know it. Holding his dantian, thinking that Qin Yang had disturbed the operation of his infuriating energy before, Qin Yang had already been able to retract and release his strength so accurately? If Qin Yang were to practice a real cracked pulse finger, then the power. What are you doing? Do you understand? Qin Yang asked. Lu Mingyu came back to her senses, shook her head, and nodded again. Seeing Meng Gaofei's defeat, Elder Zhang didn't expect this kid to have such strength, so he punched him on the spot. Ding! Copy the magic trick. Exercise 2/10. The system did not indicate that the martial arts were copied, nor did the copied exercises indicate that they were beyond the host's rank. It turns out that this elder is actually practicing the Huangjie method, and the martial art is Kaishenquan? It turns out that Zhou Shi's Huangjie martial arts came from this way? Unfortunately, the cultivator of the Sea of Qi can't even know the Xuanhuan martial arts. Qin Yang shook his head. In this way, the other party was simply more infuriating than himself. Kaishan fist. Qin Yang shouted, his fists covered with a layer of earthy light. On the other hand, looking at Elder Zhang's fist, the light actually dimmed a lot. Lu Mingyu covered her mouth in surprise, and she couldn't help but remind her, Kaishan fist focuses on strength, don't fight recklessly. Elder Zhang is a sea of anger. Boom! A muffled sound interrupted Lu Mingyu's reminder. Qin Yang shook his hand and took a half step back. But Elder Zhang hastily stepped back several steps. Focusing on the martial skills of strength, under the hard shaking, the Elder Zhang at the early stage of the Qi Sea realm is not as good as Qin Yang, who has completed the Qi gathering realm. In the medicine hall, there was silence. Is this fake? Chapter 22 Sweeping the Medicine Hall. Even if you don't practice Xian-level martial arts and Keijing, Huang-level martial arts have only achieved a small amount of success? Why are you so stupid? Qin Yang frowned, you are wrong even in your power-generating skills. True Qi cultivation base, but only 34 out of 10, what else do you cultivate? Go home and farm. Being so humiliated, Elder Zhang's face flushed and gradually turned purple. A mouthful of old blood couldn't help but spurted out. Damn. Elder Zhang widened his eyes and shouted, listen to all the inner disciples, whoever defeats Qin Yang will be rewarded with 10 second-order medicinal pills, no, 20, choose whatever you want. What? Choose 20 second-order medicinal pills? My God, this is a lot of money. But if we besieged him like this, if it spreads out? What are you afraid of? The outer sect disciples stole the pill formula and even shot people. We are cleaning up the portal and producing rebellion. And you can see that his cultivation is not weaker than us. Maybe it is a spy sent by other sects, come and learn our martial arts secretly. Yes, it must be so, he must be a spy of another sect. Let's go together, we must not let the spies of other sects succeed. Everyone, you and I, reached a tacit agreement, and put Qin Yang on the spot with an unwarranted charge. You are jealous of virtuous talents, you are not qualified enough, and now you have seen a real genius, so you dare not accept it, so you reject Qin Yang. Lu Mingyu said. Qin Yang waved his hand to stop her. It's useless to tell them this. If they could hear it, they wouldn't do it. Wait. Qin Yang said. Huh? Lu Mingyu asked, do you want to explain your last words? I may have heard it wrong just now. You said I was a genius, right? Qin Yang blinked. Lu Mingyu was speechless for a while. What time is this, and he can still make jokes? Meng Gaofei looked at Qin Yang as if there was no one beside him, and Lu Mingyu, who was beside him, was worried about Qin Yang again, and was immediately annoyed. You simply ignore our inner disciples. Meng Gaofei shouted. The other inner sect disciples were ready early, and they shot directly at this time. Also an inner disciple, aren't you too proud? Qin Yang chuckled. What made him even more happy was that the system kept beeping. Ding. Copy the exercises. Ding. Copy martial arts. Ding. Almost in an instant, it was already 7 out of 10 for the exercises and 7 out of 10 for the martial arts. There are many repetitions of the Huangjia martial arts and martial arts practiced by these inner disciples, which makes Qin Yang very disappointed. Wind legs. Before Qin Yang could take action, Lu Mingyu, who was beside him, directly fought with the inner disciple. Qin Yang was taken aback and said, You. Lu Mingyu turned back and said, I said, you can only die in my hands. Qin Yang laughed. How could he let the little girl stand in front of him? On the spot, they confronted Elder Zhang. Seeing that there were so many people on his side, Elder Zhang became more courageous. He waved his Kaishan fist and cooperated with several other inner disciples to besiege Qin Yang. Qin Yang took a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, and dissolved all his martial skills into the invisible, with ease. His eyes were always on Lu Mingyu, and he pointed out from time to time. The person you are fighting against is the dragon and snake step, which is extremely flexible at close range. You only need to use the wind-chasing step to widen the distance, and when you attack, use the gust of wind, and he can't resist it at all. Lu Mingyu's eyes lit up when he heard it, and after doing so, he defeated the inner disciple. There are 2 people next to you who are practicing Fire Leopard Fist, which is extremely explosive. Be careful of their sneak attacks. As long as they make a move, you can use the breeze to blow the willow to resolve it. Immediately kill. Qin Yang spoke again. The 2 who were ready to wait for an opportunity in the chaotic situation looked at each other. Yes, those 2 goods. Qin Yang reminded. Lu Mingyu also noticed them. Those 2 want to cry but have no tears, how can they fight? Haven't shot yet, everyone knows how to crack it. Never mind, how can he be as good as he said? Let's go. The 2 summed up and shot directly. Lu Mingyu used his martial skills as Qin Yang said, and as expected, the 2 men's violent attacks were resolved, but the Feng Feng finger did not kill them in seconds, but only repelled them. Your proficiency in martial arts is not good. Qin Yang sighed. Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes and looked at Qin Yang, her lungs almost burst with anger. I saw Qin Yang wandering in the battle circle, between Elder Zhang and several disciples, and scathed. Not even fighting, just like walking a dog with a monkey, watching himself fight. This is your battle. Lu Mingyu gritted his teeth. What's yours and mine, it's ours. Qin Yang corrected. But you're watching the play there. Lu Mingyu was dissatisfied. I'm giving you a chance to actually fight. Your previous Gufeng step was good, but the windbreaker was too light. You can try to tap their heart, don't worry about anything, just push your true chi hard. Qin Yang said. Lu Mingyu pouted, she couldn't be as calm as Qin Yang, and soon she had no time to argue with Qin Yang. Broken wind finger. Pointing to one person. Heart pulse, although that person had been prepared for a long time, he couldn't help spitting out blood at this time, and instantly lost his combat effectiveness. That long-haired female disciple, yes, that's her. She didn't practice Huang-level martial arts, she just swept her with the gust of wind. Yes, that's what it looks like. That dead fat man with a pockmarked face, he is too resistant to beatings, let it go for now, and don't fight with him recklessly, just use the breeze to blow Lulu to fight with him, his body is not flexible, and he will hinder others. Attack. And that tall and thin man, although he looks unremarkable and looks ill, this man is cultivating Pajin Fist. Although it is worse than Kaishan Fist, his strength is very strong. And also, under Qin Yang's guidance, within a short while, apart from Elder Zhang and 3 inner disciples who besieged him, there were only Meng Gaofei next to Lu Mingyu and the inflexible fat man. The fat man was about to cry. Instead of looking at Lu Mingyu, who was fighting against him, he looked at Qin Yang instead. Qin Yang grinned, making the fat man groan in his heart. Now, it's time to hit the target. Qin Yang Yu said. Fatty really burst into tears, looked left and right, the floor was full of inner disciples screaming in pain, his legs softened, and he ran away. Meng Gaofei glared at Qin Yang, looked at Lu Mingyu again, and asked, loudly, what do you mean? My Channing sect treats you as a guest, but you are making such a fuss about the medicine hall and meddling in our sect's internal affairs. Lu Mingyu is in a hurry, this is simply a rake. What makes her even more angry is Qin Yang on the side. She defeated all the inner disciples all over the ground, so Qin Yang moved his lips. Lu Mingyu does not deny that Qin Yang's reminder is very important. But to outsiders, it seems that this situation has evolved into something else, and it is no wonder that Meng Gaofei questioned himself. Nice job. There are 4 more here. Qin Yang gave a thumbs up. Lu Mingyu's head was covered with black lines, and Elder Zhang and the 3 disciples also stopped. What kind of monsters are they facing? The 3 inner sect disciples looked at each other, and now they stopped their hands, only to realize that they had provoked someone they couldn't afford to offend. Elder Zhang and Meng Gaofei were furious, and in a short period of time, the form turned upside down. Especially Elder Zhang, he always thought that Qin Yang had a slight edge over himself before, but it was just by chance. But just now he tried his best to avoid touching half of Qin Yang's clothes, and then he realized that this kid, he is not an opponent. Elder Zhang regretted greatly in his heart. Looking at Meng Gaofei, whose hand had been abolished, he felt resentful. If he hadn't done so, this kid would be enough to win glory for the Channing sect, but now. Is it fun to watch the play? Lu Mingyu came to Qin Yang. After a while, she was sweating profusely. But Qin Yang, even his hair was not messy. Qin Yang shrugged and said helplessly, I don't do it because I'm not strong enough. If I can't stop and start killing, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Looking at the terrified eyes on the ground, Qin Yang said again, they are just being deceived and bewitched, and they are not guilty of death. The inner disciples all over the floor felt relieved, but instead became grateful, and looked at Elder Zhang and Meng Gaofei with a pair of eyes. Lu Mingyu pouted, she didn't believe Qin Yang's words, she couldn't hold back, Qin Yang's martial skills were stronger than her own. And Lu Mingyu was shocked again. When did Qin Yang's cultivation level reach the perfection of qi gathering? Are you really a demon? Lu Mingyu muttered to himself. What happened? Suddenly, a thick voice came, and Wu Heitian's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone, as if he had been there all along. Chapter 23 Assessment Token. Elder Zhang and Meng Gaofei felt relieved. If Wu Heitian came later, they would probably be lying on the ground too. Wu Heitian looked around and looked at Lu Mingyu in surprise. What are you doing? Lu Mingyu didn't mention how wrong she was. She glared fiercely at Qin Yang, who had nothing to do with him. Just as Lu Mingyu was about to explain, Elder Zhang hurriedly opened his mouth and said sternly, my outer disciple of Channing sect stole the formula of medicinal pills and made a scene in the medicinal pill hall after being discovered. The person you brought was deceived by him and shot me to injure me. Sect disciple, I would like to ask, what exactly do you want to do? Mangaofei also hurriedly said, are you bullying my Qianyin sect's nobody? Interfering in our sect's internal affairs is so important. Wu Heitian swept away his divine thoughts and looked at Lu Mingyu's eyes again. You did all this? Lu Mingyu choked for a moment and nodded reluctantly. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Wu Heitian laughed and praised, I didn't expect you to be able to perform like this in actual combat. You really deserve to be a member of the Lu family. Elder Zhang and Mangaofei were stunned. How could this be exaggerated? Wu Heitian's expression changed, and he said, bullying your Qianyin Zong no one? I know Lu Mingyu's temperament very well, and she will definitely not shoot for no reason. Looking at Qin Yang, Wu Heitian frowned and said, he is an outer disciple, how could he steal your medicinal pill formula? Even if he steals it, he will not be able to refine it. As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere became strange. What? Wu Heitian was confused. Elder Zhang and Mangaofei blushed, they have all made the best quality, but still can't make it. If you want to protect Qin Yang, you have to get to know Qin Yang a little bit, right? Lu Mingyu whispered, the formula of the medicinal pill is not stolen, and Qin Yang can refine it. At the moment, Lu Mingyu will start the trial of pills, and tell everything that has just happened from beginning to end. Of course, including Qin Yang's guidance, she can defeat these inner disciples so quickly. The more Wu Heitian listened, the more disbelieving he became. He looked at Qin Yang from top to bottom. No matter how he looked at this kid, he didn't seem to be so good. You said that Qin Yang stole the formula of your second-order top-grade Zhu Yandan? Wu Heitian asked. That's right. Elder Zhang insisted. Wu Heitian laughed dumbly and asked, do you know that there is no formula for the second-order top-grade Yin Yandan in this world? The most advanced formula of Yin Xuanhuan is only a superior. If the alchemy master is lucky, he can make a top grade. Speaking of this, Wu Heitian looked at Lu Mingyu with a confirming look. Lu Mingyu nodded lightly, this was absolutely true, and the top-grade Zhu Yandan had already been eaten by herself. Thinking of this, Lu Mingyu's heart became a lot more complicated. I felt uncomfortable all over, as if Qin Yang had taken possession of him from the outside to the inside. Wu Heitian said, even if there is, it has been lost for a long time, how could it be your Qianyin Zong? Elder Zhang argued, that's the truth. Qin Yang is an outer disciple of our Qianyin sect, and everything he owns belongs to the Qianyin sect. Mangaofei said at this time, as long as he hands over the formula, he will immediately abolish his cultivation and expel the Qianyin Zong. For fear that Qin Yang would stay and take the place of his senior brother. Elder Zhang looked at Mangaofei with a hatred of iron and steel, and there was only one sentence in his heart, this is something that is more than enough for success. Such a good disciple, you don't want Qianyin sect anymore? Wu Heitian couldn't understand. As for the outer sect disciples, everything belonged to the Qianyin sect, and he could not be more clear about the temporary guest appearance as the manager of the outer sect mission hall. The so-called outer sect disciples are like slaves who work for free. Those with good qualifications enter the inner door, and those with poor qualifications are free long-term workers. We can't afford this kind of rebellion. Mangaofei said. In one sentence, Elder Zhang's thoughts were suppressed and he couldn't speak. Nonsense. This kid has the formula of the second-order top-grade Yandan, and the cultivation talent is so extraordinary, it will be of great use to the sect. Elder Zhang said in a low voice. This is what Mangaofei is most afraid of, and he whispered back, I can't even ask for it. This kind of thing has already happened today, how can there be room for maneuver? Wu Heitian said directly, if that's the case, then he's free. You shouldn't be joking about the formula. If there's anything, let your sect master come to me. After that, he took out a jade token and handed it to Qin Yang. Qin Yang took it and looked at the jade card. The whole body is extremely delicate, crystal clear, and it is a good piece of jade. Although it can't compare with your own dragon jade, it seems to be expensive. On the front there is the quaint and atmospheric word sky, and on the back is a complex pattern. What is this? Is it the token of Songqiong Academy? I am a student of Songqiong Academy now? Qin Yang asked. Wu Heitian smiled and said, it's not that simple to enter the Sky Academy. This is just an assessment token. In the monster wave, this token will show you points based on the monsters you hunt. If the points are ranked in Beiyuan, only the top 100 on the monster hunting list are eligible to enter the Sky Academy. Top 100? How many people have this token? Qin Yang asked. Wu Heitian said, there must be thousands. These tokens are issued in advance, and those who have tokens are geniuses. So much? Qin Yang was taken aback. Hunting monsters is not an easy task, and you have to compete with thousands of people? As for geniuses, what Qin Yang likes most is geniuses. Elder Zhang and Meng Gaofei stared at the side. Meng Gaofei asked in a low voice, what is Songqiong Academy? Elder Zhang shook his head and whispered, it should be a large sect, there are thousands of apprentices, and even the tide of monsters is regarded as an appraisal item. Then what should we do? Meng Gaofei didn't know what to do. Elder Zhang also suddenly felt a headache. Could it be that the formula of the second-order top-grade Zhu Yandan just flew like this? The two stayed aside quietly, watching the changes. Mr. Wu, why did you come here suddenly? Lu Mingyu asked, curiously. Wu Heitian just remembered and said, I have something to do temporarily and need to leave. Lu Mingyu, you are in charge of receiving guests in this Qianin zone. Qin Yang also had the impression that Wu Heitian asked himself to clean the mountain gate well before, saying that there would be many guests visiting during this time. Lu Mingyu looked at the inner disciples who were crying all over the ground in embarrassment, and said, this. I'm afraid it's inconvenient. Wu Heitian thought for a while, and said, the location has already been determined, and it is not easy to change it. Let's do it as they like. The two of you will go to Wanshan City and wait. When the wave of monsters arrives, you can start the assessment directly. By the way, I still have an important task for you. Wu Heitian urged. Lu Mingyu was taken aback, what mission? Wu Heitian glanced at Qin Yang and said, take a good look at this kid is a good one, but you can't let him go astray. Lu Mingyu stayed for a while, this. Qin Yang was instantly happy and cupped his hands. Teacher Wu, don't worry, I will be obedient and take good care of junior sister. Wu Heitian always felt uneasy, but the matter was urgent, he couldn't say anything more, and disappeared in a flash. Ah? Why don't you drop us by the way? Qin Yang shouted loudly. But where is Wu Heitian's figure? Qin Yang looked at Lu Mingyu with a smile and said, junior sister, let's go. Lu Mingyu's heart tightened, Qin Yang's smile seemed to be malicious. Go, where? Of course it's Wanshan City, I don't know the way. Qin Yang said. Elder Zhang and Meng Gaofei are overjoyed, since Wu Heitian has left, but they want to stop them, but they don't have the strength. Qin Yang glanced at Elder Zhang and Meng Gaofei, smiled softly, followed Lu Mingyu's footsteps and headed to Wanshan City. Just let them go? Meng Gaofei was very jealous, this should have been his chance. But Wu Heitian didn't even look at himself. Elder Zhang said meaningfully, don't worry, didn't you know they were going to Wanshan City? Chapter 24 Cultivator Square. Wanshan City, one of the largest cities on the edge of Beiyuan. The monks come and go frequently here, and the scattered cultivators who go to the Xuanhuan mountains to hunt monsters and hunt for treasure often gather here. There are also monks from other sects who trade in this city. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Qin Yang frowned. All I thought about was Beiyuan Demon Hunting List and Songqiong Academy. Sky Academy is far away in Zhongzhou, but as the top force in the continent, it is concerned with the world. It has turned the once-in-a-century catastrophe into a grand event. Now the tide of monsters is coming, and geniuses from all over the continent will come to Beiyuan. Lu Mingyu continued, those people are not mediocre disciples of the Qianyin sect. They all have extraordinary backgrounds. You'd better not pick things up. When you meet people of unknown origin, it's better to avoid conflicts. Thinking of Wu Heitian's exhortation and the previous scene in the Qianyin Zone Medicine Hall, Lu Mingyu felt that she really had to take care of Qin Yang. Qin Yang disapproved, what an extraordinary life experience. How is it compared to the 8 Shinto clans? Lu Mingyu frowned and said, the 8 clans of the Shinto Dao are not as simple as you think. How complicated can it be? Qin Yang smiled. Entering the city, the streets are extremely wide, various shops are lined up, and there are many monks who come and go. Are you rich? Qin Yang asked suddenly. Lu Mingyu was stunned for a moment, yes. Thinking that Qin Yang was worried about life problems, he immediately said, it won't be windy and sleepless, don't worry. Qin Yang said unceremoniously, then give me some, and I'll buy some medicinal materials and a pill furnace. Why do you buy medicinal materials and pill furnaces? Lu Mingyu said, those things can't be bought in these shops. There is a market among monks in Wanshan City, and... Let's go. Qin Yang said directly. Lu Mingyu bit her lip and followed. After some inquiries, I came to the monk's square. The environment here is immediately different, and everyone who sees it is almost a monk. It seems to form an independent area. Not only shops, but also a place dedicated to stalls. Qin Yang's eyes flashed brightly, and he walked around excitedly. On the stalls, there are not only exercises and martial arts, but even magic weapons. There are all kinds of strange things. Qin Yang's eyes are dizzying. Mysterious rank cultivation technique. Profound rank martial arts. The yellow rank magic treasure. Tier 3 elixir. Qin Yang opened his mouth wide. This place is like a treasure trove. Looking at Qin Yang's like a country bumpkin, Lu Mingyu blushed deeply. It's so embarrassing to walk with him. Second order elixir, blood vine grass. This little brother, do you want to buy it? The stall owner was a middle-aged cultivator. Qin Yang bent down to check, and said, how much? The cultivator looked at Qin Yang, and then looked at Lu Mingyu. Beside Qin Yang, his eyes were extremely hot. He rolled his eyes, stretched out his finger, and gestured, too. Are you too? How much is it? Qin Yang asked. He hates such a profiteer's attitude the most. The cultivator smiled and said, 2 low-grade spirit stones. Huh? Lingshur? Qin Yang was puzzled. Lu Mingyu's face darkened. This kid doesn't even know what Lingshur is, right? Lingshur is the currency between monks. 1 low-grade spirit stone is equal to 100 taels of gold. Lu Mingyu whispered. What? You're stealing money. Qin Yang exclaimed, second order elixir sells for 200 taels of gold, you. Be quieter. The cultivator panicked, facing the contemptuous glances from other stall owners, and quickly changed his words. I was just joking. This blood vine grass is 20 taels of gold. The blink of an eye is 10 times the difference. You treat me as a fat sheep, and you can slaughter as much as you want? Qin Yang looked bad. Lu Mingyu on the side said, usually, the second order elixir only needs 10 taels of gold. Your blood vine grass is not old enough, 5 taels of gold, no more. The stall owner was dumbfounded, but he didn't expect to meet someone who knew the goods. Depressed, the stall owner said, okay, 5 taels, take it. Lu Mingyu paid the money, and Qin Yang took the elixir. Looking at Qin Yang's astonished eyes, Lu Mingyu's face flushed, and she scolded, "What are you looking at?" Qin Yang clicked his tongue and said, "I didn't expect that an arrogant woman like you would even bargain. It seems that this purchase is simply a woman's natural talent." Lu Mingyu's expression darkened, thinking of unhappy things, and did not answer. But Qin Yang has already moved to the next stall. In a short while, the materials for a second-order Zhuyandan were gathered. Lu Mingyu finally knew what Qin Yang was going to do. "The only thing left is the pill furnace," Qin Yang said. "But..." Lu Mingyu hesitated. Pill stoves belong to the category of magic weapons, and even the lowest-level pill stoves are not cheap. If you want to refine the second-order Zhuyandan, you must at least use the yellow-order magical treasure pill stove. I cannot afford it." "Can't afford it? You are a member of the Shinto family, why can't you even afford a yellow-level magic weapon?" Qin Yang was puzzled. Lu Mingyu was a little embarrassed, turned her head away, and said nothing. Qin Yang is thoughtful. It seems that Lu Mingyu's life in the family is not easy. Without making Lu Mingyu continue to be embarrassed, Qin Yang said, "If this is the case, then I will find another way. This second-order top-grade Zhuyandan was originally intended to be refined for you to eat tomorrow, and now it can only be refined first. Made and sold." Qin Yang has already figured out how to make money. Ah? Lu Mingyu was stunned. This medicinal pill was actually going to be refined for him? Thinking of what Qin Yang said before, this medicinal pill needs to be given to him a day. Is he serious? "What are you doing? Let's go to the pill furnace." Qin Yang strode forward. Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang's back, recovered and hurriedly followed. Lu Sandan Pharmacy. There is an endless stream of monks at the door, and business is good. This is the house. Qin Yang walked in directly. "Who is the boss?" Qin Yang asked. Beside the counter, an old gray-bearded old man tilted his head and said listlessly, "I am. I will find the medicine on the shelf myself. The price is clearly marked, and I refuse to counter the price. I have decided to pay for it." After he finished speaking, he gave a long yawn. But when he saw Lu Mingyu behind Qin Yang, he was instantly refreshed and completely sleepy. "This little friend, what kind of medicine do you want to buy?" Lu San ran over, ignoring Qin Yang. Having been in this place all the year round, he can be said to have developed a pair of bright eyes. This female cultivator is not a mortal when he catches her eye. Thinking of the major events that will happen in the near future, the origin of this female cultivator is also guessed 9 times out of 10. Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang, which made Lu Sanjing look over. But his attitude changed sharply, and he asked, "What's the matter?" He directly regarded Qin Yang as the guy running errands next to Lu Mingyu. "You have..." Before Qin Yang could finish speaking, 2 people walked directly outside the door, a man and a woman. The woman was bright and beautiful, unusually handsome, and looked a little familiar, but she was somewhat similar to Lu Mingyu. The man looked arrogant and looked at everything in the store with disgust. "Take out your best Zhuyandan, hurry up," the young cultivator said in a commanding tone. Lu San's eyes are bright. Today, he has met 2 batches of high-quality customers one after another. It seems that he is going to make a fortune. Looking at Lu Mingyu apologetically, he hurriedly went to the counter to get a porcelain bottle, handed it over, and proudly said, "This is the second-order high-grade Zhuyandan, and I, Lu Sandan Pharmacy, in the entire Wanshan city, have such quality Zhuyandan." The young cultivator did not pick it up, but looked at Lu Mingyu in surprise. The female cultivator also looked over, apparently an acquaintance met. "It's such a coincidence, aren't you in the Channing sect?" the young monk greeted with a smile. The female cultivator on the side snorted softly and said high above, "Why don't you say hello when you see my sister?" Lu Mingyu clenched her fist secretly, although she was extremely reluctant, she still said respectfully, "I have seen my sister." Chapter 25. Have you seen it? Qin Yang looked left and right. No wonder this female cultivator looked a little familiar, but it turned out to be Lu Mingyu's sister? It's just that in terms of age, it doesn't seem to be older than Lu Mingyu. The female nun said aggressively, "You haven't greeted your brother-in-law yet." The young cultivator looked a little embarrassed, and Lu Mingyu was even more aggrieved, but still said, "I have seen brother-in-law." "Who are these two?" Qin Yang frowned. Dare to bully his own woman like this? Lu Mingyu whispered, "Sister is the direct line of Lu family, Lu Qianru. Brother-in-law is the direct line of Gongsun family of 8 Shinto clans, Gongsun Ming." Sure enough, the background is not small. Just because they are direct descendants, so you are inferior? Qin Yang was angry. Lu Mingyu looked sad. "Who told me to be a concubine? What do you two underestimate?" Lu Qianru looked at Qin Yang's dress with disdain, and laughed. "Is this a disciple of Qianinzong?" The other party did not give Qin Yang a chance to speak, and continued, "Lu Mingyu, are you also here to buy Zhuyandan? It's just a family tool, and is it worth eating Zhuyandan?" Qin Yang was instantly furious. When will he be separated from the lineage after taking a medicinal pill? Qin Yang sneered and said, "It's a pity that your appearance is fixed. Beautiful people don't need to eat Zhuyandan at all, and ugly people are still ugly if they eat Zhuyandan as food. You are not jealous of Lu Mingyu, are you?" Lu Mingyu hurriedly pulled the corner of Qin Yang's clothes, but couldn't stop Qin Yang's words. "You dare to call me ugly?" Lu Qianru's voice became sharp. Qin Yang shrugged, looked at Gongsun Ming, and said with a smile, "Since I saw Lu Mingyu, my eyes are straight. This is the best proof." Gongsun Ming's face changed, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he hurriedly explained, "I didn't." Lu Qianru said angrily, "Our two have already married, you better have no other ideas." Gongsun Ming's teeth were itching with anger, and he said at this time, "I originally thought that it was such a coincidence today that I wanted to buy a bottle of Zhuyandan for younger sister Lu Mingyu. Now it seems that I can't give it away." "What? You still want to give this slut Zhuyandan? What is your intention?" Lu Qianru said. Gongsun Ming was invited to explain again, and he hated Qin Yang in his heart. Lu Qianru stared at Lu Mingyu. "Not jealous is fake. It's been a long time since I saw each other, and Lu Mingyu is so beautiful again." This made her even more unhappy. Looking at the porcelain bottle in Lu San's hand, and with a smile, Lu Qianru said, "Want Zhuyandan? You beg me, maybe I'll reward you with a bottle when I'm in a good mood." Lu Mingyu bit her lip tightly and said nothing. Qin Yang sighed in his heart. No wonder Lu Mingyu was in financial trouble and couldn't afford the pill furnace, and it was no wonder that Lu Mingyu bargained when he bought the elixir. "Let's go." Lu Mingyu wanted to escape quickly. Just after taking a step, Qin Yang grabbed Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu couldn't break free. Qin Yang's hand tightly grabbed his arm, making him unable to move. "You let me go." Lu Mingyu's grievance finally couldn't help, her eyes were red. Qin Yang was instantly furious when he saw it. A medicinal pill of such a rubbish quality will only cause diarrhea, Qin Yang said disdainfully. After saying this, Lu San was not happy, and argued, "This is the quality of the second-order high grade, why is it garbage?" After a while, he also saw the situation. Lu Qianru and Gongsun Ming were better customers. He opened his mouth and said, "Boy, don't slander my medicine pill." Gongsun Ming also sneered, "If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. You really can't eat grapes and say that the grapes are sour." Lu Qianru also sneered, "Lu Mingyu, you only have so much monthly money, and even my pocket money is not enough for a day. You don't use it to improve your strength, and you spent your money on Zhuyandan? Even if you really became a vixen, but can your fate be changed? If the descendants of the Qin family do not appear, you will only become a concubine of other families. Speaking of this, Gong Sun Ming raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and quickly put away his smile. Qin Yang squinted his eyes to see all this, and said with a sneer, "What kind of people say what kind of people? What kind of people eat what kind of medicine pills? I said this second-order high-grade Xuanhuan is garbage. What's wrong? The ones I make at random are better than this." Gong Sun Ming and Lu Chanru laughed. Gong Sun Ming said, "A hillbilly is a hillbilly. Today can be regarded as an increase of knowledge. Only the frog at the bottom of the well in this small land can be so arrogant." Lu San also competed with Qin Yang and said, "Don't be afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big. It's better than the top-grade ones. It can only be the best. You can make alchemy? Can you still make the second-order best-grade Yin Dan? Joke, this second-grade Zhuyan Dan doesn't have the best quality at all." Lu Chanru looked at Lu Mingyu and said, "As the family's direct daughter, I only eat one of this high-grade Zhuyan Dan in 3 days. It's a pity, even if someone wants to eat it, they can't afford it. I'm afraid it's a low-grade Zhuyan Dan. Can I eat one a month?" Lu Mingyu couldn't face it any longer. She looked at Qin Yang and begged for mercy, "Let go of me, and let me go." The deep sense of helplessness and humiliation in his eyes hurt Qin Yang. Qin Yang said loudly, "Bring the elixir furnace, and I will refine it for you now. Let's see who is so ignorant. Let's see who is the frog at the bottom of the well." Lu San also laughed angrily, directly. "He brought a Huangjia Dan furnace. Come on, if you make it today, my Lu San Dan pharmacy will be closed from now on." Qin Yang snorted coldly, took out the package, and took out the various elixir that he had bought earlier. However, no one believed that Qin Yang could refine it successfully. Even Lu Mingyu didn't believe it. Lu Mingyu always thought that Qin Yang's successful refining before was at best a coincidence. Even an alchemy master, who can succeed again and again? What's more, every time it is the best quality. Gong Sun Ming looked at Lu Mingyu's pitiful appearance, and was even more moved. He thought in his heart, how good it would be if Lu Mingyu and Lu Chanru's identities were exchanged. He took a bottle of top-grade Zhuyan Dan, placed it lightly on the table, looked at Lu Mingyu, and said in a low voice, "Anyway, we are a family sooner or later, so why make such a fuss? You should know about your sister's temper. Apologize for being soft, okay? What sooner or later a family?" These words deeply stimulated Lu Chanru, who said sharply, "Lu Mingyu can be anyone's concubine, but she can't be yours. How could I serve her as a husband?" Gong Sun Ming frowned and said, "You heard it wrong, I said you were a family." Lu Chanru still didn't give up, but Qin Yang couldn't listen anymore, and roared, "Noisy! Shut up!" Lu Chanru was about to curse, but found that Qin Yang had already started alchemy. Gong Sun Ming and Lu San also looked at this kid in amazement. Could he really be able to make alchemy? It's fake, it's a mystery. Gong Sun Ming disdainful, since the other party started alchemy, he might as well wait for him to fail, and then make him look good. Of course he could see that the relationship between Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu was extraordinary. How could he tolerate Qin Yang? Plants of elixir are put into the furnace, with perfect recipes, perfect techniques, and top-level proficiency. Alchemy is really just at your fingertips. After a while, Dan Qi filled the Dan furnace. Dan Qi? Extreme, extreme, extreme. Lu San was trembling all over, unable to say anything. No matter what the quality of a top-grade medicinal pill is, as long as it is a top-grade medicinal herb, it is doomed that an alchemist is a genius. Even if they have the best formula, not everyone can refine the best medicine pill. What's more, there is no formula of Zhuyan Dan that can be refined to the highest quality in the world. Gong Sun Ming and Lu Chanru were immediately dumbfounded, their eyes full of shock and wonder. Taking out the elixir, Qin Yang shoved it into Lu Mingyu's hand, glanced at the high-quality Zhuyan Dan porcelain bottle, shook his head and chuckled. I said, that kind of garbage quality elixir will only cause diarrhea. Looking at Lu Qianru, Qin Yang said word by word, also, what kind of person eats what kind of medicine pill? This top-quality Zhuyandan, let alone eating it, have you seen it? Chapter 26, We May Be Getting Rich. Lu Qianru's face was burning hot, as if she was really slapped in the face. She has never seen this top-quality Zhuyandan. This ordinary boy in front of him is actually an alchemist? Moreover, it is an alchemist who can refine the best medicine pills. Gong Sunming took a deep look at Qin Yang. Such a kid, in any family, is an existence that is vying to win over. Lu San was covered in sweat. He thought he was just a follower boy, but he actually has such skills. He didn't know the identities and origins of the others, but this kid just made a second-order top-grade Zhuyandan, which he couldn't afford to provoke. Lu Mingyu looked at Zhuyandan, who was still exuding Dan Qi in her palm, and looked at Gong Sunming, who was dumbfounded, and Lu Qianru, who was jealous. She was relieved. The 8 races of the Shinto, that's all, Mingyu, let's go. Qin Yang let out a disdainful sigh and walked out the door. Lu Mingyu hurriedly followed. Lu San, who only breathed a sigh of relief, seems that this medicine store doesn't need to close. Don't you have the best Zhuyandan here? Anyone who comes here will refine it, but you don't have one? Gong Sunming's stomach was full of anger, and he poured his anger on Lu San. Lu San wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and could only shake his head. That kid just now was anyone here? Could such an alchemy genius still be seen everywhere? Lu Qianru was so angry that she was about to jump, and the 2 direct descendants of the 8 Shinto clans were actually humiliated by a little country monk. If this matter spreads out, the family can't spare them. The faces of the 8 Shinto clans were all lost to them. Especially, this is in front of Lu Mingyu. This top-grade Zhuyandan, I must get it. I don't believe it, only that kid in the world can refine it. Lu Qianru gritted her teeth. If Qin Yang is still here, he will laugh out loud when he hears this sentence. Yes, he is the only one in this world. On the street, Lu Mingyu followed closely behind Qin Yang and whispered after a while, "Thank you." Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. "You actually said thank you to me?" Lu Mingyu saw that Qin Yang was about to start dancing, turned her head away, and didn't answer. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "I'm not for you, I'm for myself." "What do you mean?" Lu Mingyu couldn't understand. "You are my woman. When they bully you, aren't they bullying me?" Qin Yang said, "If I can bear it, I am not a man." Lu Mingyu was shocked when she heard it, and her icy heart began to slowly melt inadvertently. They are still the direct descendants of the 8 Shinto clans, and you embarrass them by doing this, they won't just let it go. Lu Mingyu said. "Hey, I won't let it go." Qin Yang dismissed it. Seeing a plaque not far away, Qin Yang said, "It's here." Lu Mingyu also saw the plaque, Wanshan Auction House. "This Zhuyandan is our startup capital. You can rest assured that the Zhuyandan you eat every day is definitely made on the spot, fresh and hot." Entering the auction house, the second-order top-quality Zhuyandan is displayed. The receptionist changed from an ordinary clerk to a steward on the spot. The steward was a gentle, middle-aged man who had been staring at the second-order top-quality Zhuyandan, sometimes frowning and thinking, and sometimes wandering the world. "Why, don't accept it?" Qin Yang began to sell. Although this Yin Dan is only a second-order pill, it is of the highest quality. Recently, the wave of monsters is coming, and all the geniuses in the mainland will flock to it. The strength of those geniuses is not high, and it is just right to eat this second-order Zhuyandan. The middle-aged butler looked at Qin Yang and nodded secretly. These 2 people know so much, I am afraid that they are among those geniuses, who have a lot of backgrounds. As the steward of the auction house, he is well informed. These young people have extraordinary backgrounds and outstanding talents, and their goals are all rushing to the Northern Plains demon hunting list and to the selection of the Tsangqiang Academy. Since they are all young people, the heart of comparison is naturally indispensable. It's just a pity that this one. You will definitely receive it. Are you sure you will sell it directly to our auction house instead of waiting for the auction? The middle-aged steward said, there will be an auction in 3 days. Qin Yang sighed, what's the use of having an auction? He can't afford anything. You can directly make a price. Qin Yang said. The middle-aged butler thought for a while, then looked at Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu, and quickly estimated the price in his heart, saying, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Yang didn't feel anything when he heard it, but Lu Mingyu was stunned. Ordinary second-order medicinal pills only sell 1 low-grade spirit stone, and 10 low-grade spirit stones can buy 1 third-grade medicinal pill. Think about the one you ate before, that one bite is 10 low-grade spirit stones? The middle-aged steward laughed. He liked the most straightforward and transparent guests, and immediately said, second-order medicinal herbs require between 7 or 8 to more than 20 kinds of elixir, each of which is counted as 12 taels of gold. The cost is also about a spirit stone. This is still under the premise that alchemy is 100% successful. Generally speaking, the pills sold are high-level alchemists refining low-level pills to increase the success rate. And they have a channel for elixir, which can reduce costs. The higher the level of pills, the higher the profit. The second-level pills are actually not oily, but this top-grade yen pill is an example. Outside. Speaking of this, the middle-aged steward's voice was slightly lower. As far as I know, there are very few formulas that can refine top-quality medicinal pills, and among them, there is no Zhuyandan. Happy? Qin Yang looked at the middle-aged steward with admiration. This is a person who is serious about doing business, and this can be called a childish old man. Counting with your fingers, the cost is actually a little more than a low-grade spirit stone, and it has turned 10 times in a blink of an eye. It really is a promising way to make a fortune. No, the way to get rich. The middle-aged steward adheres to the principle of being kind in business, but in fact he values the potential benefits more. For one thing, he is not the only auctioneer in Wanshan City. Second, with the first one, will it? The middle-aged steward coughed lightly and said embarrassedly, is there really only 1 second-order top-grade Zhuyandan? Qin Yang fell silent, thinking in his heart that if he buys elixir for refining, although the profits are huge, he can't keep refining it, and when his strength is high, this second-order elixir will definitely not look good. At that time, third-order, fourth-order, or even higher-order medicinal herbs will be refined. Now that the copying of the exercises and martial arts has reached July 10th, and the advanced Qi realm is just around the corner, then the third-order medicinal herbs can be refined. Although it has to be copied to the recipe first. As a result, the formula of this second-order top-grade Yandan is actually not very useful to me. The middle-aged butler waited quietly, looking forward to it. Lu Mingyu also had a conjecture in her heart. Could it be that Qin Yang wants to cooperate with this Wanshan auction house for a long time? Do you accept the formula of the second-order top-grade Zhuyandan? Lu Mingyu's eyes widened suddenly. The middle-aged manager was even more unbearable, and his feet softened, and he almost couldn't stand. The middle-aged butler hurriedly held the table, letting him calm down before, how to guess, but he never thought that Qin Yang would sell the formula directly. This, I can't be the master, you wait. The middle-aged steward took a few deep breaths and trotted away. Are you crazy? Do you know what this second-order top-grade Yandan means? Pills are originally consumables, and the sales of this Yen pill are no worse than some cultivation pills. Well, so what? There has never been a formula for the second-order top-grade Yandan on the mainland. Well, so what? Lu Mingyu was stunned, She knew the value of this formula, but it was exactly as Qin Yang said, so what? Qin Yang laughed and said, the more valuable, the better, we're going to get rich. Chapter 27, Two Strange Flowers. Who wants to sell the formula of the second-order top-grade Xuanhuan? What a joke, this kind of corner can also produce the formula of the top-grade pill. A voice came, followed by footsteps. A young fat man with a fat head and big ears came over with a face full of disbelief. The middle-aged steward was obedient behind him. Obviously, this fat man's identity was not simple. Oh, I'm a mother too. Fatty glanced at Lu Mingyu and was ecstatic. Just jump right in. Lu Mingyu's expression was also quite surprised. Before he could make a sound, a figure flashed in front of him. Fuck off. Qin Yang shouted loudly and stood in front of Lu Mingyu. The fat man frowned and looked at Qin Yang. Where did you jump out from? It's you who should get out. Immediately, he slapped him. Ding. Copy the opponent's cultivation technique Lian Qingju. Exercise 8/10. Ding. Copy the opponent's martial skill to move the mountain palm. Martial arts 8 out of 10. Humph. Qin Yang snorted angrily and slapped it with the same palm. The strength is also endless, like Mount Tai pressing the top. A look of surprise flashed in the fat man's eyes, and he tried his best to stimulate his true qi. Qin Yang did not show weakness, but also motivated his true qi. Like two bulls wrestling, they are indistinguishable. The qi gathering state is complete. The martial arts proficiency has reached the peak. This fat man is not easy. Qin Yang thought to himself. The system prompts that his proficiency has not been improved, which means that the fat man in front of him is also at the peak of his martial skill proficiency. Fatty was muttering to himself, where did this guy come from? He is similar in age to me, but has such strength, why am I not impressed with him? I have carefully investigated potential opponents for this admission to the Sky Academy. Well, it looks like it's still missing. Lu Mingyu was dumbfounded, why did the two fight directly? Fortunately, the strength is only in the qi gathering realm. If it is higher, it will definitely hurt both sides. Now it's just a consumption of energy, and there won't be any serious consequences. But Qin Yang could fight against Jin Wanshan, which Lu Mingyu never expected. That's right, Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan knew each other, and the two could be regarded as friends. At this time, Qin Yang and Jin Wanshan were at a standstill, and beads of sweat were already on Jin Wanshan's head. Qin Yang is much more relaxed. His exercise method is the Qiankuan Vientian art, which combines the advantages of all the copied exercises, but if they fight like this, the opponent's Lianqing art is not much worse in this situation. Mutual generation and mutual restraint exist between all things. There is no absolutely perfect martial arts. As long as you keep copying and mastering all martial arts, you can of course find a way to crack them. The system has already given Qin Yang the answer to win. The breeze blows the willows. Qin Yang shouted lowly, his palms slanted, and the huge force rushed towards the door. Jin Wanshan was shaken for a moment, and his entire body leaned forward instantly. Lu Mingyu was also stunned, everything was between lightning and flint, as if Qin Yang would be hit in the face by a palm in the next second, killing him on the spot. No. Lu Mingyu shouted anxiously. Qin Yang will be hit? How is this possible? This is Qin Yang's own change, and the breeze is blowing willows. When the move was changed, his body was already tilted, and one palm led Jin Wanshan's palm to the side, the other palm took over the force, and then swept along with the trend. Jin Wanshan flew out without much force, just to add fuel to the flames. Boom! It hit a wall directly, and the sky was full of dust. This result once again made Lu Mingyu dumbfounded, and her alluring mouth opened wide. Young master! The middle-aged steward wailed and jumped along the hole in the wall. Are you worried about me just now? Qin Yang laughed. Lu Mingyu came back to his senses and retorted, you think too much. Impossible. Cough cough. Xuanhuan coughed, don't help me, I'm fine. Walked back from the hole with the middle-aged butler. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu back and forth, and when he looked at Lu Mingyu, he had an exaggerated and sad expression on his face. I didn't expect that you taught King Feng Fellatio to him. Lu Mingyu thought of something, blushed, and argued, I didn't teach it. Qin Yang was taken aback, you know each other? Not an enemy? Nonsense. Of course not. The two spoke in unison. So it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Qin Yang thought that the dead fat man was a lecher. Xuanhuan bowed his hands and said, in the next Xuanhuan, the young master of the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. Qin Yang couldn't lose his etiquette. He smiled apologetically and cupped his hands. In Qin Yang, for the time being, it's still a loose cultivator. This Taoist friendly strength, my Xuanhuan talent is excellent, and I was defeated by your men. Xuanhuan said politely. Where is it? You accepted it. Qin Yang said with a smile. The two immediately turned on the business mutual blow mode, constantly praising each other. Lu Mingyu and the middle-aged steward who were watching were full of black lines. Lu Mingyu, I didn't expect to meet you here. I said why there is no news of you recently, so you have come early. Xuanhuan said. Lu Mingyu also wondered, could this Wanshan auction house be your Jin family's property? Xuanhuan immediately raised his chest and raised his head with pride. Of course, my Jin family's Wanshan Chamber of Commerce is spread across the entire continent. Glancing at Qin Yang, Xuanhuan said again, no way, apart from my excellent talent, the sign is rich. One moment was still complimenting, and the next moment was showing off. Qin Yang shrugged and said, actually, I also have a signboard. Oh? I would like to hear the details. Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang gave a thumbs up, my strength is a sign. People in Jianghu say that I will be the second in the world, and no one will be the first in the world. Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang dully, she was ashamed for Qin Yang after hearing this. Qin Yang and Xuanhuan looked at each other, and there seemed to be sparks in the air. This kid is actually walking with Lu Mingyu, he must be overwhelmed by his aura. Let Lu Mingyu know that I am the best. Xuanhuan secretly said in his heart. Qin Yang also murmured in his heart, what's the matter, it's amazing to be rich. Who can't brag? Lu Mingyu looked helpless, and whispered to Qin Yang, the Jin family's Wanshan Chamber of Commerce is indeed very rich, and it cooperates closely with Songqiong College. He didn't talk big. Ah? Is his family really so rich? Qin Yang was taken aback. At the same time, Lu Mingyu also said to Xuanhuan, I didn't really teach him martial arts, he learned it secretly when he was fighting with me. Also, I don't know that Jianghu people are called the second best in the world, but I still do it with him. That body is real. Xuanhuan is also stupid, how could there be such a genius in the world? Thinking of Qin Yang fighting with him just now, at first glance, that palm was his own mountain-moving palm, wasn't it? I'm rude. Xuanhuan cupped his hands again. Qin Yang put on the same smile, you're welcome. You. Lu Mingyu was in a hurry, these are simply two wonderful creatures. Chapter 28. This brother wants to sell the second-order top-grade Yin Dan formula? Xuanhuan opened his mouth to confirm, are you sure that the formula you are selling can refine the second-order top-grade Yin Dan? Of course. Qin Yang said. Still in disbelief in Xuanhuan's eyes, he winked at Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu nodded lightly, confirming that this impossible thing is indeed a fact. Xuanhuan laughed and said, because the formula needs to be confirmed, so. Qin Yang understood and said, "Bring the pill furnace and elixir, and I can refine them on the spot." Jin Wanshan's eyes lit up and said happily, "That's the best." The middle-aged steward asked about the materials, and after a while, he also hugged the pill furnace. The whole body of the golden alchemy furnace, although it is only a yellow-level magic weapon, has an unmistakable atmosphere of nouveau riche. Turning the pill stove, the words Wanshan Chamber of Commerce were found on the side of the pill stove. Although this pill stove is not the best in the yellow order, at least it looks like the most expensive in the yellow order. Qin Yang was very satisfied, and looked at Ying materials, each of which was of high quality, and actually prepared as many as 5 copies. Qin Yang didn't say a word, and started directly. Jin Wanshan and the middle-aged steward looked at each other for a moment. There is no clearing, no corresponding preparations, just seeing that the materials are complete. This is the beginning? I'm not afraid of interference, I'm not afraid of stealing lessons, and being able to follow Lu Mingyu's side. This Qin Yang is really extraordinary. Jin Wanshan secretly said in his heart. After a while, the elixir in the furnace suddenly grew. Qin Yang took it out and quietly put it aside. Jin Wanshan was dumbfounded. Alchemy, how easy is alchemy? Yes, otherwise? Qin Yang asked back. Jin Wanshan swallowed hard, but in his heart he was more inclined that Qin Yang couldn't make it out. He even thought about it, he wouldn't care about Lu Mingyu's face. But it turned out to be true, so. Just imagine, the Jin family Wanshan Chamber of Commerce is all over the continent, and if there is a formula for the second-order top-grade Zhuyandan that has never appeared, the wealth it can bring is simply indescribable. If other top chambers of commerce get this formula, it will also have a big impact on their Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. I can tell you responsibly that although this formula is only a second-order medicinal pill formula, it is very valuable. Are you going to auction it or sell it directly to the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce? Jin Wanshan asked. Qin Yang didn't even think about it, and said directly, "Since everyone is a friend, is there any need to ask? Of course, it will be sold directly to you, you can just give a price." Just kidding, the richest person in this city is the fat man in front of him. If it was put at the auction, the formula would have to fall into the hands of this fat man. The most important thing is that the money will probably be less. It's better to be a smooth human relationship and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Jin Wanshan nodded. Qin Yang, his friend, he made a deal. He opened his mouth and said, "Since I want to sell it to the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, I will naturally not treat you badly. It's just that once this formula is traded, except for my own refining, I will never pass it on to others." Qin Yang still knew this, and guaranteed it on the spot. Jin Wanshan pinched his fingers and began to count, and the middle-aged steward beside him was also estimating the price of the formula. The middle-aged steward whispered, "The top-grade Zhuyandan is 10 low-grade spirit stones, and the price of the formula is usually 100 times that of the medicinal pill, but this formula has never appeared before. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones." The middle-aged steward gave double the price. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Jin Wanshan gave the price at the same time. Jin Wanshan applauded the middle-aged butler and nodded. With his background, he made his offer even more sincere. Qin Yang blinked, but his brain couldn't function. For him, whose upper limit of thinking is at the golden stage, Lingshi has no intuitive understanding at all. The Jin family is indeed rich and powerful. Lu Mingyu was shocked. Jin Wanshan laughed and said, "Where, for our Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, this spirit stone is really nothing, but with this formula, we can make more money." Seeing that Qin Yang's thoughts were still floating on the side, Jin Wanshan thought for a while and said, "Actually, if you don't want to sell directly, there are other ways of cooperation, such as if you provide the formula, we refine the medicine, and sell it." Qin Yang came back to his senses, and quickly shook his head. no, just sell the formula and make a deal. What are you kidding? The formula is one thing, the alchemy technique and success rate are another, but not everyone alchemy is the same as himself. As for the future medicinal herbs, if there is no shortage of money, you can naturally choose to cooperate. Qin Yang wrote the formula on the spot, marking many points and various precautions. After explaining it properly, he opened his mouth and said again, you can find someone to refine it. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. We sell the formula, and we will provide the teaching package. In an extremely pleasant transaction, 50 middle-grade spirit stones were obtained. Lingsure is divided into top grade, high grade, middle grade, and low grade. The ratio is 1 to 100. Seeing Qin Yang so refreshing, in fact, the most important thing is that Lu Mingyu is also there. Xuanhuan pondered for a while and said, the tide of monsters is coming, why don't we form a team? With our strength, entering the Sky Academy is a certainty. Qin Yang asked, what is going on with this wave of monsters? When will it come? Xuanhuan solution. Sure Dao, in my father's words, when the tide of monsters comes, all monsters on the mainland will run wild, and in the 100,000 mountains bordering the North Plains, there are more monsters, like the tides of the sea, constantly gushing out, that's why it's called the monster tide. As for why this happens, no one knows. Ah! Isn't this northern plain about to fall in an instant? Qin Yang's eyes widened. Xuanhuan laughed and said, that won't be the case. The Zhongqiang Academy and the major forces in the mainland will all resist together, and will deal with it in advance. Qin Yang pondered, Wu Heitian of Zhongqiang Academy was not like this, and he came to Chaninzong early. But Qin Yang said with doubts, that Zhongqiang Academy uses hunting monsters as the assessment standard. We are afraid that our strength is not enough in the monster wave, right? Lu Mingyu couldn't stand it any longer, and popular science said, don't worry, this is a remote area in Beiyuan, and it would not be affected too much. As an assessment area, all forces will also control this area, and will not let this area be affected. There are 2 powerful monsters in the area. After speaking, Lu Mingyu added, when the tide of monsters comes, you will know. Qin Yang nodded, looking at Lu Mingyu still holding the spiritual stone package in his hand, and asked curiously, why don't you put away the spiritual stone? Isn't it tiring to hold it? Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Qin Yang said, just like Xuanhuan just took out the spirit stone, it came out with a swipe. Lu Mingyu blushed, a little embarrassed, and whispered, he wears the Quanhuan ring on his hand, I don't. Xuanhuan took off one directly, but Qin Yang realized that the 10 fingers of this dead fat man were actually covered with the universe ring. Looking at Xuanhuan's actions, Qin Yang quickly said, if you don't have it, buy it. Isn't this rich? Xuanhuan put the ring back in resentment. He had wanted to give Lu Mingyu the Quanhuan ring several times, but the other party refused to accept it. Such a good opportunity was unfortunately blocked by Qin Yang again. Even if you buy it, she won't want it. Xuanhuan thought to himself. The Quanhuan ring is different from ordinary magic weapons. Even the lowest level yellow rank has the smallest capacity, and is expensive. Lu Mingyu said. Qin Yang stretched out his finger and shook it, I don't care about this, I just want to ask, can we afford it? Lu Mingyu looked at the package of 50 high-grade spirit stones in her hand and nodded, I can afford it. That's fine, buy it. Qin Yang said. Xuanhuan opened his mouth wide, it didn't look like he didn't want to. How is that possible? I don't accept my Quanhuan ring, who is this kid Lu Mingyu? Xuanhuan was not convinced. Next door to the auction house is the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. Xuanhuan did not give up and followed Qin Yang together. Chapter 29. The yellow level magic weapon is only 100 low-grade spirit stones, and this yellow level Xuanhuan ring costs 1,000? Qin Yang raised his brows. He thought he was a nouveau riche, but he never thought that money could not help spending so much. The clerk looked at the guests brought by the young master with a very respectful face and explained, "Our Wanshan Chamber of Commerce's Xuanhuan ring is not only of good quality, but also asked the master to design the shape, and this Xuanhuan ring is the best of the yellow rank." "It's too expensive," Lu Mingyu said. "I think it's better." Having said that, his eyes are still staring at the ice blue universe ring. The whole body is ice blue, with strange patterns, and it looks beautiful. This kind of style is also in Qin Yang's eyes, and it is a perfect match with Lu Mingyu. The ordinary yellow order Xuanhuan ring has only the capacity of a large burden. And this one, with the capacity of 3 large burdens, is about to catch up with the profound order universe ring. Just say whether you like it or not. Qin Yang was extremely domineering. "I don't like it." Lu Mingyu gritted her teeth. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, but thought Lu Mingyu was very cute. Haha laughed and said, "Just this one, I want it." The clerk was delighted and hurriedly handed the Xuanhuan ring with both hands. But Lu Mingyu was reluctant to take out the spirit stone. Although she came from a Lu family, she was ostracized by the direct descendant Lu Qianru everywhere, and her situation was not even as good as that of an ordinary family. She has never handled so many spirit stones since she was a child. Under Qin Yang's tough attitude, the ring arrived. Qin Yang took the ring, his face suddenly solemn, and his eyes were full of affection towards Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu suddenly panicked, not knowing why Qin Yang was like this suddenly. "Put down the spirit stone first," Qin Yang said. Lu Mingyu obediently put the spirit stone on the counter first. Qin Yang took Lu Mingyu's left hand, his lips moved slightly, but he didn't make a sound. But everyone knew what he was talking about. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang put the ring on Lu Mingyu's left ring finger. The slender jade hands with thick skin, wearing the ice blue ring, are simply perfect. Jin Wanshan watched from the side for a while, his heart aching. Is this accepted?" Looking at Qin Yang's serious appearance, Jin Wanshan pouted, "Isn't it just a ring, it's so formal." Qin Yang ignored it, a deep smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his tone was gentle. "When you advance, you can change to the Xuanhuan ring of the mysterious order. Now let the ring recognize the owner and put the remaining spirit stones in it." Lu Mingyu suddenly became excited, stared at Qin Yang, and asked, "What did you mutter just now?" Qin Yang said, "Huh?" and shook his head. "No, did I murmur?" Jin Wanshan, including the clerk, nodded. Whispered, "Indeed murmured. Why did you put the ring on me yourself, or the ring finger of your left hand?" "Does it matter?" Lu Mingyu was keenly aware that there must be a problem here. Qin Yang still pretended to be puzzled. No. But the smile on his face betrayed him directly. "Aren't you buying it yourself?" Lu Mingyu frowned. "The spirit stone is yours, you should put it away. I accepted this ring, it's already very..." Qin Yang raised his face and pretended to be unhappy. "What's yours and mine? When I asked you for money to buy elixir, you didn't say anything? Besides, we both. What else do you share?" However, in the omitted words, everyone's understanding is different. And it can be guaranteed that what everyone understands is not what Qin Yang wants to say. Jin Wanshan suddenly felt that he had lost something extremely precious. Reaching out and pinching the clerk's arm, the clerk almost burst into tears. After the Xuanhuan ring is recognized as the master, only the master can open it. Lu Mingyu thought how he liked this ring. He gently stroked it with his hand, stretched out his hand and flicked the package of spirit stones on the counter, and the spirit stones were put away. There is a Xuanhuan ring, but there can't be only spirit stones in the Xuanhuan ring. Qin Yang said to the clerk, "If there is anything good-looking, fun, and easy to use, take it out." In the Qi-gathering realm, only the yellow rank magic weapon can be used. Leaping the steps to mobilize the mysterious magic weapon, if you can't mobilize it, you will even be backlashed. The clerk was amnesty and quickly broke free from Jin Wanshan's claws. Everything was laid out. There are all kinds of exercises, martial arts, medicinal herbs, and magic weapons. There are more than a dozen girl shop assistants carrying trays alone. Cultivation techniques and martial arts are not needed, medicinal pills, they are all rubbish. Qin Yang frowned. The clerk explained, these medicinal pills are of high quality, and they are all Qi-gathering pills needed for cultivation and Qi-returning pills used to restore true Qi during battles. I'm not talking about the type of pills, but the quality of pills. Qin Yang said, we only eat high-quality pills. The clerk whispered, the second-order Qi-gathering pill and the second-order Qi-returning pill are not of the highest quality. Qin Yang waved his hand, not wanting to talk nonsense, and said directly, remove all the medicinal pills, and put some magic weapons such as clothes on me, as well as magic weapons such as jewelry. The clerk does. Women's. Qin Yang was about to go crazy, how come you have no spirituality at all? Good. Do it. The clerk quickly opened up. Soon, all kinds of magic weapon gauze and hairpin were taken out. These are useless things. Lu Mingyu frowned. She has been very frugal since she was a child. Although she likes these things, she never considers them. She can only put her limited resources in more valuable places. Those Qi-gathering pills and Qi-returning pills before were not bad. When the tide of monsters is coming, those are the things that should be prepared. It doesn't matter if it's useful or not, as long as it looks good, Qin Yang said. Pieces of jewelry were gestured toward Lu Mingyu, and pieces of gauze were picked up and looked at. What is this, why is it so thin? Qin Yang picked up a black tool and looked at it. Lu Mingyu blushed, and the clerk explained in a low voice, this is worn inside. Oh? Qin Yang immediately became interested. The clerk began to sell, don't think that it is thin, but it is very close to the body, because it is a magic weapon, it can automatically adjust the temperature, it is clean, and it has a good defensibility. More importantly, it is comfortable for those who wear it, and those who watch it. Comfortable. Qin Yang and the clerk laughed, and Lu Mingyu's face on the other side was already red. Jin Wanshan is completely desperate by the side, what is the relationship between the two? Even this kind of clothes, buy it. These, all of them. Qin Yang focused on the black tool he wore inside. The clerk understood and quickly ordered someone to pack it. I won't. Lu Mingyu vowed to die. Money is something outside the body. Qin Yang said. Lu Mingyu shook her head resolutely, impossible, I won't wear it. Thinking about the black tool that couldn't cover her body just now, she was so ashamed that she wanted to burrow into the ground. Wear it or not is your business, buy it or not is mine, I've decided anyway. Qin Yang shrugged. After paying the money, everything was put away. Who said that the Qi-gathering pill I made and the Qi-returning pill are garbage? I want to see, who dares to be so arrogant and only eat the best medicine? An old man came over angrily. This is our fourth-order alchemist in Wanshan City, Mr. Wu. The clerk explained. Wu Lao bowed his hands to Jin Wanshan, I have seen the young master. Then a pair of sharp eyes looked at Qin Yang, then looked at Lu Mingyu, and snorted angrily. At first glance, the temperament is very hot, and the fourth-order alchemist is at least a master in the master realm. Qin Yang clicked his tongue, this branch of the Chamber of Commerce in Wanshan City has masters from the Grandmaster realm? You must know that the suzerain of the Qianin sect is only in the master realm. Only eat top-quality medicinal pills? Dare to ask Zhu Yandan whether to eat top-quality medicine? Wu Lao asked loudly, with a sneer on his face. Chapter 30, The Pope's Alchemy. Of course. Qin Yang said directly. Wu Lao opened his mouth and said, impossible. Qin Yang hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt. Don't say that there is no formula for the best Zhuyandan in the world, I hear calluses on my ears. Jin Wanshan glanced aside, show him. Jin Wanshan sighed, although he was his own alchemist, and he could understand Wu Lao's mood, the facts were the facts. Take out 2 second-order top-grade Zhuyandan from the Quanhuan ring and hold them in his hands. As soon as the medicinal pill appeared, Wu Lao's eyes straightened, and he snatched the 2 medicinal pills, sometimes closing his eyes to sense it, and sometimes leaning in to smell it. Although these 2 pills are already yours, if you let the buyer know that this top-grade Zhuyan pill has been played with like this by an old man, can you still eat it? Qin Yang frowned and whispered. When Lu Mingyu heard this, she felt nausea and vomiting in her heart for some reason. How many times have these 2 Zhuyandan turned their hands back and forth? It's too unhygienic. This Zhuyandan is like this, who knows if other pills are like this? But the cultivator doesn't have enough time for cultivation alone, how can he have the energy to refine the medicinal pills by himself? Do you also feel disgusted? Qin Yang saw Lu Mingyu's disgusted expression and smiled, don't worry, I will make all the medicinal pills for you in the future. Lu Mingyu suddenly felt relieved, only the medicinal pills Qin Yang had touched were fine. It really is the second-order top-quality Zhuyandan, that's right. Wu Lao nodded. Jin Wanshan added, since Mr. Wu, the 4th-order alchemist, is here, then this formula can be used directly. I was thinking of taking it back to the headquarters after the assessment, but it seems that I can make money now. But I won't. Missed such a great opportunity. Jin Wanshan took out the recipe. What formula? Could it be the formula of the second-order top-grade Zhuyandan? Wu Lao frowned. Jin Wanshan nodded and said, yes, this friend sold it to me. Holding 2 second-order top-grade Zhuyandan in his hand, Mr. Wu still couldn't believe that this formula would appear. Young master, don't be deceived. Wu Lao didn't believe it, took the formula, and said, the formula is true or false, you need to find a reliable alchemist to refine it, if it is successful, it is true, if it is not successful. That can only mean that the alchemist is fake. Qin Yang took over. Qin Yang. Lu Mingyu stopped in a low voice. You can say that other alchemists are not skilled enough. How can you say that other alchemists are fake? This is too shameless. Okay, it seems that your junior is reckless. Old Wu looked at Qin Yang quietly, and said, I heard from you earlier that both Qi-gathering pills and Qi-hui pills can be refined, and you still dislike my high-grade pills. Rubbish. Lu Mingyu had a bad heart. Sure enough, Mr. Wu said, then ask your excellency to refine it on the spot to prove it. Qin Yang shrugged, I made the top-grade Zhuyandan in your hand, and Jin Wanshan has seen it with his own eyes. Why should I prove anything else? What? Wu Lao was surprised. Jin Wanshan nodded helplessly. Only then did Mr. Wu earnestly take the Zhuyandan formula and carefully ponder it. The recipe is very detailed, and even the precautions and methods are marked. If this formula is real, it's really wonderful. You can see the elixir in it. Wu Lao was immersed in it, excited, and stopped halfway. Without him, the people present are all people who cannot communicate. The young master Jin Wanshan and the clerk must not understand, and Qin Yang, who can refine, must be too lazy to listen. The atmosphere was suddenly awkward. With a light cough, Elder Wu still insisted on his opinion, even if this formula is true, I don't believe there are top-quality formulas for the second-order Qi-gathering pill and the second-order Qi-returning pill. As for the top-grade medicine pill, Old Wu said proudly, actually, I have successfully refined second-order medicinal herbs of the highest quality. Looking at Qin Yang, Mr. Wu was immediately itchy, since you don't want to make it on the spot to prove it, why don't we try another way? How about we have an alchemy test? If you lose, there is no punishment. Anyway, you are the young master. My friend, the second young master has also seen you refining the second-order top-grade Zhuyan Dan, which proves that you are indeed capable. But if you win... Mr. Wu thought for a while and said, I have packed all the medicinal pills you will need in the future. Qin Yang shook his head and said, no, we only eat the ones that are refined on the spot. The pills are more effective. Besides, I want to refine them myself. Wu Lao continued, then I will cover all the pill furnaces and elixir you will need in the future. And I promise you one more condition. Let me destroy a small sect. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. How could there be any reason to reject this good thing delivered to your door? In fact, even if there is no bet, he still wants to compete with this old Wu. Without a test, how to copy the recipe? Old Wu is also thinking about it. If this kid is really a genius in alchemy, he might learn a lot. Especially the top-quality formula. As long as the other party refines the top-quality medicine pill, he can learn it with a few glances. After all, this is only a second-order medicinal pill. Seeing Qin Yang agree, Wu Lao was overjoyed. Order someone to bring the long table and wave it casually. 2 pill furnaces, countless elixir appeared instantly. Elder Wu glanced at Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu, who were beside him, coughed lightly, and said deliberately, don't say I bullied you. Pill stoves are also made of huangjia, and we all use the same elixir. It's good that he didn't say that, but when he said that, it made people contempt for a while. A master in the master realm, a fourth-order alchemist, compares with a little cultivator in the qi-gathering realm? Not bullying people? Jin Wanshan was cheering on the side. No matter what the comparison, after the comparison, Mr. Wu of Qin Yang Hui would also be able to do it. Lu Mingyu frowned slightly. Does Qin Yang refine other medicinal herbs? Looking at the various elixir on the table, I am afraid that there is more than one kind of refining. Wu Lao opened his mouth and said, there are 3 kinds of elixir needed for qi-gathering pill, qi-hui pill, and concentrating pill. I don't know which one do you want to start with. Qin Yang said indifferently, you can do whatever you want, I can do it. Okay, then I'll throw a brick and attract jade. Wu Lao directly started. Ding. Copy the qi-gathering pill formula and automatically upgrade to the perfect formula. The perfect technique that matched it was instantly mastered by Qin Yang. Huh? There is no access to the elixir. Qin Yang was taken aback. The elixir needed in the perfect formula is exactly the same as the one Wu Lao is refining. Don't remove the roots of purple vines in advance. After removing the roots, even if the sap is locked with infuriating energy, its overall medicinal properties will be changed. Don't crush the hollow fruit with infuriating energy, throw it directly into the overall refining. Every time Mr. Wu took out the materials, he was immediately scolded by Qin Yang after processing them. Oh, do you know how to make alchemy? Are you a fake fourth-order alchemist? Qin Yang frowned. Chapter 31, It's Already My Man. Even under such interference, Wu Lao still completed the alchemy. But his face was extremely angry. These elixir must be handled in this way, otherwise the changes cannot be controlled at all. Boss Wu roared, I want to ask if you can concoct pills. Qin Yang snorted coldly, picked up all kinds of elixir, and began to refine it. Faster than old Wu Qingdan. On the occasion of Danqing, a thick mist filled the surroundings instantly, and a single breath would make the pores widen. As if his body was awakened, he wanted to frantically swallow the surrounding spiritual energy. Wu Lao fell silent, and his gaze towards Qin Yang changed. His dignified fourth-order alchemist refines second-order pills to ensure 100% success. But this kid is... As for the previous plan, to steal school, Wu Lao felt bitter in his heart. This technique can't be learned by stealing. Fortunately, Wu Lao did not admit defeat, and successively refined Qi Hui Dan and Ning Shen Dan. Ding. Copy the formula of Qi Hui Dan, and automatically upgrade to the perfect formula. Ding. Copy the concentrated pill formula, and automatically upgrade to the perfect formula. These two formulas have added some elixir, and they are still of top quality when refined. I've taken it. Wu Lao cupped his hands. Jin Wanshan was stunned by the sight. What kind of alchemy evil is this? To be able to convince a fourth-order alchemist in the alchemy competition? Where is it? The little trick of carving insects is not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Qin Yang smiled modestly. Wu Lao was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. This is not a trick to dig insects. Even if you look at the entire alchemy guild, Little Brother's alchemy technique is unparalleled. The name has also changed. It's not that exaggerated. Qin Yang shook his head again and again. Yes. Wu Lao, Jin Wanshan, and others shouted in unison. Qin Yang smiled embarrassedly. No matter how humble you are, you may be outraged. Wu Lao said, in that case, I am willing to accept the bet, and you can mention the conditions. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, the conditions are unimaginable for the time being, but the medicinal herbs, elixir, and pill furnace you mentioned are exactly what I need. Elder Wu was also very happy, and directly gave Qin Yang a top-grade elixir furnace, and prepared 10 points for each of the second-order Zhuyan Dan, Huichi Dan, Ningxin Dan, and Qi Gathering Dan. Qin Yang felt a little embarrassed that he took so many things in one breath and saved his face. Qin Yang said, well, these kinds of medicinal herbs can be refined to the best quality. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. I should have been in Wanshan City recently. Thank you. Old Wu said politely. Those who have no success in learning are teachers, and if they don't understand Qin Yang, they think he is a stunned young man who only talks nonsense. After understanding it, I found out that this Qin Yang really has everyone's demeanor. The future is bound to be limitless. Rubbing his hands, Mr. Wu hesitated, actually. I have a lot of problems now. Oh? But it doesn't matter. Qin Yang nodded. Immediately afterwards, the two began to exchange alchemy techniques, but with a quick glance, they would think that Wu Lao was teaching Qin Yang the skills. But listening on the side, you will find that Wu Lao has been asking questions, and Qin Yang has been answering. Qin Yang is actually concocting alchemy in the Pope Master. An hour later, Boss Wu was benefited, and Qin Yang also had a dry mouth. Wu Lao couldn't wait to go to retreat and make alchemy, and before leaving, he gave Jin Wanshan a meaningful look. Jin Wanshan understood Qin Yang's ability. How could he not win over? 3 kinds of medicinal herbs were refined before, which is equivalent to passing the formula to our Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, and more importantly, the techniques and precautions. Jin Wanshan said, you directly ask for the price, and my Wanshan Chamber of Commerce will ask for it from you. Don't owe your friends. Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, since we are friends, how much does it hurt to talk about money? Jin Wanshan was overjoyed, then suddenly dumbfounded. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. What? Are you robbing? Jin Wanshan screamed, you just said that money hurts feelings. Before frantically purchasing some clothes and jewelry, all of them are magic weapons. Not practical, but not cheap at all. Besides, I didn't deceive anyone. After my own explanation, it didn't take long for Elder Wu to refine these 4 top-quality medicinal herbs. Brother, clear the account. I know you're not short of money. Qin Yang looked at Jin Wanshan as if he saw a golden hill. Jin Wanshan snorted softly and said, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, the most. Although the sales of these 3 medicinal herbs are good, they are not without top quality. What's more, some of you haven't even changed the formula. Deal. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Ah? Xuanhuan opened his mouth wide and slapped himself on the forehead. Damn, he was fooled. I would have known more to cut the price. Painfully took out the spirit stone and handed it to Lu Mingyu reluctantly. Lu Mingyu was so happy, she didn't expect Qin Yang to make money like this. Just suddenly thought of something, the look gradually dimmed. Qin Yang didn't pay attention, patted Xuanhuan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, since the transaction is so pleasant, won't you invite us to dinner? You slaughtered me fiercely and asked me to invite you to dinner? What are you? Xuanhuan glanced at Lu Mingyu and changed his face on the spot. Okay. Busy until now, time and evening. When night comes, Wanshan City has a different atmosphere. An hour later, Qin Yang and the three of them were full and continued shopping. On the brightly lit avenue, Qin Yang picked a toothpick and glanced at Xuanhuan. This fat man kept mumbling to Lu Mingyu when he was eating, which was not a good thing after all. Anyway, Lu Mingyu always stared at herself from time to time with a complicated face. Pulling Xuanhuan aside, Qin Yang said bluntly, I advise you to give up, Lu Mingyu is my woman. The question was directly on the bright side. Xuanhuan didn't hide it, and said, even if you are a genius in alchemy, you are not worthy of her. Speaking of this, Xuanhuan proudly patted his chest and said, I'm different. My Jin family is not false in comparison to the 8 Shinto clans. Apart from the fact that the family background is not up to par, the right to speak on the mainland is not a little bit worse. Qin Yang shrugged and said, so what, she's already mine anyway. Already mine. Already mine. This sentence kept repeating in Xuanhuan's mind, causing Xuanhuan to be struck by lightning. You have come this far? Xuanhuan muttered dully to himself. Qin Yang shrugged, with a helpless expression on his face, no way, it's destiny. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and said, you better keep quiet, or you will die miserably. Qin Yang disagreed. The more enemies there are, the better. Copying martial arts and skills to improve strength will save you all the trouble. If you can't take the initiative, you have to find a way to get the other party to take action. Tired? Huh? Fighting union? What kind of union is this? Qin Yang was taken aback and saw a very lively place. Xuanhuan was extremely unbalanced in his heart. He pursued Lu Mingyu hard and was rejected countless times. Why did he just put a flower on Qin Yang's pile of cow dung? Seeing the fighting union, Xuanhuan laughed and said, if you want to be worthy of Mingyu Lu, this is a good way. What do you mean? Qin Yang became curious. Xuanhuan said mysteriously, if you have absolute strength, you can naturally overcome all difficulties, and here you can prove your strength. Don't you claim to use the way of the other to betray yourself? Go and try? Go, whoever is afraid. Qin Yang became interested. Chapter 32, Combat Guild. The Fighting Guild, a guild established by a group of martial madmen on the mainland. When Wu is the first, Wu is second, here, there is only fighting. If you win 10 consecutive victories in the Qi-gathering realm, you will be awarded the title of 10 fighters. If you win 100 consecutive victories in the Qi-Si realm, you will be awarded the title of 100 fighters. Xuanhuan explained, when you reach the Grandmaster realm, the 10 strongest people in the same rank can get the title of Battle Grandmaster. Astral realm, the 10 strongest people in the same rank can get the title of Battle Star. These are people who are selected for the entire continent and have the title of fighting, which means that they are the top 10 in the world among the same rank. Lu Mingyu watched one of the two talk incessantly, while the other listened with gusto, and was taken aback, and said, don't you guys want to participate in the battle? Xuanhuan shook his head directly, he would not participate in such a boring competition. The people in this fighting guild are all lunatics, and some of them are fighting for life and death. The point is, if someone wins, he will even haunt you until he beats you. Qin Yang shrugged, why don't you participate? Rolling his eyes, Qin Yang said with a smile, is there a bet in this kind of competition? Xuanhuan nodded. Qin Yang Meng clapped his hands and said, great, I'm going to make a fortune. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang with contempt, and said, I advise you not to use any crooked minds. If you let the people in the fighting guild know that you have made a big bet to buy yourself a win, they may not be able to arrange a match for you. Will you arrange an opponent with a higher realm than me? Xuanhuan shook his head, that won't happen. Isn't that enough? Qin Yang stepped directly into the fighting union. The noisy atmosphere made one's blood boil, and he walked directly to the underground along the passage. There is actually a very large arena in the underground fighting union. There are more than a dozen arenas in the arena, and each arena is crowded with people. The light screen constructed by the array scrolls information back and forth on the surrounding walls, reporting the outcome of each arena. Some people danced with excitement, while others looked downcast. Hello, if you want to sign up for a battle, you need to pay a low-grade spirit stone to buy a battle badge. A hot girl said, you will get a point for winning a battle with the same level, and the points will be cleared to 0 if you lose. When the points reach 10 points, the battle badge will be automatically promoted to the 10 warrior badge. Qin Yang nodded secretly, it would take 10 consecutive victories, if 9 consecutive victories and 1 defeat, the points would be cleared, and they would have to start all over again. Does the Qi realm cultivator really want to win 100 games in a row? Qin Yang asked. The hot girl smiled and nodded. After the Grand Master realm, how do you select the 10 strongest people in this realm? The hot girl is a little surprised, this kid is thinking too much, right? At the moment, he patiently explained, there will be a ranking list, and those on the list can challenge each other. If you are in the top 10, you will be the master of fighting. The same is true for the Star Realm and so on. Okay, a badge first. Qin Yang said. Lu Mingyu frowned and said, you have to think about it. Once you join the fighting union, you cannot refuse the challenge of the same level. Qin Yang laughed. Facing the challenge, he couldn't ask for anything, how could he refuse? Xuanhuan didn't expect that Qin Yang would actually join the ranks of the Wu lunatic. Looking at the people around him who were staring at them like hungry wolves, Xuanhuan felt a drum in his heart. I advise you to think carefully, you see, you have become the prey of others. Xuanhuan whispered. Prey? Qin Yang chuckled. Who is the prey, we'll find out later. Xuanhuan added, in the battle, there are only winners and losers, and some people behave meanly, which is different from the usual competition. Qin Yang nodded and expressed his understanding. Anyone who has worked so hard to win the 9th game will do whatever it takes to win the 10th game. This kid was the first one I liked. Don't fight me later, I'm going to challenge him. A one-eyed man shouted. Fart, I saw them as soon as they came in, I have to challenge him first. I think it's better for you to fight first. Whoever wins, will challenge this kid? For a time, as Qin Yang got the battle badge, the surrounding atmosphere instantly boiled. Everyone regarded Qin Yang as a free bonus. Everyone, be quiet. Listen to me. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, I am a very kind person. I feel very sorry to see that you have misunderstood me. Well, let me make a simple self-introduction first. How about you decide whether to challenge me after listening to it? If you have something to say, hurry up and let your fart go. You can only get 1 point reward for defeating the same person. You'd better hurry up and hurry up. Maybe you can add 1 point to all of us. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter. All of them were fierce, like wolves and tigers, as if they wanted to swallow Qin Yang alive. Lu Mingyu looked angry and stared at Jin Wanshan fiercely. Jin Wanshan didn't expect things to develop to such a level, but Qin Yang's words made him even more dumbfounded. Under the neighborhood, the Qi realm is complete, mastering all the martial arts in the world, and they are all cultivated to the peak. Pull. Returning to him in his own way is the slogan below. Among the same level, if I call myself the second, no one dares to be the first. After some words, the entire underground arena was detonated again. Even some monks who disdain to compete with newcomers can't help but want to try. This kid must teach him a good lesson, he can't be so rampant. He also masters all the martial arts in the world? All of them have been cultivated to the peak? He thinks that martial arts are so easy to cultivate, that he can stick his teeth when he drinks water, and he is not afraid of flashing his tongue when he speaks such big words? Second in the same rank, no one first? Who gave him confidence? Isn't this kid who came to fight the war union to smash the field? Everyone went berserk in an instant. If it weren't for the rules of the fighting union, Qin Yang would have been beaten by a group at this time. Qin Yang, these people are all lunatics from the beginning. You are still provoking them like this? I think you are crazy too. Lu Mingyu whispered. Qin Yang disapproved and continued to say loudly, since we are going to fight, it would be too boring to not have a lottery. Let's do it, 4,000 low-grade spirit stones will be around. If you can afford it, come now, and if you can't afford it, don't waste everyone's time. There was an uproar. Wanshan City was just a city in a remote area of the northern plains, and it was 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, which shocked everyone in an instant. Only a few people in the field did not move, looking at Qin Yang in astonishment. You really dare to invest your money, don't you give yourself a way out? Jin Wanshan was also taken aback. Qin Yang shrugged and said, I'm here to make money, not to play. Although I joined the fighting guild, I can't refuse the challenge of the same level, but I can't just come here and waste my time, right? Good boy, not to mention the points for free, but also to give away 4,000 low-grade spirit stones for free? Ha ha ha, I challenge you. A bald man with a gloomy face walked out from the crowd. Vulturely? It's this ruthless man? I heard that he can break through the sea of qi, but he suppressed his cultivation. He obviously has the strength to get the 10 warrior badge, but he doesn't get it. The purpose is to manipulate the gambling game. This kid has encountered a hard stubble. There is really no suspense. I hope Vulturely doesn't start too hard, so that this kid can still have the strength to fight again, otherwise we won't be able to get points from this kid. Chapter 33 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. The scene was one-sided. Qin Yang walked up the arena leisurely, and stood in opposition to Li, the vulture. Outside the arena, some people also opened gambling games, but there were very few bets. Although Qin Yang's odds are extremely high, few people who buy Qin Yang can win. What did you tell him? Lu Mingyu asked Jin Wanshan. I don't understand. Jin Wanshan pretended to be confused. Lu Mingyu said angrily, this is not Qin Yang's style at all. Although he is very arrogant on weekdays, when did he take the initiative to publicize and provoke others? Jin Wanshan touched his nose and whispered, I just told him that if you want to be worthy of you, here is the way. Lu Mingyu was stunned, her thoughts were in a mess, and she secretly thought, is this for me? But. On the ring, Vulturely looked at Qin Yang contemptuously, boy, I think you have an extraordinary background, but you are too reckless. Why don't you take out all the wealth you have, maybe I can take it lightly. He turned his eyes to Lu Mingyu, who was on the side. Although Lu Mingyu deliberately concealed her appearance, she couldn't hide her exquisite figure and Jewish temperament at all. It's better to give her to me, I promise not to ruin you. Vulturely laughed. At this time everyone noticed Lu Mingyu, and after looking at it, he was shocked. So perfect. How could such a goddess follow such a boy? Lu Mingyu was angry with Jin Wanshan, frowning slightly, making many people heartbroken. Qin Yang's eyes turned cold, and he said, "Since you have this idea, then I can guarantee that I can destroy you." Vulture Li's face froze, and his eyes became gloomy. "It seems that you can't see the coffin without tears. I can remind you that it's too late to regret it now. I also advise you on this," Qin Yang said lightly. The staff started to check the information. Vulture Li, 9 points. Challenge Qin Yang, 0 points. Vulture Li's score has reached 9 points again? It seems that he is no longer restrained this time, and is going to become a 10 fighter. Very good, without this guy Vulture Li, we have more opportunities. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. Every time Vulture Li reaches 9 points, he will find someone to admit defeat on purpose. This is simply a nightmare for everyone present who wants to advance to the top 10 fighters. As long as Vulture Li has advanced to the top 10 warriors, then he can only challenge other 10 warriors. Are both parties ready? The staff asked. Qin Yang nodded. Vulture Li was already gearing up for it, and shouted, "Boy, do you think I should abolish your left hand first, or should I abolish your right hand first?" Qin Yang ignored it directly, called the system in his heart, and stared at the panel in a daze. Host, Qin Yang. Cultivation, Qi gathering is complete. Exercise, Qiankuan Wanxiangju, 8/10. Martial arts, the breeze blows the willows, Kaishan fist. August 10th. As long as there are 2 battles, you can advance to the Qi realm. Moreover, he joined the fighting guild, so he will no longer have to worry about advancing in the future. I'm afraid I won't be able to get the badge of the 10 warriors, and I will advance after 2 games. I'm afraid I won't be able to get the badge of 100 warriors, because after 10 games, I will advance to the Grandmaster realm. Qin Yang began to worry, but Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan on the side became anxious. The game has started. Lu Mingyu reminded loudly. I've decided to screw your head down and use it as a urinal. Vulture Li Xian sneered and grabbed it with one claw. Ding. Copy the Fire Eagle art of the exercise. The exercise method is 9/10. Ding. Copy the martial skill Fire Eagle Claw, and the proficiency will automatically increase to the peak, martial skill 9 out of 10. In an instant, Qin Yang grasped everything about the opponent's abilities, and frowned as he watched the opponent's attack. Is this guy really going to kill himself? A claw locked his throat, and if he was hit, his neck could be pierced directly. The proficiency is just perfect, and I dare to speak out. The Fire Eagle Claw's offensive is fierce, but the traces are too heavy. It's impossible to change the move easily. The power is fine, but your speed is too slow. Qin Yang's eyes flashed, and he also shot out the Fire Eagle's claws, like a goshawk catching its prey, as fast as thunder. Under the impetus of infuriating, the fingertips seemed to have flames rising. A claw swung out at a faster speed, and the others only saw a red phantom, and Vulture Li vomited blood and flew out. Defeat your opponent in 1 move. Victory in an instant. Vulture Li was kicked out of the ring, lost, and the points are cleared. Qin Yang wins, the points are increased by 1. The staff were obviously surprised by the result. You can get 4,000 low-grade spirit stones if you just move your hands. This is the real way to get rich. Qin Yang was excited. Vulture Li, you are playing a fake match. Bah. You pay our spirit stone. Vulture Li, I will never die with you. The onlookers were furious. In their opinion, the play was too similar, just to deceive their spiritual stone. Vulture Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the light in his eyes getting colder and colder. Only he himself knew that this kid in front of him did have some skills. Fortunately, everyone thought he was a fake. In the competition, no one has questioned his strength yet, and his face has not been greatly damaged. I'm going to keep challenging you. Vulture Lee shouted. Qin Yang looked at the spiritual stone package handed over by the staff, and his smile grew brighter. The staff said, the challenge of the same level cannot be refused, but after being challenged 3 times a day, you can apply for a truce. Therefore, you have only played 1 game now, and you can still only participate. Qin Yang glanced at Vulture Lee and sighed, this guy is completely useless to him. Engaging in battles is just a little more points for me. Thinking about how easy it was for the Lingshire to come, Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, okay, I accept your challenge, but the stake is raised to 8,000 low-grade Lingshire. What? 8,000 low-grade spirit stones? Vulture Lee stared. The 4,000 low-grade spirit stones were already his entire net worth. Where would he get another 8,000 low-grade spirit stones? All the onlookers were also stunned. 8,000 low-grade spirit stones, this is a sky-high price. Vulture Lee had an ugly face and said, I have no more spiritual stones, but are you going to reject my challenge? If he refuses, Qin Yang will be judged to have no heart to fight, and he will be directly blocked by the fighting union. Get out if you can't fight, I'll fight him. A one-eyed strong man stood up. Vulture Lee said gloomily, what? One-eyed tiger, how dare you rob me? The one-eyed tiger laughed and said, I'm fighting with you for your own good. If you win, that's fine. But what if you lose again? What you lose is the face of our entire Xuanhuan City fighting union. Vulture Lee sneered, do you have 8,000 low-grade spirit stones? The one-eyed tiger turned his gaze to the corner inadvertently. Vulture Lee was shocked, it turned out to be a shot from above. The one-eyed tiger whispered, this kid is not something you can afford, so step back quickly. Vulture Lee was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. What's more, this one-eyed tiger can't afford to offend him. One-eyed tiger rarely takes the initiative to challenge others, and no one dares to challenge him. As for his identity, everyone knows it well. This is the fighter in Xuanhuan City Fighting Association's Qi Gathering Realm. Specifically to deal with this problem. In the corner, a red-clothed girl looked at this side with interest, followed by a white-haired old man. Miss, since you know that the people around him are Jin Xuanhuan and Lu Mingyu, why did you send someone to make things difficult for him? The old man was helpless. Wu Xiaoya smiled slightly, her hot and sexy clothes were revealing and bold, and said frivolously, I don't care who he is, who is his friend. Dare to be so arrogant in the fighting guild, if it makes him feel better, I will look at the fighting guild. Where to put it? Chapter 34 Accidentally Upgraded. Boy, don't blame me. It's time to frustrate your spirit and let you learn to be humble. The one-eyed tiger said. Qin Yang's eyes were a little dignified, and the person in front of him was indeed very strong. The breath is calm, standing there quietly like a mountain, without flaws. But Qin Yang was still not afraid, and said with a smile, the word humility has never been in my dictionary. The one-eyed tiger looked at Qin Yang quietly, and said, take the same way as you did? Unfortunately, I also practiced a lot of martial arts and defeated you, so this title is more suitable for me. Then let me see your strength. Qin Yang made a gesture of invitation with a playful expression on his face. Ding. Copy the cultivation technique to tread the waves. The cultivation technique is 10/10, and it reaches the advanced requirements. Ding. Copying the martial skill, slap wave palm. The martial skill is 10 out of 10, reaching the advanced requirements. Advanced host, early stage of Qi Si realm. Before the next step up, you need to copy 0 out of 10 of the exercises, and 0 out of 10 of the martial arts. Wait. Qin Yang suddenly said loudly. The one-eyed tiger laughed, what? Now you know what you're afraid of? The moment he used his slap wave palm, he was very powerful. This kid is smart. Not too weak. It's a pity. The one-eyed tiger shook his head and said, even if you admit defeat now, it's too late. There is only one battle in the battle. All the onlookers also pointed at Qin Yang. It seems that this kid is just like that. The fighting union is not a place where you can come and mess around. Go back to where you came from. In the dictionary of the fighting union, there is no word for admit defeat. Either fight or die. The crowd denounced Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked around and couldn't help laughing. He actually laughed? Could it be that he was scared stupid? I'm afraid I won't be able to laugh in a while. One-eyed tiger, kill him. That. Qin Yang touched his nose, a little embarrassed, and said, I have a question to ask. Are you procrastinating? The one-eyed tiger chuckled, ask, you can't procrastinate for long. What if one side suddenly advances during the battle? Qin Yang asked. Everyone was stunned. One-eyed tiger frowned. This situation has indeed happened before. If one party advances in battle, it means that his opponent is not qualified to play against him again. Speaking of this, the one-eyed tiger looked at Qin Yang fiercely, and his heart was shocked. Could it be you? Qin Yang nodded lightly and said, I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold back, and I accidentally advanced. I'm a cultivator in the Sea of Qi now. In your words, you are no longer qualified to fight with me. The underground arena was instantly silent. My God, is this fake? How old is this kid, and he is already in the Sea of Qi? It seems that he really has arrogant capital. Could it be that in the Wanshan City Fighting Union, no one can really stop him? Although Qin Yang also joined the fighting union at this time, but as a newcomer, he broke the rule that newcomers must suffer from horsepower. Substitute and fight again. Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back. What? He just broke through and has to fight again? Is this too conceited? If he wins again, our Wanshan City Fighting Guild will lose all face. But Qi Haijing is no longer something we can intervene, and we can only watch the fun. In the corner, the red-clothed girl Wu Xiaoya clenched her teeth tightly and said, if he wants to fight again, let him fight. Give him a chance to fight his opponent in the mid-sea realm. The old man behind him looked embarrassed and said, Miss, this kid doesn't seem simple, in case. The tide of monsters is coming, and all the talents in the mainland are coming here one after another. This kid must be one of them, and he is also here to enroll in the Tsangqiang Academy. If it spreads out, he will sweep the fighting union of our Wanshan City alone. What face does the Wu family have? But the old man was still hesitant. Wu Xiaoya has a firm attitude. The old man had no choice but to give orders. Soon, a young monk stepped onto the ring and bowed his hands to Qin Yang. Suzhan, a mid-level cultivator in the Qi Sea realm. He used to be a 10th fighter at the Qi Gathering realm, and now he is still 30 victories away from 100 warriors. My God! Our Wanshan City Fighting Guild still has such a strong man? In the middle of the Qi Sea realm, you have already won 70 games in a row? There was a lot of discussion, and they looked at Qin Yang with schadenfreude. Qin Yang's expression was as usual, and he still made a gesture of invitation. If you haven't advanced, your slogan can still deceive everyone. Now that you have just advanced, I would like to see how you can use the same way to return to yourself. Suzhan took a good posture, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. Wait! Qin Yang shouted, the stake is 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Suzhan couldn't help feeling tight in his chest, gritted his teeth, and said, don't worry. I have it. This Qin Yang really wants money, or not his life. When are you still thinking about Lingshi? Ding. Copying the method of Crazy Thunder, the proficiency has been raised to the peak, and the host state has been raised to the realm of air and sea. Full. Exercise 1/10. Ding. Copy the martial arts Lei Quan, the proficiency will automatically increase to the peak, and the martial arts will be 1 out of 10. Suzhan's figure suddenly flashed in front of Qin Yang, and he punched him. Crazy Thunder Ju is extremely domineering, and Ben Lei Fist is resolute. Su Zhan's triumphant smile was already hanging on the corner of his mouth, not to mention that the other party was unprepared. Even if he was on guard early, he would not be able to prevent his own attack. Just as the punch was about to succeed, Qin Yang rolled his eyes and looked over. How is it possible that he was able to catch my attack? Su Zhan's heart skipped a beat. Qin Yang squinted at himself with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Ben Thunder Fist. In an instant, Qin Yang's figure disappeared, followed by a sudden pain in Su Zhan's chest. Like a shrimp, he arched his body, and the whole person was knocked out of the ring. The unexpected result caused an uproar. Did Qin Yang win? Did I read it wrong? Su Zhan is the one who has won 70 games in a row. Qin Yang's move just now seems to be Lei Quan. Could this guy be a monster? Can he really use his own way to pay him back? Qin Yang became famous in the first battle, and just after breaking through, he defeated Su Zhan, who was quite powerful in the Qi realm. And his slogan is destined to be preached. No one can stop him. The old man said softly, "This kid is the real martial arts lunatic." Wu Xiaoya took a deep breath, stared at Qin Yang, suddenly laughed, and said, "I want to see, what the hell is he from?" After giving the order, Wu Xiaoya walked straight towards Qin Yang. Then what, the next one? The bet is 16,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Yang shouted loudly. The lively underground arena suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and no one challenged them. Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan have complicated expressions. How can Lingshi earn so much? Even Jin Wanshan couldn't believe that the money came so quickly. Qin Yang, are you really not afraid of attracting public anger? Will you suddenly die on the street one day? Jin Wanshan said. What did this little brother say? It seems that our fighting guild is a dirty guild. Wu Xiaoya came over. Jin Wanshan gasped sharply, his eyes straightened. The appearance of the visitor is on the same level as Lu Mingyu, but the temperament and style are completely different. The hot and tight clothes showed a large amount of white, and with her arrival, everyone felt that the air was much hotter. Wu Xiaoya? Why are you? Lu Mingyu walked over happily. The two beautiful beauties were chatting like nothing else, but Wu Xiaoya looked at Qin Yang with resentment from time to time. Chapter 35 The Conspiracy Approaches. Sister Lu, where did you find a stunner to smash our fighting union? Wu Xiaoya pouted. When everyone saw it, they felt a pain in their hearts. Qin Yang could only scratch his head in embarrassment and defended, how can I be called a smasher? I'm also a member of the fighting union. As he spoke, he lit up the battle badge in his hand, with a 1 written on the back of the badge. It proves that Qin Yang has advanced to the Qi realm and has won a winning streak. But everyone knows that the gold content of this one-game winning streak is too high. If you are not sure of winning Su Zhan, going to compete with Qin Yang is simply self-inflicted humiliation. Qin Yang did this, and the hostility really decreased a lot. But if you want to challenge you, you have to bet so many spirit stones, and you say it's not a spoiler? Wu Xiaoya acted coquettishly, with every frown and smile so captivating. But the fighting guild doesn't stipulate that you must gamble with spirit stones. If you don't have spirit stones, you can challenge me. Qin Yang shrugged. If I challenge you, it would be better if you win, but wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to lose? Do you think everyone should lose face? Wu Xiaoya stomped lightly and said, and every time you fight, your spirit stone will double. If you don't use it a few times, I'm afraid Jin Wanshan might not be able to fight here, right? When Jin Wanshan heard the goddess muttering his name, he quickly stretched out his finger and pointed at himself, I am Jin Wanshan. But the next words were weak, I can afford to fight, but the problem is that I can't. Wu Xiaoya rolled her eyes, how could she not know Jin Wanshan? As a popular figure in the mainland, Xuanhuan is even more famous than the direct descendants of the 8 Shinto clans. Looking at Lu Mingyu again, Lu Mingyu has not looked at himself since the beginning, but has been looking at Qin Yang with concern. Wu Xiaoya's heart gradually became clear. Qin Yang is not simple, but who is he? Young and promising, with extraordinary aptitude. I don't know where you come from? Wu Xiaoya asked. The Qin family. Qin Yang said softly. Lu Mingyu was stunned for a moment, and her face changed. Xuanhuan frowned. Why is this name familiar? Wu Xiaoya's attitude was no longer frivolous, and she said seriously, which Qin family? Of course it's the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans, but which Qin family could it be? Qin Yang shrugged. Qin Yang, you are crazy. You dare to say such words. Do you know what this means? Lu Mingyu became anxious. Wu Xiaoya looked at the two back and forth, and then looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's expression was somewhat intriguing, and he nodded lightly in surprise, as he did. The Qin family? Do the 8 Shinto clans have the Qin family? Damn it, shouldn't it be the Qin family that was wiped out 1,000 years ago? There is a prophecy from Tianjin saying that the descendants of the Qin family will definitely stand out in the beast tide. Could it be that the prophecy will be fulfilled in this beast tide? For a time, everyone began to talk about Qin Yang's identity, and kept guessing. Some people scratched their ears and scratched their cheeks, and were extremely curious about Qin Yang's experience over the years. The old man who had been following Wu Xiaoya before suddenly appeared beside Qin Yang. He didn't say a word or expression, and just stood silently. It was as if Qin Yang had a wooden man beside him. You have to know that it's not just a joke that can be played casually. Wu Xiaoya's face stiffened. Am I kidding? Qin Yang spread his hands. How to prove that you are a descendant of the Qin family? Wu Xiaoya asked. How can I prove that I'm not? Qin Yang asked, without answering. No one who pretends to be a descendant of the Qin family will end well. If you admit your mistake now, there is still time. Wu Xiaoya continued. Lu Mingyu was stunned. Qin Yang's attitude was very firm, from joining the fighting union before to now declaring that he was a descendant of the Qin family. Everything was too abnormal. Qin Yang doesn't seem like someone who cares about these reputations. He's for you. Xuanhuan said softly. Lu Mingyu's body tightened. Xuanhuan continued to whisper, only in this way can he be with you righteously. Moreover, he has enough strength, and now his cultivation is higher than you and me. As long as the fist is hard, he says he is. Lu Mingyu's expression is complicated. She has not dared to think about these issues these days, but Qin Yang's actions made her heart move slightly. So that's the case. You're really courageous. Wu Xiaoya raised her ears and heard Xuanhuan's words, with a helpless expression on her face. And the old man disappeared without a smile. In this way, everyone took Qin Yang's words as a joke, just to pursue Lu Mingyu. This made Qin Yang feel astonished. I really am. Well. With a long sigh, no one believed it. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Don't bet on Lingshi. Qin Yang shouted loudly. Who else wants to challenge Qin Yang now? Even if he thought about it, after weighing his own strength, he retreated. You like fighting so much, why don't you take the initiative to challenge others? Wu Xiaoya asked. Qin Yang shrugged and said, in order not to let people say that I bullied others, let's wait for others to challenge me. Just kidding, taking the initiative to challenge others, and copying wool? Wu Xiaoya looked at Qin Yang's ill-fated appearance, and said, wait. There will be many strong people from all over the mainland these days. I hope you will still be arrogant at that time. It's so good. Qin Yang couldn't ask for it. Without the battle, his strength has risen to the peak of the Sea of Qi. Qin Yang turned to Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan, who were on the side, and couldn't help frowning. The 8 Shinto clans, the Jin family, TSK, your talents are too poor? Qin Yang said. You. Jin Wanshan almost suffered from internal injuries. Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes, unable to refute. Go back and make pills for you to eat. Qin Yang waved his hand. Jin Wanshan's eyes lit up and quickly followed. Lu Mingyu said goodbye to Wu Xiaoya and then left. Alchemy? Is he still an alchemist? Wu Xiaoya became more and more interested in Qin Yang. For several days, the surface of Wanshan City was calm, but in fact, the dark tide was surging. The news of Qin Yang sweeping the fighting union spread like wildfire, and it was announced that he was a descendant of the Qin family. For a time, everyone began to investigate Qin Yang's background, and even Qin Yang's grievance with the outer disciple Zhou Shi in Qianinzong was turned over. Gradually, many rumors spread. Qin Yang didn't dare to fight Zhou Shi in a life-and-death battle, and defected to the sect. Before he defected, he stole the second-order top-grade Zhuyandan formula and injured a group of inner disciples. He didn't know what kind of magic trick he used to bewitch Lu Mingyu. All kinds of rumors are unbearable, but when they reach the ears of everyone in Wanshan City, they have other charms. What is Zhou Shi? A mere outer disciple? Don't dare to fight him in a life-and-death battle? Su Zhan smashed the table angrily. Does this mean that he is not as good as mere Zhou Shi? Second-order top-grade Yan formula? Is it worth having the Qianinzong? If Qin Yang is really a member of the Qin family, it is not surprising that he has these formulas. Moreover, he uses his own way to return to his own body. With the background of the Qin family, he can indeed do it. For a while, the rumors had the opposite effect, making everyone believe Qin Yang more and more. I said that I seemed to have forgotten something, and the decisive battle with Zhou Shi. Qin Yang thought about it. Just got a batch of new medicinal materials from Mr. Wu from the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. Qin Yang shook his head. He has no time to deal with that kind of waste now. After his continuous refining of the top-quality qi gathering pill, Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan were already about to break through. Shameless fat man, eat my food every day. Qin Yang pouted and came to the inn, but couldn't find Lu Mingyu's person. After a while, Jin Wanshan ran over, sweating profusely, panting. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. I've never seen you in such a hurry. It's not good. Lu Mingyu was taken away by people from Qianin sect. Jin Wanshan said, the person here is Meng Gaofei. Why did Wu Heitian want to find her? Qin Yang clenched his fists. Conspiracy. Wu Heitian wanted to find Lu Mingyu, and he could come to Lu Mingyu with a single thought. How could he let Meng Gaofei pass the word? Moreover, Wu Heitian also knows the relationship between Qin Yang, Lu Mingyu, and Meng Gaofei. When did it happen? Qin Yang asked. An hour ago. Jin Wanshan said. Qin Yang rushed out of the inn and shouted, Go to Mr. Wu and tell him that I have made up my mind about the conditions that I promised before. Chapter 36. Qianinzong was beaming everywhere with lanterns and colorful lanterns. On the way, a famous disciple was busy with his work, as if it was a festival. I've never seen so many geniuses, and they've come one after another these few days. How strong do you think the powerhouses around those geniuses are? Why is the sect master so polite to them? I heard that those young talents are from Zhongzhou, and they are here just to stand out from the wave of monsters, so that they can join the Sky Academy. Do you think we have a chance? The disciples were talking in low voices. It was completely like they were discussing things in another world. Just because of you, do you want to join Songqiong Academy? Zhou Shi came from nowhere, and said disdainfully, Hurry up and prepare the medicinal materials to send to Qianzhou Peak, dream less and do more. They arrogantly brought several outer disciples to the foot of Qianzhou Peak, but a figure walking in the distance shocked them. It's such a coincidence, isn't this, Zhou? Qin Yang laughed and frowned. How come I heard people say recently that I didn't dare to duel with you and defected to the sect? Zhou was drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't him who spread the rumor, it was from the elder Zhang of the inner sect. Thinking of the support of elder Zhang and Mangaofei, Zhou was more confident. The traitor of the sect dares to come back? It's just asking for a dead end. Zhou secretly instructed the outer sect disciples behind him, and several outer sect disciples left in different directions. Qin Yang didn't stop them, but looked at Zhou quietly. Some things have to be done sooner or later, and some people have to be killed sooner or later. Qin Yang frowned. His memory is not very good. If he forgets, it will only cause trouble. What did you say? Zhou wanted to delay time, but Qin Yang approached him step by step. Qin Yang's killing intent has been decided, and the lightning flashes on his fist, making a crackling sound. Zhou gritted his teeth and rushed over with a loud roar. Don't look down on others. I've been promoted to the Qi Gathering Realm, and I have cultivated to the Middle Qi Gathering Realm. Pfft. Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest and abdomen concave in a terrifying arc, his eyes widened, and he couldn't rest his eyes. Ah? What did you say? Qin Yang was stunned. If you want to say something quickly. With Lu Mingyu's safety in mind, Qin Yang walked along the mountain road to Qianzhu Peak. Not long after walking, a shrill roar came from behind. Qin Yang, I'm going to smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces. It was the voice of the outer door, Elder Zhou. Soon, Elder Zhou's figure caught up with Qin Yang. Qin Yang stopped and looked at Elder Zhou quietly. Zhou's death was his own fault. Do you want to avenge him? Qin Yang asked, flatly. Elder Zhou's eyes were red with anger, and he gritted his teeth, saying, even if the King of Heaven comes today, I can't save you. I'm going to chop you up and feed the dog. Oh. Qin Yang nodded lightly. Suddenly, Qin Yang's figure disappeared. Elder Zhou's eyes widened in horror, but he noticed that there was an extremely dangerous aura behind him, which made his heart stop beating. It is also a Xian order martial art, Lei Quan, and it is also an instant kill with one punch. Elder Zhou didn't even want to understand why Qin Yang was so strong. Killed. Killed. Qin Yang has returned to the sect to start killing. Some disciples witnessed this scene with their own eyes and shouted in horror. Where is Mangaofei? Qin Yang grabbed a disciple and asked. The disciple turned pale with fright, pointed to the top of Qianzhu Peak, and said, in the martial arts field. Qin Yang is like a demon, and he is extremely violent. Step by step toward the top of the mountain, all the disciples encountered on the way were terrified and retreated. Even the inner disciple, who was beaten down in the inner door medicine hall before, seeing Qin Yang at this time was more like seeing a ghost. In the martial arts field, long tables are neatly arranged, and they are filled with various fruits. Some elders joked with each other and talked about this year's monster tide. Not far away is a group of young people chatting with each other. The inner disciples of the Qianyin sect were busy working like chores, and even the suzerain of the Qianyin sect could only laugh aside. It seems that the top 10 candidates for the Northern Plains monster hunting list are already confirmed. An old man looked at the young people in the field and stroked his beard. And the kid from the Jin family, the little girl from the Wu family, but I don't know what the ranking order is? Another middle-aged man asked. A group of elders speculated one after another. Some were optimistic about Jin Wanshan, some were optimistic about Wu Xiaoya, and many more were optimistic about Gong Sun Ming and other children of the 8 clans. Jin Wanshan's talent is extraordinary. Wu Xiaoya was born in fighting, but after all, he can't match the background of the 8 clans. It's not bad that Lu's family is out of Lu Mingyu, and he is about to break through the Sea of Qi. Speaking of Lu Mingyu, it is natural to compare with Lu Qianru. The elders sighed for a while. Lu Mingyu was better than Lu Qianru everywhere, but her life was not good. In the circle of young people, Gong Sunming and Lu Qianru were the only children of the 8 clans here. If they were praised by the stars, they would greet other young geniuses. Lu Mingyu was only in the corner and didn't want to talk to anyone, but there were always flies around her. I didn't expect junior sister Lu to have such an identity. It was a misunderstanding before. Meng Gaofei said with a worried face. Misunderstanding? Lu Mingyu snorted coldly. Then why do you still insist that the formula for the second-order top-grade Zhuyandan is Qin Yang? Steal? Meng Gaofei's smile froze, and he said, this is an ironclad fact, it can never be wrong. Gong Sunming and Lu Qianru came over. Gong Sunming smiled and said, that's right, that kid stole the formula, injured his fellow classmate, and had a bad behavior. I didn't know it before. If I had known that he was such a person, I would have met him. Hit him once. Lu Qianru sneered, it's really like gathering people and dividing them into groups. Lu Mingyu, did you really hook up with Qin Yang? I advise you not to insult the reputation of my Lu family. Lu Mingyu didn't speak. It turned out that Meng Gaofei was supported by Gong Sunming and Lu Qianru, so he was so tough. Not wanting to stay here, Lu Mingyu found a reason to leave. Meng Gaofei laughed sinisterly and quietly followed. At this time, there was a commotion on the edge of the martial arts field. A group of disciples hurriedly retreated into the arena. Meng Gaofei, get out of here! Qin Yang shouted angrily. Who is this? How dare to make such a noise? A young genius frowned. There was a sudden silence in the field, and everyone was staring at Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked around and found neither Meng Gaofei nor Lu Mingyu. He immediately clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Where's Meng Gaofei? Qin Yang grabbed the collar of an inner disciple. I was here just now. The inner disciple didn't dare to resist at all. It's true that there are no tigers in the mountains and monkeys are called kings. The small sects in the mountains are all a bunch of waste. Qin Yang in this area can actually be so powerful. Gong Sunming shook his head and sighed. But the next moment, he was speechless like a duck pinched by his neck. Without him, Qin Yang appeared in front of him in an instant, less than half a foot away from each other. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Qin Yang's eyes were cold. Gong Sunming was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe. Chapter 37 I shouldn't count this as a sneak attack. Gong Sunming's forehead oozes cold sweat, and his pupils tremble slightly. This speed is beyond his comprehension. If it was him, he would never do it. This guy's strength is so strong? Gong Sunming was horrified, but it was ridiculous that he had just said this in public, but now it's all a joke. The same ugly face is like eating flies, as well as those elders. One by one, they predicted who would rank at the top of the Northern Plains monster hunting list, and as a result, someone they didn't know popped up. On the spot, Gong Sunming, one of the 8 clans, was scared and speechless. Sect Master. Qin Yang killed Zhou Shi and Outer Sect Elder Zhou, a disciple shouted loudly. The sect master was an old man, and his face changed greatly when he heard it. Qin Yang, my Qianin sect treats you well, you injured the inner disciple, stole the formula of Zhuyandan, and now you have returned to the sect to kill you. What are you trying to do? It's just a second-order top-grade Yin-Yandan formula, why bite me like a dead dog? Qin Yang snorted coldly. Little Huangko, don't argue. I let you run away last time, and I'll take you down today. Elder Zhang was holding a fruit bowl and flattering those young geniuses. When he saw Qin Yang, he stood up on the spot. I haven't seen you for a few days, your confidence has risen very fast? Qin Yang said solemnly, where is Meng Gaofei? You should still care about yourself. Elder Zhang sneered and pulled out a long whip. Huh? Isn't that Gong Sun Ming's mysterious magic weapon lock demon rope? It was given to this small sect person? This kid is finished, I'm afraid he can be taken down with one move. Everyone was talking a lot, and the sect master of Qianning sect even laughed. As long as you catch Qin Yang, the second order Zhu Yandan will be available. With this formula, we can get closer to these big guys right now. Xuanjia magic weapon? Qin Yang's heart tightened. The magic weapon he has come into contact with so far is only the Huanjia, and it's the pill furnace used for alchemy. Not daring to underestimate the enemy, Qin Yang exerted all his strength to mobilize his true qi, a sea of qi, and his true qi was like a sea, running the thunder fist, as fierce as a mad thunder. Qin Yang's figure is erratic, and Elder Zhang is dumbfounded. This can't lock Qin Yang at all. What is the use of Qin Yang when there is a mysterious magic weapon to lock the demon rope in the air? He is always going to attack as long as... Elder Zhang forced himself to calm down and finally seized the opportunity. Qin Yang appeared behind him, he stretched out his hand and swung the demon rope around him. Empty. Before he could take it back, Elder Zhang only felt a pain in his heart. The powerful force directly shattered his heart, and he died violently on the spot. Huh? It's over? Qin Yang was stunned for a while, this mysterious magic weapon that scared him a lot, just like this? In the Sea of Qi realm, spiritual thoughts have not been transformed into spiritual thoughts, and they still cannot be released. Although the mysterious magic weapon is powerful, the power of the magic weapon that needs to lock the opponent is completely different from person to person. This kid can actually kill a Qi Sea realm cultivator in seconds? The younger generation has never been stronger than him. What the hell is he about? Everyone racked their brains to rummage through their memories, but there was no information about Qin Yang at all. The sect master was already dumbfounded. In just a short while, Qin Yang started killing people in the sect, and in front of so many distinguished guests, where did he put his old face? Nye barrier, die. The sect master shouted angrily, stretched out his hand and slammed it violently. The powerful coercion made Qin Yang's body froze and his movements slowed down. A fist of infuriating qi was formed out of thin air, like smashing an ant to death, smashing at Qin Yang. Ding. Copying the Baichuanju, beyond the realm of the host does not improve. Exercise 2/10. Ding. Copy the martial skill Earth-Shaking Fist and automatically increase it to the pinnacle. Martial Arts 2 out of 10. This old man is actually cultivating Earth-level exercises and martial arts? Qin Yang frowned, but the inner sect elders didn't even have profound-level exercises and martial arts. Above the master realm, one step at a time, the strength of each big realm varies greatly, almost all of which are qualitative changes. It's impossible to fight over steps. An adult may not be able to beat a teenager, but can an adult beat a baby? Qin Yang gritted his teeth, tried his best to stimulate his true qi, copied the other party's martial arts and skills, and knew these things like the back of his hand. Whether it is Baichuanju or Earth-Shaking Fist, they are powerful, but they have a common disadvantage, that is, once they make a move, there is no way out and they are extremely inflexible. The figure retreated violently, and was smashed into a deep pit several meters in place. The gravel splashed all over, and spread to others, causing a burst of mourning. It is only at this age that I have cultivated to the Master Realm, and it is only at the early stage of the Master Realm. The proficiency of martial arts is only a glimpse of the door, the power will not be exerted, and the consumption will be even greater. Qin Yang stared at the Master, his face showing a trace. No fear of color. That kid, why didn't he escape? Does he think he can compete with the masters of the Grandmaster Realm? It's a pity, this is a good seedling. If Wu Heitian is here. Gong Sun Ming took a deep look at Qin Yang, the strength of this guy posed a great threat to him. Not only for him, but all the young people present felt extremely powerful pressure. Gong Sun Ming raised his voice and shouted, "This is an internal matter of the Qian sect. We are all well-known families, and we cannot interfere at will. Moreover, this person has a bad temperament. Even if Teacher Wu is here, I am afraid he will be. The field destroyed this kid, except for a major scourge." The elders were tacit to each other. If this kid didn't die, how would their family's genius come out? It is possible to compete with other young people, but how can this monster compare to him now? Hurry up and capture it, or I will smash my body into pieces with one punch, and I won't even be able to leave a whole corpse behind, the sect master threatened. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly. It's true that the upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked, and you will be caught without your hands? Do you really think you can kill me? The sect master stared. This kid is crazy confident. I kept my hand on purpose just now. I just wanted to shock you. Since you are so ignorant of praise, don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless. The sect master punched again. A boxing shadow of true qi came over in an instant. Qin Yang mobilized his whole body's infuriating energy and sprinted in one direction. The shadow of the fist wiped the corner of the clothes, and with a squeak, the corner of the clothes shattered directly, which was shocking. Huh? The sect master was puzzled. Why did this kid hide again? Qin Yang finally let go of his heart. How many more punches can he throw at the ground-level martial arts that stimulated the proficiency in the early stage of the Grandmaster realm? What's the use of being more powerful? Qin Yang secretly waited for the opportunity, and said at the same time, I didn't expect that the head of a dignified sect would have such strength. The old face of the sect master was flushed, and he threw punch after punch. Infuriating boxing shadows danced all over the sky, and the martial arts field was like an earthquake in an instant, and there were deep pits and cracks everywhere. The sect master's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his breathing became heavier. The elders who were watching were all horrified. How could they not see through the mystery? This kid named Qin Yang is too scary. He has been preparing to fight back. Seeing the bad situation, Gong Sun Ming shouted loudly, this kind of traitor, everyone can get it and kill him. I hope that the elders can help each other. After all, we are also guests. Better off. All the elders were ashamed and despised Gong Sun Ming. You were the one who said you couldn't interfere in the internal affairs of other people's sects, and now you are the one who asked for help. Although they thought so in their hearts, some people were already moving and ready to take action. Where's Qin Yang, kid? Do you want me to destroy this sect? A loud shout came from the horizon, and Jin Wanshan and Wu Lao arrived late in the flying magic weapon. Everyone trembled, and when they saw who was coming, the elders looked at each other in dismay. It turned out to be Mr. Wu from the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. He knows Qin Yang? What is their relationship? Old Wu is willing to destroy this sect for Qin Yang. Although Elder Wu is not strong, but these elders present are not the strong ones of the major families. Their strength is even worse than that of Wu Lao. What's more, Mr. Wu is still a fourth-order alchemist, and he is in charge of the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce's business in several big cities in the northern plains, and his status is even more incomparable. Yo, it's so lively. Wu Lao laughed and bowed his hands to the crowd below. When he looked at Qin Yang, he was stunned. Everyone followed his gaze, and suddenly they were struck by lightning, and their eyes fell to the ground. The sect master repeatedly used the earth-level martial arts, and there was not much true qi left. He was already old and frail, but at this time, he was distracted by the arrival of Wu Lao. This is the time Qin Yang has been waiting for. A dodging body rushed behind the sect master, and the strength of sucking milk was exerted, breaking the sect master's heart. The sect master's eyes were getting darker and darker. As he was dying, he even felt a little regretful in his heart. If The sect master spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground to his death. On the martial arts field, all the disciples of the Qianin sect were in a state of confusion and fled in all directions. Looking at Qin Yang, it was like seeing a demon in the abyss. Qin Yang, he has really achieved the goal of killing people by leaps and bounds. This? Qin Yang scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Is this not a sneak attack? Chapter 38 Detoxification for you. All the elders seemed to have seen a ghost, and the arrogant geniuses from all over Zhongzhou were even more frightened. What's wrong with this world? Wu Lao and Jin Wanshan looked at each other silently. It seemed that they had nothing to do with them. Where's Meng Gaofei? Qin Yang asked, blocking an inner disciple. The disciple was so scared that his face was pale. He stretched his finger in one direction, his mouth was trembling, and he was speechless. Qin Yang frowned and ran directly in that direction. Under the hidden peak, by Yuten. You have followed me all the way here, what do you want to do? Lu Mingyu's face was expressionless, and his eyes were cold. Meng Gaofei grinned and said, of course I'm doing something good. After that, he took out a jade bottle from his arms and slammed it at Lu Mingyu's feet. The red powder quickly spread like a fog. Meng Gaofei took a breath of the mist, and his eyes became more frenzied, even a little crazy. Lu Mingyu gradually became murderous and asked, fire snake flower poison? Not bad. Meng Gaofei looked like he was winning and laughed loudly. I know your origin is extraordinary, but the more extraordinary your family is, the more famous you will be. As long as I cook raw rice with you, your family will be, you must accept me, and from now on I will. He was speaking to himself, but he clearly didn't notice that the pink mist couldn't get close to Lu Mingyu's body at all. The clothes that Lu Mingyu was wearing looked very ordinary, but they were all yellow-level magic weapons from the inside out. Even if the temperature can be controlled, how can it fall into such a superficial conspiracy? You're thinking too much. Lu Mingyu directly came to Meng Gaofei and pointed out. Yo, you still have to resist? Haha, I want to see how long you can last. You won't have to beg me by then. Meng Gaofei's face became more and more hideous. Inhaling too much fire snake venom has made him lose his mind. A palm slapped out, the palm of the palm numb, and then the entire palm lost consciousness. For a moment, Meng Gaofei seemed to remember something, and a brief sobriety appeared in his eyes. His other hand was abolished by Qin Yang with the same fingering. Now my hands are gone. Fire snake poison? Suddenly, a familiar voice entered their ears. Immediately afterwards, Meng Gaofei cried out in pain, and Qin Yang pinched his neck and lifted him up. Sure enough, weeds should be eradicated, and the scourge cannot be left. Qin Yang's eyes filled with murderous intent. You, how dare you go back to Qianinzong? You're dead, you can't leave alive. Meng Gaofei said struggling. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly. Oh? Then who can stop me from leaving alive? Elder Zhang? Or the suzerain? You'd better let me go quickly. If I plead for you, maybe I can leave you a whole corpse. You can't see the situation when you're about to die. Who do you ask for mercy? Qin Yang snorted softly and said, no matter who you ask for mercy, I can send you to see him now. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yang twisted his fingers hard. Meng Gaofei's eyes widened and he died on the spot. Are you a fool? Meng Gaofei came to call you, and you dare to go with him? Qin Yang looked at Lu Mingyu, stretched out his hand and gently fanned in front of him. The wind was strong, and the venom of the fire snake had dissipated. Lu Mingyu knew that Qin Yang cared about him, and with a warm heart, he took out the sky token and said, this token can not only count the number of kills at the beginning of the monster tide, but also be used for temporary communication. Qin Yang raised his eyes and saw that 2 words appeared behind the token, quick return. What does this mean? Qin Yang wondered. Lu Mingyu explained, "This is Teacher Wu sending me a message, otherwise I wouldn't be able to leave with Meng Gaofei." Qin Yang took out his token, but there was nothing behind the token. "Why does he only message you? Where is he?" Qin Yang asked. Lu Mingyu shook his head. "Since he came to Qianning sect, he hasn't seen Teacher Wu, and he doesn't know what to do." Qin Yang nodded and started walking into Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu had no doubts at first, but as Qin Yang got closer, Lu Mingyu also began to slowly back away, and soon, Lu Mingyu noticed something was wrong. "What do you want to do?" Lu Mingyu asked. "Detoxify you," Qin Yang said. "Detox? What kind of poison could it be?" Lu Mingyu's ears turned red and she scolded, "Bah, I'm not poisoned." "Impossible, after the Grandmaster realm, the true Qi can be released. The wind was so strong just now that you couldn't escape." Qin Yang said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will never mix any personal feelings, it is purely just detoxification." "You're shameless. You're a rogue." Lu Mingyu bit her silver teeth. At this time, Qin Yang's cultivation level was higher than hers. How could he resist? What's more, it's still for such a high-sounding reason. "I'm really not poisoned. I'm wearing the magic gauze you bought for me," Lu Mingyu said. "That doesn't work either. These clothes are only a yellow-level magic weapon, and they may not be fully protected. In fact, the real effective defense is the black silk you don't want to wear. You must have been poisoned and run the Bingxin art to suppress it, right?" "Right?" Qin Yang asked. He had already forced Lu Mingyu to the edge of the pool, and if he took a step back, he would fall. Lu Mingyu blushed. How could she be so embarrassed to say that she was really wearing that thin, almost transparent black silk inside? "Look, you said you weren't poisoned, why are you blushing?" Qin Yang reached out and gently stroked Lu Mingyu's delicate and tender cheeks. Lu Mingyu seemed to be electrocuted and wanted to dodge, but Qin Yang stretched out his hand and hugged him fiercely, as if he was about to rub into his broad chest. You let me go. Don't be burdened in your heart, it's not that you haven't done it. You beast. That's better than beasts." Lu Mingyu was tightly controlled by Qin Yang, unable to break free, and could only be at his mercy. No matter how she explained it, Qin Yang didn't believe it. "I'm a descendant of the Qin family, believe it or not. We are justifiably together. If you're really embarrassed, I can stun you first, and then—" "No." Lu Mingyu shook his head helplessly. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and then he laughed. Reaching out and tearing it hard, the coat of the Huangjia magic weapon was torn apart directly. "Ah!" Lu Mingyu exclaimed, wearing a black tool magic weapon that made her body more attractive. "Aren't you not wearing it?" Qin Yang smiled maliciously. Since it is worn, Lu Mingyu is really not poisoned. But now that this is the case, is there any room for maneuver? The last layer of clothes was too thin. Qin Yang was afraid of hurting Lu Mingyu, so he whispered in his ear, "Release the defense yourself, don't force me to be rough." Lu Mingyu's body softened. Where would he be willing to obey? Qin Yang continued to launch the offensive, up and down his hands. How could Lu Mingyu parry, and soon became distraught. Seeing that he was about to break through the last line of defense, the air between heaven and earth suddenly became more than 10 times heavier. As if the clouds were burning, they turned into a sea of fire. A phoenix chirped for 9 days. The wings are spread out, and they are dozens of feet long, waving up and down, and the flames are like waves. Chapter 39 Northern Plains Demon Hunting List. What level of monster is this? The whole sky was set on fire. Lu Mingyu took the opportunity to break free from Qin Yang's claws, took out new clothes from the Qiankuan ring and quickly dressed them up. Lu Mingyu stared at Qin Yang fiercely and said, "Do you know that I am not poisoned?" "Of course. I don't know. Qin Yang changed his words wisely. At this moment, a white thunder flashed across the sky, like a thunder dragon, attacking the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix roared angrily, spewing flames of 10 miles, and the temperature between heaven and earth rose sharply. The fire is powerful, but the thunder dragon's casters are clearly superior. After a short while, the winner and loser were decided, and the mighty Huafeng was directly knocked down by Thunder Dragon. The phoenix feathers scattered, like a fire rain. Pay attention, there are many scenes here in the distant horizon. The strong human race has already started a war with the monsters. At the same time, the birds scattered in the mountains and forests, and the beasts fled. Monster beasts rushed out from the 100,000 mountains. Monster tide, here we come. Why are you two here? Wu Heitian's figure suddenly appeared, startling the two of them. Especially Lu Mingyu, her face couldn't help turning pale, but luckily she didn't. We were fine in Wanshan City, and you brought us back, Qin Yang said. Wu Heitian glanced at Qin Yang and said, it's not for you to come back, it's for Lu Mingyu to come back. This time the tide of monsters is different from the past, the momentum is too fierce, and it is almost uncontrollable. Lu Mingyu came out with me, I am naturally responsible for her. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. What does it mean to be responsible for her? Is it possible that no one cares about his own life and death? Wu Heitian said again, also, this time, the evaluation of the monster tide has changed. The time has been shortened to 1 month, and the location is divided into multiple areas. You belong to the Qinling Mountains in the northwest. Why? Qin Yang asked. Wu Heitian didn't have time to explain. A huge coercion of monsters appeared again. He was already too busy, and disappeared in a flash. This is still a battle that is not far away. If it is close at hand, just with that momentum, it will be overwhelming. Qinling Mountains? Lu Mingyu whispered, looking at Qin Yang. See what I'm doing? Qin Yang felt inexplicable. Among the 8 Shinto clans, the Qin family is the only family that does not want to occupy the secret realm and lives outside the secret realm. Their address is in Qinling Mountains. Qin Yang scratched his head embarrassedly, and changed the subject. It's not too late, let's go. The Northern Plains demon hunting ranking has begun to compete for the ranking. Returning to the Qianin sect, Lu Mingyu suddenly found that the sect was in chaos. Originally, although the Qianxufeng martial arts arena was not crowded with people, it was still very lively. At this time it was empty and full of clutter. Well, it's not empty, there are 2 people. One is Mr. Wu, and the other is Jin Wanshan. At this time, Jin Wanshan took a peach from the plate on the left and threw it away, and took a banana from the plate on the right and threw it away. When people saw it, they couldn't help but feel the urge to beat him. Where have everyone gone? Lu Mingyu asked. Jin Wanshan blinked. Which one do you ask? How many more waves are there? Lu Mingyu frowned. Jin Wanshan thought about it and made a 3 gesture. Thousands of hidden sects may be dissolved on the spot and cease to exist. This is the first wave. The nanny of the young masters and young ladies have all gone to participate in the battle. As for the location, it must be different from the location of our assessment. This is the second wave. The third wave left, Gong Sun Ming and the others went, and it's also where we're going, the Qinling Mountains. Speaking of this, Jin Wanshan wiped his mouth, took out a strange magic weapon from the Qianquan ring, and said, we'd better hurry up, there are already more than 300 people on the Northern Plains monster hunting list. What? There are more than 300 people? Qin Yang's eyes widened, is this cheating? Has this started and someone has already killed monsters? How many more than 300? Jin Wanshan said helplessly, there's no other way, maybe when the Beiyuan monster hunting ranking starts to count, they happen to be fighting monsters. Do we have to go to the Qinling Mountains to hunt monsters? Qin Yang rolled his eyes. Of course. Lu Mingyu said. That's a must. Jin Wanshan said in unison. Lu Mingyu wanted to find the old Qin family site, while Jin Wanshan was completely due to the rules of the academy. The academy will not set up areas for no reason. The reason for this must be because there are monsters in other places that are beyond their ability to deal with. Okay, then let's go quickly. Qin Yang had no choice. Looking at the weird magic weapon in Jin Wanshan's hand, he asked, what is this? How do you know the ranking of the monster hunting list? Jin Wanshan raised the magic weapon in his hand, which was shaped like a 7 orifices and an exquisite heart. Under the impulse of infuriating qi, a magic circle screen would be projected. This is a magic weapon specially designed by Tianjin for this purpose, so that everyone can see their ranking. Jin Wanshan said. 13 points? What do you mean? Qin Yang frowned, this is killing 13 monsters? What about killing chickens? Nangong Ling. A young talent from the Nangong family of the 8 Shinto clans, with one-handed archery skills, he was in a perfect chi-gathering state before, and I don't know what happened. Whether you have entered the air sea. Lu Mingyu is somewhat impressed by this person. Jin Wanshan also said on the side, monster beasts are divided into low level, intermediate level, high level, grandmaster level, star level, etc. 2 points, and so on. Is Nangong Ling in the Qinling Mountains? Qin Yang asked suddenly. He was really itching for this kind of archery. Jin Wanshan shook his head and said, it should be in another area. The magic weapon of Tianjin was activated. On the screen of the magic circle, the location was written after Nangong Ling's name. Qinchuan Forest. It doesn't seem far. Qin Yang nodded and said to the two, you go to the Qinling Mountains first, I have something to leave for a few days. Needless to say, the two of them also guessed what Qin Yang wanted to do. It's so miraculous that you use his own way to use his body? Are you here to steal your teacher? Lu Mingyu also looked at Qin Yang with a strange expression. Qin Yang gave a soft shoo, low-key and low-key. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu were speechless. Do you look like a low-key person? How did this 1,000 hidden sects become like this? Don't you have any points in your heart? Anyway, with our strength, it's not bad for a few days. Let's walk with you. Jin Wanshan said with a full face of loyalty. Qin Yang thought about it and said, all right, the medicinal pill is still hot and delicious, so let's go together. By the way, show me how Gong Sun Ming and Lu Chanru are ranked. Qin Yang asked again. Jin Wanshan urged the magic weapon, searched for a while, and found the two of them at the end, one for 1 point, one for 2 points. Qin Yang laughed and directly excluded the two from his opponent list. Chapter 40. In the Qinchuan forest, Nangong Ling bent a bow and an arrow. The arrow was like a shooting star. A shadow wolf was directly shot with a broken leg, and fled with its tail between its legs. Nangong Ling is a handsome young man of 17 or 18 years old. He wears a yellow robe and looks extremely noble. Around him, the boys and girls of the same age also have extraordinary temperament. Only a stern-looking young man asked, Brother Nangong, why don't you shoot an arrow to kill it? Nangong Ling laughed and said, Wei you don't know this, if I shoot it, then I have to find the next monster. How troublesome is it to find one by one? The shadow wolf is extremely vengeful and the clan is not small, and sparing its life will bring me more points. Wei Yu gave a thumbs up, as expected of the number 1 genius of the 8 clan, the number 1 of the younger generation with strength. He is also extremely smart. Where, Brother Wei is not bad. Even so, Nangong Ling's face couldn't help but show pride. Nangong Ling bowed her hands again and said, Everyone, if the shadow wolves come later, I will definitely not be able to handle it alone, and then I will ask you to help. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the words, and their hearts were full of joy. It's like giving them points. And it sounds so good. With Ling taking care of us, we will be classmates in a month. When we enter school, we can't forget Ling's help. Ling will be our boss in the future. He tells us to not play monkeys when we catch chickens. Wei Yu's expression remained calm as he listened to it, but there was a lot of fear in his eyes. On the surface, he and Ling belonged to the 8 clans and were close friends. In fact, only he himself knew that Ling would never treat anyone as a friend. Ow! A wolf howl resounded through the Xuanhuan forest, and his green eyes shone brightly. Ling's expression changed. Why are there so many shadow wolves? All the noises gathered together, and soon surrounded them all. The shadow wolf is as majestic as an ox, with sharp claws, comparable to steel. The individual strength is not top-notch in the same level, but if it is a group, it seems to be a big game. There are only 13 of us. Except for you and I, who are in the early stage of Qi realm, the others are in the middle and late stages of Qi gathering realm, and there are probably more than 30 of these wolves. Wei Yu said solemnly. Ling pretended to be calm and said, with my archery, what if more people come? The others nodded in succession, emboldened. They still trust Ling's arrows. The arrows are not empty, and the power is enough to kill the shadow wolf in seconds. Ow! A louder wolf howl came from the wolves. Hearing this wolf howl, Ling couldn't hold back any longer, and cold sweat oozes out of his forehead. The leader of this pack of wolves turned out to be a high-level monster. Wei Yu's pupils shrank. Are all the powerhouses eating dry? How can we put high-level monsters in the place where we are assessed? Ling complained. Everyone's expressions also changed. High-level monsters, even Ling and Wei Yu might not be opponents, let alone more than 30 shadow wolves. Are we going to die here today? A girl was about to cry. Others also began to tremble. Damn it, I said how come they have so many points, so that's how they got it. On a giant tree in the distance, Qin Yang and the 3 of them had a branch each, looking towards the side. But why don't they go up the tree? The head is so hard. Hard? Ultimate 12 Bowie can't play like this. Qin Yang muttered to himself there. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu were half clear and half confused. It looks like they are fighting a fierce battle. Do we want to help? Lu Mingyu asked. You two continue to watch here, I'll just go alone. Qin Yang thought for a while and said. Lu Mingyu wanted to say something, but Jin Wanshan nodded directly, okay, you pay attention to safety. The neat and tidy answer made Qin Yang almost slip and fall, but this dead fat man will judge the situation and know that the wolves have an absolute advantage at this time. The battle was about to break out, and Qin Yang didn't wait any longer, jumped off the tree, and rushed over. What should I do? Wei Yu asked in a low voice. Everyone else is already in a mess. Ling frowned and said, this time, we really screwed up. If there is no alpha wolf, we can still deal with it. But at this moment, the alpha wolf has launched an attack order, and all the shadow wolves rushed out. Fight. If you run, there is no way to survive. Ling roared, bending the bow and shooting arrows, and fired 3 arrows at once. 3 shadow wolves were shot and killed on the spot, but after the arrow passed, the other shadow wolves rushed to the face. Everyone began to fight with the wolves in close quarters, and Ling's combat power plummeted. On the contrary, Wei Yu's combat power is perfectly displayed. At the same time as Ling in the early stage of the Qi realm, the shadow wolf only punched one under his hands. Others were not so good. They fought in a group, and they didn't kill many shadow wolves. Instead, most of them were injured. The shadow wolf is extremely smart, and can instantly determine who is the most threatening. Immediately afterwards, more shadow wolves surrounded Wei Yu, letting Wei Yu unable to cast fists. Although the pressure on other people has eased, on the whole, the rate of death and injury of the shadow wolf has also decreased. Wei Yu's infuriating energy was being consumed violently, and he was extremely anxious. The alpha wolf hasn't shot yet. If he does, it goes without saying that the target must be himself. Taking time to look at Nangongling, he saw Nangongling retreating while fighting. I just distanced myself to attack, Nangongling explained. Wei Yu scolded inwardly, but the others believed it and were still covering for Nangongling, seeing Nangongling as the hope of survival. Roar. A painful roar of the demon wolf sounded, and all the movements of the shadow wolves stopped in unison. Everyone looked at the voice, and everyone couldn't help taking a breath of cold air. The alpha wolf who was waiting for the opportunity was actually knocked down, and it was a headshot with a punch. Damn, what the copperhead and iron bones said is true, this head is really hard. Qin Yang shook his numb hand, and his full strength of the Sea of Qi is like this, if the strength is low 1 point, one punch can't directly destroy it? Qin Yang looked around, smiled, and said, continue, fight where you should fight, and flee where you should escape. After speaking, he quietly stared at Nangongling. Nangongling had already reached the distance where he could bend a bow and shoot arrows, and the shadow wolf beside him was also restrained by others, but he had never been shooting arrows, but the distance was getting farther and farther. If Qin Yang comes a little later, I am afraid that Wei Yu and the others will not be able to see Nangongling. Everyone looked at Nangongling suspiciously, only Wei Yu narrowed his eyes and said nothing. A trace of viciousness flashed in Nangongling's eyes, but he explained repeatedly, I'm looking for an opportunity to kill the alpha wolf. As the saying goes, shoot people first, shoot horses, and capture thieves first. After he finished speaking, he began to bend his bow and arrow, shoot the shadow wolf, and continued, this kid is stealing our points, and now he has to sow discord, everyone, don't believe him. Who knows what his heart is? Maybe this group of shadows, the wolf is his devil. Chapter 41. Qin Yang was instantly amused. He originally wanted to take the initiative to pick things up, but he never expected that Nangongling would be so cooperative. Heaven. The earth. The dead are wronged for not paying for their lives. Qin Yang roared loudly, frightening people and wolves alike. Do you mean that I can control the entire pack of wolves? Qin Yang chuckled, with such superb archery skills, can't they shoot in close combat? Can't shoot. There's nothing wrong with the words, but it always sounds weird. Nangongling felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. Obviously it wasn't a bad word, why was it so disgusting? If you want to refute, there is no way to start. If you say that you can shoot, how can you explain the distance you just opened? Bastard, who are you? How dare you insult my 8 Shinto clans? Nangongling shouted angrily. What a big hat, hee hee. Qin Yang shrugged, I'm just insulting, what can you do? Are your fists as hard as me? After speaking, he gestured with his fist. Boy, don't forget your ancestors, you are also a member of the 8 Shinto tribes. Shenlongjiu whispered. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he was speechless. At this time, everyone suddenly discovered that although the shadow wolves were staring at Qin Yang, none of them dared to take the initiative to attack. And, the high-level monster was headshot by a punch. Wei Yu swallowed. The strength of the younger generation given by Tianjin is ranked first and second, but this kid is obviously stronger than them. Where did this come from? Can the sky door also go wrong? Isn't it a high-level monster, you think I can't kill it? Nangongling sneered, as for the fist? It's a joke, how hard is the fist? Is your fist fast, or my arrow fast? Qin Yang laughed and walked slowly towards Nangongling. The battle was almost over, and as Qin Yang moved around, the remaining shadow wolves did not dare to fight any more and fled. Everyone looked at Qin Yang curiously to see what he wanted to do, but Ling became vigilant and was ready to attack at any time. Your arrow was fast just now, but now my fist is fast. Qin Yang stood still and spoke softly. Everyone suddenly realized. Wei Yu looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. 10 steps away, the arrow is fast. Within 10 steps, the fist is fast. Ling squinted her eyes and repeated, her heart tightened. Within 10 steps, the fist is fast? Although this person is strong, his brain is not very good, right? How can a person's speed be as fast as an arrow? That's right, I thought he was here to help us, so he would brag. I think he is more and more like a point grabber. I don't believe that Ling couldn't kill that wolf leader. Ling, teach him a lesson, let him see whether your arrow is faster or his fist is faster. Ling clenched the longbow tightly. Although he was a little clueless, he still didn't want to believe that a monk in this realm could be so fast. With his unique archery skills, it is not impossible to kill enemies by leaps and bounds. Now, this cultivator who is only a few small realms higher than himself dares to speak so wildly? Ling's expression was as usual, and her eyes became colder and colder. The most important thing is that this kid saw that he was going to escape before. Reaching out his hand and gently stroking the delicate longbow, Ling smiled lightly. You said this distance, the fist is fast? What should I do if I don't believe it? Qin Yang spread his hands. What do you think? A murderous look flashed in Ling's eyes. How about, give it a try? Okay, I'm in a good mood today, I'll just play with you. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Wei Yu felt a little uncomfortable when Ling held back her chest. The dignified disciples of the 8 clans were so underestimated? What is the origin of this person? If you don't know, you think it's an elder. Don't be shot in the opposite direction by an arrow later, it would be a shame. Qin Yang laughed and said, don't worry, everyone, I will keep him from shooting. Is this saying that Ling is soft and can't be hard? It shouldn't be. Are you ready? Start immediately when you are ready. Ling had already endured to the limit, and he must make the boy in front of him pay the price. Even if they killed the other party, in this case, no one would say anything. Wait. Qin Yang reached into his arms, took out a badge and took it on. Battle badge? Everyone was stunned. The other party actually joined the fighting union? Turned out to be a madman? You haven't? Qin Yang asked. Hey, the fighting guild, my 8 clans, don't even bother to join. As long as you are strong enough, even if you don't join the fighting guild will enter you into the ranking and give you the title of fighting. Ling snorted softly, rode. Actually, I showed my badge, just wanted to tell you 2 things. Qin Yang stretched out his finger and said, first, you challenged me. If you lose, you can't say I bullied you. Ling's face turned blue and purple, and the number 1 powerhouse of the younger generation given out by Tianjin was actually looked down on by people so many times. What about the second? Ling asked through gritted teeth. Second, Qin Yang sighed and said, I'm a big celebrity in the fighting guild, 16,000 per round. Since you don't have a fighting badge, then forget it, it's free for you. The expression of disgust on his face was undisguised. Ling was about to turn into a puffer fish, and roared, do you think I don't have a spirit stone? Is it a 16,000 grade low-grade spirit stone? Qin Yang rolled his eyes, feeling the urge to change it to a mid-grade spirit stone. But after thinking about it, the 100-fold gap was a little too unreliable, so he nodded and said, that's right. What else do you have? It's best to make it clear once. Ling said. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, well, I still think I'm bullying you a bit too much. Let's just say that, our rules are like this. If you can shoot an arrow, no matter where you shoot it, you will win. If you can't shoot a single arrow. Joke. Ling felt ruthless in his heart. I will shoot you with one arrow. He said in his mouth, if I can't shoot, I will lose? This rule, are you insulting me? No, really not. Qin Yang shook his head again and again. I really feel a little bullied. Ling was already mad, and if he let this guy talk nonsense again, he would not be able to maintain his demeanor. Enough. Can we start? Ling shouted loudly. Qin Yang nodded and said, it's time to start. Wei Yu on the side stood up and said, I'll call 3, 2, 1, and it will start as soon as the sound falls. 3, 2, 1. Ling bends the bow and shoots the arrow, the corner of his mouth rises, victory is in sight. Gently release your fingers, the longbow of the mysterious magic weapon emits a radiance, and the arrow is about to shoot like an electric lasing. The familiar feeling is very solid in my heart, but Qin Yang in his eyes is still in the same place, just a little, vague. A thought flashed in Ling's mind, why is it blurred? Is it? After image. Gudong. Ling swallowed a large mouthful of spit, and looked down at Longbow, with a stiff neck. Obviously the bowstring has been loosened, but the arc still remains, and the arrow still stays. At the arrow, I don't know when there is an extra hand. I said, you can't shoot. Chapter 42. One more arrow. Why is he so fast? If this is against the enemy, wouldn't Ling have been killed in seconds? If you can kill Ling in seconds, wouldn't it be more like playing to kill us? But Ling is the first genius of the young generation. Everyone was stunned. Why is there no sense of reality in everything in front of him? A big drop of cold sweat left on Ling's forehead, his body stiffened and his eyes widened. I don't believe it. Ling gritted her teeth. Qin Yang shook his head helplessly and said, seeing is believing, trust me, your eyes, and everyone's eyes, are fine. In fact, let alone me, anyone can do it. Ling laughed angrily, you mean, anyone can beat me? Qin Yang said, I mean, you should be slow in the movement of bending the bow and raising the arrow. When you do this set of movements, just change to a cultivator who is at the late stage of Qi realm or above. Who can't run such a distance? Wei Yu's eyes lit up on the side, and he breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Thinking about it this way, it seems that it really is, so the kid who suddenly popped out is not so scary anymore. That's why you're playing with me? Ling's eyes burned with anger. Qin Yang laughed and said, you are the one who is going to challenge me, what can I do? I said it all, this is too bullying. Hearing this, Ling's face flushed, and she was so choked that she couldn't say a word. Indeed, he did not believe that Qin Yang could run faster than an arrow, so he insisted on challenging Qin Yang. In fact, I can't blame Ling. No one can get around the bend. Who will calculate the time to bend the bow and shoot the arrow? Thank you very much for your attention. Qin Yang stretched out his hand. What do you mean? Ling frowned. 16,000 low-grade spirit stones, thank you. Qin Yang said with a smile. 16,000 low-grade spirit stones, in the hands of ordinary people, are simply a fortune. Even for the children of the 8 Shinto clans, this amount of money is quite a lot. You tricked me, and you still want money? What if I don't give it? Ling sneered. Want to default? Qin Yang was taken aback and said seriously, I will hit you. Ling was furious, do you know who I am? I am the direct son of the Nangong family of the 8 Shinto clans. Oh, then do you know who I am? Qin Yang asked. Ling shook his head, Wei Yu and others didn't know Qin Yang either. Isn't that enough? Qin Yang shrugged and continued to stretch out his hand. Give me the money. Everyone was confused and full of question marks. What's the meaning? Where is the line? Qin Yang explained, look, I know you, and I know you have a great background. However, you don't know me. So, I beat you and leave. You don't even know who I am. You can find me. Me? Makes sense. Wei Yu and the others were speechless. I don't have any courage at all. Even the 8 tribes of the Shinto way. Even if you give me money, it's like ink. Qin Yang pouted, and the Lingshur finally got his hands. 1 high-grade spirit stone and 60 middle-grade spirit stones. Leave your name if you have one. Nangong Ling shouted in pain. Qin Yang chuckled and said, you will know my name sooner or later, and you will know it after a few days to see the number 1 on the Northern Plains monster hunting list. So crazy? What are you kidding? Can he be number 1? What if the strength is strong? The efficiency of hunting monsters is not calculated on the basis of cultivation. Nangong Ling said with contempt, do you have the same name as me? In other words, he also has absolute confidence to occupy the first position all the time. Look, I don't believe it. Qin Yang looked helpless, weighed the spirit stone in his hand, and played with his taste. Do you want to win the spirit stone back? Just as Nangong Ling was about to agree, Wei Yu hurriedly pulled him aside and whispered, don't bet with him, who knows what this kid is from. Even if his cultivation is higher than you and me, we don't have any means for him. I know. I think he is here to find out what you are, and now he wants to bet with you. He must be confident. What if I'm confident? Am I going to lose to him again? Nangong Ling frowned and walked towards Qin Yang. Okay, let's gamble again. In a month, if you are number 1 on the Northern Plains monster hunting list, I will give you another 16,000 low-grade spirit stones. If I am number 1, you will not only win the 10,000 yuan previously. Return the 6,000 low-grade spirit stones to me, and admit in front of everyone that you are not as good as me. Nangong Ling said loudly. Okay, it's a deal. Qin Yang smiled and turned to leave. What have you been talking about? Jin Wanshan asked. Qin Yang told the story of the future and gave Lu Mingyu the spiritual stone he had won. In such a short period of time, he had won 16,000 low-grade spirit stones, and after a month, he still had 16,000 low-grade spirit stones in the battle for the top ranking. The Lingshur entered Qin Yang's pocket like flowing water, and Jin Wanshan was a little jealous at this speed. How is the Nangong family's archery? Isn't it amazing? Show your hands and see. Jin Wanshan urged. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, it's all about archery. I don't have a bow or an arrow. How can I show you my hands? However, the Nangong family's 10 arrows are really extraordinary. As soon as the words fell, Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu looked at each other in silence. Jin Wanshan looked at Qin Yang strangely, and said, you finally have a loophole in your way of repaying yourself, and I found the loophole. Qin Yang was curious for a while. What loophole? Lu Mingyu said, the Nangong family's archery is Jingyu 9 arrows, not Jingyu 10 arrows. What else? Qin Yang was stunned, calling out to the system in his heart. Open the panel, the exercises are 3 out of 10, and the martial arts are 3/10. Although the exercises that I copied before are ordinary Xian-level exercises, the martial arts are indeed arrow skills, and the 10 arrows of shocking feathers. But the Nangong family's archery skill is called Jingyu 9 arrows? Then why one more arrow? System, what grade of martial arts are these 10 arrows of frightening feather? Qin Yang asked in his heart. The system copy never reminds the level of copying exercises and martial arts, but sometimes reminds that it exceeds the current state of the host. After Qin Yang opened his mouth to ask, the system replied, the heavenly rank is incomplete in martial arts, the system will automatically complete it, and after the completion, it will be the God rank. Qin Yang blinked. God rank? Aren't there only 4 grades of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang? Corresponding to the star realm, the master realm, the air-sea realm, and the gas-gathering realm. Going further up, there will be no exercises, but the supernatural powers derived from the God-King realm. This God-level martial arts. The key is to make up for what is missing. The Invincible Copy System actually has such a skydifying function? What's the matter with you? Even if you are exposed, you don't have to do this, right? Jin Wanshan looked at Qin Yang's changeable expression and hurriedly asked. That. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, do you have incomplete heaven-level exercises and martial arts? Chapter 43 Dragon Bow. You don't have a fever, right? Jin Wanshan gestured to touch Qin Yang's forehead. Qin Yang waved his hand directly and opened it with a snap. I'm fine. Heavenly rank exercises and martial arts are not incomplete, and if they are incomplete, they will not reach the rank of heavenly rank. Jin Wanshan said. What if it's just one move and one move? Qin Yang asked. Jin Wanshan shook his head. That's not it. Looking at Qin Yang's serious look, Jin Wanshan exaggerated. Don't you want to say that the Nangong family's 9 arrows of Jinyu are actually incomplete, and there is one less arrow? Qin Yang wanted to nod his head and say, that's right. But looking at Jin Wanshan's expression, Qin Yang sighed, saying that he would not be believed. Lu Mingyu has been thinking about it, and suddenly said, actually, the Nangong family's arrow technique may really have the 10th arrow. Jin Wanshan pursed his lips and said, Qin Yang has a fever, are you also ill? Lu Mingyu continued, the reason why the 8 clans of Shinto is so powerful is that the exercises they have inherited are gradual. Some heavenly rank exercises can be practiced at a low level of cultivation. This is the case with the Nangong family's Jinyu 9 arrows. Also, the exercises of the 8 Shinto clans are easier for people to break through than the ordinary heaven-level exercises. It is of great help to the cultivation of the star realm, and it can even help the monks to increase the chance of breaking through the God-King realm. What are you trying to say? Jin Wanshan became more and more confused. Lu Mingyu said slowly, what I want to say is that the exercises of the 8 Shinto clans are actually incomplete. Jin Wanshan took a sharp breath. If the exercises of the 8 Shinto clans are incomplete, can other exercises still be called exercises? Lu Mingyu was also not sure, and said, I just heard from the elders in the clan that when you reach the end of your Tianjia martial arts practice, you will feel that there is a clear direction to guide you, as if telling you how to go next. Perhaps this is the incomplete move, which can make people directly break through the realm of the king. Lu Mingyu said. Jin Wanshan suddenly felt his mouth dry. Starting from the advanced master realm of the Sea of Qi, each realm advanced is like ascending to the sky one step at a time, and it is more difficult each time. The star realm advanced to the divine king realm, and there is no more martial arts, and it all depends on one's own understanding and exploration. If there is such a flawed move behind the heaven-level martial arts, it can give people some guidance. There won't be so many monks drinking hatred before the threshold of the God-King realm. Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan looked at Qin Yang, and for a while there was a strange feeling in their hearts. Yes, Qin Yang looks so weird. Qin Yang frowned and said with a stinky face, don't look at me like that, I've always been so strong. If you let the Nangong family know that, you will be shocked by 10 arrows. Jin Wanshan laughed. Lu Mingyu's face changed, and she said, you mustn't let them know. If you let them know, you have to find Qin Yang desperately. Jin Wanshan stopped smiling and thought about the benefits. While chatting, the 3 returned to Wanshan City. Now that you have learned the 10 arrows of Jinyu, you have to buy a decent longbow and some arrows anyway. Hey, I didn't want to waste money buying the Chankuan ring, but now I can't. Qin Yang shook his head again and again, thinking about the appearance of carrying a large basket of arrows on his back. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Qin Yang shouted loudly, as if he had seen the land of life and death. It was the clerk who entertained Qin Yang before. If he wasn't already familiar with it, he would have been scared to death at this time. The clerk put on a skilled smile and said, "This is the top-grade Qianquan ring of Xuanjia. The space inside is as big as a cabinet." After speaking, he pointed to the large container beside him. It is true that a lot of things can be placed, but Qin Yang originally thought he became rich again, but this is another broken dream after all. Is the monk's money so fake? Qin Yang couldn't help but get mad. Lu Mingyu on the side laughed lightly, and was about to take out the spirit stone to pay, but Qin Yang reached out and stopped him. "Hold on." Qin Yang squinted his eyes and looked at the clerk and Jin Wanshan back and forth, and said slowly, "There is a problem, a very serious problem." "What's the problem?" Jin Wanshan was puzzled. "The last time I bought something, you didn't give me a discount." Pfft. The clerk almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Jin Wanshan was also blank for a while. With such a serious expression and such a solemn tone, he actually said that there is no discount? Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, the old man is not deceived, the price is clearly marked, and there is no discount. The clerk said weakly. Snapped. Qin Yang slapped the counter and said loudly, "I don't care, if I don't get a discount today, I won't buy it." "Okay, I'll give you the highest discount, 20% off." The clerk said happily, "Besides this Qianquan ring, what else do you want?" Qin Yang was stunned, he didn't expect that he would have this day too. Jin Wanshan's stomach hurts while laughing, and Lu Mingyu couldn't help laughing. "You guys, don't you offer discounts?" Qin Yang was taken aback, he was reluctant to spend 10,000 spirit stones to buy the Qianquan ring, so he finally found a reason to leave it like this. Jin Wanshan laughed and said, "You are my friend, let alone a 20% discount, even if." Qin Yang. His eyes lit up, "What?" Jin Wanshan immediately changed his mind, "If it doesn't matter, it will be 20% off. This face is already in the sky." Qin Yang let out a sigh, took the ring, and said, "Go and get some of your best longbows of the profound level." The clerk hurried to pick it up, and after a while, 3 longbows full of treasure were carried up separately. One by one is extravagant, each exuding a different breath. These are all made by masters, handsome in shape and powerful. The clerk introduced one by one. This is the Ice Emperor bow. The whole body is made of solid ice. In fact, it is made of Wanzai cold iron with some special materials. When shooting arrows with this bow, the infuriating energy is extremely stable, and the arrows will have an icy aura. This is the red flame bow. This is the longing bow. Wait, this longing bow is also a mysterious magic weapon? Qin Yang raised his brows. The shape is quite satisfactory, bronze color, revealing a desolate and simple atmosphere. The 2 ends of the longbow are dragon heads on one side and dragon tails on the other. No way, the other 2 bows are too gorgeous. Jin Wanshan glared at the clerk, this guy really treats his friend as a fat sheep? The clerk was sweating profusely, and quickly explained, this bow is not only a magic weapon of the Xuanjia, but also the best in the Xuanjia. Although it looks ordinary, its bow is extremely strong, and its string is extremely tough. Except that it has no special effects, the pure arrow power is not weaker than some earth-level longbow magic weapons. Having said that, if the magic weapon has no special effects, what is the difference between it and ordinary soldiers? How strong can the arrow be? Qin Yang didn't take it seriously, he stretched out his hand to pick up the longing bow directly, and his face sank as soon as he held it. Good weight. Qin Yang picked it up and yanked it. A gust of wind suddenly rolled up in the store, and it seemed to gather on the longing bow. With a little relief, a dragon roar suddenly sounded, and everyone was startled. Qin Yang felt that something shot out, and after a closer look, a hole in the wall was directly aimed at. Chapter 44 Qin Family Ruins. It seems to be very powerful. Qin Yang felt the longbow, and it felt better and better. I want this bow, won't I send some arrows? 30 arrows? That won't work, at least 3,000 arrows. The clerk is about to cry. Although the arrow is not a magic weapon, it is also forged with good materials, especially the arrow part. Its firmness is not weaker than that of the yellow-level magic weapon. Xuanhuan is not stupid. Qin Yang buys bows and arrows to hunt monsters. The more arrows he has, the more light he will follow. Immediately gave the clerk a wink and gave 3,000 arrows. Putting the arrow into the Quanhuan ring, Qin Yang bent the bow, the Quanhuan ring in his hand lit up, and an arrow appeared directly on the bow. Tried back and forth several times, very smooth. What else do you need? The clerk continued to ask. Qin Yang thought about it, and now it seems that there is nothing missing. Seeing Lu Mingyu, her eyes lit up and she waved to the clerk. The clerk quickly turned his ear and Qin Yang muttered in a low voice. The clerk showed a meaningful smile, and then communicated with Qin Yang in a very low voice. Lu Mingyu's face had a fever, and she seemed to have guessed directly what Qin Yang was saying to the clerk. Those magic weapons you mentioned need to be customized. It can be completed in 10 days at most. The clerk said. What magic weapon was customized? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. The clerk glanced at Lu Mingyu and felt that her breathing was much heavier. Such a superb beauty, if she wore those. Suddenly, there was a pop sound. What are you thinking? Qin Yang slapped the clerk on the head and reprimanded, Is this what you can think of? The clerk quickly apologized again and again. Xuanhuan didn't get the answer, but he seemed to have guessed the answer. The Qinling Mountains had already become a hunting ground at this time, and the young monks had launched a frantic hunt for the monsters, but the monsters seemed to be endless and endless. Someone opens the leaderboard and pays attention to the ranking above. Those who ranked within 100 were temporarily relieved. Ranking outside the 100, the pressure is multiplied. Sky Academy, one of the top forces in the entire continent. With the most abundant resources in the world, as long as you can join, you will step on the ladder to the sky. However, the young generation of the entire continent is competing for admission places, but there are only 100 places. The 100th place has 15 points? Gong Sunming frowned. Are the people who want to join the Sky Academy this year crazy? Lu Chanru's face was full of displeasure, and she didn't have time to take care of her skin. She complained, These people have all been beaten by chicken blood? Are they all trying to squeeze the quota? Gong Sunming laughed softly. I'm afraid that many people will not be able to make it into the top 100 even if they try their best. Looking at the ranking, Gong Sunming ranked 36th with 29 points, and Lu Chanru ranked 37th with 28 points. The rankings are constantly changing, and there are always dark horses rising. By the way, let me check how Lu Mingyu ranks now. Lu Chanru asked. Gong Sunming had actually noticed it for a long time, but he had never found Lu Mingyu's name before. Now I have swept the rankings again, and I have been seeing the second 100th, but I have not found her. Ha ha ha, I think she's about to give up. Lu Chanru's mood suddenly improved. Actually, I can't blame her, it's just a concubine. If you want medicine, there is no medicine, and resources are not resources. In this cruelty, under the examination, she won't be able to get ahead at all. A trace of regret flashed on Gong Sunming's face. If Lu Mingyu didn't go to Zhongqiang Academy, wouldn't he have no chance? On the other side, the three Qin and Yang had just entered the Qinling Mountains. Xuanhuan was always staring at the leaderboard, and at this moment he couldn't help urging, "Qin Yang, hurry up and score. In the past 2 days, we haven't started hunting monsters, and the first 100 is already 15 points. Show me how many points the first place has." Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan looked over and almost bit his tongue. 79. It's Nangong Ling. Xuanhuan swallowed. Qin Yang couldn't help wiping his sweat, killing 79 monsters in 2 days, this is too brutal. However, what Nangong Ling can do, of course he can do it himself. Qin Yang's heart was full of fighting intent. "Come on, go deep," Qin Yang said. With his current strength, high-level monsters can also be killed with one arrow. There are not only many monsters in the depths, but there are also many middle-level and high-level monsters. Killing one high-level person is equivalent to killing 3 low-level ones. Although the points are not reasonable, the strength is the same. Look at the arrows. Qin Yang saw a bird monster flying overhead, and shot straight at it with a bow and arrow. A crisp dragon roar, arrows like dragons, fast like lightning, directly penetrated the head of the bird monster. He couldn't even let out a scream of pain, and fell directly like a broken kite. It's just a low-level monster, only 1 point is added. Qin Yang was very dissatisfied. Lu Mingyu led the way, intentionally or unintentionally, while Qin Yang was looking around. As long as he saw a monster, he would immediately get points. The Nangong family's 10 arrows of Jingyu are extremely useful. Qin Yang feels like a sniper. Whenever he finds it, he will kill him with a headshot. Xuanhuan looked at him with jealousy, and had no choice but to wait for more monsters to be found, and then grab a few heads from Qin Yang's hands. "I don't know how long I have walked, but there seems to be fog rising all around. The further you go, the lower the visibility. In the end, even the big tree a few meters away could not be seen clearly. We can't go any further, we have to go back." Qin Yang said, "This place is very strange, we'd better be careful." Xuanhuan had long felt that this place was gloomy, and nodded in agreement. But Lu Mingyu insisted on moving on and said, "No, there are the ruins of the Qin family ahead, and the clues of the descendants of the Qin family are there." Qin Yang's face is full of helplessness. "You don't believe what is alive in front of you, you have to find that illusory." Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang and said, "You said that you are a descendant of the Qin family, and the ruins of your family are in front of you, won't you go?" Xuanhuan interjected in a low voice, "It's been 1,000 years, and the Qin family ruins are not a rare place for a long time. There is no hair there, I'm afraid it has become a lair of monsters. Although we want to hunt monsters, who knows? What level are the monsters occupying the ruins of the Qin family? Since this place is also an assessment area, there won't be 2 high-level monsters in the Qin family ruins. Let's go. It just so happens that I will also put incense sticks for my ancestors," Qin Yang said. The 3 of them walked while chatting. The fog was so thick that they couldn't see any monsters at all, so they could only be cautious. Lu Mingyu became more and more silent. In the end, she just didn't know what she was thinking and said nothing. "Stop. The former site of my Qin family is in front, and the idle people will retreat quickly." A cold voice suddenly sounded, not far from Qin and Yang. Taking a closer look, a young man stood there with an expressionless face. Qin Yang and Xuanhuan looked at each other, while Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang with disbelief. From time to time, complex emotions appeared in his eyes. Chapter 45 True and False Ruins. "Who are you?" Qin Yang asked. The young man snorted coldly, "The only descendant of the Qin family, Qin Lai." Qin Yang was immediately confused. Could there be other survivors in the Qin family? Xuanhuan was silent. He always thought that Qin Yang pretended to be a descendant of the Qin family in order to pursue Lu Mingyu, but now the fake meets the real. Lu Mingyu was in a state of confusion at this time, and asked, are you really a descendant of the Qin family? How to prove it? Qin Lai frowned and said, why should I prove it? You don't prove that you are true, you have no evidence, who will believe you? Qin Yang sneered. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu were speechless for a while. This seems to be what someone questioned you back then. My people from the Qin family act without proof. Believe it or not. Do I still have anything to lose? Qin Lai laughed. A hidden light flashed in his eyes. There is a prophecy in Tianjin that the descendants of the Qin family will appear in the wave of monsters. Lu Mingyu whispered. Qin Yang interjected directly, if the prophecy is so accurate, why didn't Tianjin directly find the descendants of the Qin family? But Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Lai. The person in front of him looked more real than Qin Yang. And it appeared in the Qin family ruins again. Qin Lai looked at Qin Yang and said, why do I feel that you seem to be very hostile to me? Actually, I can prove that I am a member of the Qin family. Oh? How to prove it? Lu Mingyu asked eagerly. Qin Lai looked at Lu Mingyu, and instead of answering, he asked, but you have to answer me a question first, who are you? I'm the Lu family, Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu told the truth. A look of joy flashed in Qin Lai's eyes. He quickly hid it, and said, so it's from the Lu family. Well, I'll prove it. Please come with me. After speaking, he turned around and entered the thick fog. Lu Mingyu didn't even think about it, she was about to follow, but Qin Yang grabbed her hand as soon as she took a step away. What are you doing? Lu Mingyu asked. I can't trust him, I think he has a problem. Qin Yang said. Jin Wanshan stood aside, fearing that the world would not be in chaos, and said, actually, you have more problems than him. Qin Yang stared at him. Jin Wanshan still whispered, what I said is true. Lu Mingyu reached out and held Qin Yang's hand, unable to break free with all her strength, so she could only say, now that the real descendants of the Qin family have appeared, how long are you going to pretend? He's fake, I'm real. Qin Yang was still firm. Just now, Shenlongjie repeatedly confirmed that Qin Yang was the only bloodline of the Qin family, and that the one named Qin Lai was just a fake. As a super god-level magic weapon that only the blood of the Qin family can open, if Qin Lai is really a descendant of the Qin family, how could he not sense it? Lu Mingyu shook her head lightly and said, I hope you won't break your promise as you said before. Qin Yang stayed for a while. Did Lu Mingyu decide to die for his innocence? To drag her who ruined her innocence together? Since I said it, of course I won't break my promise. I just don't want you to be deceived. Anyone who says he is a descendant of the Qin family is willing to believe it. Why don't you believe me? Qin Yang sighed, stopped Lu Mingyu from speaking, and continued, don't you want me to prove it? Of course I can prove it. Jin Wanshan was stunned and said, what can you prove? Prove that you are really not a descendant of the Qin family? Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. In the fog, Qin Lai returned again and asked, why are you still here? Did you get lost because of the fog? It's okay, I'll walk slowly, you all follow closely. Jin Wanshan suggested, why don't we go over there first? Qin Yang laughed and said, all right, I want to see how this guy can prove it. The three followed Qin Lai to the depths of the thick fog, and as they walked, Qin Lai's figure suddenly disappeared. The three Qin Yang walked side by side, only a few positions away from Qin Lai. Qin Lai's sudden disappearance made the three puzzled. The three continued to walk forward, but there was still no sign of Qin Lai. Instead, the dense fog was getting lighter and lighter. The air was filled with a strong fragrance, and the ground underfoot was extremely flat. This? Oh my God! Is this the Qin family relic? Qin Yang and the three walked out of the thick fog, and the scene in front of them made them dumbfounded. The magnificent palace complex is located in front of you, and the traces of the years make it look old and desolate. Among the broken walls, it can be seen that there was a battle of the strong here in the past. The Tenjiang Palace was cut in half by a sword, and the broken marks were still as smooth as a face. There are traces of battle everywhere, and every trace is trembling with fear. How strong a cultivator can do this? This is only caused by the aftermath. Jin Wanshan said incredulously. Lu Mingyu completely believed Qin Lai this time. It turns out that this is the real Qin family ruins. What the world has seen for 1,000 years is actually fake. Qin Yang felt uneasy for a while, and looked at the roadside at will. Those who looked like weeds were all high-grade elixir. Could it be that he is real and I am fake? Qin Yang thought to himself. Fuck. You are real. Shenlongjiu said with contempt, you are a grandson who has forgotten his ancestry. The heroic souls of your ancestors are in this land, aren't you afraid that they will rip your skin off? But Qin Lai brought us here. Qin Yang wondered. Shenlongjiu roared in Qin Yang's heart, and the roaring Qin Yang's brain was buzzing. Fart. I brought you in here. Ah? Qin Yang opened his mouth wide, why? Shenlongjiu said, why are there so many? I am the key to the pseudo-secret realm where the Qin family lives. Because of my existence, you all came in automatically. Pseudo-secret realm? God Emperor Realm Powerhouse can open up a small world. When he falls, the small world will come to the big thousand world. The level of the secret realm will be downgraded over time. Pseudo-secret realm is an independent space, but it can't be called a small world. At the beginning of its birth, it existed attached to the great world. But aren't you the secret key to the God realm? Aren't you one of the 8 keys to unlock the God realm? Qin Yang was confused. Shenlongjiu explained, your ancestors of the Qin family are amazing, and built this formation. Can you set me as the key? Okay. Qin Yang nodded quickly. In this way, it is too easy to prove that you are a descendant of the Qin family. Originally, Qin Yang was still thinking about how to tell the story of Shenlongjiu. Where's Qin Lai? Lu Mingyu asked. Jin Wanshan looked around, but still couldn't find Qin Lai. He's not from the Qin family, and I don't like him, so I didn't let him in. Qin Yang laughed. What do you mean? Lu Mingyu was puzzled. Qin Yang shrugged and said directly, don't you believe me? This is the best proof. You said, you brought us here? Jin Wanshan's eyes widened. Qin Yang nodded and said, want to find Qin Lai? It's very simple, I'll take you there. After speaking, communicate with Shenlongjiu in your heart. Immediately afterwards, all the scenes in front of him disappeared and returned to the dense fog. Why did you guys get lost again? Qin Lai walked over and said, let's walk side by side. Not far ahead is the site of the Qin family. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, while Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan looked at each other. Chapter 46 Qin Family Martial Arts. Arrive. Qin Lai said. The fog around is very light, and the buildings are in front of you, like a fairyland. This is the old Qin family site? Jin Wanshan was a little disappointed. The palace he just saw gave him too much impact, but these are more like the place where the servants of the Qin family lived. Qin Lai approached Lu Mingyu intentionally or unintentionally, and said, what you see in front of you is only the marginal area. In fact, the Qin family ruins have been searched countless times over the years. Since I want to prove my identity, naturally, it's to take you to places no one else has been before. Lu Mingyu nodded lightly and looked at Qin Yang beside him. Qin Yang had a playful smile on his face, and motioned for Qin Lai to continue acting. The three of them looked at Qin Lai with the mentality of watching a play, but Qin Lai suddenly didn't know it. Qin Lai took the lead and walked to an ordinary house. He passed through the doors familiarly, and came to the door of a secret room. Treasure room? Jin Wanshan's eyes lit up. Qin Lai said a little embarrassedly, "It's not the treasure room, it's the secret passage leading to the forbidden area of the Qin family." Secret passages? The three looked at each other. Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Lai in surprise. If it wasn't for the pseudo-secret realm that Qin Yang had brought them into before, it would be impossible for anyone to doubt what Qin Lai did. Entering the secret passage, there is indeed a strange underground space. It's just that it's empty everywhere, and there's no sign of a forbidden place. Qin Lai kept introducing it, and he knew the Qin family ruins like the back of his hand. In addition, Qin Lai actually had quite a few ancient keys in his hand, which could open the secret keyhole in this ruin. One dusty space after another saw the light of day. There is a collection of exercises, a storage of medicinal pills, and even a small martial arts field, which is specially used to practice the martial arts of the Qin family. What are these wooden stakes for? Jin Wanshan asked, pointing to a corner of the martial arts field. Qin Lai opened his mouth and said, "It is used to hone your body skills." Jin Wanshan suddenly became curious. Those wooden stakes are dense and messy, and it is really difficult to pass through them. Qin Lai walked over directly and said, "Although I have introduced all the facilities of the former Qin family site and have all the keys here, these are not enough to prove that I am a descendant of the Qin family." "Oh? How else do you want to prove it?" Qin Yang asked with a smile. Qin Lai walked to the edge of the martial arts field, took out a spiritual stone from his arms, and buckled it on the mechanism. In an instant, all the wooden stakes moved. "The Qin family's martial arts I practiced are the most powerful proof." Qin Lai shouted in a low voice, "The Qin family travels the dragon's step." The figure is like a dragon, walking flexibly in the wooden pile formation. When those wooden stakes were originally still, Jin Wanshan felt it was very difficult. At this time all the wooden stakes were swaying irregularly, yet Qin Lai could still come and go freely. Just to demonstrate to everyone, there is no contest, and the replication system failed to trigger. Qin Yang exclaimed in his heart that it was a pity, this pace was a superior martial skill. "Huh? How is it, do you believe it now?" Qin Lai was complacent. "You said it was the Qin family's martial arts, so that's the Qin family's martial arts? Why do I feel that the martial arts are normal?" Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said. Qin Lai snorted coldly and said, "That can only be because of your clumsy eyes, you can't see the mystery of this pace." Qin Yang shook his head, "Isn't it just some wooden stakes, there is a mystery around it twice?" Qin Lai couldn't help laughing and said, "It's really ignorant, why don't you try it?" Jin Wanshan wanted to try it for a long time, but he couldn't find the pattern at all. He just took 2 steps in, and was beaten out by the stick on the wooden stake. It's boring to practice alone, and you can't tell who is better and who is worse. Qin Yang said in his words. Qin Lai said directly, "Since this is the case, let's compare. From one side of the field to the other, who is the fastest?" Speaking of this, Qin Lai scoffed and said, "Don't be knocked out by the wooden pile formation halfway in, it would be a shame." Jin Wanshan on the side pouted, and he only took 2 steps in. Qin Yang laughed and said, "You'd better not be careless, I'm much stronger than you think." Qin Lai glanced at Qin Yang and snorted disdainfully. "This wooden pile formation can only use martial arts, but it can't pass through safely. If you are not familiar with it, you can only make a fool of yourself. Prepare. Start." Jin Wanshan, acting as the referee, winked at Qin Yang. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lai had already rushed into the wooden pile formation, like a spirit snake, fast and agile. Ding. Copy the martial arts and blood tactic. Exercise 4/10. Ding. Copying the martial arts dragon step, the proficiency will automatically increase to the peak. Martial arts 4 out of 10. Qin Yang's figure also moved, but for a split second, his aura was completely different from that of Qin Lai. Qin Yang's every step seemed to be at ease, and his flexibility was more elegant and calm. If Qin Lai is like a snake, Qin Yang is like a real dragon. The endless changes in the wooden pile formation could not stop Qin Yang at all, or even slow him down. On the other hand, Qin Lai, he just wanted to keep himself from being ugly. It's safe to pass through, that's all. Qin Lai, sweating profusely, walked through the pile of stakes and looked back triumphantly. I only saw Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu on the opposite side, but there was no Qin Yang in the wooden pile formation. What? He knew that he couldn't compare, but he had already escaped? Qin Lai shouted loudly. Why are you shouting so loudly? It's so noisy. Qin Yang scratched his ears and frowned. I've been standing here all the time, are you blind? Qin Lai's eyes widened. It's impossible. No one in the same rank can be faster than me. My Qin family's dragon step is the strongest step. Well, you're right. Qin Yang nodded. Of course the Qin family, Yu Longbu, is the strongest, but you, not the strongest. Qin Lai snorted coldly, and his eyes showed a ruthless look. Since the physical skills have been contested, let's compare the martial arts. Let you see the Qin family's unique skills, the shocking swords. After he finished speaking, he pointed like a sword and pointed. It's like a sharp sword pointing at Qin Yang. It's obviously a finger, but it feels like it can pierce through everything. Ding. Copying the swordsmanship of martial arts, the proficiency of martial arts has been raised to the pinnacle. Martial arts 5 out of 10. Qin Yang was overjoyed. He didn't know where Qin Lai learned the Qin family's martial arts, it was simply learning for himself. Also pointing like swords, Qin Yang raised his brows. This shocking sword finger. It's not that simple. It's like holding a sword in your hand. Qi Cultivator, true Qi cannot be released. When you are promoted to the Grandmaster realm, this Jinghong sword finger can really condense the sword. The martial arts are well versed in his chest, and Qin Yang knows that no matter how high the realm is, this Jinghong sword will be able to condense thousands of infuriating swords when he raises his hand. Is this a mysterious martial skill? Impossible. Before he had time to think about it, Qin Lai had already attacked. Qin Yang touched it casually, and his fingertips just brushed the opponent's wrist, and immediately opened a terrifying opening, with blood flowing like a stream. So sharp? Qin Yang was taken aback and looked at his fingers in disbelief. How dare you use a hidden weapon? Qin Lai cursed loudly, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Chapter 47, The Dream Has Everything. Hidden weapon? Qin Yang couldn't help but feel amused. When the same martial skill is displayed, why is it like using a hidden weapon? Wait for me to deal with the wound, and then come back to fight with you. Qin Lai said, and left in a hurry. Qin Yang continued to reminisce about the copied martial arts. System, what grade of martial arts is Jinghong sword referring to? God rank. Qin Yang felt a little short of breath. How could it be possible for Qin Lai to learn divine-level martial arts? Although he is definitely not from the Qin family, who is he? Why pretend to be someone from the Qin family? No. Qihai realm can only cultivate Xian-level martial arts, this shocking sword finger. Qin Yang frowned, thinking of Nangong Ling's 9 arrows. The Qihai realm can exert the power of 3 arrows, the Master realm can exert the power of 6 arrows, and the Star realm can exert the power of 9 arrows. When the power of the 9 arrows can be exerted, the rank of martial arts is naturally the rank of heaven. But is Jinghong sword finger also such a step-by-step martial skill? Having mastered the Jinghong sword, Qin Yang quickly sorted it out. In the Sea of Qi, he uses his fingers as a sword, and his true Qi is as sharp as a sword. In the Master Realm, the infuriating sword is not weaker than the magic weapon of the same level. In the realm of stars, the sword transforms into hundreds of thousands, and with one pinch of the sword finger, thousands of infuriating swords swept through everything. The point is, this is not the end. Find the first rank, this Jinghong sword is not weaker than Jingyu's 10 arrows. Qin Yang couldn't help but stunned, he has already mastered 2 such martial arts. Qin Yang, what are you thinking? Jin Wanshan stretched out his fat hand and shook it in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang came back to his senses, but Qin Lai still did not appear. What hidden weapon did you use just now? Use it to see? Jin Wanshan rubbed his hands, his face full of curiosity. Qin Yang shrugged, walked to a stone, pointed like a sword, and lightly. The stone was like tofu, and it was actually poked with a hole by a finger. Jin Wanshan almost bit his tongue, and then almost glared his eyes out. The stone seemed to be fake. Qin Yang could use his fingers to draw on it at will. See? I don't have any hidden weapons. Qin Yang spread his hands helplessly. What kind of martial arts do you have? Jin Wanshan asked, could it be that shocking sword finger just now? Yes. Qin Yang nodded. Lu Mingyu suddenly said, each of the 8 Shinto clans has a unique skill. The Nangong family is Jingyu Jiu. 10 arrows, my Lu family is Fengtian's Hang, and the Qin family is Jinghong sword finger. Jin Wanshan's face became strange, your Jinghong sword finger is obviously learned on the spot by applying his own way, but where did his Jinghong sword finger learn it? Lu Mingyu asked, is he really not from the Qin family? Qin Yang was stopped by the question again, and under the harshness of Shenlongjiu, he confirmed the answer again. He really isn't. Qin Yang said. If he's not from the Qin family, then he must be the enemy of the Qin family. The 3 spoke in unison. Only the enemy can understand the opponent so well. At the same time, only the enemy would dare to pretend like this. Its purpose is self-evident, to find out the real descendants of the Qin family. Suddenly, the ground shook. Brush brush. Steel pillars rose into the sky, and the place where Qin and Yang were located turned into a cage in an instant. It seems that the martial arts field of the Qin family relics is not just the wooden pile array. What? If you can't beat him, you start to use shady tricks? Qin Yang looked at Qin Lai, who was walking gradually from a distance. Jin Wanshan slapped the steel pillar with force, not even leaving a mark, and the palm of his hand was shocked red. The distance between each steel pillar is only 2 fists wide, and it is impossible to squeeze it out. It's so slippery that you can't climb out, after all, these pillars are too high. For a time, there was no way out of trouble at all. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. Qin Lai shook his head again and again, laughed, and said, I am a fake, and I actually met you're real. Oh, did you admit that it was fake? Qin Yang was bored. He also wanted to see what means Qin Lai had. Qin Lai's face was full of anger and anger. In such a big meeting, he was completely played by a monkey. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, Qin Lai went straight to the point and said, take it out. What? Qin Yang's face was blank. Super god-level magic weapon, the secret key of the gods. Qin Lai said. Jin Wanshan sucked in a breath of cold air, while Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang frowned and said, I don't know what you are talking about. All things can be put on the bright side, but only this divine dragon jade cannot. Although Shenlongjiu didn't say anything, how could Qin Yang not guess that the Qin family was destroyed thousands of years ago, because of Shenlongjiu? Although Qin Yang is proud in his bones, he is not conceited. The Qin family 1,000 years ago all ended up like that, but now Qin Yang is alone, a little monk in the sea of Qi. As long as you don't say that you have the divine dragon jade. No, no one knows that the Qin family's secret key to the divine realm is the divine dragon jade. As long as you don't say that you have the secret key of the god realm, you can admit yourself generously. It is a descendant of the Qin family, but it will be safer. Humph. Qin Lai stared at Qin Yang and said with a smile, I've already become a turtle in a urn, why don't you explain it honestly? How do you know that I am a real descendant of the Qin family? Qin Yang asked. Jinghong sword finger. I only have a little bit of fur, but you are different. What was your original plan? Qin Yang asked again. I pretend to be a descendant of the Qin family. If the real descendant of the Qin family appears, they will definitely come to me. Qin Lai said. What if the descendants of the Qin family don't show up? Qin Yang frowned. Qin Lai smiled, if the descendants of the Qin family don't appear, I'm afraid they won't appear in the future. Then I am the real descendant of the Qin family, marrying the Lu family and revitalizing the Qin family. Lu Mingyu's face turned pale, and Qin Yang's teeth were itchy. Qin Yang took a deep breath and asked again, which force is behind you? You can't achieve your plan at all by yourself. Besides, why are you so familiar with the Qin family ruins? Qin Lai laughed loudly, and said, I've said enough, hurry up and hand over the secret keys of the god realm. Maybe I'll give you a good time, so that you won't suffer the torture of waiting to die here. Answer my last question, and I'll give you the secret key to the god realm. Qin Yang said, slowly. Jin Wanshan widened his eyes and almost choked on the spit, why do you really have it? Lu Mingyu's breathing was also not natural. Qin Lai flushed with excitement, and hurriedly said, I just follow orders. As for the real forces behind it, I don't know. Someone arranged everything and taught me the martial arts of the Qin family. You don't know who is the real force behind it? Qin Yang frowned. Qin Lai stretched out his hand and said, I've already said everything I know, hurry up and give me the secret key to the god realm. Qin Yang chuckled and said, go get it in your dream, there is everything in your dream. Chapter 48 The Arrow That Cannot Be Avoided. You, how dare you play me? Qin Lai's eyes widened, don't you know your own situation? Qin Yang laughed, what's the situation? Qin Lai was trembling with anger, and took out a porcelain bottle, okay. I don't think you can't cry without seeing the coffin. In that case, I'll give you some extra ingredients. After speaking, he directly squeezed the porcelain bottle with his hands. A violent stench spread instantly. By Xuanhuan? Lu Mingyu's expression changed. Qin Yang frowned and said, this stinky and pungent thing has a fragrance in its name? Jin Wanshan explained, we smell its stink, but the monsters like it very much. This Bai Xuanhuan is made from the blood of hundreds of monsters, and the monsters within 100 miles can smell it. Qin Yang's face suddenly became strange. Qin Lai smiled and said, how is it? You know what you're afraid of now? It won't be long before this place will be surrounded by countless monsters. You will all be torn to shreds. Qin Yang scratched his head, looked at Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan, and whispered, is this guy mentally ill? Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan didn't react. Qin Lai was furious when he heard the words. Qin Yang continued, we are surrounded by so many fine steel pillars now, and we can't squeeze out of this cage. Is there a monster smaller than us? As soon as he said that, Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan were stunned, and Qin Lai was also stunned. This cage restricted the activities of Qin Yang and the three of them, making it impossible for them to escape. But the same, but also the best protection. Qin Lai's face turned blue and purple. If the organization was cancelled, Qin and Yang would definitely flee. Bai Xuanhuan, who I thought was a killer, turned out to be completely useless. No, it works. The monsters that this attracted are all their own threats. Shooting yourself in the foot is nothing more than that. Roar. With a beast roar, monsters have already been attracted. Qin Lai snorted coldly, and said, when the monsters surround this place, I will remove the trap. You will all be torn to shreds in an instant. Alas! Qin Yang sighed. Qin Lai frowned and asked, what? Did you figure it out? Qin Yang shook his head and said, I just don't want to waste any more time. What do you mean? Qin Lai wondered. Qin Yang directly took out the long Xiao bow from the Qianquan ring, and bent the bow to take the arrow. Qin Lai's face suddenly turned pale, and his heart skipped a beat. You actually know the archery skills? Qin Yang laughed and said, not only can it be known, but it is unparalleled in the world. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu were speechless at the sight. This arrow skill was learned from Nangong Ling. The nearest bunker is about 10 steps. Guess, can I shoot you to death in these 10 steps? Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly. A large drop of cold sweat oozes out of Qin Lai's forehead, and his eyes are turned to the boulder 10 steps away. But at a glance, my heart is half cold. On that boulder, I do not know when a fire hoof squatted. This is a high-level monster whose strength is equivalent to that of the human race. Moreover, it is still a monster known for its speed. The speed of the fire-hoofed leopard is faster than that of any human cultivator at the Qi realm. Once you are targeted by this monster, you will either fight or die. There is no escape. With my strength, I'll kill this fire-hoofed leopard first, and then. Qin Lai thought in his heart, and before he could clear his mind, there was a loud dragon roar in his ears. Roar! The fire-hoofed leopard roared in pain and was shot directly through the body. Huge force took the fire-hoofed leopard's body several feet away, and fell heavily on the ground, causing a burst of smoke. Looking at this scene, Qin Lai's heart was only half cold at first, and the remaining half is now completely cold. Qin Yang's archery skills are so strong? Are you afraid? Qin Yang asked loudly. Qin Lai Gudu swallowed, his eyes full of horror. How can you not be afraid? He hadn't even realized when the arrow was shot, and the fire-hoof leopard had already been killed instantly. I'm going to shoot you with the next arrow, your left hand. Qin Yang said. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu were a little puzzled and didn't understand why Qin Yang was doing this. Qin Yang bent the bow and took the arrow, and shot out one arrow, hitting Qin Lai's left hand. The pain caused Qin Lai's face to be hideous. He gritted his teeth hard, stared at Qin Yang, and roared, scholars can't be humiliated. You kind of kill me directly. Qin Yang said softly, I don't mean to humiliate you, I just want to experiment. Can't you avoid my arrows? Experiment. Jin Wanshan smacked his tongue. Lu Mingyu was also speechless. Qin Yang continued, I only shoot 3 arrows, and I will avoid your key points. After 3 arrows, you can leave if you want. Speaking of this, Qin Yang reminded, although you will avoid your key points, if you don't hide and you are seriously injured, you may not be able to leave alive. Qin Lai scolded his mother angrily. If he could dodge it, who wouldn't the hell not? Ready, this arrow shoots your left leg. Qin Yang shouted loudly, then slowly bent the bow, deliberately slowing down. Another dragon roar sounded, Qin Lai's eyes widened, trying to capture the trajectory of the arrow slowly enlarged in his eyes, Qin Lai's eyes widened to capture the trajectory of the arrow. Li Ben thought that the arrow would definitely be able to escape, but before he acted, his left leg suffered a sudden pain. Qin Yang nodded secretly. It turns out that this dragon bow is really not a simple mysterious magic weapon. This dragon roar has a confusing effect, and only those who are locked will be disturbed. This is the clue that Qin Yang discovered after killing the fire-hoof leopard with 1 arrow. The fire cheetah is not close, and it is known for its speed. But the fire-hoof leopard didn't respond at all, and was immediately stunned. Qin Yang is not confident enough to see whoever is second, then there must be something wrong with Long Yin Bao, Now, I directly experimented with Qin Lai and got a satisfactory answer. My arrow is going to shoot your right foot. Qin Yang said loudly. Qin Lai was soaked in sweat, looking at Qin Yang. His eyes were full of viciousness, and he secretly said in his heart, "You will definitely regret not killing me. When I escape this disaster, I will definitely smash your body into 10,000 pieces." The dragon roar sounded again, and Qin Lai roared again. After the 3 arrows were shot, Qin Yang really stopped. Qin Lai wanted to leave, but was horrified to find that his right foot was actually fixed on the ground. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Qin Yang said. The ice in his eyes betrayed him. At this time, more and more monster figures gradually became clear. What? Qin Lai was a ready-made meal, and was torn to shreds by the monsters in an instant, and was eaten by the monsters. What should we do now? Xuanhuan couldn't help but beat the drum as he watched more and more monsters around him. Especially when he saw Qin Lai being eaten alive, he even thought of his own fate. Lu Mingyu's body was also trembling slightly. If it were normal, if he encountered so many monsters, he would have to run for his life. Now he can't escape. Although it is temporarily safe, but what else can I do? Of course, kill these monsters. This is all points, Qin Yang said. He was worried about where to find the monster, but this Bai Xiangyin gave Qin Yang an excellent opportunity. Hunt monsters first, then wait for rescue? Xuanhuan asked. Rescue? Why wait for rescue? Qin Yang was taken aback and looked at the surrounding steel pillars. Qin Yang laughed and waved his hand gently. Qin Yang, Xuanhuan, and Lu Mingyu suddenly disappeared. Chapter 49. In the pseudo-secret realm, Xuanhuan and Lu Mingyu looked at each other, and finally looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Don't look at me like that. As long as you are in this area, I can bring you in at any time. Come if you want, and leave if you want. Qin Yang shrugged. Xuanhuan frowned. From the very beginning, you knew that the cage couldn't trap us? Qin Yang rolled his eyes. Nonsense. It's just an ordinary stainless steel pillar, and now we've crossed the space. Speaking of this, Qin Yang hurriedly said, Bai Xiangyin has already played a role, but it can't be wasted. I'm going back to hunt monsters now. How about you? Of course we are going too, Xuanhuan said. Lu Mingyu also nodded lightly. Knowing that he is indeed not life-threatening, the rest is just hunting. The 3 figures flashed and returned to their previous cages. Qin Yang bends his bow and shoots an arrow. Each arrow is a monster, and the points are steadily rising. Xuanhuan and Lu Mingyugan looked anxious and wanted to hunt, but they couldn't reach. It's not fair, Xuanhuan shouted loudly. Lu Mingyu also looked at Qin Yang pitifully. Knowing that Qin Yang is really a descendant of the Qin family, Lu Mingyu no longer has any knots in her heart, and looks at Qin Yang somewhat pleasing to the eye. Qin Yang laughed and said, Don't worry, I'm actually watching while hunting. Observing what? Lu Mingyu asked. Observe where there are few monsters, and then where will we go out? Qin Yang had already found a suitable location. Take the 3 to enter the pseudo-secret realm again. You stinky boy, is it annoying to go in and out? Shenlongji roared. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked, curiously. It's been 1,000 years, and the real secret realm will collapse, not to mention the pseudo-secret realm created by the formation? You don't have a few opportunities to enter and exit. Shenlongji said faintly. Qin Yang was startled, and after leaving the pseudo-secret realm again, he became cautious. After leaving the fine iron cage, Xuanhuan and Lu Mingyu immediately attacked the monster. Qin Yang hunted down monsters while covering Xuanhuan and Lu Mingyu. The effect of Bai Xiang attracting is extraordinary, and the monsters it attracts are endless. The blood of the dead monsters melted into the smell, which seemed to increase the effect of Bai Xiangyin. The air became more and more unpleasant, but there were also more and more monsters. An hour later, the ruins of the Qin family were already bleeding into a river. There were monster corpses everywhere. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu were exhausted from killing, and even Qin Yang couldn't raise his arms. The last monster in sight was shot through the head by Qin Yang, and the three finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Look at the ranking!" Jin Wanshan shouted in surprise, "The three of us are in the top 3. Qin Yang's eyes lit up and he hurried over. Lu Mingyu also approached. The magic weapon of Tianjin threw an array of light screens, and the list of the Northern Plains demon hunting ranking appeared. First place, Qin Yang, with 136 points. Second place, Lu Mingyu, with 77 points. The third place, Jin Wanshan, has 76 points. The original first place Nangong Ling is now fourth, with 73 points. Yes, after a few more waves, we will be able to distance ourselves from others. Qin Yang laughed. Jin Wanshan said, "But Baixianjian is not very easy to deal with. I'm afraid there is no branch of Wanshan Chamber of Commerce in Wanshan City. No one thought of using Baixiang to attract and kill monsters. After all, it attracts all monsters within the range. If you are not careful, you may die here." Not everyone is the same as Qin Yang, and his arrow skills are like gods. And Qin Yang didn't aim very much later. After the monster was seriously injured with one arrow, naturally Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu went up to mend the head. "It doesn't matter, we just hunt and kill normally, it's enough to distance ourselves from other people," Qin Yang said to himself. However, before that, he has one more thing to do. Qin Yang communicated with Shen Longjiu again, and brought Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu to the pseudo-secret realm. "Before I have the ability to stabilize the space, this will be the last time I come here." Qin Yang opened his mouth slowly, looking at the real Qin family site with a complicated tone. "What are you doing?" Jin Wanshan said, with some speculation in his heart, his eyes sparkling, "Are you looking for treasure?" Qin Yang laughed and took Lu Mingyu's hand directly and went deep into the palace complex. Lu Mingyu's face was flushed, but she did not resist. After a while, Qin Yang found the Qin family ancestral hall. Qin Yang carefully wiped the ancestral tablets one by one, and then kneeled respectfully on the futon. "Unworthy descendants, Qin Yang, pay tribute to all ancestors." Qin Yang's face was solemn. "This is to recognize the ancestors and return to the ancestry. There is no red tape, only Qin Yang can tell." Following this sentence, Qin Yang felt that his shoulders suddenly became much heavier. He was the only one left in the huge family, and his heart suddenly felt a little more sad. Under the mixed feelings, Qin Yang said in a sonorous voice, "I, Qin Yang, swear here that I will slay the enemy family and revitalize the family." In the ancestral hall, a gust of breeze blew, and it seemed that the ancestors were responding. Qin Yang said to Lu Mingyu, "Come here and kneel down." Lu Mingyu stayed for a while, but did as she did. "I'm just wondering, why do you recognize your ancestors and call me to kneel down?" But the two families have been friends for generations, and the Lu family and the Qin family are even more in-law families. The revitalization of the Qin family is inseparable from you. You have to work hard with me," Qin Yang said slowly. Lu Mingyu respectfully saluted the ancestral tablet, but her face was full of confusion. "What does this have to do with me?" "There are 3 kinds of unfilial piety, and it is great to have no descendants. You shoulder the burden of inheriting the blood of the Qin family and spreading branches and leaves. Whether my Qin family can grow and develop depends on how many children you can give me. Go to hell." Lu Mingyu's face was flushed, but Qin Yang did not expect to say such a thing. Qin Yang laughed and said, kneeling down, "You are already a member of my Qin family. In front of my Qin family ancestors, do you want my Qin family to fail?" Lu Mingyu wanted to kill Qin Yang, but in this ancestral hall, he did not dare to attack. The 5 bodies that Jin Wanshan admired on the side were thrown to the ground. This move was absolutely amazing. Don't worry, I will be famous all over the world, and then I will go to your house to propose marriage. Let you marry me beautifully, and let all the women in the entire sky continent envy you. Qin Yang said, there are no less steps that should be taken. Go to your steps. Lu Mingyu's face was flushed, and she quickly ran away. Jin Wanshan sighed heavily, his heart was sore, painful and envious. Such a goddess can't escape Qin Yang's claws like this. Beiyuan, the monster front. Geniuses from all over the world are desperately hunting down monsters and competing for rankings. But when they looked at the ranking again, they all found that their ranking had dropped by 3 places. On the leaderboard, the top 3 seemed to be directly airborne, pushing everyone to the back. I know Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan. Who is Qin Yang? Aren't they cheating? Everyone is frantically inquiring, and the Qinling Mountains, which are also the same assessment area, exploded. Everyone wants to find these 3 people and see how they hunted and killed the monsters. In Xuanhuan Forest, Nangong Ling's eyes were red with anger. I didn't expect Qin Yang's points ranking to catch up so fast. You couldn't believe it, not only Qin Yang, but Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan's hunting speed was so fast. Cheating, they must have cheated. Wei Yu said unconvinced. Let's go to the Qinling Mountains to find them. Nangong Ling didn't believe it either. The younger brothers around them were also filled with righteous indignation, and went to the Qinling Mountains with Nangong Ling. Chapter 50 Blood Spirit Fruit. Qinling Mountains, on an unknown peak. The 2 monks were forced to the edge of the boulder by an iron-armored bear, and they were in a precarious situation. It's all your fault. You have to pick some kind of blood spirit fruit. How about now? There must be powerful monsters guarding this kind of heaven and earth spirit medicine. One of them began to complain. The iron-armored bear was unscathed, but both of them had already won the prize. The other person's face was frightened. This is the end. Are they really going to die here? Blood spirit fruit? What is it? Not far away, Qin Yang and the 3 were lying on the grass. Qin Yang asked in a low voice. A kind of heaven and earth spirit fruit, at least it is a 3rd-order spirit medicine. It contains huge medicinal power, and eating it can help cultivators advance. Lu Mingyu said. Jin Wanshan wiped his saliva. He and Lu Mingyu needed this kind of spiritual fruit right now. Oh. Qin Yang nodded lightly, got up directly, and bent his bow and arrow. In one go, after a dragon roar, the violent bear fell to the ground. The 2 monks stared at each other with wide eyes, unable to help themselves. That's great, which senior saved us? We must donate the blood spirit fruit. One of them shouted loudly. Senior is not a master, blood spirit fruit, bring it. Qin Yang showed his figure and walked over. The 2 frowned at Qin Yang, but they didn't expect that the one who saved them was the same cultivator who participated in the assessment. One person began to wonder, it turned out to be a classmate? Thank you for helping. Qin Yang was stunned. Don't you have to give me the blood spirit fruit? You are going to give it yourself. The 2 laughed and said almost, classmates, you should help each other. Your cultivation base is so strong, you can't use the blood spirit fruit. Let's leave this kind of spirit medicine to those who need it more. Shameless. It's true. Lu Mingyu walked out in a hurry. The eyes of the 2 suddenly lit up, and one of them said, actually, it's not impossible to give this blood spirit fruit. Why don't you work with us? Jin Wanshan sneered, these 2 are very shrewd. Wanting powerful combat power to help them escort, and wanting beautiful women to accompany them, is a dream. Forget it, don't give it if you don't give it. Anyway, we didn't plan to ask for a reward for saving people. Let's go. Qin Yang frowned at the two of them, turned around and left. The eyes of the two always stayed on Lu Mingyu, and their hearts were hot for a while. Wait. I know where there are blood spirit fruits, but I'm afraid you won't dare to go. One of them shouted loudly. Qin and Yang stopped immediately. I saw the two muttering something in a low voice, then came over and said, 30 miles to the north, there is a cliff, and under the cliff, a piece of blood spirit fruit grows. Now that blood spirit fruit is just ripe, there must be a dozen or so. Really? Qin Yang asked. Of course it's true. Then why don't you pick it? Xuanhuan asked. The two were a little embarrassed. We are not strong enough. Qin Yang recognized the direction, nodded, and said, okay, it's not that we saved you in vain. If there are blood spirit fruits there, we can divide you a few more after picking them. The three went straight to the road, and under the guidance of the two, they soon came to the edge of the cliff. Stretching out and looking down, there are indeed a lot of blood spirit fruits growing below. The cliff is not high, only about 10 feet, but the crevices of the rocks below and the grass are full of snakes and monsters. This is a snake nest. How? Do you dare to go down? The two sneered aside. If you are afraid, forget it, it proves that you have no relationship with this blood spirit fruit. Exciting generals? Qin Yang was very disgusted with these two guys, and immediately said, forget it, we dare not. When you're done, just leave. Xuanhuan and Lu Mingyu were taken aback for a moment, and they also left. The two of them were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Qin Yang to be so straightforward. Qin Yang, you don't look like the kind of person who retreats in spite of difficulties. Xuanhuan whispered. Qin Yang laughed and said, difficult? It's not difficult at all. It's just, look over there. When you're done, point in one direction. Xuanhuan and Lu Mingyu looked over and were stunned. There are actually quite a few people hiding there. All thinking about the snipe and clam competing for the fisherman's profit. Let them play first. Qin Yang laughed. He stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. Look over there. Xuanhuan and Lu Mingyu looked at them, and their scalps suddenly became numb. There are even monsters lurking there. Qin Yang said, I'm bound to get this blood spirit fruit, but if I want to pick it, it's obviously unwise to go down the cliff. There are people watching here, and there are monsters over there. It's too passive to be on the cliff. Then what do you mean? Xuanhuan asked. Let's take a detour and go directly from below. Qin Yang said. But there are probably more monsters below. Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang chuckled, isn't it bad to have more? We were originally going to hunt down monsters. Xuanhuan scratched his head and laughed. The three left directly, and all those who were watching in secret were immediately blinded. Bah! I thought it was a powerful monk, but it turned out to be a coward. Before. The two shouted. But no matter how they shouted, Qin and Yang didn't look back. What do we do now? Shall we stop fighting? One person suggested. The two couldn't make up their minds, but the people hidden in the distance couldn't hold back, and several people walked out. It turned out to be you two wastes. You just stole a blood spirit fruit and were chased by a violent bear. Why, now you have finally escaped, and the thief is not dead? The two sides immediately quarreled, saying that the blood spirit fruit was theirs. Roar. With a beast roar, a magic-patterned tiger in the dark slowly walked out. It wants the blood spirit fruit, but these delicacies in front of it also increase its appetite. Oops, it's another high-level monster. The two sides stopped arguing and ran away directly. With the appearance of the magic tiger, more monsters ran out. A hunt and chase unfolded directly, and some clever people jumped onto the tree, but the tree trunk they were embracing was snapped off by the magic patterned tiger. Someone picked the blood spirit fruit. It's the three people just now. Some people have always been concerned about the blood spirit fruit under the cliff, but at this time they saw that someone was directly fighting with those snake monsters. The leader held a long bow and pinned a snake demon to the ground with one arrow. Despicable. Shameless. To take advantage of our battle with monsters to snatch our blood spirit fruit. There are some kind of people to sign up. Let me teach you a lesson in the future. On the cliff, a screeching sound came. Qin Yang was in charge of hunting down the monsters, while Xuanhuan and Lu Mingyu were careful about the remaining monsters while picking the blood spirit fruit. After a while, more than a dozen blood spirit fruit were picked. Hearing the scolding above their heads, Qin Yang and the three immediately became happy. What do we have to do with you when we use our ability to pick the blood spirit fruit? How can this be called a robbery? Qin Yang responded loudly. The two who had led the way earlier cursed even more happily. Thanks to our kindness to bring you here, is this how you treat your benefactor? Qin Yang frowned and shot an arrow. The two of them were startled, only to realize that Qin Yang had directly shot dead a monster that was about to attack them. He was speechless for a while. It's a joke. If I didn't save you, you would have already died. Before that, you knew the danger, but you used aggressive methods to let us pick the blood spirit fruit, without worrying about whether we could handle it or not, just wanted us to go exploring the way for you. Just now, I rescued you again, and this can be evened out. Qin Yang snorted coldly and left a sentence at the end. Under Qin Yang, if you don't agree and escape from the monster, you can come to me. What? Is he Qin Yang, who is number 1 on the monster hunting list? That cheating Qin Yang? I don't think he's cheating, he's really strong. Chapter 51 Dare to Fart. Qin and Yang rested for a while, and while hunting the monsters, they also began to search for elixir. Even though there are a lot of elixir, it's hard to come across such precious elixir as blood elixir. Xuanhuan smacked his lips. With those blood elixir, in just 2 days, he and Lu Mingyu had already broken through to the Sea of Air. At this time, the cultivation of the three people has reached the Qi Sea realm. In this assessment area, it can be said that they are walking sideways and unscrupulous. The points of the three people have steadily ranked in the top 3. There is no reward for the points ranking, but the top 100 has the opportunity to enter the Sky Academy. Qin Yang was quite dissatisfied with this. If it wasn't for the first place bet with Nangong Ling, Qin Yang wouldn't even bother to hunt down monsters. Are you Qin Yang, Lu Mingyu, and Xuanhuan who are in the top 3? Suddenly, a group of people rushed out and surrounded Qin and Yang in the forest. More than a dozen young monks looked at Qin Yang and the three of them with bad expressions. Qin and Yang also looked at these people in confusion. What? Qin Yang asked. The person at the head was elegant and dressed in a blue robe, and said arrogantly, speaking of which, how did you cheat? Qin Yang wondered, cheating? The blue-robed youth said with contempt, just the 3 of you, how can you hunt and kill so many monsters without cheating? Xuanhuan just broke through, when he was in high spirits. Seeing that the person with the highest cultivation level on the other side was only in the late stage of Qi gathering realm, he was immediately happy. It's just a bunch of garbage, you don't understand the world of genius. The blue-robed youth suddenly stared, do you know who I am? Dare to call me trash? Who are you? Xuanhuan was not used to him, and when he rolled up his sleeves, he had the idea of a big fight. The blue-robed youth did not speak, but the younger brother beside him scrambled to speak. My eldest brother is the young master of the Li family in Zhongzhou, Li Mingyang. Does the Li family know? That is the affiliated family of the 8 Shinto clan Gongsun family. The 3 Qin Yang looked at each other, and then burst out laughing. Whether it is strength or life experience, the two sides are not people of the same world at all. Li Mingyang's face turned gloomy. These three guys were not afraid at all when they heard their origins. Are you two so low-key? They don't know you? Qin Yang asked. Jin Wanshan shrugged and said, I haven't even gone to Tsangqiang Academy, how can it be named? Even the members of the Shinto family don't necessarily know who each other is. What are you trying to do? Are you just accusing us of cheating? Qin Yang asked. Li Mingyang snorted and said, I don't think the three of you are very strong. If you tell me how you cheated, I don't need to report you. They also want to cheat. Report? Is reporting useful? Qin Yang shook his head lightly and said with a smile, if you want to report, you can do whatever you want. You? You're really not afraid. Li Mingyang narrowed his eyes and threatened, with my identity, I can make it difficult for you to get along in the Sky Academy. Are you done? Get out of the way when you're done. Don't say it's you, let your master, Gong Sun Ming, come over. Do you think he dares to fart in front of me? Qin Yang pouted and waved his hand impatiently. Speaking of Gong Sun Ming, Li Mingyang was directly intimidated. Li Mingyang looked at Qin and Yang uncertainly, and when he saw Lu Mingyu, he guessed, could this be someone from the Lu family? The younger brother on the side said, there are indeed two people in the Lu family who participated in the assessment of the Tsangqiang Academy. One is Lu Chanru, the direct descendant, and the other may be this Lu Mingyu. Knowing Lu Mingyu's identity, Li Mingyang's attitude became ambiguous, and he smiled strangely. Oh, it turned out to be that Lu Mingyu. Approaching, Li Mingyang glanced at Qin Yang and Jin Wanshan, and said with a smile, as a concubine of the Lu family, you are so indiscriminately accompanied by two men, have you forgotten your identity? Looking at Lu Mingyu unscrupulously, Li Mingyang said, you look good, why don't you follow me? Although my Li family is not as good as the Shinto family, but I, Li Mingyang, are worthy of you. Follow me, and I will let you live. Good day. A murderous look suddenly appeared in Qin Yang's eyes, and the figure of Lu Mingyu on the other side flashed and rushed out. Snapped. A red slap print appeared on Li Mingyang's face. You, how dare you hit me? Li Mingyang covered his face in disbelief. Qin Yang frowned and said, Lu Mingyu, aren't you afraid of getting your hands dirty? After speaking, he took Lu Mingyu's hand and took out a handkerchief to wipe it for her. Is it disgusting to hit such a dirty person's face with such a white and tender hand? Qin Yang had an uncomfortable expression on his face. Lu Mingyu was amused and said, it's disgusting. Li Mingyang was even more embarrassed by the action of no one else. Li Mingyang shouted, little ones, give it to me. The male is abolished, the female is kept. But the younger brothers didn't dare to move for a while. After all, these three are the top three in the rankings, in case they are really strong. What are you afraid of? Their rankings skyrocketed in an instant, even directly surpassing Nangong Ling. There must be some ghosts among them. If they are really powerful, how could they rely on cheating to score points? Li Mingyang said loudly. What he said was quite reasonable, and the younger brothers were immediately convinced. Jin Wanshan. He clenched his fists violently. He had already seen that these people were not pleasing to the eye. He was not strong enough. When he saw someone stronger than them, he had to say that they were cheating. An affiliated family of the Gongsun family dare to be so arrogant? It seems that I don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know how high the sky is. Jin Wanshan entered the flock like a tiger, crushed him one-sidedly, knocking everyone down with 3 punches and 2 feet, leaving only the dumbfounded Li Mingyang, standing there at a loss. They turned out, really so strong. A bunch of rubbish, you can't deal with a dead fat man. Li Mingyang scolded, and quickly summed up the unequal battle as his little brother was too bad. At this moment, there was movement not far away, and 2 monks seemed to be chasing a monster and ran over. Li Mingyang? Stop that treasure mouse for me. Gong Sun Ming shouted loudly. Lu Chanru's voice also came right after. Quickly catch that treasure-hunting mouse, and you will be rewarded with great rewards. Where did Li Mingyang care about the treasure-hunting mouse? When he saw Gong Sun Ming, it seemed like he had seen a savior, and he shouted loudly, "You came just in time. There are 3 people here who despise you, saying that you don't dare to let a fart in front of them. Where's the bastard, dare to speak like this?" Gong Sun Ming was furious when he heard the words, but he still wanted to catch the treasure hunter now. As long as you catch the treasure-hunting mouse, the treasures of heaven and earth, and the secret treasures of elixir, you will have everything. Staring at the snow-white treasure-hunting mouse, suddenly, a person appeared next to the treasure-hunting mouse. For some reason, the treasure-hunting mouse trembled and did not dare to escape. Qin Yang bent over, like picking up something, picked up the treasure-hunting mouse by its tail, and looked at it suspiciously. Shen Longjiu just leaked a little breath, so that this low-level monster dared not move, being held upside down like this. His small eyes were full of fear. "It's the 3 of them." Li Mingyang pointed at Qin Yang and shouted. "You bastard, how dare you rob me?" Before Gong Sun Ming finished speaking, he found out that it was Qin and Yang. Seeing that Qin Yang caught the target he had been chasing all the way, Gong Sun Ming seemed to be strangled by the neck, and his voice stopped abruptly. Li Mingyang laughed loudly and said, "Qin Yang? There is that dead fat man named Xuanhuan. Now my boss is here. How dare you say it again?" Gong Sun Ming's face darkened, and he could not wait to strangle Li Mingyang to death. "Use your own name to make a fortune, and you don't even look at who the other party is. If there is a freshman in this class who does not suspect that Qin and Yang are cheating, it must be Gong Sun Ming. Qin Yang is a ruthless man who can defeat even a cultivator in the Master Realm." Chapter 52 Treasure Mouse. Treasure Mouse? Does this thing work? Qin Yang looked at the little white mouse that was honest and motionless in his hand, and was a little curious. "I was thinking about whether to turn this mouse into my own points." "It's useful, of course it's useful. This treasure-hunting rat is an extremely rare monster, and it senses even an elixir within 100 miles. As long as there is treasure, it can't escape its pursuit." Jin Wanshan's eyes straightened. Such treasures fell into Qin Yang's hands like this? "Then let's try," Qin Yang said with a smile. Qin Yang was chatting without anyone else. Gong Sun Ming didn't even dare to interrupt. "Boss, hurry up and teach them a lesson," Li Mingyang said. Gong Sun Ming glared at Li Mingyang sternly. "You know you'll cause trouble for me." After speaking, he didn't even want a treasure hunter. He turned around and left. "What if you don't go? Did you hit it?" Li Mingyang stayed for a while, but he didn't expect his boss to hide away when he saw Qin Yang. The treasure hunter was snatched away, and he didn't even dare to let go. Lu Chanru's face was full of unwillingness, but there was nothing she could do. He could only look at Gong Sun Ming complainingly, as if he were looking at a useless person. Is the boss cowardly, or is this Qin Yang too strong? Li Mingyang guessed in his heart, he prefers the former. Maybe the boss saves his strength in order to hunt down monsters? Although Gong Sun Ming left, he did not go far. Looking at Lu Chanru and Li Mingyang's negative emotions, Gong Sun Ming sneered and said, "What? Do you think I'm afraid of Qin Yang? Lu Chanru doesn't want to talk, doesn't she?" Li Mingyang wanted to say it but didn't dare to say it. No matter how he looked at it, Gong Sun Ming was afraid. Gong Sun Ming took a deep breath and said, "The treasure hunter is in Qin Yang's hands, which is a good thing for us." "A good thing?" Lu Chanru was puzzled. Gong Sun Ming explained, "There are ruins of the Qin family near the Qinling Mountains, and there are no treasures there." "But why did the Qin family live in the Qinling Mountains?" Li Mingyang couldn't understand at all, and couldn't get in the way. After all, this was a matter of the 8 Shinto clans. But being able to come into contact with the topic of the 8 Shinto clans is enough to make him excited, and he will boast more in the future. Gong Sunming said, as we all know, the 8 Shinto clans live in secret realms. But the Qin family is the only one who is not, and this is also the reason for their annihilation. The Qin family does not live in the secret realm, is it because there is no secret realm? Gong Sunming smiled and said, yes. And it's in the Qinling Mountains. 1,000 years have passed, the secret realm here has not been continuously consolidated by the Shinto family, and I am afraid that it is on the verge of collapse. Li Mingyang was excited for a while, and said, the boss's meaning is to let Qin Yang find the way for us? Gong Sunming nodded and said, yes, even the Grandmaster level secret realm is still too dangerous for us. Even if the Grandmaster level monk enters the Grandmaster level secret realm, he is not sure that he will be able to leave alive. As for the treasure-hunting mouse, Gong Sunming gritted his teeth hard and said angrily, this treasure-hunting mouse can find treasures, and it can also seek good luck and avoid evil. With it, it can not only find treasures, but also ensure safety. Then why don't we snatch the treasure hunter back and search for the secret realm ourselves? Li Mingyang asked. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Gong Sunming's face was a little ugly, and he still argued. I said, the secret realm is no trivial matter, and it is extremely dangerous. Even if there are treasure hunters, are we sure that we are safe? Lu Qianru snorted and said, but the treasure hunters are in Qin Yang's hands. They have found secret realms and treasures. What's the use of us following them? The treasure hunters can't get them back, so how can they compete for those treasures? Gong Sunming said, we are indeed not Qin Yang's opponents, but we can find more people to join forces. Anyway, Qin Yang will know sooner or later, so it is better to announce the news directly. Lu Qianru's eyes lit up. Yes, we can't take Qin Yang, but can't we take other people? If you want to join forces with others, who would dare to compete with our 8 Shinto clans? In the end, they just help us work for nothing. After a few people together, Li Mingyang went to contact the others, while Gong Sunming and Lu Qianru followed Qin Yang from a distance, leaving marks along the way. On the other hand, Qin Yang had already made the treasure hunter recognize the owner, and with the dragon and jade, the treasure hunter did not dare to resist. Leaving the treasure-hunting mouse on the ground, the little white mouse immediately ran away. After a few steps, he looked back to see if Qin Yang was following. It's really fun. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. Treasure-hunting rat really lives up to its reputation, and after just a few steps down the road, several strains of elixir were found. It's just that there are monsters guarding these spirit medicines. Fortunately, the level is not high, and of course it eventually became the points of Qin and Yang. I'm afraid there is something wrong with this treasure-hunting mouse. Why are they all looking for treasures guarded by monsters? Qin Yang frowned. This bitch doesn't want to kill himself, right? Looking at a tier 3 elixir in the distance exuding an alluring aroma, there are 2 violent bears resting next to it. Lu Mingyu thought for a while and said, treasure-hunting mice will seek good luck and avoid evil, but they will rely on the strength of their master to make judgments. Maybe it knows that you are very strong, and these monsters are not dangerous to you at all? Jin Wanshan also nodded in agreement. Qin Yang was dubious. Really? He always felt a little uneasy in his heart. Does this treasure hunter know his strength? But is there? Did you count the dragon jade? If you count the dragon jade, Shenlongjiu is a creature of 2 worlds to a treasure hunter. In case the treasure rat takes the power of Shenlongjiu into account, with its fear of Shenlongjiu, I'm afraid it doesn't think that the world can go sideways. But the crux of the problem is that this divine dragon jade is useless except for a dragon power. Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan were advanced in strength, and they just took 2 violent bears to practice their hands. After a hard fight, the 2 high-level monsters were successfully beheaded. The treasure rat continued on the road again and walked into the depths of the Qin Ling Mountains. It was getting late. Qin Yang and the three did not want to rest and continued on their way. But there seems to be some strange light ahead, exuding blue-white light. Could it be a treasure from heaven and earth? Xuanhuan became excited and ran over quickly, but he was stunned very quickly. What's the matter? What kind of treasure is it? Qin Yang also hurried over, but saw a side. Guangmen? Said to be a door of light, it seems to be a space crack. Through this door of light, it seems to lead to another world. Secret realm. Lu Mingyu exclaimed. After the Qin family was destroyed, there was no formation to maintain the entrance to the secret realm. Since then, it has been erratic and difficult to find. I didn't expect this treasure hunter to find the secret realm. Secret realm? Qin Yang was taken aback, thinking of what Shenlongjiu said before. The sky continent is boundless, with hundreds of thousands of secret realms. Above the secret realm, there is also the realm of the gods. What's in the secret realm? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan and Lu Mingyu looked at each other, and after a long time, Xuanhuan couldn't hide his excitement and said, everything. Chapter 53, Grandmaster Secret Realm. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. With a wave of Qin Yang's hand, he was about to plunge into the door of light. Lu Mingyu and Xuanhuan quickly grabbed Qin Yang. You don't want to die. The lowest level secret realm is also a master level secret realm. Without a master level cultivation base, who would dare to enter? Xuanhuan said. Lu Mingyu also added, if it is a master level secret realm, it is not impossible for us to enter the Qihai realm, but in case the secret realm is on the verge of collapse. Then what should we do? The treasure hunter has already entered. Qin Yang said. What? This? Treasure hunting mice are invaluable, so I managed to catch one and just ran away? Each secret realm is an independent small world. Qin Yang has no way to contact the treasure hunter, and there is no way to let the treasure hunter come out. Since the treasure hunting mouse dares to enter, it proves that it is not very dangerous. Are we better than a mouse? Qin Yang smiled and stepped directly into the door of light. Lu Mingyu and Xuanhuan were helpless and could only follow up carefully. Not long after the three of them entered, Gong Sunming and Lu Qianru also came over. The two looked at each other, excited. I actually found the secret realm. Gong Sunming clenched his fists. This is a great opportunity. Lu Qianru also jumped up excitedly and said, when we are all together, go in directly. No matter what Qin Yang finds, we will grab it all. Gong Sunming? Lu Qianru? A voice of inquiry suddenly sounded, followed by an exclamation, my God! The door to the secret realm. Nangong Ling, Wei Yu, and the others came to look for Qin Yang, but they didn't expect to find Qin Yang's shadow after searching for so long in the Qin Ling Mountains, and there was such an unexpected harvest. Nangong Ling. Wei Yu. Gong Sunming's face suddenly became difficult to look at. If they were to join forces with other people, with the prestige of the 8 Shinto clans, no one would dare to compete with them. But this Nangong Ling and Wei Yu also came from a Shinto family. The two sides met, and the atmosphere fell silent. It seems that you don't welcome us? Nangong Ling chuckled. Wei Yu also laughed. What if it's not welcome? Their strengths simply cannot be compared to Gong Sunming and Lu Qianru. Gong Sunming thought about it for a while, and there was nothing he could do about it, but with the addition of Nangong Ling and others, let's see what tricks Qin Yang can do. What did you say? Qin Yang stole your treasure hunter and found this secret realm? Nangong Ling asked. Gong Sunming nodded and said, that's right, Li Mingyang is looking for someone else, and I'm about to find Qin Yang to settle the account. However, with you here, there is no need to wait any longer. By the way, your assessment area is not in Qinchuan Forest. Why? How did you come to the Qinling Mountains? Wei Yu explained, Qin Yang went to Xuanhuan forest to provoke us first, and then made a bet with Nangong Ling. When the assessment is over, whoever has the first score will win. The bet is 16,000 low-grade spirit stones. Nangong Ling coughed lightly, and said, Lingshire is not the point is that someone is actually competing with me to hunt monsters? It's a joke. Then Qin Yang is now ranked first, he must have found a way to cheat. Come and confirm. Gong Sunming was overjoyed. It turned out that Nangong Ling and the others also had a relationship with Qin Yang, which was very good. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry in. There are countless treasures in this secret realm. As long as you find Qin Yang and teach him a lesson, you can divide the treasure. Let Qin Yang just watch. Gong Sunming laughed. A group of people entered the Gate of Light one by one. Not long after, Li Mingyang also summoned a lot of people. With his help, Qin Yang has been labeled as a robber. Everyone is indignant and wants to settle accounts with Qin Yang. With the entry of many people, the gate of the secret realm turned out to be a little distorted, the Gate of Light gradually became smaller, and there was a tendency to disappear. A figure flashed by suddenly, and then appeared in front of the door of light. Wu Heitian looked at the Guanman that was about to disappear in amazement, and his face changed wildly when he saw the cluttered footprints near the Guanman. These bastards are so bold. Wu Heitian gritted his teeth, are all of them crazy? Are they all dying? He took out the sky token and injected his spiritual mind into it. He wanted to transmit information, but found that the Qinling Mountains, including the Qinchuan forest, had lost contact with dozens of sky tokens. It's over. Wu Heitian groaned in his heart. He just patrolled the assessment area as usual, but he didn't expect to find such a big event, and he came a step late. Wu Heitian was so anxious that the door to the secret realm slowly disappeared, but he had no choice. This has degenerated to a master-level secret realm. If I go in with my strength, I am afraid that the secret realm will collapse directly. Wu Heitian thought hard, and now he can only pray that those who enter can come out safely. 5 people from the Shinto family went in. In case they die inside. No, this matter has to be reported. Wu Heitian took out another token and sent a message to Zhongqiong Academy. In the secret realm, Qin and Yang felt that the world was spinning for a while, and everything around them had changed. Taking a deep breath, the spiritual energy here is several times stronger than outside. If you practice here, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Lu Mingyu's eyes lit up and said, in the secret realm of the Shinto family, the spiritual energy is locked by the formation, and it is specially supplied to the training room. Now, there is no big formation in this secret realm, the whole secret realm is the training room. Looking around, there is a lush greenery, mountains, rocks, and vegetation, like a paradise. The treasure hunter Xuanhuan turned around in circles, looking extremely excited. There are so many treasures, it doesn't know where to go first. We'd better be more careful, I always feel uneasy. Qin Yang frowned. It's so peaceful here, so beautiful. The dangerous secret realm should not have such a scene. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu also nodded, cautiously. The treasure hunter began to lead the way, and the 3 quickly followed. 6th Order Elixir, Wanlinghua. On the edge of a rock, a white flower bloomed suddenly. The vortex of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye is slowly rotating around, and Wanlinghua seems to have become essence. This is a 6th Order Elixir. Jin Wanshan's heart was beating wildly, the spirit medicine needed to refine the elixir in the Sea of Qi is only 3rd Order, and the 6th Order Elixir can refine 6th Order Elixir, which corresponds to the gods. King's Realm. Even if they don't make medicinal pills, even if Wanlinghua eats a leaf, it is enough for them to advance to a small realm of cultivation. The most important thing is that Wanlinghua has become extinct in the Sky Continent. Only in the secret realm can there be such elixir. Be careful, even the second order and third order elixir are guarded by monsters. The surroundings of this sixth order elixir don't make sense. Before Qin Yang finished speaking, a surge of anger suddenly surged up. The treasure hunter ran over at some point, circled around Xuanhuan a few times, and even bit off several petals in one bite. I peeled your skin. Qin Yang roared and rushed forward, grabbed the treasure-hunting mouse's tail and lifted it up, wishing to fall directly to the stinky mouse. The treasure hunter squinted his eyes with a look of enjoyment. He seemed to be digesting the medicinal power of Xuanhuan. The rich spiritual energy filled the treasure hunter's body. This treasure hunter had a faint tendency to advance. Chapter 54, Grandmaster Level Monster. It's a pity, such a good Xuanhuan. Qin Yang's face was aching, and the treasure-hunting mouse in his hand seemed to be asleep, with his little paws on his chest, trying to digest the medicinal power. Xuanhuan needs to be eaten fresh. After picking it, even if it is preserved in the best way, its medicinal power will continue to decline. Jin Wanshan said, wiping the saliva from his mouth from time to time. Qin Yang nodded. Well, let's divide it now. You have a petal. I have a. Lu Mingyu and a. Soon, the petals are all divided. After the division, Qin Yang directly gave Lu Mingyu his part. Jin Wanshan on the side was already crying, like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Why? Why are all I got bitten by mice? This is not an ordinary mouse, this is a treasure-hunting mouse. Think about it, a treasure-hunting mouse is specialized in finding treasures, and even on the same flower, the medicinal power of each petal is not the same. These petals can make it bite, must be better than the other petals. Lu Mingyu on the side stayed for a while. How could she explain it like this? Jin Wanshan was dubious, but what he said made sense. Lu Mingyu was even more speechless, she still believed. It seems that this treasure hunter also has to digest it. You should hurry up and cultivate while you are at this meeting. Qin Yang said. Why don't you cultivate? Lu Mingyu asked, curiously. Cultivation? Haha. Qin Yang laughed and said, do you still need to practice for a genius like me? Lu Mingyu looked a little embarrassed and wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Qin Yang. When your cultivation level surpasses me, come and ask me about my cultivation. Qin Yang said domineeringly. After he finished speaking, he started to look around. Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang with a warm feeling in her heart. Jin Wanshan on the side was also a little moved, thinking that Qin Yang did not practice to protect them. Strange, there are really no monsters here? Qin Yang frowned and looked around vigilantly. There is no shadow of a monster at all. The trees are towering, the birds are singing, and the flowers are fragrant. If there were no monsters, wouldn't this place be heaven? The two of them started to practice together. Qin Yang was bored and planned to wander around. Before walking far, I saw a strange boulder. The boulder is 2 people tall, the size of a room, and the shape of a tortoise. The lines on the tortoise shell are incomparably clear. Unknown vines are entwined on the boulder, and even small flowers are blooming. Qin Yang jumped up with a single stride and stood looking far away. When he saw it, he was immediately shocked by the beautiful scenery in this secret realm. Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan could be seen from a distance. Qin Yang did not dare to go any further, he simply sat cross-legged on the boulder, combing his own strength. Calling up the system panel, the exercises have been copied April 10th, and the martial arts have been copied May 10th. Among them, the martial arts include Xuanjia Leiquan, earthquake-shaking boxing, and Xuanjia movement dragon step. There are also Jingyu 10 arrows, whose power increases with strength, and the Qin family's unique skill, Jinghong sword finger. It seems that it is not easy to be promoted to Grandmaster realm in this assessment. There are too few Qihai realm cultivators participating in the assessment. After the Grandmaster realm, the true Qi can be released, and the Jinghong sword finger and earth-shaking fist will be able to exert their true power. As for Jingyu 10 arrows, Qin Yang just regarded him as a means of hunting down monsters. What made Qin Yang's heart unbearable the most was Jinghong's sword. True Qi transforms into the sword, in order to read the sword. If combined with the comprehension of other martial arts, Qin Yang is confident that he can turn Jinghong's sword finger into an invincible martial arts. Unfortunately, the current Jinghong sword finger is only slightly sharper, which is similar to the effect of a magic weapon. Qin Yang pointed at it like a sword, and stabbed one finger at the boulder under his buttocks. Clang! The strange voice sounded, Qin Yang's fingers almost twisted, but the boulder only lost a layer of ash. What a hard stone! Is this stone also a treasure of heaven and earth? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. There are indeed treasures everywhere in this secret realm. Running Jinghong's sword finger and pulling hard on the boulder, nothing else was found, but the texture of the turtle shell became clearer. At an angle that Qin Yang couldn't see, a head suddenly stretched out from the side of the boulder, and turned it long, with red eyes as big as a basin staring at the uninvited guest on his back. Qin Yang couldn't help shivering and muttered in a low voice, "Strange, why do I feel like I'm being stared at by something?" He turned around slowly and met those blood-red eyes. In an instant, Qin Yang was covered in sweat and his scalp was numb. It turned out to be a monster. As soon as I reacted in my heart, I had a dangerous premonition. Pushing his legs hard, he turned over and jumped down. Where Qin Yang had just stood, countless thorns suddenly appeared from the tortoise shell. If he hadn't jumped away in advance, it would have been enough to pierce Qin Yang into a sieve. Thorn Rock Turtle. Qin Yang recognized the monster, but he didn't know the level of the other party. But looking at this body type, it is not as simple as a high-level monster. Could it be? Qin Yang groaned in his heart. 2 rows of thorns suddenly rose in front of the thorns and rock turtle, extending at a lightning speed. Qin Yang performed the dragon step, slid to the side, and stabbed his body in 2 rows. This time, Qin Yang can finally be sure that this thorny rock turtle is a master-level monster. Only Grandmaster-level monsters can use such powerful skills. Be careful with your feet, Shen Longjiu suddenly said. Qin Yang didn't even think about it, he just rolled over. Puff puff. Sharp thorns appeared on the ground, like a bush of thorns. I only have a complete Qi realm, and my spiritual sense has not been transformed into a spiritual sense, so I can't release it. I can't detect this kind of attack at all. Qin Yang's heart sank, this is impossible to fight. From the beginning to the end, the thorns, rocks, and turtles did not move, but Qin Yang was already sweating profusely, and his life was in danger at any time. Long way, yes, use long way. Qin Yang's eyes lit up and he meditated in his heart. The blood-red eyes of the thorny rock turtle were staring at Qin Yang, and at this time, he saw a terrible scene through Qin Yang's eyes. The whole body trembled, and the mountain-like body shook off a piece of dust. The earth also seemed to tremble, as if it had been shaken. Is it invalid? Qin Yang felt a pain in his head and a deep sense of exhaustion. Fortunately, the thorns and rock turtle did not continue to attack, his eyes slowly closed, and infinite fear was revealed in the gap where he finally squinted. Qin Yang let out a long sigh of relief, his feet suddenly softened. This dragon's might is too wasteful to display. If you encounter such a monster again, I'm afraid that you won't be able to display the dragon's might at all. If he were to forcibly cast it and overdraw his spiritual thoughts, maybe he would faint before the monster. If you want to frighten a master-level monster, with your current strength, you have already overdrawn your spiritual sense. Shenlong Yuyo said. Squeaky. Treasure hunting rat has recovered, and the breath on his body is much more solid than before, and he has actually been promoted from the primary monster to the intermediate monster. Xuanhuan ran back and forth at Qin Yang's feet, as if he couldn't wait to continue the treasure hunt. On the other side, Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan also woke up one after another, with joy on their faces. Very good, my cultivation base has directly broken through to the mid-air sea realm. Jin Wanshan shouted loudly. Me too. Lu Mingyu was also very excited, because she was allocated more petals of the myriad spiritual flower, and she was even about to break through to the late stage of the Qi Sea realm. The two looked at Qin Yang and found that Qin Yang was a little weak. What's wrong with you? Lu Mingyu came over worriedly. Qin Yang squeezed out a smile. The exhaustion from the back of his mind made him more and more confused. Quick, run. After speaking, he fainted directly and fell into Lu Mingyu's arms. Chapter 55. Lu Mingyu was shocked, and Jin Wanshan was also taken aback. What's wrong? What happened? Jin Wanshan asked. Lu Mingyu frowned. Qin Yang just said run quickly. Is there any danger here? The two immediately became vigilant, but they didn't see any monsters at all. Qin Yang's appearance was no joke, and the two left the place quickly. It didn't take long for Nangong Ling and others to follow him here. After investigating the traces, I found the rhizome of Wanlinghua. Gong Sunming's face was extremely ugly, and he said solemnly, if my guess is correct, this is the sixth order elixir, Wanlinghua. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a level of elixir is invaluable. Especially for their current strength, it is even more significant. Lu Chanru stomped her feet angrily. If I have this myriad spiritual flower, I can even directly break through the Qi Sea realm. Wei Yu on the side pouted, and was extremely jealous in his heart. Don't talk about you, even we can advance. Nangong Ling and Wei Yu are cultivators in the Qi Sea realm. Gong Sunming, Lu Chanru and others are in the Qi gathering realm. As for the others, their cultivation was not as good as Gong Sunming and Lu Chanru. So missing the elixir, everyone was heartbroken. We must find Qin Yang quickly. Otherwise, we can only lose more, while their strength is constantly improving. Nangong Ling said. No, isn't there a monster guarding here? Wei Yu suddenly reacted. Immediately afterwards, everyone sensed a sense of crisis, which made them tense and dare not move. The coercion of monsters, at least the Grandmaster realm. Nangong Ling's face sank. What? What? A scream came, and Nangong Ling's younger brothers were directly pierced into meat skewers by the ground piercing out of the ground. Run away! Gong Sunming roared loudly, and then the rest of the people hurriedly fled for their lives. They didn't even find out where the monster was. The thorns and rock turtle's scarlet eyes stared coldly at the fleeing people, with endless anger in their eyes. The previous Long Wei shocked it, but now he wakes up and is extremely furious. The master-level secret realm simply cannot have such a powerful existence. In other words, it thinks that it has been tricked by little humans. Wanting to chase and kill it, after moving a few steps, a huge sound of chains caused it to shake, and it could no longer move half a minute. It turned out that it was locked here by chains made of unknown materials. And its attack range just shrouded the Wanlinghua. Having fled to a safe distance, Nangong Ling and the others were panting heavily. Everyone realized that they were thinking too simply and underestimated the danger in this master-level secret realm. Qin Yang must be found, only the treasure rat can bring us safety. Gong Sunming said. Others also nodded in agreement, but the next road was not easy to go. It didn't take long for the embarrassed figures of Li Mingyang and others to follow. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces, and it was obvious that they had also been attacked by the thorns and rock turtles. In addition to the fear of being attacked by monsters, Li Mingyang had other inexplicable fears on his face. Isn't it just a monster, and they didn't chase after him? Why are you still afraid of being like this? Looking at Li Mingyang's face ashen, Gong Sunming hated that iron can't become steel. It's a shame to have such a little brother. Especially in front of Ling and Wei Yu. Ling and Wei Yu looked at this scene amusingly, as if watching a joke. Li Mingyang was trembling all over, hesitant to say anything. Just say what you want to say. Don't hesitate here. Gong Sunming frowned. Li Mingyang took a few deep breaths and said, "We can't go back." Gong Sunming was immediately furious when he heard this. "You have the courage to be scared out of something shameful?" Ling smiled and said, "Brother Gong Sun, don't be too angry. It's not easy for an uninformed cultivator like him to escape from a master-level monster." Gong Sunming's face was even more ugly, and he glared at Li Mingyang fiercely. Li Mingyang's face was innocent, and he whispered, "It's not because of monsters." "What's that for?" Lu Chanru noticed something was wrong. Li Mingyang continued, "It's because the door to the secret realm disappeared." The dead silence made the air extremely oppressive, and everyone felt that it was very difficult to even breathe. Did I hear it wrong? What did he just say? Ling looked at Wei Yu. Wei Yu's face became pale, and he said, "It seems that the door to the secret realm has disappeared." Everyone's heart sank suddenly, as if there was a mount high on the top of their heads, and they might fall down at any time and smash them into meat sauce. How is that possible? Does the gate of the secret realm say that it can disappear if it disappears? Gong Sunming was furious and said, "Aren't you afraid, so you deliberately alarmist?" Li Mingyang wanted to cry without tears, and said, "This is what we saw with our own eyes. As soon as we entered the secret realm, the door of light disappeared. There are even people who only came in half of the body because the door of light disappeared. Grandmaster-level secret realm just came in and encountered a Grandmaster-level monster. Now the door to the secret realm has disappeared again, which is equivalent to giving them all. People have been sentenced to death. Even if the gate of the secret realm disappears, a new gate of the secret realm will definitely appear in another place. The gate of the secret realm in this secret realm is not consolidated by the formation, and it will naturally be like this." Ling forced herself to calm down, and continued, "The most urgent task is to find Qin Yang. If you want to survive in this secret realm, you must rely on the treasure hunter to seek good luck and avoid evil." Wei Yu agreed, "Yes, should we look for treasures or continue to look for treasures, this can also improve our strength and make us safer." The group no longer hesitated. The secret realm is very big. If they don't follow them, they will not be able to find Qin Yang and the others until they die. On the other side, Qin Yang had already woken up leisurely, with a headache like a hangover, which made him frown constantly. Directly took out the pill furnace and elixir, and Qin Yang opened the furnace to make pills. "You are this?" Xuanhuan asked. "Refining the concentrating spirit pill." Qin Yang's face was helpless. "I thought this concentrating spirit pill was useless at all, so I was not prepared at all. It was only now that I discovered that this concentration pill was the most valuable elixir, which could nourish spiritual thoughts and supplement the consumption of spiritual thoughts. Qin Yang can understand that in the secret realm, the divine dragon jade, which he thought was the most useless, became the biggest guarantee for their safety. Hold down this stinky mouse. Don't let it run around." Qin Yang glanced at the always-ready treasure hunter and said viciously, "This dead mouse is completely leading them to death. The bullshit seeks good fortune and avoids evil. Qin Yang has already thought about it. No matter where the dead mouse goes, they just go in the opposite direction and they will be safe. What happened before? Let's run away?" Lu Mingyu asked. Xuanhuan also looked over curiously. While refining the medicinal pills, Qin Yang replied, "Wanlinghua is guarded by monsters, but this secret realm has not been in for many years, so the monsters have been sleeping. But I was accidentally awakened." Speaking of this, Qin Yang blushed. How could there be a gigantic stone statue? Such a big turtle monster. What level? Xuanhuan asked. Master Level. Chapter 56, The Strongest Crow's Mouth. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu were taken aback. They were not able to deal with Grandmaster level monsters. I propose, we'd better go out immediately, Jin Wanshan said. Qin Yang thought about it and nodded in agreement. Lu Mingyu naturally had no opinion, and the three directly reached a unified consensus. Dancing. The strong medicinal pill made Qin Yang feel refreshed, and he couldn't wait to swallow the medicinal pill in one gulp, immediately feeling refreshed. The mind was cool, and the overdrawn spiritual thoughts instantly recovered. Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan watched this scene numbly, speechless. This guy is really successful in alchemy every time, and every time he is of the highest quality? How skilled is this? In fact, they didn't know that Qin Yang's proficiency was full. Don't look at it, just get used to it. Qin Yang put away the pill furnace and prepared to leave. Lu Mingyu and the two became angry for a while. Are these words of a human being? It's really annoying. Where are you going? Bring me back. Qin Yang grabbed the treasure hunter's tail, looked at the direction the treasure hunter wanted to go, and smiled. Be sure to avoid that direction. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu also knew the danger, and the three detoured to the gate of the secret realm. It didn't take long for them to reach the place they entered before, but they didn't see the door to the secret realm. Damn it! The door of light has disappeared. Jin Wanshan's expression changed. Lu Mingyu explained it to Qin Yang. Qin Yang was speechless after hearing this. Isn't this forcing them to die? Looking at the treasure-hunting mouse in his hand, Qin Yang was just annoyed. There must be a gate of light connecting the mainland and the secret realm, but we have to find it slowly. Jin Wanshan wanted to cry without tears. It's easy to say, but where can I find the door of light in such a big secret realm? There was no way, the three of them could only hit the road again. It's just that everyone's heart is a lot heavier this time. There. Found Qin Yang and the others. Suddenly, a loud shout came from a distance, and Li Mingyang rushed over with a dozen people. Qin and Yang looked at each other. What's the situation? Hey, hurry up and hand over the treasure mouse, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. In this secret realm, even if you kill you, no one else will know. Li Mingyang said ruthlessly. Looking at so many people around him, he found them, and there were also the younger brothers who followed Nangong Ling. One person was sent to inform Nangong Ling and the others, and Li Mingyang ordered his younger brothers to directly surround Qin Yang and the three. Qin Yang frowned. If he did it before, he didn't care about the treasure hunter at all, and it didn't matter if he gave it away. But now, the door to the secret realm has disappeared. It is better to continue looking for treasures while looking for the door to the secret realm, killing two birds with one stone. As long as you are careful enough, there is naturally no problem. What's more, there are a lot of elixir for refining spirit pills in the Qiankuan ring, and Long Wei is the life-saving means of pressing the bottom of the box. It's amazing how many people are there. A bunch of trash fish, I don't even bother to do it. Qin Yang sighed. They were all cultivations in the Qi-gathering realm, and copying their exercises and martial arts was useless at all. What a big tone. There are so many of us, you can't escape today. Li Mingyang sneered, waved his hand, and shouted, give it to me. Qin Yang scratched his head and said speechlessly, your boss doesn't dare to fight with me, where do you get your confidence? Li Mingyang said disdainfully, that's why he is preserving his strength, in order to compete for the ranking. He is also a person who participated in the assessment of the Sky Academy. How can you be better than us? After he finished speaking, he said, my boss is from the 8 clans, so I can only fight you one-on-one because of face, but what are you? You should win if you win, but if my boss loses, it doesn't pay off, so I don't care. Now, I just want the result. Don't force me. Qin Yang frowned. A group of monks had already surrounded them, and they had no intention of stopping. With a loud sound of dragonine, the dragonine bow has been taken out by Qin Yang, and an arrow shot at the feet of everyone. The feathers at the tail of the arrows trembled slightly, and each arrow hit the ground for 3 points. In an instant, everyone dared not take another step. It's the same people in the world, you still think about how to find the exit of the secret realm. Qin Yang sneered and said, "Don't think that I have a good temper, this is just an illusion. It makes me anxious, killing you and crushing the ants. It's as simple as that." Li Mingyang's face was uncertain, and Qin Yang's archery skills just now shocked him. In the blink of an eye, so many arrows were fired, and everyone's progress was blocked. If the arrow is aimed at the body, I am afraid that not many people present can resist it. It's only sneak attack, what kind of skill? Let's talk with our fists. Li Mingyang shouted. Qin Yang was dumbfounded. Is it called a sneak attack? I shoot the arrow so openly, okay? So, you have to court death? Qin Yang's eyes became cold. Looking for death? It's a joke, I belong to the Li family, you dare to kill me? Li Mingyang waved his hand again and ordered, except for Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu, this kid just kills him. Even though he has superb archery skills, there are so many people, he can't take care of it at all. The younger brothers listened, and they were lucky. With so many people going together, they may not necessarily shoot themselves. Li Mingyang continued, with treasure hunters, we are here. Safe in secret. And this is a secret realm. Think about the treasures of heaven and earth. If nothing else, the 6th order elixir before is enough for us to stand out among all the monks. Whatever we find, we'll all be transformed into geniuses. After entering the Sky Academy, we will definitely be valued. All the younger brothers were hot, and immediately put Qin Yang's warning behind them. Everyone rushed up and rushed over. It's true that people die for money and birds die for food. Qin Yang took a deep breath, wanting to persuade these greedy people, only blood. The dragon roared loudly, resounding the sky. Accompanied by a cry of pain, a crazy movement was played. The arrows were like lightning, flashing away in a flash, bringing out a piece of blood, sketching a cruel picture. Qin Yang still did not kill the killer, and all the arrows he shot avoided the key point. But even so, everyone, including Li Mingyang, was all lucky. Some were shot through the arm, some were shot through the thigh. The ground wailed, and the battle ended in an instant. Li Mingyang looked at Qin Yang in horror. How could this kid's archery skills be so powerful? No wonder the eldest son, Sun Ming, didn't dare to fight with him head-on. It turned out that he really couldn't beat him. Even high-level monsters are killed by me with one arrow, it's up to you? Qin Yang snorted coldly and said, I will spare your life, if you dare to entangle again, don't blame me for not holding back. Li Mingyang's eyes showed a ferocious look, and he gritted his teeth. There is no rejoicing for the rest of the life at all, and some are just hatred for revenge. Let's go, monsters are too sensitive to blood. Qin Yang just opened his mouth, and there was a sharp cry from the sky. A silver-backed dapeng bird swooped in. Before the figure arrived, pieces of wind blades were cut like sharp knives. The earth and rocks crumbled and the trees were broken, like a bomber. It's another Grandmaster-level monster. Qin Yang swallowed and spit, and quickly avoided the wind blade. Why do you say it again? Jin Wanshan complained from the side. Qin Yang was stunned, and Lu Mingyu, who was beside him, pointed to the side. I don't know when, a red-flamed three-headed dog was crawling in the distance, with flames rising from its body. No way, so unlucky? If you have the ability. Before Qin Yang finished speaking, Lu Mingyu covered Qin Yang's mouth. Stop talking, you crow mouth. Chapter 57, The Qin Family Again. The long fragrance fills the nose, refreshing and intoxicating. What are you thinking? Hurry up and escape. Lu Mingyu spat lightly and let go of her hand. There is a silver-backed dupang bird on the top and a three-headed dog with red flames on the bottom. Such a scene can be described as no way to the sky and no door to the ground. That silver-backed dupang bird doesn't seem to have any intention of killing us? Qin Yang squinted at the monsters hovering in the sky, and then looked at the three-headed dog of Qian not far away. No intention of rushing up to hunt. Don't worry about it, run away first. Jin Wanshan yanked Qin Yang violently, and Qin Yang, who was still thinking about the problem, was almost dragged into the air. After the three escaped to a small hill, they stopped to take a deep breath. Although this is a master-level secret realm, the monsters that you can't encounter are all master-level. Jin Wanshan was apprehensive. Lu Mingyu was also worried, it's very possible. Qin Yang was still rubbing his chin. It stands to reason that they would not be able to escape from the master-level monster. Don't talk about that fire dog, let's talk about that dupang bird, which can travel hundreds of miles up and down with a wave of its wings. I have a problem, I want to go back and have a look. Qin Yang said. You don't have a fever, right? Jin Wanshan was like a ghost. Lu Mingyu also thought it was incredible, isn't this obviously sending sheep into the tiger's mouth? Qin Yang expressed his doubts, and said again, if we find out why they didn't hunt us, then we can deal with the monsters later. With the life-saving means of pressing the bottom of the box, Long Wei and Qin Yang have the confidence to retreat calmly. Really can't convince Qin Yang, Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan are helpless, they can only accompany Qin Yang to go crazy. The three secretly returned to the place just now, and found that Li Mingyang and others had already escaped. Although the ground was full of messes, there was very little blood. It was the blood left by Qin Yang's shooting and wounding of them, not by the hunting of monsters. The silver-backed dupang bird flew to somewhere unknown, but the three-headed dog of the red flame was still there. The three terrifying heads swung back and forth, seeming to be very annoyed. The temperature of the flames rising from the body was extremely high, and the air was scorched and distorted. Suddenly, 3 heads and 6 eyes stared at it, and it found Qin and Yang 3. The three of Qin and Yang felt a shiver in their hearts, Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu even wanted to run away. Qin Yangqiang calmed himself down and looked at the fire dog so quietly. A few breaths passed, half a column of incense passed, and the fire dog roared again and again, but it didn't rush over. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu were apprehensive for a while, but when they saw Qin Yang's actions, they were startled again. Qin Yang actually took out the longing bow and was bending the bow and shooting arrows. You simply don't know how to write dead words. Jin Wanshan wanted to stop it, but it was too late. A dragon roared, and an arrow had been shot. The special ability of the longing bow makes it impossible for the fire dog to judge the trajectory and speed of the arrow, but the rising flame on its body will burn most of the arrow when it hits the body. However, the arrow still stabbed the fire dog fiercely, and brown blood flowed out. Who? 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 The three-headed fire dog roared in the sky, slashed the ground with 4 hooves, and the flames erupted like a volcano, and they were about to charge over. Whoa! The harsh sound sounded, and the fire dog still stopped in place, as if it was tied by something. The magic weapon chain. Qin Yang finally understood why the fire dog didn't hunt over, it turned out to be trapped by the magic weapon chain. It's man-made. Qin Yang thought of this, but who did it? The treasure mouse was a little restless, and kept aiming in the direction of the fire dog. It is only an intermediate-level monster, but it is not afraid of a grandmaster-level monster. He completely regarded Qin Yang as a backer, which was quite a bit like a dog fighting against people. Qin Yang squinted and looked over. Not far from the fire dog, a strange spar was lying quietly on the ground like a small cluster of flames. The surrounding ground was blackened, and the stones were burned to pieces. From the cracked cracks, it can be seen that there seems to be a whole piece of strange spar, like magma. Heaven-rank spiritual material, Flame Zhujing. Jin Wanshan exclaimed, this spar is extremely precious and can be used to refine a heavenly rank magic weapon. And it can also be used as fuel. A small piece of flame Zhujing is enough to burn for 3 days and 3 nights. I've made a fortune. It seems that there is a whole piece of flame Zhujing. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. But what about the Qian three-headed dog? Lu Mingyu said. Suddenly a basin of cold water poured down. Qin Yang hesitated for a while, and then said directly, I have a way to stun it, and then let's dig it quickly. Flame Zhujing is also a heaven-level spiritual material. With our strength, I'm afraid it won't be able to pick it up. Jin Wanshan said. Your family is rich enough to rival the country, you don't have any decent magic weapon? Qin Yang frowned. Jin Wanshan was also helpless, yes, but I'm not strong enough, what can I do with me? Qin Yang thought about it for a while, but he still couldn't miss this opportunity, and immediately said, we can't dig the flame Zhujing, but the surrounding stones can. We can use the Quanhuan ring to directly take the entire flame Zhujing into it. Jin Wanshan was also overjoyed, and then he prayed again and again, hoping that this flame Zhujing would not be too much, otherwise it would be just the Quanhuan ring of the highest grade of Xuanjia. Don't go in. After negotiating, Qin Yang walked over directly. The 3 heads of the fire dog were grinning in unison, and the flames burned more than 30 feet high. Qin Yang stepped forward slowly, glared fiercely, opened his mouth, and shouted, fall down. Under the stunned eyes of Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu, the fire dog actually slowly fell down, and the flame on his body gradually retracted into his body. What are you doing, digging? Qin Yang was fluttering, top-heavy, he felt like he was about to fly, and his last thought after fainting was, concentrate pill needs to be refined more. When he woke up again, Qin Yang found himself in a cave, and he was about to open the furnace to make pills. How is it? Have you got it? Qin Yang asked. Jin Wanshan nodded excitedly, but like Lu Mingyu, he looked at Qin Yang curiously. This Qin Yang has a secret. He could actually stun a Grandmaster-level monster. The two watched Qin Yang concentrate on alchemy without disturbing them, and looked at each other with a vague suspicion in their hearts. This must be the ability of a magic weapon, but what kind of magic weapon has such a heaven-defying ability? Moreover, what powerful magic weapon can Qin Yang have? The answer speaks for itself. The super god-level magic weapon possessed by the 8 Shinto clans. It is also the secret key of the gods. In this regard, both of them kept silent and said nothing, as if there was no such thing. After all, it matters a lot. Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang, her eyes blurred. There is no doubt about Qin Yang's identity. We are going to make a fortune. In this secret realm, we can walk sideways. Jin Wanshan said. Lu Mingyu nodded, but she was a little worried. After all, Qin Yang will faint once, with that ability. Even if he has refined the concentration pill is not infinite. How dare you dare to steal the treasures of the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans? A loud shout came from outside the cave, hurry up and get out of this old man and hand over the flame Zhujing. Chapter 58, The Betrothal Banquet. It's the Qin family again? Could it be that among Gong Sun Ming, Nangongling, and their younger brothers, there are people who pretend to be the Qin family? The 3 Qin Yang looked at each other. The 3 walked out of the cave, and outside the cave was a young monk. Wearing a tight black robe, the style is low-key and extravagant. With an unmistakable arrogance on his face, he looked at Qin Yang and the 3 with contempt. When he looked at Lu Mingyu, he was shocked and his eyes were straight. It's not the younger brother of Nangongling and Gong Sun Ming. This person is not of the right age. He is not a person who participated in the examination of the Tsangqiong Academy. Xuanhuan said in a low voice. The people who participated in the assessment at Songqiong Academy were all under the age of 18. After the age of 18, he lost his qualification to join the Sky Academy. Then when did he follow up? Qin Yang couldn't understand. What are you doing? Hurry up and hand over the flame Zhu Jing, the man shouted. You said you were from the Qin family? Qin Yang asked. The man patted his chest proudly and said, yes, under Qin Wui, he is the young master of the Qin family. After finishing speaking, Qin Wui pointed to the surroundings and said, the entire secret realm belongs to my Qin family. You uninvited guests, it's just a matter of trespassing. You dare to loot the treasures of our Qin family. What's your sin? Qin Yang moved in his heart and asked, listen to what you mean, you live here? Qin Wui said, yes, it's not just me, our entire Qin family lives here. The entire Qin family? How many people? Jin Wanshan was stunned. My Qin family is one of the 8 Shinto clans. Although there is no vassal family, we have nearly 1,000 people. Among them, there are dozens of monks in the Master Realm. Qin Wui looked proud. In this secret realm, the Grandmaster Realm is the top combat power, and there are dozens of such monks in a family, which is enough to dominate the entire secret realm. With such a background, and sitting on the entire secret realm, the Qin family looks like it has been destroyed. Wrong. This is definitely not the Qin family. Qin Yang stared at Qin Wui tightly and asked, who are you, Qin Lai? Qin Lai? Qin Wui laughed out loud and said, he's just a person pretending to be me. Speaking of this, Qin Wui seemed to know Qin Lai's behavior very well, and continued, he must be preaching everywhere, he is the descendant of the Qin family? What a joke, I am the real descendant of the Qin family. Wait for me to spare time. Come, be sure to get out of the secret realm and kill him. Tell the world who is the real one. Qin Wui paused for a moment, looked at Qin Yang and the 3 of them suspiciously, and said, why, have you met him? The 3 of Qin and Yang looked at each other, feeling confident. The so-called Qin family in this secret realm is probably the force behind Qin Lai's instigation. Qin Lai is just a chess piece, used to pave the way for Qin Wui. The descendants of the Qin family have disappeared for 1,000 years, and no one will believe it when they appear. This calculation can increase the credibility of the world. It's a pity, they met Qin Yang. It doesn't matter if you have seen it or not, hurry up and hand over Zhu Jing. Judging from your age, you are considered a genius with such a cultivation base. I cannot embarrass you, and even invite you to be guests in my clan. Qin Wui said, his eyes always stayed on Lu Mingyu. It's just a little flame Zhu Jing. As for you to mention it like this? When we didn't take it, the flame Zhu Jing was there, and I didn't see you going to get it. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and guessed, aren't you monsters who can't fight the guards? Qin Wui's face changed, like a cat's tail being stepped on, and he was instantly furious, you fart. It seems that today is not good enough, let me teach you a good lesson. With such a fierce reaction, I seem to be right? Qin Yang laughed. What if there are dozens of strong masters? It would be too embarrassing to beat the Grandmaster level monster. Ding. Copy the cultivation technique Xuanhuan Ju. The cultivation technique is 5/10. Qin Yang raised his brows. Why did he only copy one rubbish exercise? What about martial arts? Looking closely, he suddenly burst into laughter. This Qin Wui is actually stepping on the dragon's step and using the sword of shock. You have disappointed me too much. Qin Yang sighed, and also rushed over on Yu Longbu. Qin Wui's Yu Longbu was much stronger than Qin Lai's, but compared to Qin Yang, he was still a world apart. Jinghong sword finger. Jinghong sword finger. The 2 also pinched their fingers like swords and pointed at each other. A strange light flashed on Qin Wui's fingers, like a sword light. But Qin Yang's fingers were covered with a layer of sword energy. Qin Wui looked shocked. How can you be shocked by the sword? Clang. Like real swords colliding, Qin Wui's fingers were directly broken, but Qin Yang was unscathed. Qin Wui covered his fingers, his face full of horror and anger. His fingers were broken, which meant that he could no longer use the sword of shock. Impossible, it's impossible. Jinghong's sword finger has long since been lost, and what we have is the most complete. It is impossible for this sword finger to be cultivated to such a degree. Qin Wui couldn't believe it. Qin Yang curled his lips and said with a smile, "Aren't you from the Qin family? Will your own martial arts be lost?" Qin Wui took a deep look at Qin Yang and said, "What you are using is definitely not the Jinghong sword. The Jinghong sword is not like you. How dare you hurt me? There is something. Don't leave the secret realm, you wait for me." After that, Qin Wui ran away with 2 broken fingers. Qin Yang thought it was funny. Why did he even turn this authentic Jinghong sword into a fake? Instead of chasing Qin Wui, he quietly watched him leave. He wants to find out what is going on in the Qin family in this secret realm. Back in the cave, Qin Yang continued alchemy. Jin Wanshan said worriedly, "Are you still so calm? Aren't you afraid that Qin Wui will come to rescue the soldiers?" Qin Yang smiled and said mysteriously, "Crisis always comes with opportunity, you don't understand." There is a fierce light in his eyes. Dare to pretend to be the Qin family? There are so many masters, this is an excellent opportunity, an opportunity to improve strength. All the spiritual medicines were refined into medicinal pills, not only the concentration pills, but also the qi gathering pills and the qi hui pills. In this secret realm, it is no longer necessary to eat medicinal pills with medicinal qi that have just been released, and medicinal preparations are a very important thing. After dividing the pills, Qin Yang looked at the sky outside. Strange, why haven't they come yet? Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan were speechless for a while. You are really looking forward to people coming to trouble you. Just as the 3 were about to leave, the sound of breaking wind entered their ears. Coming. There were more than a dozen people in the group, and an old man led the team. Qin Wui was also among them. His fingers had been treated and he took it back. Everyone's expressions had a hint of joy. Qin Wui was even more elated, and even put on a red robe. It turned out to be the daughter of the Lu family and the young master of the Jin family. It's rude and disrespectful. Qin Wui said, "The family has already set up a banquet, please come back to the banquet with me." Feast? What kind of banquet? Jin Wanshan frowned. Qin Wui said, "Of course it's an engagement banquet. Nan Gongling and Gong Sun Ming have already arrived." Speaking of this, Qin Wui looked at Lu Mingyu with hot eyes and said, "I didn't expect you to be my fiancé. If it wasn't for what Lu Qianru said, I wouldn't even believe it. Go away. Who is your fiancé?" Lu Mingyu's face was frosty. Killing intent already appeared in Qin Yang's eyes. Nan Gongling and Gong Sun Ming already believed that the Qin family in this secret realm was the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans. As for this kid? Qin Wui looked at Qin Yang and sneered, "Although I don't know each other, but you dare to hurt me. If you can kneel down and give me 3 bangs and slap your mouth 10 times, I can let you go." Chapter 59, The Pursuit of the Grandmaster Realm. Dare to steal my wife, I won't let you go. Qin Yang shouted angrily. Qin Wui laughed, "Stealing your wife? It's ridiculous. My Qin family and Lu family have been married for generations, and this generation happens to be me and Lu Mingyu. What are you? Dare to interfere in my Shinto family's affairs? The Shinto family?" Qin Yang sneered, "You have been huddled in the secret realm, and the Qin family who claims to be the 8 Shinto clans dared to pretend to be 1,000 years later. You thought that after 1,000 years, you would be able to replace them and become the real ones. The Qin family? What? Do you dare to say that we are pretending? Qin Wui's eyes widened, and she said to the old man who was leading the team, Elder Qin Li, this Jin Wanshan is my friend of the Qin family, and Lu Mingyu is a friend of mine that I have never visited. Daughter-in-law, leave these two behind, this kid will kill them directly. Elder Qin Li stroked his beard and said hesitantly, this kid is also a person who participated in the assessment of the Xuanhuan Academy. Would it be wrong to kill him? After all, you are also going to enter the Xuanhuan Academy, so we have to give it to the Xuanhuan Academy. A little face. Although the age does not match, as a member of the Qin family, there is no problem in entering the Xuanhuan Academy. Qin Wui thought for a while, then nodded and said, then let him be abolished. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu suddenly became anxious. This elder named Qin Li was unfathomable, and he was afraid that he was a master in the master realm. Boy, die! Qin Li shouted and slapped him with a palm. Ding! The Xuanhuan art of copying cultivation technique is higher than the realm of the host, and the realm of the host does not improve. Exercise 6/10. Ding! Copy the martial arts Crazy Dragon Palm, and the proficiency will automatically increase to the pinnacle. Martial arts 6 out of 10. A palm slapped, the wind was blowing, and a dragon's shadow roared and rushed over. Qin Yang half squatted, his palms gathered in a circle on his chest, and he slammed forward, actually trying to resist the blow. Qin Li's brows twitched, and this hand turned out to be a mad dragon's palm. Although this kid's realm is low, why does this palm technique feel so skilled? Crazy dragon palm! Qin Yang shouted lowly, and slapped his palms out. Only he who has a perfect Qi realm can't let his Jin Qi go out. Even if his Jin Qi is like the sea, and his martial skills are proficient, his power is too weak. Boom! Qin Yang bit the crown of his teeth to prevent himself from spitting out blood. This palm directly shook his internal organs as if they were tangled together, causing severe pain all over his body. The figure moved back a full 3 feet. Marked with both feet, 3 points into the ground. Why? Why does he know my Qin family's martial arts? Could it be true that the Jinghong sword finger was also true? Qin Wui exclaimed. What? Will he be shocked by his sword? Qin Li's heart sank, and when he looked at Qin Yang again, his eyes had changed, and the killing intent was monstrous. This kid, you can't stay. Qin Li had already made up his mind to kill and decided not to stay. You can't kill him. Lu Mingyu shouted loudly, he is the person who is favored by Teacher Wu Heitian of Xuanhuan Academy. Teacher Wu Heitian is a Star Realm expert. Jin Wanshan also said, Qin Yang is my friend, if you dare to touch him, my Jin family will not let you go. Qin Wui's eyelids jumped, he didn't expect this kid to have such a big background, someone from the Star Realm powerhouse. Moreover, the young master of the Jin family even used the Jin family to support this kid. Qin Li was also frightened, and he didn't dare to take action for a while. Qin Yang whispered, don't act rashly, they won't do anything to you. But what do you do? Lu Mingyu asked worriedly. Qin Yang sneered, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said solemnly, if you are my enemy, they will pay the price. But Lu Mingyu was anxious, this is a master of the master realm. And the door to the secret realm disappeared, I don't know where it appeared, the Qin family is deeply ingrained here, and Qin Yang has no way to escape. No, but this is a matter between me and them. Qin Yang's eyes were very firm. As the real descendant of the Qin family, this fake Qin family must be solved by him. On the other side, Qin Li and Qin Wui were also talking in secret. What are you afraid of? As long as this kid dies, the young master of the Jin family will naturally be aware of current affairs. As for Lu Mingyu, after you marry her, are you afraid that the training will not be good? Qin Li gritted his teeth and said, "This secret realm only my Qin family knows where the gate is, and in this secret realm, we are heaven. We have the final say in everything." Qin Wui wondered, "Elder Qin Li, why do you suddenly want to kill him?" Qin Li Rao stared at Qin Wui deeply. The information in his eyes made Qin Wui feel cold. Could it be, he actually? Qin Wui was shocked. "It's very possible." Qin Li said, "Forget about other martial arts, this Jinghong sword finger. It can fight against you and cut off your fingers. His Jinghong sword finger is not the incomplete one we have mastered. Our martial skills. We have been dormant for so long, and we can't make a slight mistake. We have no way out now. If other Shinto families and even Sky Academy find out, all of us will have no way out." Pretending to be the 8 Shinto clans violated the majesty of the 8 Shinto clans. At the same time, Songqiong Academy has an old relationship with the Qin family. If Songqiong Academy knew that they dared to impersonate, they would not let them go. After all, 1,000 years ago, Emperor Songqiong learned that the Qin family had been destroyed, and he fought with the Emperor of Heaven for 3 days and 3 nights in a fit of anger. Not many people remember such secrets. Who is the Emperor of Heaven? That was the first dean of Songqiong Academy. What? Don't you dare to do it? Qin Yang looked at Qin Li with a sneer, and stretched out a. Shaking his finger gently, he said contemptuously, "If you want to kill me, it's not enough for you." The indifferent voice shocked everyone. Everyone looked at Qin Yang with an unbelievable look. This kid is provoking a master in the master realm? Above the master realm, one step at a time, the gap created by the difference in realm does not mean that you are a genius to cross. There is no cultivation technique or martial skill that can support the cultivator's challenge. Boy, so arrogant. Stealing my Qin family's martial arts, stealing my Qin family's resources, I can't keep you. Qin Li first buckled Qin Yang's hat, and then rushed over. Qin Yang. Lu Mingyu exclaimed worriedly. "Don't be afraid, wait for me." Qin Yang gave Lu Mingyu a deep look and said, "I will come back to pick you up." At the same time, he instructed Jin Wanshan, "Help me take care of her." Long walk. Qin Yang used the dragon's stance of extreme proficiency to evade Qin Li's attack. After identifying the direction, he rushed out. "Boy, where do you escape?" Qin Li shouted and chased after him. He was also performing the dragon walking step, but his proficiency was only consummate, so he couldn't catch up for a while. The two turned into 2 lights and shadows, one chasing and one fleeing, getting further and further away. Qin Wui chuckled, with Elder Qin Li chasing him, Qin Yang would definitely die. He quietly looked at Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu, and smiled confidently, "Please?" Qin Wui and the rest of the Qin family only had Qi Hai Jin cultivation base. Lu Menjiyuning refused to die and wanted to resist. However, Jin Wanshan stopped her and whispered, "In this secret realm, we can't compete with them at all. If we force them, the result will not change, and our situation will become extremely bad. Then what should I do? Do you want me to marry this impostor?" Lu Mingyu's eyes filled with infinite anger. Jin Wanshan took a deep breath, looked in the direction of Qin Yang's departure, and said, "Now all we can do is wait. We can only trust Qin Yang now. But Qin Li is in the master state." Lu Mingyu said, watching Jin Wanshan wink at him, and his heart was suddenly relieved. In her desperation, she even forgot that Qin Yang had a trump card, and even the master-level monsters could be stunned. Lu Mingyu held her little hand tightly and said to herself, "Qin Yang, I'll wait for you." Chapter 60. Want to turn over to be the master. Boy, you can't run away. I've heard from Nangong Ling and the others that the gate to the secret realm has changed its location again. No one can find a new gate to the secret realm except my Qin family. Qin Li shouted while chasing behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang snorted coldly and said, "The Qin family?" Fart. "I am the Qin family." "Who the hell are you?" Qin Li's face changed, and every wrinkle on his face was full of murderous intent. After chasing to a small hillside, Qin Li stopped Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at the location and chuckled lightly. "After this hillside is where the fire dog is. I can't kill this Qin Li myself, but that fire dog can." "Who else is there besides you in the Qin family?" Qin Li asked in a deep voice. Qin Yang raised his brows and played with his taste. "Why, now you admit that you are fake." Qin Li insisted, "We are not fake." "Then what is the Qin family you asked about?" Qin Yang asked. Qin Li looked around. There was no one else but the two of them, and he didn't hide it, and said directly, "Tell me honestly who else is in the Qin family, and I'll tell you what happened to the Qin family in this secret realm." "How?" "You have decided to kill me, so you have no scruples." "But I must die, why should I say that?" Qin Yang blinked and said, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Qin Li looked at Qin Yang coldly and said, "At least I can make you die clearly." The corner of Qin Yang's mouth slightly raised. In fact, it was just as he wished, and he also wanted to find out what happened to the Qin family in this secret realm. "Okay, let me tell you. I'm the only one left in the Qin family, and I'm the only descendant of the Qin family," Qin Yang said. Qin Yang stared at Qin Yang's expression closely, confirming that Qin Yang did not seem to be cheating. "Ha ha ha." Qin Li laughed loudly, "Great. After 1,000 years, my Qin family is finally turning over." Qin Yang frowned deeply. "At this point, you still call yourself the Qin family?" Qin Li put away his smile and said, "That's right. From now on, we will be the Qin family of the Shinto family, not the servants of the Qin family." Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the Qin family in this secret realm is actually a slave of the Qin family? Qin Li got the answer that satisfies him the most. As long as he kills the boy in front of him, there will be no more evidence to question the identity of their Qin family. At the moment, Qin Li said, 1,000 years ago, the Qin family encountered a great enemy and the Qin family was destroyed. The enemy did not embarrass us, so our ancestors were able to lead the clan to escape and hide in this secret realm. Qin Li spoke slowly, and Qin Yang quickly understood what was going on. The enemy is very powerful and directly forcibly rushed into the pseudo-secret realm. And the ruins of the Qin family on the mainland are actually the place where the servants of the Qin family lived 1,000 years ago. The Qin family was destroyed, and the servants fled into this secret realm in a panic. 1,000 years have passed, and they dare not leave this secret realm. Even if this secret realm is constantly degrading, they cannot break through to a higher realm, and the highest cultivation can only reach the master realm, and they have been shrinking here. After a long period of dormancy, they kept asking for news. Finally, I have endured until now, and I want to turn over and become the master. Considering the prophecy of Tianjin, the descendants of the Qin family will appear when the wave of monsters arrives. So I wanted to take this opportunity to return to the mainland. He designed a series of plans, threw Qin Li as bait, fabricated a fake descendant of the Qin family, and then they were born as real descendants of the Qin family. It's unbelievable to confuse the public with this. As long as it is recognized by the world, even if the real descendants of the Qin family appear, they only need to falsely accuse the other party of impersonating, and then kill them. It's a pity that they didn't know that the chess pieces they threw had died under Qin Yang's hands, before they could play their role. Qin Yang laughed and said, "It seems that my appearance has completely solved your worries." Qin Li was in a good mood and said, "That's right. Your existence is always a hidden danger. I didn't expect you to actually fulfill the prophecy of Tianjin and appear when the tide of monsters is coming. But unfortunately, there is a way to heaven if you don't go. Hell, you broke in without a door. You actually sent it to the door yourself." Speaking of this, Qin Li said again, and the little girl from the Liu family is a godsend. Everything is ready, and the east wind is also there. As long as we hold a wedding for them, we will marry the Liu family, one of the 8 clans, and enter the WTO. We are also one of the 8 Shinto clans that are justifiable. After all, it's just slaves. You can't hide it for a lifetime. Are you afraid of revealing your secrets sooner or later? Qin Yang asked. Qin Li smiled and said, Lucien? Impossible. Although we are descendants of the Qin family, we are also surnamed Qin. We are also skilled in the Qin family's martial arts, although we only know the skin. But these are enough to make the world recognize us. Joining the WTO. With the status of the 8 clans and the talent of the descendants, I will definitely be able to complement those martial arts and skills. Completing the martial arts and martial arts? Qin Yang shook his head disdainfully, just because of Qin Wui? He didn't even know how to use his shocking sword fingers, and the Yu Longbu has only a name, not even a watch. Looking at Qin Lai, Qin Yang's eyes were even more contemptuous, and you, when a martial skill as powerful as the crazy dragon palm is in your hands, it's almost like it's a waste of practice. Qin Li was furious and scolded, Good boy, you are still trying to take advantage of your words when you are about to die. You should know what you should know, and the rest, just do good deeds and die. The Qin family will meet you. That flourishes in our hands. Qin Yang scolded directly, What a vicious slave. My Qin family treats you well, and I have taught you all the secrets. When the disaster comes, you just run for your own life, and you don't know how to repay your kindness. Instead, taking a deep breath, Qin Yang said sharply, I have my own arrangement, let me come here and meet you. I want to see if you can succeed, or I can help Qin. Clear the door. Clean up the door? Haha, you have to have the strength if you have the heart. Qin Lizhang's old face flushed, and he slapped it directly with a palm. True Qi turned into a mad dragon, with mighty might, slaughtered over. Although he has only learned the skins, his true spirit mad dragon disciple has its own appearance, but it can still not be underestimated when it is displayed under the master realm. Qin Yang was tense all over, facing this move, he could only dodge. The body is like a wandering dragon, and the light is like a frightening giant. In a flash, there is no trace. Even if you don't reach the Grandmaster realm, you can fully exert the full power of the Qi realm, and it is enough to barely protect yourself. Qin Li's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. Qin Yang's body is like a dragon, erratic, coming and going without a trace. This is a symbol of the dragon's step to the Mahayana. Fortunately, Qin Yang only has the Qi realm. If he reaches the Grand Master realm and performs this dragon step, even if he is full of energy, he will never touch Qin Yang's half of his clothes. It's really God's help for me to let you meet me now. If I give you a little more time, that's okay? Qin Li gritted his teeth, and the crazy dragon palm followed closely. The infuriating mad dragon bit Qin Yang so hard that he was able to shoot Qin Yang to death on the spot. Qin Yang kept retreating over the hillside, and suddenly a wave of fire hit. The temperature of the air rose sharply. Qin Yang sneered, Open your eyes, and take a good look. Can I help you today? Huigo. Kill him, and I will give you back your freedom. Qin Yang stared at Huigo not far away, his thoughts moved, and he communicated with Shen Longjiu, his eyes exuding a faint dragon's prestige. Chapter 61, The Method of Cracking. Roar. The three-headed dog of Qian roared up to the sky, and the bastard from before appeared again. It can't wait to peel this kid and get cramps, and then swallow it in one bite. No, chew it slowly, chew it into a meat sauce and swallow it. Like the previous thorns and rock turtle, its intelligence is not low. How can it be that this secret realm can accommodate the strength of the master level at most? And its power is already at the peak of this secret realm. If the secret realm does not limit its cultivation, how can it be only a mere master level monster? The fire waves are like the sea, and the space seems to be burned down. Now this kid dares to order himself? Free? Really exciting noun. Especially the faint long way in this kid's eyes, the fear from the depths of his soul, makes him want to surrender. The three heads swayed again and again, the account between it and this kid can be calculated slowly, but... The six eyes stared at Qin Li fiercely. How could it not recognize this human crap? Miscellaneous, I didn't expect you to dare to appear in front of me. The violent sound resounded through the heavens and the earth. The three-headed dog of Qi Yan roared angrily, and the three heads spurted 3 pillars of fire, rushing towards Qin Li. The pillar of fire brushed past Qin Yang's body, and Qin Yang even smelled his burning head. Qin Li was shocked. He forgot that this was the territory of the Qi Yan three-headed dog. I used to provoke Zhu Jing for the sake of the flame, because it was locked by the magic weapon chain, but I severely offended this red flame three-headed dog. The true Qi crazy dragon turns around. If he continues to lock on Qin Yang, even if he can kill Qin Yang, he himself will be burnt to ashes by the pillar of fire. Boom! The infuriating mad dragon collided with the 3 pillars of fire, and the sky filled with sparks turned the surrounding into a sea of fire. The infuriating mad dragon was evaporated in an instant, and the waves of fire swept through it, causing Qin Li's body to be severely burned. Pfft! Qin Li was seriously injured and flew down in an instant. With his strength, how could he possibly compete with the Qi Yan three-headed dog? Qin Yang was stunned. How could this fire dog be so powerful? This is the true master-level power. Qin Li glared at Qin Yang fiercely, and roared, "Boy, I'm not finished with you. Since you don't want to have fun, when I catch you again, I will torture you and let you die in a hurry." After all, he turned around to escape. However, how could Qin Yang let him go? "Old thief, where are you running?" Qin Yang rushed over directly. Qin Li's pupils shrank, and he laughed when he was not angry. "Haha, I really want to die. Even if I am seriously injured, how can you, a cultivator of the Qi Si realm, be able to compete?" Jinghong sword finger. Qin Li pointed like a sword, his fingertips stretched out, and a 3-footed sword was condensed. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. The real Jinghong sword finger, the infuriating sword, can be used freely like a magic weapon, but this Qin Li's Jinghong sword is held in his hand. Rigidly speaking, it can't play its due role at all. The power of Jinghong sword finger. Qin Yang ran the dragon step and walked beside Qin Li with his agile movement. Qin Li was seriously injured and his movements were restricted. He swung his true Qi sword from side to side, but he couldn't touch Qin Yang at all. The more he fought, the more angry Qin Li felt in his heart. "It's a stab." Qin Yang swiped his finger and made a terrifying incision directly on Qin Li's back. The bone was deep in the wound, and blood was gurgling out. There was a faint bluish-white light between Qin Yang's fingers. He was full of qi and si, and he was infuriated like a si. He used all his strength to mobilize his Jinghong sword fingers with peak proficiency. Under this situation, Qin Yang's Jinghong sword is more powerful than Qin Li, who is in the master realm. Qin Li was horrified. If this kid is not eliminated, their 1,000-year plan will be ruined. The most important thing is that he saw Qin Yang's potential, which was too heaven-defying. Crazy Dragon's Palm. Qin Li did not hesitate to overdraw his strength, and even with his injuries aggravated, Qin Yang had to be killed on the spot. A strange light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. He didn't expect Qin Li to be able to display the crazy dragon palm. It seems that only Long Wei can be used. Just as he was about to use it, his whole body suddenly became hot, his blood seemed to be on fire, and his entire body seemed to be evaporated to dryness. The scorching high temperature brought fire in his eyes. Before Qin Li's mad dragon palm could be displayed, his entire body was on fire, and most of his body turned into fly ash in the blink of an eye. Only the broken upper body and the terrified head were left, and the blood in the body was burned out, like a mummified corpse. This is still the three-headed dog of Qin, afraid that even Qin Yang will be burned to death. Deliberately keep it. The fire faded, and the sharp temperature difference made Qin Yang realize what is the double sky of ice and fire. He was about to burn just now, and the sudden recovery of the temperature seemed to make him fall into an ice cave. Boy, I saved your 2 lives. You said that if you kill him, I will be free. If you dare to break your promise, he will be your fate. The three-headed dog of Qin stared at Qin Yang. Freedom, so much to make it long for. Moreover, it has tasted Qin Yang's trump card and knows that although this kid is weak, he is a threat to it. The master of the master realm was burned to ashes in front of Qin Yang's eyes. Qin Yang couldn't help wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, looked at the Qin three-headed dog, and said, "Don't worry, the fire dog, I promised you never break your promise." Roar. Qian's three-headed dog roared up to the sky, "I am Qin. Three-headed dogs, not fire dogs." Qin Yang pouted, "Does it make any difference?" Qin Yang slowly walked towards the fire dog. Both sides knew that. Qin Yang knew that the other party was strong enough to kill him in seconds. And Hugo also knew that Qin Yang had a means to make him lose consciousness. Although the atmosphere was extremely tense, they were at peace with each other. Checking the magic weapon chain, Qin Yang pointed like a sword, and displayed his Jinghong sword finger. Whoa! The chain was intact, not even a mark was left. The Qin three-headed dog looked at Qin Yang coldly. As long as it had a thought, the person in front of him could turn into ashes. Boy, do you want to split the chains with your fingers? It's not that I despise you, even if you are promoted to the Grandmaster level, can't do it. Qin Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. He said before that he wanted to return the freedom of the fire dog, but he didn't think deeply in his urgency. Now that I think about it, I really can't seem to do it. Grandmaster-level monsters are locked tightly, and the chains of magic weapons that cannot be broken free. He is a cultivator of the Sea of Qi, how can he break the chains? Qin Yang was ready to use Long Wei at any time, but he still said, "Since I promised, I will definitely honor it. It's just that I can't think of a way yet." Are you kidding me? The Qin three-headed dog was furious and restless. No, no. Qin Yang waved his hands again and again and said, "Since I can shock you and make you coma once, I can do it again. But I didn't do that. I really want to help you." The Qin three-headed dog quietly stared at Qin Yang and said, "Okay, since you really want to help me, I have a way." What way? Qin Yang asked. There is still a swallowing beast trapped in this secret realm. It swallows everything, and this magic weapon chain is only ration for it. If I can find it and bring it to me, I can naturally get out of trouble. Chapter 62, Surprise Gift. Tian Beast? What does the swallowing beast look like? Qin Yang asked, curiously. He had never heard the name of this monster. How could he find such a big secret realm? The Qin three-headed dog was silent for a while, and its 6 eyes stared at Qin Yang and blinked. Question mark. Qin Yang is like the second monk who was confused. What's the situation? It doesn't look like a monster, but it's actually a monster. It doesn't look like a threat, but it's a complete mess. The Qin three-headed dog said slowly. The tone was mixed with strange emotions, as if he had suffered a big loss under the swallowing beast. Qin Yang scratched his head, but this swallowing beast aroused his interest. According to the three-headed dog of Qin, the swallowing beast should be recognized at a glance. Described by the red flame three-headed dog as a fierce mess, the strength is probably stronger than that of the red flame three-headed dog, so be careful. Such a monster. Qin Yang was very weak in his heart. It seemed that the difficulty of finding the swallowing beast was no easier than splitting the chain with his fingers. Okay, wait for me. Before I leave this secret realm, I will be able to give you back your freedom. Qin Yang could only bite the bullet and agree. Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan's safety will not be a problem, but the Qin family and Qin Wui insisted on marrying Lu Mingyu, which made Qin Yang not dare to delay. After cutting off Qin Li's head, Qin Yang found a piece of old clothes and wrapped it up, and put it in the Qianquan ring. Taking the treasure-hunting mouse out of his pocket, Qin Yang looked at the aggrieved treasure-hunting mouse and said, "Can you find treasures, maybe find monsters?" The treasure mouse squeaked and shook his head. Qin Yang frowned and said angrily, "What do I want you for?" The treasure mouse screeched again in a hurry. Although the treasure rat recognized its master, its strength was only a mid-level monster, and it couldn't transmit the divine sense like a master-level monster. Qin Yang could roughly feel its emotions, but he couldn't understand what it was calling. "Can you find the monster?" Squeak. Treasure mouse shook his head. "Then can you find the treasure?" Squeak. The treasure mouse nodded and shook his head again. Talking to himself like nonsense, Qin Yang kept asking, and finally he actually got the idea. "Can you find the Qin family?" Squeak. Treasure hunting mouse nodded again and again, like a chicken pecking at rice. Qin Yang thought about it. The treasure hunter can perceive treasures, and the Qin family is either a gathering place for treasures, or there are no treasures at all, and they are all put away. In this way, the treasure hunter can really identify it. Qin Yang believed and said directly, "Okay, take me to Qin's house." Put down the treasure-hunting mouse, and the treasure-hunting mouse just ran away. Although small in size, the speed is not slow. Turning left and right along the way, the treasure hunter knew that Qin Yang was not in the mood to look for treasures from heaven and earth, and deliberately avoided some places. It is also due to its cleverness, otherwise if it crashes into the territory of a monster at this time, Qin Yang will have to peel off its skin. Damn, on a happy day, we brothers have to continue our mission. That's right, I thought it would be difficult to have a few days of leisure, but now it's better. Others are busy with the wedding banquet, and the number of people has decreased, but our tasks have become heavier. A lot of monks have come to this secret realm recently, and many guardian monsters have been awakened. Not only are our tasks heavy, but the task difficulty has also increased a lot. The two monks, dressed in uniform, walked while complaining. The tall one is called Qin Dashan, and the shorter one is called Qin Shaoshan. "Brother, do you think we can lead this secret realm this time?" Qin Shaoshan said with a look of longing, "Will the outside world be as dangerous as the secret realm?" Qin Dashan thought about it and said, "I don't know, anyway, it's better than this secret realm." Qin Shaoshan said again, "Will there be beautiful women like Lu Mingyu and Lu Chanru in the outside world?" Qin Dashan slapped Qin Shaoshan on the back of the head suddenly and said, "I think about all these messes all day." Having said that, his face was also full of scorching heat, and he continued, saying, "After the wedding banquet, we will enter the Sky Continent as the 8 Shinto clans. At that time our identities will naturally rise, and there may be many aristocratic families. The sects are scrambling to come to curry favor with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Tianjin, isn't it up to us to choose?" The brothers laughed strangely for a while, and there was a good feeling in their minds. Cough cough. Qin Yang coughed lightly. He was such a big living person standing here, and these two living treasures couldn't see as if they were blind. "Who?" Qin Dashan turned his head sharply and saw Qin Yang standing beside the tree, frowned, rolled his eyes, put on an arrogant expression, and said, "It turned out to be a monk from outside. I am Qin. The family is having a big banquet. You are really lucky." "What happened?" Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. Qin Dashan's nostrils turned to the sky, and said, "My Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans is going to marry the Lu family of the 8 Shinto clans. 3 days later will be a happy day. You are lucky to enter this secret realm. Not only do you not have to worry about danger, but you can also participate in such a feast. What treasure can you bring as a gift?" "Gift?" Qin Yang looked at the two with a funny look. Qin Shaoshan also said strongly at this time, of course, do you want to eat and drink for free? If it wasn't for your luck, you wouldn't even be eligible to participate in this feast. The two sides don't seem to be on the same channel. Qin Yang frowned and said, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Qin Dashan's face was full of disdain. The two major Shinto families were married. Could it be that who else is more honorable than the Shinto family? Qin Yang's face is getting colder. These family slaves have already regarded themselves as people of the 8 Shinto clans? Just 2 people are so arrogant, they have no ability to fart, but their domineering attitude is quite similar. Since you want a gift, I'll give it to you. Qin Yang laughed and took out the wrapped Qin Li's head. In 3 days, Qin Yang had more plans. If he went directly at this time, facing so many masters of the Qin family, even if he wanted to protect himself and take Lu Mingyu away, it would be difficult. There is even a high chance of being planted here. To replicate the system and improve strength, it is necessary to replicate 5 exercises and 5 martial arts. If he directly confronted the previous master at the Grandmaster realm, he would not be able to advance to the next level, and he would not be an opponent at all. What kind of gift is this? Qin Dashan looked at the things wrapped in old clothes in Qin Yang's hands with disgust. This is a surprise. Qin Yang said mysteriously, now you must not open it, you have to let Qin Wui open it in person. You know our young master? Qin Dashan was taken aback. Young master? Qin Yang's expression turned cold, and when he heard such words, he felt a burst of anger. What kind of identity dare to be called the young master? Qin Yang held back his emotions and said, yes, I have a deep relationship with him. After hearing this, Qin Dashan and Qin Shaoshan's attitudes changed immediately and became much more cordial. It turned out to be a friend of the young master, and we were rude. Let's go, I'll lead the way for you. Qin Dashan said. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I still have things to do now, just send the gift to me first. Don't worry, your gift will definitely be delivered, and let the young master open it in person. Qin Dashan opened his mouth and gestured to his younger brother. Qin Shaoshan took the package and felt a little strange, but he held back his curiosity and returned to Qin's house. I heard from you earlier that the task has increased, what task do you have? Qin Yang asked. Qin Dashan said, it's nothing, just patrol the secret realm to see where the guardian monsters of heaven and earth are sleeping, and then take the opportunity to steal, get back some of our things. I want to ask you something, there is a swallowing beast in this secret realm. Do you know where it is? Qin Yang asked. The expression on Qin Dashan's face became complicated, you don't want to die? 10 elders of our Qin family joined forces to drive it into the swamp of no return. You still want to find it? Chapter 63 Conditions for Leading the Way. When Qin Yang heard this, his scalp felt numb. 10 elders. Even though the so-called elders of the Qin family have too much water in their combat power, they are still 10 masters at the Grandmaster realm. Where's the no-return swamp? Qin Yang sighed and decided to give it a try. Qin Dashan looked at Qin Yang up and down, cupped his hands, and said, this brother, since you are a friend of the young master, your cultivation is definitely not low. I wonder what realm you are now. Qin Yang replied, the Qi realm is complete. Qin Dashan couldn't straighten his tongue, Qi Hai is complete? He and his younger brother Qin Shaoshan were in the late stage of Qi realm. Qin Yang is younger than them, but his realm is directly higher than them by a big realm. Qin Yang nodded. Qin Dashan's attitude was much more respectful, and he said, no wonder you dare to find the swallowing beast. I can tell you where the no-return swamp is, and I can show you the way. But, you have to promise me a condition. Oh? Come and listen. Qin Yang said. Qin Dashan said in a low voice, you just need to help me pick a spirit medicine above the 5th rank, or some spiritual materials above the ground rank. Huh. Qin Yang's brows tightened. Do you think there are 5th order spiritual medicines everywhere, and earth-grade spiritual materials everywhere? Qin Dashan laughed and said, it seems that Xiongtai doesn't know anything. In this secret realm, 5th order spiritual medicines are really everywhere, and earth-grade spiritual materials are indeed everywhere. Qin Yang took a deep look at Qin Dashan and asked, it's so rich, why don't you get it yourself? Qin Dashan was a little embarrassed and said, in this secret realm, every treasure is guarded by monsters. Those are monsters that the ancestors personally locked up thousands of years ago. In fact, this secret realm was originally for monks to experience. Qin Yang thought to himself, Patriarch? I am afraid that it is the real ancestor of the Qin family, not these old slaves of the Qin family. This secret realm is only at the master level, and the monsters are at most the master level monsters. With so many elders in your Qin family, it's not easy to get those treasures? Wouldn't it be death to let you go to this level of cultivation? Qin Yang staring at Qin Dashan with a bad face, he said, you don't have enough to die for yourself, so you want to pull me up again? Qin Dashan waved his hands again and said, Xiongtai misunderstood. It's true that those monsters are too powerful, they were not at the master level. It's just because the level of the secret realm has been downgraded, their cultivation has also been suppressed. Qin Dashan paused for a moment, then said, we are not going to die, those monsters are locked all the year round, they can only feed on the aura of heaven and earth, and hunt and kill monsters that accidentally step into their territory, and most of them sleep on weekdays. Reduce consumption. When encountering sleeping monsters, we only need to move lightly, and we will not wake them up at all. 1,000 years have passed, and their strength has been degraded, and they are still very weak. Weak? Qin Yang was simply unable to complain, whether it was the thorny rock turtle he just met, or the 3-headed dog he met before, how could they look weak at all? Qin Dashan was struggling to complete the task, so he pleaded, just help me, you just need to help me find the spiritual medicine and the material, and I guarantee you can see the swallowing beast. Qin Yang thought about it for a while and had other plans in his mind. As for why he had to find the swallowing beast, it was not only because of his promise to the fire dog, but also because he wanted to use the fire dog to see if the fire dog could be used for himself. After all, the strength of the servants of the Qin family in this secret realm should not be underestimated, and he alone is not enough to sweep them away. If the trapped monsters can be rescued, because of the feud between these monsters and the Qin family, they will come to the door without provoking themselves. Okay, I'll help you. Qin Yang nodded and whispered, go, you know what to do. Qin Dashan looked confused, who was this talking to? A white shadow ran past his feet, startling him. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be a treasure hunter. Fuck. Treasure rat. Qin Dashan's eyes are straight. Qin Yang actually owns such rare and exotic beasts? At the same time, Qin Dashan felt very uncomfortable. With the treasure hunting mouse, it was easy to find treasures, but Qin Yang had pushed 3 and 4 before. Qin Yang glanced at Qin Dashan and said, after so many years, where are there treasures in this secret realm? You are afraid that your heart is like a mirror, right? There seems to be no difference to you whether there are treasure hunters? Qin Dashan explained, the treasure hunting rat can seek good luck and avoid evil. The treasure it is looking for and guarding the monster must be asleep. Qin Yang pouted, this is a joke. Maybe if the scavenger rat had another owner. But the owner of the treasure mouse is him. After having tasted what long way is like, this treasure hunting rat has the attitude of being the first in the world and the second in the old man. It doesn't care whether the guardian monster is sleeping or not. The two followed the treasure mouse and hurried all the way. Walking into a forest, it didn't take long for it to stop. Qin Dashan's calf kept shaking, and his voice trembled. Let's get out of here. Someone came here a few days ago, but they didn't come back. What's here? Qin Yang asked. Qin Dashan said, a fifth-order spirit medicine. The guardian monster is an ice dragon. Speaking of this, Qin Dashan's face became even more frightened, and said, the frost flood dragon seems to have been sleeping, but it is very sensitive. Whenever a living creature passes through its territory, it can wake up instantly. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is yes, you don't even know if it's awake or not. Go, kill it. Shenlongjiu suddenly spoke in Qin Yang's heart. Qin Yang turned over. Rolling his eyes, he replied in his heart, it doesn't hurt when I stand and talk. Do you have the ability to use Long Wei and don't consume my spiritual sense? But Qin Yang was still curious and asked, why did you kill it? Shenlongjiu said, don't you have a dragon bow? The dragon bow is only a mysterious magic weapon. When you advance to the master realm, if you want to use it, you have to forge and upgrade it. The dragon tendon of the ice dragon is the excellent material. Qin Yang nodded, this Shenlongjiu knew a lot. But Qin Yang was keenly aware that things were not so simple. Shenlongjiu usually doesn't even fart, why is she so active now? The previous flame Zhu Jing can also advance the magic weapon, and I haven't seen Shenlongjiu say anything. My goal is to integrate all martial arts into the Jinghong sword finger. When I advance to the Grandmaster realm, my Jinghong sword finger can also exert the power of the Jingyu 10 arrows, without the need for a Longyin bow. Qin Yang said. Shenlongjiu was silent for a while, and finally told the truth, okay, I admit, I need its blood. Just say it straight if you need it, why bother? Qin Yang said with a smile. It's okay to not use its blood essence, then use your own blood essence and true qi to nourish me, and the effect will be the same. Qin Yang was suddenly full of black lines. Shenlongjiu said again, using my power, do you think that it is enough to consume your spiritual sense? When your strength is high, if you want to exert my true power, you need to spend a greater price to nurture me. Real power. Qin Yang didn't expect anything at all, okay? Just a piece of jade, what real power can it have? It is said that it is a super god-level magic weapon, but Qin Yang does not look like it. It's right behind you, be careful. Shenlongjiu reminded. Qin Yang tightened his body and turned around quickly. The quick action made Qin Dashan on the side almost jump up in fright. Qin Dashan turned around and looked like he was petrified. The cold sweat instantly spread all over the body, and the roots of the hair stood up. A flood dragon exuding a cold air, I do not know when it is entrenched on a giant tree, its eyes are closed, as if it is in a deep sleep. Qin Yang's brain is wide and cold, he just passed that giant tree, how could there be this ice dragon just now? The frost flood dragon looked like he was sleeping, Qin Yang knew that this guy was pretending. Chapter 64 Death of Boredom. The frozen flood dragon, pretending to be sleeping is extremely dangerous. The most important thing is that if Qin Yang's realm at this time is to use his dragon power, he must meet each other's eyes, but the eyes of the ice dragon are closed. The treasure hunter squealed, it was just an intermediate level monster, but it didn't take grandmaster level monsters in its eyes at all. The treasure hunting mouse jumped up and down and came to a cool place. A spiritual medicine exudes an ice blue cold air around it. The thick fog of spiritual energy in the cold air is abnormal, and it feels refreshed at a glance. Just when Qin Yang was extremely nervous, Qin Dashan on the side was relieved. Qin Dashan laughed softly, look at the treasure hunting rat so happy, this frost flood dragon must have fallen asleep. While it wasn't paying attention, I quickly picked up the elixir and ran. I really don't want to come to this ghost place. Qin Yang's whole body was tense, he didn't dare to relax for a moment, and he was speechless in his heart. Are you so blind? Just as I turned around on the tree that I passed by, a frost flood dragon appeared. You told me it was sleeping? Qin Yang didn't have time to explain to Qin Dashan, so he could only stare at this sinister ice dragon with full attention. He obviously has absolute strength, but he wants to use such a sinister trick. Shameless! Shameless! Look at you scared. Qin Dashan looked at Qin Yang and laughed. And he was just like a ghost who didn't know his death. He went straight to pick the elixir, and he was still muttering words. Excellent. With this elixir, the mission has been successfully completed. Maybe there will be a reward from above. Qin Dashan was excited and uprooted the elixir. Qin Yang's eyelids twitched violently, the fierce Jiaolong remained motionless, and the chill on the corners of his hideous head shrank imperceptibly. The eyelid lifted a slit, and the cold light suddenly appeared, and the temperature of the air was slowly decreasing. Hi. It's so cold. Qin Dashan shuddered and said, "Let's go." Why is this place getting colder? Go? It's really ignorant and fearless. Qin Yang sighed in his heart, flipped his hand, took out a concentrating pill, and swallowed it directly. This is you? Qin Dashan was puzzled for a while. The frost flood dragon was furious when he saw that his elixir was taken away. It originally just wanted to play with these two human races, but I didn't expect these two human races to dare to do this. The eyes slowly opened, and the vertical pupils emitting blue light were like ice for thousands of years. The temperature of the air plummeted as it opened its eyes. Qin Yang and Qin Dashan, who were only a few feet away, quickly covered their heads with frost. Qin Dashan opened his mouth wide, his whole body was frozen like an ice sculpture, and his whole body was stiff. At this time, his heart was ashes, and his heart was sure to die. When he closed his eyes and kicked his legs, he was shocked and fainted. Fuck! Qin Yang exclaimed, this Qin Dashan is really happy. Previously ignorant people were fearless, but now they know that their lives are in danger, and they fainted directly. How dare you take my elixir? I will freeze you into ice sculptures and step on them forever. The frost flood dragon roared. It is locked here, only accompanied by an elixir. This elixir is its thoughts, and it is reluctant to eat it. How lonely would it be without this elixir? The frost flood dragon swam down the tree, and its 4 claws were like a real dragon, leaving terrifying scratches on the tree and the ground. The snake-shaped body snaked over, and its huge head stuck in front of Qin Yang's face. Points, a bloody mouth can swallow Qin Yang. The sound of clattering chains sounded, and the chains had been stretched to the limit. 2 icy columns spurted out of his nostrils, and a thin layer of ice condensed directly on Qin Yang's body. Aren't you afraid? Hanbing Jiaolong stared at Qin Yang and asked, coldly. Qin Yang's face was expressionless, but he was scolding Shenlongjiu in his heart. What's the matter? If Longwei says you can't use it, you can't use it. Are you playing with me? Qin Yang wanted to use Longwei as early as when frozen Jiaolong looked at him, but Shenlongjiu said that he couldn't use it. Shenlongjiu retorted, it can be used if it can be used, but you have to use the essence and blood to nourish it. I have no power to release Longwei. You didn't say it sooner? At this time, I'm going to die at any time. Qin Yang roared in his heart. You are the only bloodline of the Qin family, do you think I want you to die? Who told you to only use Longwei, but never want to cultivate me? If you force it, I will go backwards. Waiting for a step backwards? What do you mean? Qin Yang reacted and said, aren't you a super god-level magic weapon now? You said that you need to keep cultivating, and in the future, if you want to exert your true power, you will have to spend even more effort. Zeng, used to be. Shenlongjiu's tone weakened, now it's just a magic weapon of the earth level, so it can only deter the master-level monster. Fuck you XX. There is a huge difference between the super god and the earth level by 3 major levels. Qin Yang yelled, so what you said about nurturing is to give you strength, to slowly advance. It's not an advance, it's to restore my original strength. Shenlongjiu corrected. What should I do now? Qin Yang asked. Shenlongjiu said, try if you can delay the time, and then bite your fingers and let me suck blood. When Qin Yang was about to go berserk again, Shenlongjiu hurriedly said, don't worry, as long as it has the intention to attack you, I will try to wait for the rank to be demoted again, and I will also show its dragon power. Boy, are you scared, stupid? Han. Bing Jiaolong roared, damn. It's boring. One was stunned, and the other was stunned. Full of anger, unable to vent, the frost flood dragon spewed out a column of air in the sky, suddenly forming a huge ice cone. The ice pick exploded and turned into countless small ice picks, which were scattered. The giant tree was instantly pierced, and even the hard rock was blown to pieces. I'm not afraid of you, and I'm going to kill you. Qin Yang spoke slowly. He was freezing cold all over, and his blood seemed to freeze. Hanbing Jiaolong was instantly furious, and immediately laughed, okay, that's interesting. Wandering around looking at Qin Yang, he said contemptuously, just because you are an ant, I will stand here and let you attack. Can you hurt me? I can not only hurt you, but also kill you directly. Qin Yang's face was still calm, not because he was not afraid, but because his face was frozen, and he really couldn't make any expressions. Facing the frozen flood dragon, Qin Yang knew that this was the most effective way to delay time. This is an empty and full of wicked ice dragon, otherwise it would not have been bored and pretended to be asleep before to tease people. In this way, it will arouse its interest. Fortunately, Qin Yang guessed right. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll let you attack, come and try it. Tiny ants. Hanbing Jiaolong stared at Qin Yang with icy vertical eyes, motionless. The frost flood dragon is so boring, I want to play, but it never dreamed that it would die of boredom. Can you hurt it? If you can, you don't need your blood essence, I can directly swallow its power. Shenlongjiu said in his heart. Qin Yang looked at the frozen flood dragon that was close at hand, the hard scales all over his body. Whether it was Jinghong's sword or Jingyu 10 arrows, I was afraid that they would not be able to break through, but... Those big eyes stared at him without blinking. Are you sure? Qin Yang asked. Of course. I want to restore the rank. If I don't have the ability to swallow, and rely on you to nurture it, it will take the year of the monkey and the month of the horse to restore to the super god rank. Okay. Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat, and pointed directly at Rujian, Jinghong Jianji. One finger pointed out at the speed of thunder, blending into the swiftness of Lei Quan. Even though the frost flood dragon is a grandmaster-level monster, at such a close distance, he was not able to react to his carelessness. There was a roar of pain, and there was a sharp pain in the eyes. Qin Yang stabbed a finger into its eyes. Chapter 65 Ice Tempering Body. Damn. You actually attacked my eyes. I'm going to smash you into ice slag. Frost Flood Dragon roared, but something terrifying happened. Its power rushed to the eyes uncontrollably, making the eyes even more painful, and the power was also rapidly passing away. At the same time, Shenlongjiu used Qin Yang as a bridge to devour the power of the frozen flood dragon frantically. The frost flood dragon wanted to fight desperately, and the power absorbed at this moment was enough to make Shenlongjiu display its dragon might. Long Wei. The coercion suddenly appeared, and the majesty was like the combination of heaven and earth, and everything between heaven and earth seemed to be as small as gray. The power of the frost flood dragon suddenly stagnated, his spiritual sense was blurred, and he lost his ability to resist. At the same time, the Shenlong Jade swallowed the enormous power of the frost flood dragon. With such power passing through Qin Yang's body, how could Qin Yang's Qi realm's cultivation be able to withstand it? In just a few moments, Qin Yang's body was frozen into ice cubes, his blood Qi was completely frozen, and even his spiritual sense seemed to be frozen. Oops. Shenlongjiu was shocked. I actually forgot, this kid can't support me devouring power at all. Shenlongjiu prayed again and again, my God, the blood of the Qin family can't die in my hands. At the same time, Shenlongjiu slowed down the swallowing speed, and poured the swallowed power into Qin Yang's body, tempering Qin Yang's physique with the pure power of ice. Woo! Cough. Qin Yang sighed suddenly, woke up, and realized that his body was undergoing some kind of change, surprised and delighted. Surprisingly, the violent force smashed and destroyed the limbs and bones. Fortunately, this force is also repairing and strengthening Qin Yang's body. It should have been an extremely painful process, but under the numbness of the ice, Qin Yang did not feel pain, but could clearly feel that his body was getting stronger and stronger. From the outside, Qin Yang's whole person is still like an ice sculpture. No, it is more like a crystal with exquisite carvings. The muscles are crystal clear, and the bones are exposed. Why don't you thank me quickly? Cold ice body tempering is the world's top body tempering method. After this tempering, your body is strong enough to compete with monsters. Shenlongjiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly took the opportunity to claim credit. He would never tell Qin Yang that he almost killed him by accident. And this ice-quenching body is also something that surprised him. Qin Yang thought it was Shenlongjiu helping him, so he thanked him again and again. Ice-quenching body? What is it? Qin Yang asked. Shenlongjiu explained, everyone knows that cultivators train their bodies in the body refining realm, but they don't know that cultivators can still train their bodies on the way. However, the requirements for any training method are extremely harsh, and if there is a slight error, it will. What will happen? Qin Yang asked. Shenlongjiu hurriedly changed the subject and said, there are many ways to quench the body, each of which requires a great chance. Yes, it is chance, and you have this chance. The far-fetched reason that made Shenlongjiu feel ashamed, but Qin Yang couldn't help it. After all, the physique is getting stronger and stronger, it is an obvious fact. By the way, Shenlongjiu said again, after this ice quenching, your infuriating qi will have an ice attribute, which is different from the infuriating attribute changed by the exercises, because this ice attribute will become your own. The power of. Qin Yang's eyes lit up and said, since you can quench my body by consuming the frost flood dragon and change my infuriating attributes, then if you are looking for a fire-type monster or other monster, you can devour it. Can't you also quench the body for me and continue to increase the attributes of my infuriating energy? Shenlongjiu was dumbfounded for a while, not knowing how to answer. After all, this ice-quenching body was just an accident. Fortunately, Qin Yang didn't kill him. Do you want to do it again? No, listen to Qin Yang, do you want to come again? Qin Yang frowned and said, is there a problem? No. No, is there a problem? No problem at all. Shenlongjiu was a little incoherent, anyway, in line with a purpose, killing him can't be said to be an accident. Qin Yang is already making up his mind. When he casts his exercises, he has multiple attributes at the same time. Moreover, judging from the advantages of his own exercises, including all the advantages of copying exercises, he can fully exert every attribute. The full power of. Time passed slowly, and the body of the frost flood dragon was constantly shriveled. Shenlongjiu seems to be full of hiccups. Although it is still an earth-level magic weapon, it is not too far from the advanced level. At the same time, Qin Yang's ice quenching was also completed. He exhaled softly, as if spewing out a column of icy air. Deep in Qin Yang's eyes, an ice-blue divine light flickered faintly. Clenching his fist, Qin Yang couldn't believe that this was his body. Pick up a stone and hold it lightly, and the stone will be smashed into slag. This is at least 10 times stronger than the previous physical strength. True qi is extremely pure, very solid, and extremely stable. Qin Yang has a feeling that if he uses his current strength to face Qin Li in his heyday, it is not that he cannot be hard-headed. The power of ice. Qin Yang muttered to himself, stretched out his palm and flicked the flowers and plants on the ground, and the flowers and plants turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Qin Yang laughed, and suddenly his heart moved. Looking at the flowers and plants that turned into ice sculptures, he felt as if he had forgotten something. Turning his head, Qin Dashan was still awake. The treasure hunter was lying beside him and slept soundly, his eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and he was enjoying himself. Huh? What did I forget? Qin Yang frowned, suddenly reacted, looked at Qin Dashan's hand, widened his eyes and shouted, "Where is the fifth order elixir?" Needless to say, the fifth order elixir was eaten by the treasure hunter, and the treasure hunter was digesting the medicinal power at this time. Qin Yang's teeth are itchy. What a fifth order elixir! This treasure hunter doesn't even have the whiskers of the fifth order elixir left. Eat it clean. Damn, why does this treasure hunter eat everything? Who is the swallowing beast? Qin Yang was helpless, so he could only carry the treasure hunter's tail into his pocket like something. Feeling the breath of this treasure hunting mouse, I have to advance again. He lifted Qin Dashan with one hand and dragged him away from here. When Qin Dashan woke up and saw the tragic state of the frost-flood dragon, he couldn't avoid trouble, so it was better to leave quickly. As he walked out of the forest, he encountered a high-level monster on the way. Qin Yang didn't even use his martial arts, and smashed the monster's head with a punch. There was no bloody scene, and the blood and brain plasma of the hammered head was directly frozen. An hour later, Qin Dashan woke up leisurely. I died so miserably. Qin Dashan's boss was alone, and he cried with a wow. Seeing Qin Yang beside him, he said, "Are you dead too? How did we die?" Jiaolong swallowed it in one bite, or was it turned into an ice sculpture and smashed into scum? Damn you XX. We are still alive. Qin Yang said angrily. The treasure mouse moved in his pocket and seemed to wake up. Qin Yang said, unfortunately, although we escaped, the elixir was too late to get it. Qin Yang lied casually. It's okay, as long as people don't die. Qin Dashan breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "You saved my life, you are my great benefactor, I will take you to find the swallowing beast." Benefactor? Qin Yang smiled in his heart and secretly said, "When you know who I am and what gift I gave Qin Wui, then I will not be your benefactor." Chapter 66, Taking Advantage of the Danger of the Demon. The swamp of no return is just ahead. Qin Dashan pointed to the flat and endless dirt in front of him and said, "I can only send you here. It's not that I'm timid and dare not move forward, it's really that once this swamp sinks in, the higher the cultivation base, the more you will die. Sooner. This is the swamp of no return?" Qin Yang frowned and looked at it. Isn't this a normal dirt field? There are still a few giant trees scattered here and there, and even small patches of shrubs and flowers. Qin Dashan nodded and said, "Yes, what you see are all appearances. Where is the swamp and where is the normal ground? You can't see it. Only when you sink in will you know. Or, this whole piece is a swamp of no return." "What about the swallowing beast?" Qin Yang asked. Qin Dashan shrugged and said, "At that time, I heard from the people in the clan that the swallowing beast was driven into a distance of 20 miles. At this time, I am afraid that it has already sunk into the swamp. If it didn't sink, then it has been not moving at all." Speaking of this, Qin Dashan laughed and said again, "If it was smart, it would definitely not dare to move. As long as you don't move, this swamp of no return will not swallow you. But if you struggle, the harder you struggle, the stronger the suction, the infuriating, martial arts, and nothing will be of no use." Having said that, Qin Yang felt uneasy in his heart. This is such a one-sided step. If you are unlucky, you will explain it here. I advise you to give up, this homeless swamp is too dangerous. Qin Dashan said. But he couldn't convince Qin Yang, he could only sigh and leave. Qin Yang stared at the ground in front of him in a daze, thinking of the power of ice he had just acquired, and stretched out his foot and stepped forward lightly. The ground was covered with a thin layer of ice, and this thin ice made Qin Yang overjoyed. With this layer of thin ice, what if you step on the wrong side? This homeless swamp itself can be said to be walking on the ground. As long as the body falls, the swamp attracts the frozen ice, and Qin Yang has enough time to leave the place. Fortunately, a lot of medicinal herbs have been refined before, and this time, the Qi Dan can come in handy. Every step Qin Yang took, his true Qi was stimulated, as if he was using a laborious martial art. No way, nothing matters. 20 miles of road, a full hour of walking. Even the walking speed of ordinary people is not as fast. Finally, after going around a few giant trees, I saw a behemoth whose body was sunk into the ground. Qin Yang climbed up the tree and rested, with a very wonderful expression on his face. Thinking of Hudog's description of the swallowing beast, it doesn't look like a monster, but it's actually a monster. It didn't look like a threat, but it was a complete mess. With a round body and a clear black and white body color, it looks like a violent bear, but it looks very cute. Qin Yang never dreamed that this swallowing beast turned out to be a huge panda. Qin Yang's arrival was also noticed by the swallowing beast. The swallowing beast turned its head with difficulty. Zhu Yuanyuan's face had big dark circles under his eyes, but his eyes were abnormally sharp, staring straight at Qin Yang. Despicable servant of the Qin family. I'm at odds with you. The swallowing beast roared, struggling to move, and the whole body immediately sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The swallowing beast quickly stopped moving and kept himself still. TSK, this no-return swamp is really terrifying. Qin Yang exclaimed that this Grandmaster-level monster was actually powerless to resist here. I wonder if my power of ice can help this panda out of trouble. Just like this swallowing beast, Qin Yang was also saved. Do you know that those people are the old slaves of the Qin family? Qin Yang asked. The swallowing beast was puzzled for a while. Aren't you with them? Who are you? I'm from the Qin family. Qin Yang said, slowly. The swallowing beast was furious. Isn't that with them, the Qin family? Which Qin family? The swallowing beast was stunned. Qin Yang said quietly, which other Qin family is there? The swallowing beast was silent for a while, with memories in his eyes. 1,000 years ago, it was rescued by the Qin family as a cub and sent to this secret realm. This secret realm is its paradise. All the monsters that threaten it are locked by the Qin family to guard the sky. Material treasure. It was the happiest time in the past. It vowed to repay its kindness, but never thought that before it grew up, the Qin family was destroyed, and the old slave of the Qin family finally occupied the place. Since then, everything has changed. The secret realm is not maintained by the Qin family, and it has been continuously degraded for thousands of years. What is even more hateful is that the old slaves of the Qin family know its existence and always want to enslave it. In this way, it fought with the old slaves of the Qin family for 1,000 years. In the end, he was forced here, his life hanging by a thread. There are still descendants in the Qin family? Humph. You must be impersonating, right? Tian Beast looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. These despicable human beings, what indiscriminate tricks, can't. Just this fake, I don't know how many times I have used it in 1,000 years. Long way. Qin Yang's eyes revealed a faint coercion. Shenlongjia leaked a breath, and the swallowing beast suddenly widened his eyes. Shenlong Jade? Tian Beast couldn't believe it, the young man in front of him actually possessed the secret key of the Qin family's god realm. With this secret key, why do you doubt your identity? This time, Qin Yang was surprised. This panda even knew Shenlongjiu? I have to sigh about the wonder of fate. One person and one panda have a sense of intimacy with each other, for different reasons. The look in the swallowing beast's eyes gradually dimmed, and his voice was a little sad. I finally met the real descendant of the Qin family, but it was too late. I fell into this swamp of no return, and no one can save this secret realm. If you want to get out of this swamp of no return, the power of the Master Realm alone is simply not enough. In this secret realm, the pinnacle of power is the Master Realm. That's not necessarily true. Qin Yang laughed and jumped down. Don't come here. The swallowing beast wanted to stop it, but it was too late. But what makes it incredible is that Qin Yang Mingming stepped on the swamp, but his body did not sink in. Taking a closer look, it turned out that Qin Yang's body was indeed sinking, but every moment he was sinking, he quickly left the place and stepped on another ground. Finally, I found a solid ground and stopped. How is this possible? The swallowing beast carefully investigated and found the mystery. On the ground Qin Yang had stepped on, a faint layer of ice was slowly melting. What kind of ability is this? Tian Beast asked. What you should care about now is whether I can save you. Qin Yang shrugged. Perhaps you can really save me from trouble. Tian Beast stared at Qin Yang, his heart was complicated. If he was rescued by this kid again, he would owe the Qin family 2 lives. I can save you, but I need you to promise me a condition. Qin Yang said. The swallowing beast said directly, just say it. Sign a contract with me. You bastard, you are taking advantage of the danger of the demon. Chapter 67, Kung Fu Panda. Qin Yang laughed and said, how can this be called taking advantage of the danger of demons? In my hometown, there are many of your clan. Qin Yang looked up at the swallowing beast, his body was not as big as the other's head. When I see you, it's like seeing my family. Qin Yang said seriously. The swallowing beast is very confused. Hometown? Isn't your kid's hometown in the Qinling Mountains outside this secret realm? The swallowing beast took a deep look at Qin Yang, and after a long silence, he said, I agree. Qin Yang was overjoyed, that's great. It went straight to the contract signing, and the process went very smoothly. You can put me in the demon ring now, said the swallowing beast. The demon ring? What is the demon ring? Qin Yang asked. The swallowing beast was speechless for a while, staring at boss Qin Yang for a while, and finally sighed, so you don't have the demon ring. Qin Yang didn't have time to continue entangled in what the Yaojian ring was, and patted the ground lightly with both hands. Pushing the infuriating energy to the extreme, the ground is slowly freezing. In theory, this can rescue the swallowing beast, but the swallowing beast is too large, and Qin Yang's cultivation at this time is only perfect in the Sea of Qi. The infuriating energy can't be released, and naturally, it can't freeze more soil. Qin Yang was sweating profusely, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Boy, can you do it? Tian Beast looked at Qin Yang, how unreliable it was. Okay. Of course. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and continued to stimulate his infuriating energy. As long as he is given enough time, it may not be impossible to rescue the swallowing beast. The swallowing beast sighed and said, actually, I can reduce my size. Qin Yang was stunned. The biggest problem he faced at this time was that the swallowing beast was too big, and there was too much soil to freeze. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get smaller. Qin Yang said. But in that case, if you don't react in time, I will be swallowed by the swamp in an instant. Swallowing beast said. It's okay, I'll come back. Qin Yang assured. The swallowing beast doesn't trust Qin Yang very much, but it wants to get out of trouble so much that it doesn't want to delay for a moment. I count 3, 2, 1, you are ready. Swallowing beast said. Qin Yang nodded. 3, 2, 1. The swallowing beast shouted 3 numbers in an instant, and its body directly became smaller. Qin Yang didn't even have time to shout out a word, so he quickly stimulated his true qi. A large void appeared in the swamp, which was rapidly converging. If enough soil cannot be frozen before then, the swallowing beast will really be swallowed directly. Fortunately, Qin Yang froze a circle of soil at a critical moment, and the swallowing beast stomped on the ice, and its body jumped up to a height of 10 feet. I rub it, Kung Fu Panda. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, the value of the contract signed by the monster. I'm finally free. Tian Beast sighed infinitely in his heart. After landing, he turned into a normal body shape and stepped down heavily with every step. The whole piece of swamp shot by the powerful impulse sank, and the swallowing beast did not need to touch the swamp at all, and could fly out with the help of the impact force. It stretched out its sharp claws, directly hooked up Qin Yang's clothes, threw Qin Yang on his body, and flew out. Qin Yang grabbed the ear of the swallowing beast hard, and the whole person presented a posture that was level with the ground. The speed of this swallowing beast is too fast. In almost a moment, he left the range of the returnless swamp. If it wasn't for those dog slaves attacking me, it would be impossible for this swamp of no return to trap me. Stepping on the solid ground again, the swallowing beast is like a new life. Qin Yang also jumped off the ground, his legs were a little weak and his body was a little fluttering. As a mount, this heaven-swallowing beast is too unqualified. Don't worry, those dog slaves are rebellious, I will destroy them all. The swallowing beast's tone was full of resentment. If it hadn't met Qin Yang, it would have been completely planted. Originally, I thought that the old slave of the Qin family was once a servant of the Qin family, and he never killed him, but after this time, he couldn't bear it anymore. No, I will deal with those people. Qin Yang said, this is my responsibility. Tun Tian Beast looked at Qin Yang quietly, his firm eyes touched Tun Tian Beast's heart. The swallowing beast grinned. It seems that the real descendant of the Qin family is a little interesting. It is not a loss for it to think that it is the master. However, when his eyes stopped on Qin Yang's chest, he couldn't move away. Hey! What saliva are you leaving? Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. This guy is called swallowing the beast, doesn't he want to swallow the dragon jade? You're so lame that you've flowed to the ground, and it's about to become a waterfall. Is there? The swallowing beast wiped the corner of its mouth, and the fur on its entire front paw was soaked. I can swallow it. Shenlongjiu said in Qin Yang's heart, sensing the threat. Shenlongjiu and swallowing beast actually wanted to swallow each other, which made Qin Yang go crazy. Give me a stop. Qin Yang said, and at the same time warned Shenlongjiu in his heart. By the way, I need you to do me a favor. Qin Yang said to the swallowing beast, and at the same time told about the fire dog. Having experienced the predicament of the no-return swamp, the swallowing beast also tasted the pain of being restricted from freedom, and immediately agreed. Carrying Qin Yang and galloping to Huigo's territory, the Qian three-headed dog noticed that a strong enemy was coming, and slowly raised its 3 heads. For a while, the 6 eyes were bulging. This kid actually found the swallowing beast? Not to mention that he did it in such a short time, he even rode on the head of the swallowing beast. Hey! Fire dog, we meet again. Tian Beast smiled. The Qian three-headed dog roared again and again, I am not a fire dog. I am a Qian three-headed dog. I said you were you, but I refuse to accept that you bite me. Bite me. Bite me. The swallowing beast stood upright, and even turned around and twisted his butt. The cute short tail trembled, pulling the fire dog's hatred for it to the top. Qin Yang was stunned. He knew why the Qian three-headed dog was so furious when he heard the word fire dog. At the same time, Qin Yang secretly laughed in his heart, this swallowing beast is so cheap. The fire dog was covered in flames, like an erupting volcano. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Yang quickly jumped off the swallowing beast's head and stood farther away. If you come here, I will bake you so that the outside is scorched and the inside is tender. Qi Yan's three-headed dog said angrily. I'm already here. Tian beast walked over directly, completely forgetting that it was going to help Qin Yang return the fire dog to freedom. The two sides immediately fought. The swallowing beast stood upright and fought the fire dog like a giant. The huge body was even half as tall as the fire dog. It can even get bigger if it wants to. Boom! A fist smashed one of fire dog's head crookedly. Qin Yang, who was not far away, covered his face, and this punch hurts. Roar! The other head of the fire dog bit the panda's arm fiercely. At the same time, a pillar of fire spewed out from the third head, and the swallowing beast made an ow sound, and its butt was charred. I have to sigh at the defensive power of this panda. The flames that can instantly kill the masters of the master realm actually only burned its fur. Look at the uncle hammering all three of your heads crooked. Panda got angry, waving his fists again and again, dancing like a big windmill. Not to be outdone, the fire dog bit and set fire to it. The battle between the two sides became a stalemate, and the fight was called a shattering of the earth. Qin Yang was stunned. He found a treasure this time. It turned out to be a kung fu panda. Chapter 68 Lore Order. The Qin family is surrounded by mountains on three sides. The waterfalls flow in the distance, and the creeks in the close-up view are gurgling. What a paradise! The building imitates the Qin family in the pseudo-secret realm, and even the layout is very similar. At this time, the Qin family was lit up everywhere, especially the inner courtyard, which was more lively. On both sides of the street, the red lanterns were hung high, and the people who came and went were in a hurry, with happy faces on their faces. The day of the marriage between the young master and the daughter of the Lu family is imminent, and important children of the Nangong family, Wei family, Gongsun family, and Jin family will also participate. Such a grand event is really rare in 1,000 years. In the inner courtyard, several young people gathered to talk. I heard that the people from the big family were worried about congratulations, and they were not prepared when they came. They seemed to want to go to other places in the secret realm to find treasures to congratulate Qin and Lu on their marriage. Someone looked angry and said, "Everything in the secret realm belongs to our Qin family. They found treasures as gifts. Don't they take our own things and give them to us?" Who said no, but what can be done? We can't be behind them. After all, we have to prepare this gift. I heard that they have gathered at Qin Wui's residence, and they seem to be ready to leave. How about we go and have a look? Maybe we can go all the way with them. They have different identities, and it is very beneficial to have a good relationship with them. Several young people gathered together and walked to Qin Wui's residence. There are also many people with the same purpose. Most of them are the younger generation of the Qin family. Everyone secretly wants to compete with these big family members. If they can beat them in the treasure hunt, it will be a big face for the Qin family. Qin Wui's courtyard was crowded with people at this time. I really didn't expect it when I came to participate in the assessment of Songqiong Academy. Now it seems that I can only search for treasures in this secret realm and borrow flowers to offer Buddha. Nangong Lingzhao bowed his hands to Qin Wui. Qin Wui laughed and said, "It's enough if your excellency has this intention. You have already given me a great deal of face to be able to attend my wedding banquet." Nangong Ling's face was full of smiles, and Qin Wui complimented each other. "There are many dangers in the secret realm, why don't we go together?" Qin Wui said. Nangong Ling smiled and said, "It's so good." Looking at Wei Yu nodded lightly. Gongsun Ming and Lu Mingyu also have this intention, accompanied by Qin Wui and others, which is better than having a treasure hunter. "Young master, someone asked me to give you a gift." Qin Shaoshan hurried over, carrying something wrapped in old clothes in his arms. Gift? Qin Wui frowned, looking around. Nangong Ling and others were all around, and Nangong Ling and Gong Sun Ming's younger brothers were also chatting with the rest of the Qin family. Except for Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu, who hid in the arranged courtyard and did not come out, who else could be in this secret realm? Nangong Ling and others were also very curious, why only gifts came and no one came. Gong Sun Ming whispered, Li Mingyang and the others were the last to enter the secret realm, and then the gate of the secret realm changed its location. Apart from us, there are only... That's right, only Qin Yang is left. Nangong Ling shook his head and said, Impossible, how could Qin Yang give gifts? What's more, he might have died under the hands of Elder Qin Li now. What gift? Open it and see. Qin Wui said. Everyone cast their eyes curiously. Qin Shaoshan slowly uncovered the old clothes, and the things wrapped inside gradually emerged. This? Qin Shaoshan shuddered and threw his hands in fright. A human head was thrown in the air, landed on the ground, and rolled to the feet of Qin Wui and the others. Qin Li stared at everyone silently with his eyes closed. In the courtyard, a chill rushed into everyone's brains. Qin. Elder Qin Li's head? My God, Elder Qin Li is actually dead? Who was he killed by? Who has such power? In the courtyard, the people of the Qin family instantly fried the pot, and Nangong Ling and others were also taken aback. Qin Yang. Sure enough, it's Qin Yang. Nangong Ling's pupil shrank. Qin Wui's face was extremely gloomy. He was still very strange. Why did Elder Qin Li not return? He didn't expect to be attacked by this poison. Wei Yu frowned and examined the head, and said, although this gift was given by Qin Yang, Elder Qin Li was not killed by Qin Yang. Gong Sun Ming and Lu Mingyu looked at each other and did not speak. This is not the first time that Qin Yang has killed the master-level cultivator. That's right. Qin Wui said calmly, look, Elder Qin Li's face is chapped, apparently burned by the flames, and evaporated to dryness. This Qin Yang is definitely a conspiracy to make Elder Qin Li die in the monster beast. My subordinate. Then I cut off my head and sent it over. Qin Shaoshan's legs were weak, and he said in horror, I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know that kid. Qin Wui said angrily, shut up. Report this matter quickly, go to inform the head of the family, and summon all the elders. A head is enough to prove that Qin Yang is not dead. As long as Qin Yang is not dead, then there is a huge loophole in the Qin family's Millennium Plan. Treasure hunt, temporarily suspended. It didn't take long for Qin Wui, Nangong Ling and others to gather in the Qin family council hall. The head of the Qin family was a middle-aged man. He first glanced at Qin Li's head on the table, then looked at Nangong Ling and the others, and said, I didn't expect that my Qin family would actually. It really made you laugh that this happened. Nangong Ling shook his head and said, we shouldn't have been there for this matter. I wonder why the patriarch let us participate in the discussion. No, this matter really needs you. The head of the Qin family has learned everything from his son Qin Wui. This Qin Yang must be killed. Nangong Ling and others were all curious. The head of the Qin family said, Qin Yang stole my Qin family's martial arts skills and stole my Qin family's resources. Then he killed my Qin family elder. Such a bad act is unforgivable. After a pause, the patriarch of the Qin family continued, now, as the patriarch of the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans, I issue a lore order. Lore order? Nangong Ling and the others looked at each other. Doesn't it seem to have anything to do with them? Wei Yu raised his brows and guessed, could it be the lore order of the 8 Shinto clans? The head of the Qin family nodded lightly. Wei Yu suddenly took a deep breath. What do you mean? Gong Sun Ming asked. Wei Yu explained, the 8 Shinto clans have been on the same page since ancient times. Once someone gets the lore order of the 8 Shinto clans, it is equivalent to becoming an enemy of the 8 Shinto clans, and the 8 Shinto clans will join forces with this person forever. Let's hunt together. Nangong Ling and others were all shocked. To deal with the mere Qin Yang, they actually wanted to issue this order? The patriarch of the Qin family said with a smile, the 8 clans are of the same spirit, and to launch a lore order of the 8 Shinto clans, at least 5 of them must agree. Counting my Qin family, there are also people from the Lu family, the Nangong family, the Gongsun family, and the Wei family. It happened to gather the 5 clans. But we don't represent the family. Nangong Ling frowned. The head of the Qin family said, don't worry, killing Qin Yang is easy, you don't need to take action. This is just a formality to show my Qin family's determination to kill Qin Yang. Nangong Ling wanted to say something else. After all, this lore order for the 8 Shinto clans was no trivial matter. Once ordered, there is no room for maneuver. Wei Yu gently tugged at Nangong Ling's sleeve and nodded. Gong Sun Ming and Lu Mingyu agreed directly on the spot. Gong Sun Ming said, Qin Yang has committed such a bad act, and he doesn't care about our 8 Shinto clans. If he is allowed to continue to live, what will be the face of my 8 Shinto clans? Chapter 69. In Gong Sun Ming's view, Qin Yang's threat is too great. Take this opportunity to solve Qin Yang completely. Since there is no objection, then I order. The head of the Qin family said sharply, all the people of the Qin family put down all the tasks in their hands, even if the secret realm is dug 3 feet into the ground, they must find Qin Yang and kill him. The elders took the orders and arranged their own staff. Soon, everyone left, leaving only the head of the Qin family and Qin Wui. Qin Wui asked, curiously, Father, what is the use of a slaughtering knife to kill a chicken? We directly send 2 elders, no, sending 1 elder is enough to lift Qin Yang's head. After all, Elder Qin Li died in the hands of a monster. No matter how talented Qin Yang is, he can't be stronger. The patriarch of the Qin family smiled lightly and said, Child, you are still too young. Do you think that if we want to return to the Sky Continent and integrate into the 8 races of the Divine Way, we can only rely on some incomplete martial arts and martial arts? Qin Wui thought about it, and the head of the Qin family continued, besides, how do we explain that there is no secret key to the gods? The patriarch of the Qin family paced slowly, his eyes full of victory, and said, even if it can be said that the secret key of the gods was lost 1,000 years ago, it is not enough. With this lore of the 8 Shinto clans, we will directly join the others. The 8 Shinto clans are linked together. Qin Wui's eyes lit up, he stretched out his thumb, and said in admiration, Hi. It's really high. As expected of a father, what I think is thoughtful. The patriarch of the Qin family laughed and said, Prepare for your wedding with the Lu family girl. With the marriage relationship, and the lore of the 8 Shinto clans, we are already the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans. Inner courtyard, in a small courtyard. The Jin Wanshan fire hurriedly knocked on Lu Mingyu's door. Not good. This fake Qin family actually issued a lore order for the 8 Shinto clans to kill Qin Yang. Jin Wanshan gasped. What? Lu Mingyu was stunned, the medicinal pill in his hand fell to the ground, and the porcelain bottle shattered. The top-grade medicinal pill that Qin Yang refined for her rolled to the ground. The elder who was chasing Qin Yang had his head cut off and sent over. Jin Wanshan told all the news he knew. How can Nangong Ling and the others be the masters of their family? This kind of lore order. Lu Mingyu frowned. Jin Wanshan waved his hand and said, although this is just a formality, it is a foregone conclusion. What's more, Qin Yang has long been envied by Nangong Ling and Gong Sun Ming. Let's think about how to save Qin Yang. Save Qin Yang? I advise you to stop dreaming. Gong Sun-ming and Lu Mingyu entered the courtyard and came to the door. Gong Sun-ming glanced at Lu Mingyu and sighed. He was still worried that Lu Mingyu could not be his concubine. Lu Chanru looked at Lu Mingyu with a sneer, and said, "I heard that you drove away all the maids sent by the Qin family? You also tore up Feng Guanxiao's clothes and threw them away? I can't marry Qin Wui." Lu Mingyu said firmly. "It's not up to you. Qin Yang is out of the game. I advise you to give up early. If Qin Wui knows that your relationship with Qin Yang is not clear, you will feel better in the future. If you are wronged, don't blame the Lu family not to stand up for you." Lu Chanru's tone was bitter and mean, and continued, "Think of your parents and the clan. If you don't obey, they can only be buried with you. Are you trying to force marriage?" Jin Wanshan looked bad. Gong Sun-ming laughed and said, "Jin Wanshan, this is a matter of our 8 Shinto clans. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to interfere, right?" Lu Chanru said, "Forced marriage? This is not called forced marriage. Ask Lu Mingyu if this is her mission. Qin Wui is a fake." Jin Wanshan said angrily. "He's a fake, so who's the real one?" Gong Sun-ming laughed. "Of course it's Qin Yang." Lu Mingyu said. Gong Sun-ming's expression froze, and he looked at Lu Chanru. A terrible thought suddenly popped into my mind. Linked to the lore order of the 8 Shinto clans issued by the Qin family, this. Gong Sun-ming's eyes were ruthless, and as a result, Qin Yang was going to die even more. Gong Sun-ming said, "Qin Yang can't be a descendant of the Qin family, let alone who is the real Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans. It's not up to you to decide. Only those recognized by the other 8 Shinto clans are the real ones. The Qin family." Having said that, Lu Mingyu's heart suddenly became ashes. Jin Wanshan was also speechless. Yeah, who's real and who's fake, they don't count. Even if it is fake, it can be regarded as real. Whether Qin Yang is true or not has no meaning to the other 8 Shinto clans. After all, no one would believe that Qin Yang would have the secret key of the gods on his body. As long as there is no secret key to the realm of the gods, what is the use of Qin Yang even if it is true? Thinking about the parents and relatives in the clan, Lu Mingyu's expression darkened. "Lu Mingyu, you have to trust Qin Yang." Jin Wanshan became anxious looking at Lu Mingyu's compromised expression. Lu Mingyu shook his head and said, "I'm not alone." Jin Wanshan choked for a while, and could only glare at Lu Chanru. Lu Chanru smiled proudly and clapped her hands lightly. A group of maids came out of the door, and came in with a new phoenix crown and robe. And this time, Lu Mingyu did not drive them away. "Humph, you want to get married, but we have to prepare gifts and dowry for you on behalf of the family. These few days. But you have to be busy, so be prepared." After Lu Chanru finished speaking, she left with Gong Sun-ming. Jin Wanshan clenched his fists angrily. He wanted to beat Gong Sun-ming and Lu Chanru violently. After a few days of busy work, you can prepare a gift dowry? This is simply insulting Lu Mingyu. So casually dismissed. Getting married is the most important thing in a woman's life. "Qin Yang, what are you doing?" Jin Wanshan shouted in his heart. He really couldn't help. "Jin Wanshan, you go first," Lu Mingyu said. Jin Wanshan looked at the many maids in the house, and looked deeply at Lu Mingyu. "Do you really want to?" Lu Mingyu didn't speak. Jin Wanshan sighed angrily and walked out the door. Since Qin Yang is not here, he will go directly to find it. Lu Mingyu stared at the sky outside the window in a daze. Her eyes were blurred, and she remembered everything that happened with Qin Yang. The face is sometimes ashamed and angry, sometimes warm, and in the end there is only distressing loneliness. She picked up the pills that rolled on the ground one by one, wiped them clean and put them away again. He murmured in his mouth, "I originally wanted to go to Xuanhuan with you. Thinking of the previous agreement with Qin Yang, Lu Mingyu laughed, but on her beautiful face, 2 lines of crystal glittering quietly drifted down. Now, I can only be alone. The maids serve Lu Mingyu, who is like a doll, at the mercy of others. She will complete the mission of the family, but she will never give in. His eyes were full of determination. Chapter 70, The Upgrade and Fusion of Martial Arts. Stop fighting. Qin Yang's face was helpless, and he shouted loudly, "Swallow the beast, hurry up and return the freedom of this fire dog, I still have something to do." "Don't be arrogant, I have to beat it today." Panda took the time to reply, and his butt was immediately bitten by the fire dog. Ow! The panda jumped up in pain, slapped the head off with a bare paw, and smashed it heavily on the ground. Roar! The other 2 heads of the Qin 3-headed dog spurted out 2 pillars of fire, and large scorch marks appeared on the panda's body. Humph! I don't know who can beat who. The 3-headed dog of Qin roared again and again, "I asked that human race boy to come to you, not to ask you to help me break the chain, but to beat you to the ground, and then order you." "Order me? Just you?" "Ada." The panda flew and kicked the 3-headed dog of Qin. The Qin 3-headed dog's huge body was dexterous, and with a flick of its tail, it hit the panda like a fire dragon. The panda turned around a few times like a spinning top, a little dizzy. The 2 sides paused for a while, each gasping for breath. No one agrees with anyone, and one's eyes widen one by one. Even in the short breath adjustment, the eyes seemed to continue to fight. My God! Qin Yang couldn't help his forehead. Judging from the temperament of these 2 goods, there is no end to the winner. Qin Yang can see that the original strength of these 2 goods is not only in the master realm, but it is because of the secret realm that the cultivation base is suppressed. It is impossible for them to decide the winner or loser in a short period of time. Forget it, you fight slowly, I'll go first. Qin Yang shook his hair and stayed there, for he was afraid that he would be cooked by the aftermath of the fire spurted by the fire dog. Obviously, neither panda nor fire dog cares about Qin Yang. Qin Yang had just left before the 2 goods fought again. The most urgent task now is to first find the children of the Qin family who are alone. Qin Yang thought about it and made a plan. If he wants to go to the Qin family to rescue Lu Mingyu, he must raise his strength to the master realm. Mind silently, call out the panel. Host, Qin Yang. Strength, the Qi realm is complete. Gongfa, Qiankuan Wanxiangju. June 10th. Martial Arts, Thunder Fist, Earth-Shaking Fist, Frightening Feather 10 Arrows, Frightening Sword Finger, Walking Dragon Step, Crazy Dragon Palm. Qin Yang smacked his lips. These martial arts are all extraordinary, and many of them are martial arts that can only truly exert their power after he has advanced to the Grandmaster realm. After releasing the treasure hunter, Qin Yang rushed to the Qin family. The closer you get to the Qin family, the easier it is to meet people from the Qin family. I thought it would take a long time to meet people from the Qin family, but I didn't expect that after climbing a mountain, I met a whole team of people from the Qin family. A group of 10 people, led by a middle-aged man. The cultivation of the middle-aged man seems to be in the Qi realm, while the others are in the Qi gather realm. It's a pity. Qin Yang sighed. Who? The middle-aged man turned his head abruptly, looking at the tree that was 3 feet away, his face sank. When was it there? I didn't even notice it myself. The other young disciples dispersed, and one of them said, Hey, is your kid Qin Yang? Huh? Did you come to me on purpose? It seems that the gift has already been delivered. Qin Yang laughed playfully. When the gift was mentioned, everyone was furious. Only the middle-aged man had a look of fear in his eyes, and he didn't dare to take it lightly. It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and said, I didn't expect to find you so quickly, and if you take your head off, there will be a great reward in the clan. After that, he stretched out his hand and waved, go. 9 people rushed over in a fan shape and surrounded Qin Yang. Then Chi shot and attacked fiercely. These 9 young people are only in the Qi gathering realm, which is a big realm lower than Qin Yang. The system directly ignored them. Although it copied their exercises and martial arts, it did not give any hints. After all, this is no improvement for Qin Yang. Blast sword? The speed is fast, but the accuracy is not enough. Qin Yang looked at the person who rushed to his side first, and stabbed with a long sword. Qin Yang held the sword in his hand, moved forward, and directly clamped the opponent's yellow-level magic weapon long sword. With a slight twist, the fingers were harder than the magic weapon, and the tip of the sword was directly twisted off. With a flick of the tide, the tip of the sword, like an arrow, directly penetrated the man's body. It was too late to sigh about the strength of the physique after being quenched by the ice, and the fist wind came from behind, and 2 other people kicked out their legs. The opponent in the Qi gathering realm is simply not enough for Qin Yang to use his full strength. Qin Yang directly used the breeze to blow the willow palm, pulling the 3 of them in a move. What did you hit me for? How did you kick me? The 3 people's moves were out of control and attacked their own people. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yang brought down 4 people. Huh? The breeze blows the willows. Qin Yang raised his brows. The breeze blows the willows is just a Huangjia palm technique, but at this time, it is not much better than the Xuanjia martial arts. Proficient is the pinnacle of. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, his martial arts practiced to the pinnacle, and he fully understood the true meaning of martial arts. After the display, it is no longer limited to the level of the martial arts itself. In other words, after comprehending the true meaning of the martial arts, the moves and the methods of casting are no longer rigidly fixed. At this time, the breeze blows the willow palm in Qin Yang's display is a mysterious martial skill. Ascension of martial skills. Qin Yang laughed. He had always liked the breeze blowing the willows, and he felt like he was controlling everything when he used it. Since the martial arts can even be upgraded, what about fusion? Qin Yang's heart moved. Among his martial arts skills, there were the swift wind step and the Yulong step. Yulongbu is inherently powerful, but if you incorporate the hurricane step into it. Qin Yang remembered that when he attacked the frost flood dragon earlier, Jinghong's sword finger was integrated into the swiftness of the thunder fist, but he didn't realize it at the time. Dragon Walk. Qin Yang displayed the dragon walk that incorporated the true meaning of hurricane walk, and the whole person instantly crossed a distance of 10 feet. The speed is several times faster than before. Qin Yang laughed out loud. It turned out that he didn't know anything about martial arts. The Qiankuan Wanxiangju can integrate the advantages of all copying exercises, and this is the prompt given by the system. But now I have discovered and applied it myself. With Qin Yang's figure rushing out, the offensive of the remaining few people naturally failed. They stared at Qin Yang in the distance in a stunned manner, sweating in their hearts. What speed is this? Why is it so fast? The middle-aged man watched the battle, his heart stunned. Originally, Qin Yang was startled when he knocked down the 4 people in an instant, but now he has displayed such a movement technique. Let's not be afraid, he can't match us at all, otherwise he won't use his body to escape. One person shouted loudly, for the reward of the clan, he had already turned his head and his eyes were red. Qin Yang smiled slightly, just taking this opportunity to practice this dragon walking. For a time, Qin Yang's figure was erratic, as if heaven and earth were just a sea, and he was like a free fish, roaming freely. See, he just dodges, another shouted. Don't run if you have the ability. One person attacked and hit the air, furious. The so-called authorities are obsessed, bystanders are clear, the middle-aged man frowned deeply. He has already seen that Qin Yang is completely playing with the besiegers. Looking at his cultivation base, he is also full of Qi realm, which is the same as mine. Although the strength shown is much stronger than mine. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, watching Qin Yang's completely selfless display of movement. The corner of his mouth twitched. Yang, but I can sneak attack. Ding. Copy the method of thick soil. Exercise 7/10. Ding. Copy the martial skill of the tablet smasher, and the proficiency is improved to the pinnacle. Martial arts 7 out of 10. Success. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. With this palm, the stone tablet could be shattered into powder. But when this palm was about to hit Qin Yang's body, Qin Yang suddenly turned his head and grinned. Chapter 71 Flare. The middle-aged man sighed in his heart, You were always guarding against me. Haha, I've been waiting for you for a long time, but you're only now taking action. Qin Yang felt a move when he watched the other party's steel thrower. The tablet thrower's offensive was fierce, and he gathered all his strength in his hands, and he had an indomitable momentum. But its shortcomings are very obvious. Except for the power of this palm, it is full of weaknesses. The lower plate is unstable, and you can't change your moves easily. It's good to break the cauldron and sink the boat, but it's a pity. The breeze blows the willows. Qin Yang chuckled, his figure slanted, and his right hand flicked upwards. The middle-aged man's palm exuded a gleaming azure light, and the power of one palm was enough to split the city gate, but at this time, it was not used at all, and it was arbitrarily pushed aside by Qin Yang. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. If Qin Yang fought with him, he could still change his moves, but now. The strength of the whole body is gathered in the palm of the hand, and it is pulled out, and the strength cannot be recovered at all. The figures are staggered, and the middle-aged man's empty door opens wide, like fish on a knife. Qin Yang took advantage of the situation to hit the Lei Quan and hit the opponent's waist with one punch. Pfft. The middle-aged man vomited blood and his body flew. It hit a tree directly and fell to the ground. Struggling to get up, the middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn, you were actually smitten by you. The next move, I will definitely be able to smash your head. The middle-aged man said ruthlessly, holding back his injury, running his infuriating energy, and attacking again. The practice is good, very solid. Qin Yang nodded secretly. If this middle-aged man had practiced other skills, his punch would be enough to make him lose his combat power. It was you who attacked me from behind, but you said that you were smitten by me? It's ridiculous. Qin Yang snorted coldly and said, Since you want to fight head-on, then I will do it for you. Monument Smasher. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and the same steely smasher made his move. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he smiled inwardly. Just now, Qin Yang cracked his trick and seriously injured himself. Now you can do it yourself. As long as Qin Yang's palm is drawn away, and then he uses the tablet-smashing hand, he can cut Qin Yang's waist into 2 pieces with one palm. Smash his waist directly. Get up. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and pushed hard, trying to pull Qin Yang's palm out. Qin Yang just found it funny. When he turned his palm, it was a forward slap, but when he turned it around, it turned into a downward slap, directly hitting the middle-aged man's palm. Crack! The two gave a high five. Ah! The middle-aged man's palm was directly smashed, and his bones were all broken into scum. Impossible, how can you also smash the tablet hand? The clan said that you secretly learned my Qin family's martial arts, and it is true. And you have cultivated to such a state? The middle-aged man was sweating from the pain, gritted his teeth and roared, Even if you cultivate to the Mahayana, the stone smasher can't be so flexible. Thank you for cultivating for so long. Don't you understand why you give out 7 points and leave 3 points? Qin Yang said with a smile. But if this is the case, the power of the tablet thrower will be greatly reduced. The middle-aged man refused to accept it. Qin Yang shook his head lightly and shrugged. There's no other way. Who told you not to practice a good practice? After you change your moves, find the right time, and then shoot with all your strength. How can the power be reduced? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, Good boy, you really have some means. You wait. After speaking, he took out the clothes from his arms and threw them into the sky. Qin Yang looked up and saw that it was a spherical magic weapon. What is thrown so high, is this? The spherical magic weapon rose into the air, and there was a sudden explosion, and a red air column rushed up into the sky. After rising to a very high level, the air column spreads out, forming a red cloud that can be seen for hundreds of miles. Such a big red cloud with a red line attached to it, as long as they are not blind, people within 100 miles can easily find it here. Damn it, it's actually a signal flare? Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. Haha, are you afraid? The Qin family has issued an order to kill the 8 Shinto clans on you. At this time, everyone in the Qin family is looking for your traces in the secret realm, so you should just wait to die. The middle-aged man sneered. Oh. Qin Yang's expression was flat, looking at the middle-aged man indifferently, and said, I don't know if I will die, but, you are dead. The middle-aged man's face changed greatly, and he said, Don't use my Qin family martial arts. Your Qin family's martial arts? Qin Yang laughed angrily. I'll show you what the real Qin family's martial arts are. You won't be at a loss if you die under this move. Qin Yang pointed like a sword, and his fingertips lingered with blue-white infuriating light. Using the dragon step, he came to the middle-aged man in an instant, and stroked his neck lightly. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. This is Jinghong's sword finger? But the sound didn't come out, and the scene in front of him was spinning. The head of the middle-aged man flew high into the sky and rolled out like a ball. The children of the Qin family, who had been besieged before, were all cold. In a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man who led the team died like this? Jinghong's sword points. My Qin family has a unique skill. Only elders and core disciples are qualified to learn. Qin Wui is also a cultivator of the Sea of Qi. Why do I feel that Qin Yang's performance is infinitely stronger than Qin Wui? The Qin family's children looked at each other in dismay, some winked, and several others took out magic weapons, one after another. Take advantage of. He didn't pay attention, come on. One person directly threw the chain in his hand, and there was a clattering sound, and the chain was like a net, covering Qin Yang's head. Several other people took out hidden weapons, and darts and blow arrows greeted Qin Yang. You are a raccoon dog. You all like sneak attacks so much. Qin Yang snorted coldly, and did not turn around, but took a step forward. Obviously dodging forward, but Qin Yang's figure disappeared in place, and appeared again behind everyone. The true meaning of the body, martial arts, and dragon's footsteps is to disappear without a trace. Like a real dragon, the dragon sees its head but not its tail. You can't tell the direction you're going. Jinghong's sword finger. The finger swords were pointed out again and again, and everyone fell to the ground in response. Even I can't take the challenge easily. Who gave you the courage and confidence? Qin Yang looked at the corpses, and couldn't help laughing. Looking up at the red cloud signal in the sky, the smile on Qin Yang's face became even stronger. I'll just wait here, but it saves me a lot of effort. Qin Yang stood there calmly, but after a moment, his true qi returned to its peak. The heaven and earth Vientiane art is simply against the sky. Feeling the surging infuriating energy in his body, Qin Yang sighed. Qin Yang. How dare you kill so many people in my Qin family? A loud shout came from afar. An old man suddenly appeared. After looking around, the old man's face became gloomy. How dare you? You don't run away after killing someone, but you stay and wait to die? Qin Yang opened his eyes slowly. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with grass and mud horses in groups. Master-level cultivator? Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. He originally just wanted to wait for a few more teams of people who had just killed, but who would have thought that an elder would come directly?